look overhead from Sky Fox over the Palisades Fire. There was a change last night when we had a change in the winds, and this Palisades Fire did move towards the east. There are new evacuation orders this morning, and as you can see, with all the smoke that continues to fill the sky, this fire continues to rage. We're following this very closely this morning.
CAL FIRE saying it's sitting now at 11% contained, still 21,596 acres burned. Heads up for the drivers on the 405 southbound on the Sepulveda Pass due to the fire. Okay, the freeway itself is still open, but you need to expect delays in the area. The Sunset Boulevard, the Getty Center, and Scarborough Center off-ramps are closed, as well as the Wilshire and Sepulveda off-ramps. We're keeping an eye on this, and we're going to update you as soon as we get more information.
Let's talk about the Eaton Fire now. It continues to devastate Altadena and Pasadena. It is 15% contained this morning.
And this fire has claimed 6 lives, destroyed some 7,000 structures. Tom Vakar from our sister station in San Francisco is live in Altadena with the latest. Tom, what's it look like this morning?
Have a look for yourself. Now, this is a fire that you need to consider this. Cities and towns evolve slowly. They come and they go, they have more buildings, less buildings, etc. This is the equivalent of a massive heart attack for this town, and it is forever changed. Now, it's 14,000 acre fire, but the real damage has been done here in Altadena. 15% containment, reasonably good on the fire, which is far away from here at this point in time, but you have to get to about 35% before you really have a handle on a fire. Now, those deaths that you talked about are what we know so far. In previous fires I've covered, very often when you have this level of destruction, more may be found. We don't know that, we hope not, but 7,000 structures turns this town into kind of a toxic dump, because all of this stuff, when it is removed, is going to have to be removed to toxic dumps because of all of the chemicals and all of the other hazmat materials within it. So as a result, we have a situation where you have a town which is completely overwhelmed by this. That doesn't mean that it's not going to live on, but what it does mean is a very serious problem for it, and all of this stuff still has to be assessed, evaluated, cleaned up, and that cleanup alone will take months and months and months, and it's just something that the folks here are going to have to live with. We could go on about this, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them if I can.
Tom, we appreciate all of your coverage for the past couple of days and all the help you've been giving us and the perspective you had because you covered the historic Paradise Fire. But are there any comparisons that you can make to the Paradise Fire and what happened there, and in terms of the rebuilding and what this community will have to deal with moving forward?
Well, remember, the Paradise Fire was a relatively small town. I think there were 19,000 structures destroyed and a lot of infrastructure, but it was all in one local place, and a lot of that recovery has taken place, many years later. The difference here is that you have one of several of these kinds of situations in the middle of a very large urban environment. So in that sense, it's different. We're starting to see something that's radically different, and that is, we normally saw these kinds of fires up in Lake County, Butte County, places like that. When you talk about Los Angeles County and fires at this scale, this is relatively new in terms of the rapidity of this and the frequency of it that's going on. So in that sense, it's very, very different. The other difference is, while there's truly more support around here than a town like Paradise would have, it's much harder to negotiate and to navigate. So as a result, it'll probably slow that down. The other thing is going to be the drain on resources to do all of this cleanup and eventually all of this building. We think we have lots of contractors, but I can tell you from the other fires I've ever covered, what happens is the demand for contractors and the demand for people who can do work on homes and all of that stuff goes radically up, far in excess of what is actually available even in a massive place like the LA Basin. So a lot of people will be licensed to come in from out of state who do this, and they will be coming in here. But what will also follow them will be a lot of scammers that you have to be careful with.
Oh my goodness, yeah. It really just boggles the mind when you think about that. Looking ahead, all of the contractors, all of the construction and reconstruction that we will need in the months and the years really to head. Tom Vakar, we really appreciate all of your help this morning and for the past couple of days. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Tom.
Still ahead, we're going to show you how you can help victims of the Southern California wildfires.
Also, another live look at the Palisades Fire.
Look at that.
Continues to rage this morning. Smoke filling the air. The flames continue to move. We have new evacuation orders. We'll have the very latest when we come back.
Let's go right back up to Stu Mundell and Sky Fox over the Palisades Fire. Stu, these flames, this is just horrific.
This is horrific, and you know what? The firefighters are ready for this firefight. This is going to be in near the Mandeville Canyon Fire Road. Let me try to get the map up real quick and see to show you guys how far that fire is from that home. That's 1,500 feet away. That is really, really close. Now, you can see there is a little bit of brush clearance right there, but this is the problem. That little tiny flame right there, that is a new one. And those little spot fires, that is what the problem is going to be. That's going to continue on all along this ridge line right here. All these homes, and you can see all the fire assets down there. They are ready for this fight. They have got so many fire trucks down there and firefighters, and they are here for that reason. They know that fire is moving toward in this direction, and that's because of that recent change in winds. And there is a lot of fuel out here. Look at all that foliage all around those houses. Something else to point out, you've got FOSCHEC lines right here in this area. They didn't expect the fire to jump over over to this side of that hill. So that is where the issues are going to be right now. That little bit of light wind. Now, you got to remember, this is not Monday when we had 60-mile-an-hour winds constant coming through this canyon, but still a little bit of wind and a little bit of fire, that's going to create a lot of problems. You can see just right there that little spot that we talked about moments ago starting to grow, and that's going to continue on. And again, this technically is in the Brentwood area. Let me get rid of that little map right there. But it is still burning out here for sure. Fire department really kind of keeping an eye on it. We've been watching a lot of helicopters coming by. Now, we haven't seen any water drops, and that isn't because they're not trying to stop that fire. They're kind of just looking at, whoa, what is that? There you go. And again, these are those spot fires.
Goodness.
That probably started from just a couple of embers, and this is what's going to happen. This is just going to kind of surround this neighborhood, but look how dense that foliage is around these homes out here. This is going to be some scary moments. The fire definitely moving into this direction, and again, if the winds do not change in the next couple of minutes, this neighborhood is definitely going to be an issue for these firefighters.
Stu, we appreciate your eyes so much just on this. It's easy, just even in the camera view that we have right now, to focus on the giant flames to the right side of the screen, but as you're pointing out, just those spots, that's troubling.
That it is, and this is how these fires spread. I mean, this is basically, there's a lot of fuel out here, and there's embers inside that smoke. Sometimes at night we can really see them pop, and in the daytime it's harder to really see it, but it's still definitely happening out here. That little spot right there, you can see also from the smoke. It just shows you how different and how erratic it is. That smoke is actually kind of going off to the northwest, while everything else up here is going northwest, while everything else is kind of moving to the opposite direction, out to the west and to the south. So it just shows you how the winds are just different in different spots out there. Definitely a canyon type of situation. Those firefighters, they must be getting tense. I'm getting tense just watching this. And we did see, we're on the doubler right there. We did see earlier on, there's a house under construction, but that house at the very end, we did see those yellow jackets. You can kind of make out one firefighter there on that patio area. So they are aware, they are ready. And of course, if these flames start getting very close, we're going to start seeing those hose lines coming out and the firefight begin. As
I look at this, Stu, because we've covered a lot of fires, and the difference here is certainly the winds. I mean, it's almost like, I'd hate to use the word traditional, but when we look at other wildfires, the fire crews there have time enough to get in place and provide structure protection. You know, it wasn't the case a couple of days ago, and we don't have those powerful, powerful winds really that could blow those embers into and start burning these homes. So they have a little bit of a space here, even though it looks really, really threatening. Just out of curiosity, the streets here, what neighborhood exactly, for our viewers who might be at home looking at this, what streets are we looking at? What neighborhood is this?
This is definitely going to be a Brentwood neighborhood right there. West Ridge Road is the main one that brings you up into this area. And Bobby, you're right. I mean, if this was, 3 days ago, those flames would have already been probably over here. The winds are really what we're pushing it. These are, I would almost call these lazy type of fire. It is just slowly moving along up there. And there is a big difference between the brush clearance. You've got that chaparral right in this area, but then you have pretty much nothing along these ridge lines for a good distance. That's going to be a huge help for those firefighters and, of course, those homeowners and whoever's been taking care of this area. But those embers, that's kind of the scary thing. We see how that one just kind of dropped down, started a little bit of a hot spot right there. If it drops down in this area right here, that would, look how close. There is no clearance between those homes right there. So, but you do have those guys in the red with the yellow jackets, and they will jump on that so quickly and knock down those flames. That's why they're there. Structure protection is what it's all about right now. This Brentwood neighborhood, this is definitely the hot spot for the firefighting activity right now, especially for the Palisades fire. I do see that little plume of smoke, that dark smoke coming up on the backside of that home as well. And also, firefighters are there. They're actually at that. I see one of them making their way between those two homes. So they are definitely keeping an eye on it. They know what they're doing. I am hopeful that they are going to be able to make sure that there are no structures damaged or destroyed in this neighborhood, even though that fire might be passing by on both sides of that ridge line.
I just saw a helicopter there, and I know there's just a strategy here in place, but you hope that they can get some of the helicopters there to do some of those strategic surgical drops that they always do to try and stop some of these open flames from getting to those homes. Thank you, Stu, for these pictures. We'll continue to watch this. In the meantime...
Yeah, let's get back down on the ground now.
Let's go to Gigi Graciette. She's live with a look of this fire from a different view. Gigi.
Bob and Brooke, we're in Bel Air Crest, just a couple of miles from Encino, Brentwood, Bel Air, and take a look at what we are seeing right now. Photographer Armando Hernandez giving you this live shot. We're going to be panning off to the right towards Mandeville Canyon, and there you can see one of the firefighters from Moab, Utah. They are part of a strike team that has been sent here. They're telling me they will be here as long as Los Angeles needs them. They're from Salt Lake City, Woodland Hills, Cedar City, South Jordan, and North Tooele, Utah, and they are stationed here on this ridge in Bel Air Crest. Again, this neighborhood is under an evacuation order. Not everyone has left, though. I spoke to a couple of residents off camera, and they tell me it was a long and stressful night for them. They know they have to evacuate, but they are waiting until the very last minute to do so. They have packed up the necessities and the personal belongings that mean a lot to them in case they do have to go. I want to go to our eye in the sky. Stu Mandel has been in Sky Fox, and I want to look at these images that he has been sending us of those homes that are now threatened. We're talking about Rustic Canyon Road. That is one of the streets where the fire is approximately half a mile away from them. Now, we know Mandeville Canyon is one of the areas, one of the many areas where tens of thousands of people, I believe it's 100,000 people now, that are under a mandatory evacuation order. And I can tell you it was an extremely long night for the folks in the San Fernando Valley. I believe we've got some video as the hills above Sherman Oaks, Encino, Tarzana just lit up. A lot of folks wondering if a brand new fire had started. Surprised to learn that it is the Palisades Fire that made its way to the ridge above the San Fernando Valley there. That forced the evacuation of thousands of people. Entire neighborhoods in Encino, south of Ventura Boulevard this morning, under a mandatory evacuation order. It was chaotic as folks rushed to get out of their homes, get out of their areas. Let's bring it back here live. You were looking at the Mandeville Canyon area from our viewpoint here in Bel Air Crest. Now, firefighters last night gave it everything they could. We've seen a couple of choppers in the air. From our perspective, it's hard to see if there are any water drops. I'm sure Stu Mandel will have much more on that. But last night here in the valley, LA City Fire and assisting agencies had about 10 water dropping planes and choppers up, and they gave it everything they had because they cannot afford to let that fire spread any further into these densely packed hillside neighborhoods on the valley side. Now, I believe we have some pictures. I don't know if we can pull those up. To our director, if you can pull those up very easily, you tell me if you've got those pictures. That is the fire as seen from Van Nuys, which is about 8 miles away from that ridge line. Folks in Van Nuys, in North Hills, are looking at the fire, wondering if they were going to have to evacuate because at one point it just seemed so close. The only saving grace last night was that the wind was not blowing. We're hearing there's a DC-7 in the air. Is that what you're saying? Photographer Armando Hernandez is seeing something with his camera. A DC-7, I cannot see it with the naked eye, but Armando Hernandez, our photographer, is seeing it. This morning, we have pictures from Santa Clarita of all the smoke. So this is affecting not only the fire danger, of course, which is the most important story right now, but the air quality throughout Southern California here, throughout Los Angeles, all the way to Santa Clarita Valley. You may be seeing the smoke. We've gotten some calls from folks in Santa Clarita. What is that? Surprised again, like the folks here in the San Fernando Valley, to learn this is the Palisades Fire that has now made its way all the way to the ridge, and we have neighborhoods threatened. And that is the latest from our viewpoint here in Bel Air Crest. Bob and Brooke?
Yeah, it's amazing pictures there, and we're grateful that we saw that air asset, those fixed-wing aircraft there in the skies. We appreciate you, Gigi. There they are, another helicopter there, and really nice to see. Gigi, thank you.
Let's bring back Maria Quaban, our meteorologist here, talking a bit about these changes in the wind overnight, Maria.
Yeah, you know, I was watching some of that coverage last night, and it was really interesting to watch because the winds really relaxed. They were still coming from that northeasterly direction. However, that being said, the fire was moving in the opposite direction towards the valley, and naturally everyone was on edge and the evacuation started. Part of that was because of the terrain. It was mostly a terrain-driven fire at that point last night versus a wind-driven fire. Right now, the winds definitely have shifted again, and we're definitely seeing that offshore flow, but not as strong. So that is the good news. The winds, by the way, still gusting at times, nearing 40, 45 miles an hour. And those fires create their own weather and atmosphere. And that's why right around where those fires are, the winds can be erratic and not necessarily coming from the northeast with those winds. But the prevailing winds are definitely coming out of the northeast toward the southwest. And you're seeing that evidence from Stu's shot there from Skyfox, where you're seeing all that smoke headed towards the ocean again. This is the area where we're seeing some of the stronger wind gusts this morning. So from Pasadena, parts of where that Eaton Fire is burning, out towards Malibu, and of course the Palisades Fire, the wind out of the northeast. Calm in some areas, and in some areas nearing 10 miles per hour. But as we get through the morning, those winds will start to increase a bit, and those wind gusts nearing 45 miles an hour. We have the fire danger that's there. Red flag warnings are still in effect. We've got red flag warnings now primarily out towards the Inland Empire, parts of Orange County. That means critical fire weather conditions continue. It's very dry there, and the winds are actually a little bit gustier there in that area at times. Fire weather watches, meaning that eventually, after this evening, this area once again, where we're seeing some of those lighter winds, will get those stronger wind gusts, and so a wind warning will more than likely go into effect at 6 p.m. tonight. So this is where we're anticipating some of those stronger winds. Parts of the San Gabriel Mountains will see some stronger wind gusts kick up near 50, 60 miles per hour, even getting up to 65. Parts of the Santa Susana Mountains and out towards the Santa Monica Mountains, we're getting some stronger winds. So this is that ebb and flow of our winds. We're going to get some bursts here and there. Here's one of our computer models right now. Not too bad. This is our future wind gusts, and those gusts can oftentimes carry those embers. We talk about the spotting, and carry them a mile or even a couple miles down the road. So right now we're looking at 6 mile per hour wind gusts near Camarillo, Pacific Palisades area, 10 to 12 mile per hour wind gusts. Not bad when you consider where we were Tuesday, Wednesday, and a large part of Thursday morning when we were talking about those wind gusts nearing 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. We were clocking in some of those wind gusts in the mid-90s, so hurricane force wind gusts. So relatively speaking, it is going to be much weaker. But that being said, it doesn't take much. When we talk about 30, 35 mile per hour wind gusts, that's bad news still for us and can help definitely spread a fire. 32 mile per hour wind gusts expected in Camarillo. This is at noontime, so this is when we start to see some stronger wind gusts here. Up near Santa Clarita, Tahunga, 30, 45 miles per hour, out towards Yorba Linda and Orange County, a little bit stronger as well in Ontario. Notice that it's quieter here. So I heard you talk about this a little bit, Bob and Brooke, earlier about a more traditional Santa Ana wind event, if you will. Right. And this is typically what we would have, not as prolonged as what we have seen this week, but look at how the San Gabriel Valley, the LA Basin, protected, right, by the mountains, so not as strong here. So this is kind of more of a typical Santa Ana wind event that we would often see, unlike what we saw earlier this week where it was so much more widespread. As we get to tonight, the winds continue to be quite gusty. 39, 40 mile per hour wind gusts in Burbank. Then it increases a bit in the Pacific Palisades to 25 miles an hour. So we're going to see this continue through tomorrow. And then another round of very stronger than now, as we get to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Notice the numbers go up here. We'll go over the rest of the forecast in just a few moments. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. Right now, we want to give you another live look at the Palisades Fire. Oh, look at these flames. This is getting close to homes in the Bel Air Crest neighborhood. We'll have the latest when we come back.
We are back with our continuing coverage of the wildfires that continue to burn. Let's go back up to Stu Mandel in Skyfox with a look at the Palisades Fire. There were some new developments overnight and some new evacuations, Stu.
Bobby, that's right. And you know what? A lot of those evacuations right now, my goodness, the flames are kind of moving back into the Palisades, or moving out to the west. This Brentwood neighborhood right here, this seems to be one of the hot spots that all the fire trucks and their assets, they're putting a lot of them on the streets down there. And we've been watching, and I have been really kind of amazed. And, you know, I think to myself, sometimes I get more excited than those firefighters do. That's the second time we've seen that huge Colson Sikorsky do a drop out here on that ridgeline. I'm sure that's what the firefighters on the ground were waiting for earlier on, and those flames definitely still very, very close to a lot of these homes out here in the Brentwood area. Actually, through the smoke, you can actually see some coming down on the other side of the ridgeline as well. Now, this neighborhood sits on top of one of those fingers that is very classic in any kind of the canyons out here in the Los Angeles area. So all these homes right here, they are on both sides of a canyon, but the side over to the north part, you can see right there, northwest, that side is already burned, and you can actually see some of that fog check down there as well. The problem is that the winds have kind of pushed it around last night, and now it's coming down on the other side of that fog check. So they threw a lot of assets out there. They're on West Ridge Ride of most of the fire trucks, but they're all through this neighborhood. We've watched a couple of those spot fires popping up. The fire department, they're down there. They're aware of it. They've been making calls, and we've been seeing some of those aerial assets now dropping water out here. Again, I got to say, I am more worried probably than those firefighters. I have a feeling that they are down there and they're confident they wouldn't put their guys in harm's way. So I have a feeling they might have more information than we do. But right now, very scary moments. And of course, if any of these homeowners are watching today, I'm sure they are more worried than any of us. But right now, though, this seems to be the hot spot in the Brentwood area. And again, this is all part of the Palisades Fire that continues to burn out here. I'm Stu up at Skyfox. Back to you.
I think you're right, Stu. You know, the people who are in the command post and the people there on the ground, there's a lot of coordination there, and they know exactly where they want those water drops. And when you even look at some of the FOS check lines there, you realize what an incredible job they did. They literally stopped those flames approaching, stopped them right in their tracks. But no doubt, if you're a homeowner here, unbelievably unnerving when you have flames that are literally, as Stu was showing there from Skyfox, 1,200 feet away.
Right. But that's an aspect of this that I think is good to keep in mind, right? Because you get in this point where you have so many questions of why. Why this? Why not this? But, you know, this battle is meticulously coordinated.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing, and sometimes you may not understand it. But, you know, they have a plan to try and get this out, get this contained, get this progress stopped in the best way possible.
Especially because they're able to focus, particularly on this area. And they've had time enough to get all the structure protection in place. And it's great to see all of those crews on the ground, all of the tenders that they're there on the ground protecting those homes.
My goodness, this is hard to watch, though. It's every moment, right? Every time we get up from this chair and sit back down, there's something else. There are new homeowners, new families that are in a panic right now, truly.
Stu, it's great to see more of those that aircraft there. I just saw a helicopter there across the screen, so more water drops are on the way. We had talked about that earlier, like it'd be nice to see those things, and sure enough, here they come.
Oh, definitely. And those firefighters, again, they are the ones that know what's going on. I'm just a guy in a helicopter watching the show happen and unfold. And but this is the thing, you know, some of these angles will show something that looks like those flames are right up against a house. But it is basically also, you have to remember, we're looking at different angles of how things are going. That's one of the reasons why I love using the tech in Skyfox, because sometimes you can actually just pull up the map and then draw a line, and I can say, well, those flames are 1,500 feet away. Right. That's what we were doing earlier on with some of those up that are now starting to go underneath the smoke up here. But the winds actually have shifted, and I'm just I'm looking at it, and I want to be optimistic. I want to say, oh, you know what, this is going to help the firefighters, but you can kind of see the direction. And so the winds now are pushing basically off to the west, that would be off in this direction, right? And a little bit off towards the water, that would be out to the south over here. So if it keeps doing that, if it spots, that's going to be a problem. But if the wind's got a little bit stronger, it might miss this neighborhood entirely. Right now, though, it's really kind of up in the air which way it's going to go. But you've got that ridge line right here. You know all this smoke is carrying at least some embers. We saw how quickly just a couple of hot spots start to grow. So now it's kind of pushing against this hillside right here. You know, those firefighters, they're ready for it. They're starting to go underneath the smoke down there. I can bring up the map just real quick. Oops, wrong button. Bring up the map real quick so that you can actually start to see what's going on underneath the smoke. But again, we're going to keep an ear on it. We're kind of hearing them as well, but those air assets, the helicopters, when it gets smoky like that, it's going to be tougher for them to drop water close to those homes.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Stu, thank you for our continuing coverage there of the Palisades Fire.
We'll be back with much more on the wildfires after the break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the fires that continue to burn across our area. This is a Skyfox view of the Palisades Fire, an active firefight now underway near the Mandeville Canyon area, and this was a new development overnight. There were several other new evacuations that have now been ordered in Brentwood and Bel Air, parts of Encino as well, as this fire continues to move. We thought we'd get a little bit of a break yesterday, but still these winds have been unpredictable, and overnight they shifted eastward into these communities.
Let's bring, of course, Maria Quban in here to talk more about this shift. Maria.
Yeah, at first I want you to understand that the fires themselves will create their own weather and atmosphere. The bigger they go, the larger what happens, all that air, all that heat, that rises, and as that rises, there's a vacuum that's created, and it sucks all that air in from all around it. And that's why sometimes we can notice that the winds are very erratic. The prevailing wind, though, generally speaking, has pretty much been out of the east and northeast. We're getting a slight onshore flow right now, a little bit of help from the sea breeze, and that's perhaps when that wind sort of shifted in and around that fire more towards the valley. And also you got to look at the terrain and how fire likes to move uphill. And so all of that combined, there was a lot of terrain there, a lot of brush and chaparral, and it really wanted to climb up that hill and try to get over to the valley. The good news is right now the winds are generally on the lighter side. It's picked up just a little bit in the last few seconds there, maybe uptick 1 or 2 miles per hour, but generally still nowhere near where we were, right, the last several days. The offshore flow will continue. We're going to get some increasing moderate to strong winds today, tonight into tomorrow, and then they'll be a little bit stronger yet as we get to Monday, Tuesday into next week, Wednesday. So kind of a couple of more Santa Ana wind events, right? Today, tomorrow, and then another one for Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. Are these going to be as strong as what we saw earlier this week? No, I don't think so. But that being said, these wind gusts are still expected to get to about 60, 65 miles an hour as we get into later tonight, as we get into tomorrow, and certainly by Monday into Tuesday. The smoke, Gigi talked about that smoke getting all the way up into the Santa Clarita Valley. That's exactly where that air quality alert gets it to. It goes all the way down to parts of Orange County now, and also part of the Inland Empire. We've got red flag warnings in effect. So that means critical fire weather conditions will continue, and that means don't let your guard down. Be ready. Ready, set, go, fire plan. Have that ready because you just don't know where you're going to be, if you're going to be evacuated or not. Here's the 7-day forecast. We've got some breezy to windy conditions today and tomorrow, as I mentioned. Another round Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And as we look ahead, it's going to take until Thursday into Friday when we'll get more of that onshore flow, a bit more help from Mother Nature, and that we may even get a chance for some light showers. At this point, it's a 10 to 20% chance, but we're holding out hope. Up into the mountains as well, windy conditions and red flag warnings will continue, so stay safe out there. We'll be right back after this quick break.
live look here from Skyfox and over the Palisades Fire, where we've been watching an active firefight this morning. More helicopters now being brought in. We saw fixed-wing aircraft there overnight to protect homes in this neighborhood. There was a shift in this fire last night towards the east, toward the Brentwood areas, and there are more evacuations that have been ordered overnight as we see another water drop here on some of the flames that continue to move.
Those water drops feel like, the only moment of, good news in this. This has been so hard on the community, so hard on firefighters. Thank you for joining us here on this special edition of the Fox 11 Weekend News.
Good morning, I'm Bob DeCastro. We are just moments away from a press conference from LA County officials. As soon as that happens, we will bring that to you from downtown. But first, we want to get you caught up on the latest on these fires.
Yeah, so let's start with the largest. It's the deadly Palisades Fire. Then, of course, there's the Eaton Fire in Altadena, which sadly is also deadly. Followed up by the Hurst Fire, the Kenneth Fire, and the Archer Fire. We have some good news. Progress there has been slowed.
The Palisades Fire continues to expand this morning with only 11% containment. 5 people have lost their lives, but the death toll will likely be higher. 21,596 acres have burned with more than 5,000 homes destroyed. 12,000 structures are still threatened. Firefighters are struggling to hold the line. Let's go to Stu Mundell in Skyfox over the Palisades Fire, and we have been watching this firefight in this particular area this morning. Stu.
That's right. That firefight's still continuing out here. And yes, those air assets have been out here and just hammering that ridge line that was coming so close to these homes. Let's bring up a map real quick so you guys can get some ideas for where this is happening. This is going to be in the Brentwood area. And this is one of those little tenements that were homes up on the top of the hillside out here on those fingers on those ridge lines. Now those flames got very, very close to a lot of these homes out there. And the fire department, they saw it coming. They moved a lot of assets out to this area. Almost every street you look at down there, there's going to be a number of fire trucks down there, and they have structure protection in place in all of these small roads, especially the ones that come up right to the ridge lines. Now, we haven't seen any of those homes go up, but we've seen flames get relatively close. Now, the bigger fire, that would be the fire that's encroaching right there, is basically made its way down this ridge line right here, and that's where we've been seeing all that aerial assets. We've seen those giant Sikorsky's dropping water on there, 1, 2, 3. We've seen at least 5 drops, at least from the Sikorsky's, not to mention all the other Firehawks that have been coming out here and just hammering that ridgeline. Is it making a difference? Most definitely. I'm going to get a little bit of a wider shot. I'm also going to bring up the other portion of the map that's going to give you some of the major roadways out here as well, so you get a better feel where this is right now. Now, people have been talking about the fire getting close to the 405. I've gotten a lot of texts from friends and family saying, you guys say that and you think it's at the 405.
We're going to have to go to the press conference here in downtown, the latest on the fires.
Director of Office of Emergency Management, Kevin McGowan.
Thank you, Supervisor, for the introduction. I'd like to share some important announcements about the county's emergency alert system and the progress that we've made with our partners in addressing the alerts that have been going out in error. Late yesterday afternoon, we distributed a press release that details some of the immediate improvements that are now taking place. Copies of this press release are available at the front of the room. First, we have made an initial determination that the erroneous alert that went out the first time on Thursday from the Emergency Operations Center was indeed correctly targeted to the right recipients. We believe that the problem occurred in the software system that accidentally blasted this alert countywide rather than to the targeted recipients who needed to get the information to safely prepare to evacuate. As we drill down with our vendor to establish the root cause and apply corrective measures, we are taking the immediate step of changing our alert and notification system to partner with the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services and the State Alert and Warning Center. The county's Emergency Operations Center is already tied in with the state's Operations Center and can actively issue emergency notifications in coordination with the state utilizing the state system. Second, on the issue of the echo alerts that continued to go out countywide yesterday after the first erroneous alert was corrected. We've been working tirelessly with FEMA, the FCC, the state, and our region's telecommunications providers, and we've made the preliminary determination that the echo alerts happened as cell towers came back online after they were knocked offline due to this disaster. The outdated alerts were cached in the system, and as they came back online, started being released to the public. We are very grateful to our federal and state partners who are working with the cell phone providers to make sure that all of these outdated alerts are flushed from the cell phone towers so that this ceases. We believe this process is largely complete, and we are working with our federal partners and the providers to ensure that there is not a reoccurrence of the alerts going out in error. This has been frustrating, unacceptable, and the public is in the most need of accurate information, and we are moving forward rapidly to reestablish that. Finally, the press release spells out some of the immediate improvements that we are concurrently making to establish a more robust multi-layered notification system. We're enhancing 211 call network to respond to the public's urgent need for information. Technology, it can be great. These emergency alerts helped us evacuate hundreds of thousands of people in immediate life safety measures. We've undoubtedly saved lives. But the last couple of days have also reminded us that technology is vulnerable to the impacts of a disaster, especially unprecedented ones. So I will close by reminding everyone in the public, please, for your safety, the safety of your family and friends, to receive emergency alerts, you can sign up for our local program, which will be utilized by the state by going to Alert LA County. These are customized alerts. They are different than the wireless emergency alert. When you sign up, you can put landlines, your cell phone, you could receive text and email messages. Go to lacounty.gov/emergency to sign up for Alert LA County. With that, I thank you, and I'll introduce Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. I will be providing an Eaton Fire update. The fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment, with over 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed. We have 2,832 personnel assigned to the incident, and it is static at this time. Elevated to critical fire weather conditions are predicted to continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County, and today, tomorrow, and then again on Monday through Wednesday. LA County Fire will be prepared. These winds, combined with dry air and dry vegetation, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high. I would like to take this moment to express my gratitude to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger, along with Supervisor Horvath, but also to all of the boards of supervisors for their support of my personnel on my department and me as a department head and fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires from the air and ground, we recognize and commend their tireless dedication in protecting residents and properties. And finally, to our residents, please rest assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for the repopulation, the recovery, and the rebuilding. I would now like to invite up Todd Hopkins, Unified IC, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team for the Palisades incident.
Good morning. The Palisades incident is now at 21,596 acres and 11% contained. It is being in unified command with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 coordinating the efforts. Ground crews and aerial assets worked through the night in the Mandeville Canyon area, creating containment lines and protecting structures, continuing a full suppression effort. Approximately 100 engines were surged into that area for direct suppression efforts and for structure defense. 6 night flying helicopters were utilized all night, and additional night flying resources were also ordered. It was an approximate 1,000 acres in growth last night in the Mandeville Canyon area. Early estimates from an aerial reconnaissance indicate approximately 5,316 structures have been destroyed. And please, what I want you to remember is that structures does not mean homes. Structures can be homes, outbuildings, RVs, automobiles, or other types of things like sheds or outbuildings. Damage inspection teams have been in the field surveying properties. As of this morning, it's confirmed 426 homes have been destroyed. We still have over 105,000 citizens that have been evacuated. There is a fire weather watch being issued for the next 72 hours. And tonight, there will be a community meeting at Calvary Westlake Church at 6:30 p.m. tonight. The address for the meeting is 5495 Via Rocas in Westlake Village. And next, I would like to introduce LA County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, and good morning. So this morning, our staff at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has increased to approximately 700. We continuously bring people in. We've shifted to 12 on, 12 off shifts in patrol, and we will continue to reevaluate that as the needs come up, not just in our area of responsibility, but the entire county of Los Angeles and our partner law enforcement agencies' needs. Just to reiterate, our missions include hard road closures, traffic control points, roving security, welfare checks, evacuations as needed at the request of our partners at Fire. And from what I'm told currently, we are not performing any evacuations, but that can change at a minute's notice. And we're doing escorts for essential service needs like animal recoveries, medications, and things of that nature. Now, I want to take a couple of minutes to explain this so that hopefully everybody understands. An evacuation order versus warning. And I want to put this out to our community, some of them who have been significantly impacted. And we're trying to have as much empathy as we possibly can, but safety does come first. I would like to reemphasize that an evacuation order is a mandatory directive for residents to leave the area immediately due to imminent danger. Wildfire, floods, anything of that nature. Failure to heed our warnings can put individuals at risk and potentially interfere with emergency response efforts. You've heard me say it the last couple of days. Every miraculous story of a rescue or tragedies that we're encountering, the majority are people who did not heed the warning to leave or the order to leave. Failure to heed these warnings, I already talked about that. Evacuation warnings are precautionary alerts informing residents that they should be prepared to evacuate as the situation may worsen, so you've got to be ready to go. A lot of people are coming back saying, hey, I need my medicine. Please try and remember, and I know it's chaotic, it's stressful, it's not easy. Important paperwork, your medication, your pets, maybe supplies for your pets, those kind of things, have those ready to go. While it's not mandatory, it's strongly advised to prepare to leave the area to make other arrangements. Please understand, the decisions to evacuate or issue warnings are not made lightly. I have been at command posts or other venues where they're talked about very seriously. We do not want to inconvenience people that we don't have to, but there's always a top priority. Is your life in danger? That's what the priorities are made for. Many orders have been downgraded or lifted related to the Eaton Fire, such as Glendale, La Crescentia, much of Pasadena, Monrovia, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Arcadia, and some in Sierra Madre. We continue to reevaluate these areas, and we will adjust when the time is appropriate. Overall, evacuations for the Palisades, Eaton, Hurst, Kenneth, and Lidia fires, numbers are both for the county and city area. Evacuation orders are approximately at 153,000 residents that are under the evacuation orders, and approximately 57,000 structures are still at risk. Regarding evacuation warnings, approximately 166,000 or a little over 166,000 residents are under evacuation warnings. I'm going to switch now to the curfew order that we have in place. A curfew order was established for the Palisades and Eaton Fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones that will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. That is something else we continuously will be evaluating. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any crime, specifically burglary or looting, in areas where residents have been evacuated. Many times when we're trying to evacuate people, their number one concern is somebody going to break into my house? They shouldn't have to worry about that because they're worried about so many other things. This is trying to assist them. We ask that all individuals comply with the curfew and stay clear of the affected zones unless you are authorized personnel or emergency responders. We have people driving up and around trying to get in just to look. Stay away. Anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under the county code, and conviction may result in a fine of $1,000 or jail. We understand that this is extremely stressful and absolutely challenging. But we appreciate our public's cooperation, our community's cooperation as we work together to get through this crisis, and we will do it together. National Guard deployment. We have roughly 400 National Guard members deployed around the region that are assisting. Not only us, but our partners at the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa Police Department, Arcadia and Sierra Madre police departments. They're assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure missions. I want to switch now to arrest and criminal activity. These numbers fluctuate and they do change. In total, we have made 22 arrests between the Eaton Palisades Fire, 19 arrests in the Eaton area, and 3 in the Palisades area. All these individuals were in areas they were not supposed to be there, meaning they had no business being there. Of the 4 arrested last night, 2 were arrested for unauthorized entry of emergency areas. Basically, we had 2 arrests for curfew violations. You heard me say it yesterday. We've directed our deputies that under these circumstances, if you get arrested for a curfew violation, you are not going to be cited and released. Those 2 individuals were actually booked at stations. So I'm just letting you know, you go out there and you violate this curfew, you are going to spend time in jail. You're not going to get cited and released. I want to make that very clear. Most of the arrests were made for burglary, looting, including trespassing, possession of narcotics, identity theft, and 1 suspect was on active parole and charged with the possession of a concealed firearm. These are the kind of folks that our deputies are encountering, stopping, investigating. Some of them need to arrest, some of them don't. These did. Switching gears on you again, something that we're starting to do this morning. Search and Rescue Task Force. Through Unified Command, the department has committed 40 members of its specialized search and rescue teams to work jointly with our partners at Los Angeles County Fire, Urban Search and Rescue Team, the Coroner's Office for LA County, FEMA, the Office of Emergency Services, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families. They will conduct systematic grid searches that will commence this morning to locate missing persons and reunite families. Due to safety concerns, we are unable to safely search the impacted areas during the hours of darkness. So this will only be taking place while there's light. We will be staffing a joint family assistance center at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. People will be greeted by deputies along with providing them with additional resources that they may need. If our residents need to take a missing report, our deputies will do that at that point. I encourage you, if you believe somebody's missing, go there, talk to the deputies. We will assist you in any which way that we can. Regarding deaths at this point, and again, this information continues to change. Be patient with us. We have confirmed 11 deaths in our jurisdiction. Again, that does not include LAPD and Pasadena. This is just LA County Sheriff's area of responsibility. 8 in the Eaton Fire and 3 in the Palisades County area. We also have reports for 13 missing individuals. Are those related or not? Maybe, maybe not. We hope to find everybody safe. We want to bring closure to the families. Family assistance centers are open to provide information to people looking for missing and family and friends, and they will be comprised of the Office of Emergency Management, Sheriff's Personnel, Los Angeles Police Department, Red Cross, Medical Examiner, and the Department of Mental Health for the County of Los Angeles. These centers will provide information to families and victims regarding this mass casualty event. A couple of other things, and I'll wrap up here. It's a lot of information, but there's a lot going on, and we're really, really busy. Donations. We talk about arrest, we talk about the sad things going on, but I got to tell you, I have been getting a ton of phone calls and inquiries from good people who want to help. They want to donate. So they want to help the people impacted in the disaster. If you are in a position to be able to lend support to countless people who have been left with little or nothing, please contact the Emergency Network of Los Angeles by visiting www.enla.org. The last 2 things more. One, if you haven't heard, we were scheduled to have an NFL playoff game here Monday night at SoFi Stadium, the Rams versus the Vikings. The decision was made to move that game. It is now going to be taking place in Glendale, Arizona. I'd really like to thank the NFL and Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Rams, who looked at the situation and understood that that would be a draw on more resources, both from the LA County Sheriff's Department, the Inglewood Police Department, LA County Fire, and other law enforcement partners. We're in the crisis. Those resources need to go elsewhere. Last thing I will mention is if you need more updates on evacuations or road closures, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I will now be introducing Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna. Yesterday morning, the federal government declared a federal public health emergency. And in alignment with the federal government, Los Angeles County Public Health has done the same. Among other things, this emergency will assist with staffing ratios at our medical facilities, both residential and at our hospitals, and ensure displaced residents have access to the necessary medications and prescriptions. In addition, there will be a focus on the health and safety of our first responders to ensure that they remain healthy while they are protecting our communities. All of the emergency proclamations I have signed as the chair of the board, along with our local public health emergency declaration, will be ratified on Tuesday in our motion that I have co-authored with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. We have received an overwhelming amount of support and outpouring of assistance from all corners of the county, state, and quite frankly, the nation. It is paramount that we appropriately harness and utilize these resources to maximize the benefit to the impacted residents to address their most immediate needs. And let me go off script for a minute. Last night when I got home, one of my dear friends lost everything. And I went on the GoFundMe page that was set up by his family. and I was shocked to find out that to give $500, they were going to charge me $95. So I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to find out if at the very least they can cut the cost in order to ensure that the money goes directly to the family. I think it's important for us to recognize that I know it's a company and they deserve to be able to pay for their overhead, but at the same time, we are in a crisis. These families are suffering. So again, I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to ask him to, at the very least, slash the amount of money that's costing to give to people in need. To that end, with the fact that we are looking at how to best harness and utilize these resources, a motion which is going to be co-authored with Supervisor Horvath is going to include a directive to our Chief Executive Officer to immediately work on the development, oversight, and draft parameters of a fund to be managed by a third-party fiscal sponsor to provide flexible spending that supports the most impacted individuals in the communities that have been devastated by these fires. On that note, I also want to take a moment to emphasize to our constituents that we will be here during the recovery process every step of the way. I've talked to people that want to know when they can begin to rebuild. I'm directing our county departments to set up local assistance centers for residents who've lost their homes. These will be one-stop shops for resources on the ground and in the community. We are here for you, and we will be here for you throughout the entire time it takes to restore our neighborhoods impacted by the fires. We are going to rebuild LA, and we're going to rebuild it in a timely fashion. Lastly, I want to mention an important resource for those who've been displaced and in need to begin the claims process. All our LA County libraries and their staff are available for displaced residents to use computers and internet access to complete the FEMA and assessor claim forms. We have also engaged the assessor to provide a warm line for the library to get questions quickly answered and resolved for residents. I continue to work with FEMA to address the problem that has occurred when people apply and they check the box that says they have insurance. Their claim is automatically denied. FEMA is aware of this glitch and is working to correct it. As soon as we get an update, I promise you we will provide that information. But I encourage everyone to go to any one of our libraries or go online if you have access to a computer to begin the claims process with FEMA. And if you have any issues, be patient. We are working day and night to make sure that we get you the answers. With that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your strong, clear, and resolute leadership in this time of crisis. I know that people are concerned, and the united partnership of everyone standing here this morning is essential to ensuring that everyone remains safe and that we are able to move forward towards recovery in a united fashion. LA County had another night of unimaginable terror and heartbreak, and even more Angelenos evacuated due to the northeast expansion of the Palisades Fire. I want to thank all of you who have and are swiftly evacuating. Your cooperation is essential to keeping you, your loved ones, and our first responders safe. The evacuation order from last night includes Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Reservoir, from the 405 freeway west to Mandeville Canyon. The evacuation warning area is the south border is Sunset Boulevard east, Bellagio Road, Roscomari Road, north Mulholland Drive, and west 405 freeway. On the south, Mulholland Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard, east 405, north Ventura Boulevard, and west Louise Avenue. And this area includes the Encino Reservoir. New evacuation shelters are now open in Van Nuys and Canoga Park to provide immediate support for those who've been displaced, including our veteran community from the North VA campus. Overnight, the American Red Cross and field teams from every city, county, state, and federal district were mobilizing on the ground to help move safely our evacuated residents into safety. It was simply astonishing seeing people come together in these wee hours to protect our residents. I want to thank those who are on the front lines who work tirelessly to respond to fires that threaten our Topanga community. The past 2 days, including aerial support and boots on the ground, your swift actions have made incredible difference for our residents, and this focus has been necessary, critical, and impactful. I specifically want to thank Chief Maroney, Captain Drew Smith, and Captain Jen Situ for your partnership in making Topanga a top priority in firefighting efforts. In response to the ongoing fire, we've declared a local health emergency, as the chair shared, and this is effective county-wide. This also includes prohibiting the use of power air blowers, which can spread harmful ash and smoke particles. And the motions that Supervisor Barger indicated also include a funding program for those impacted. We know that while we are fighting on the immediate term, we also know longer term we have to start getting those systems in place. We are hearing the concern from our residents that we won't be able to move swiftly, so we are working in a coordinated fashion to ensure the systems that need to deliver for our residents are working together, and that we are securing the resources to swiftly get them to our residents. We're also urging residents to avoid ocean waters from Surfrider Beach to Dockweiler State Beach due to contamination caused by the fires. Please prioritize your health and follow these guidelines. Also, as Chair Barger mentioned, we introduced a local proclamation of emergency to be ratified at the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday. This will also cut through red tape so county departments can respond more effectively, give Cal OES the ability to provide recovery assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act, and unlock critical state and federal resources. At my request yesterday, Senator Schiff reached out to Secretary Mayorkas and FEMA to investigate the emergency alert issue that Director McGowan spoke about. And I want to thank the Senator, the Secretary, FEMA, and the White House who communicated directly their immediate partnership with us to diagnose and address the telecommunication errors. We know this issue is serious, it is frustrating, it has added chaos to an already catastrophic crisis. Some mobile carriers have confirmed that the issue is cleared on their systems. We are waiting for that confirmation from additional mobile carriers, and we will continue to fix this issue. I know these are incredibly challenging and devastating times for our community, but I want to remind everyone, we are here for you. You see partnership in every shelter, incident command post, and across our resilient and beautiful county. Together, we will rebuild and recover. Remember, all mandatory evacuation orders and warnings, in addition to all emergency information, can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov. And some of the statistics that you've heard on arrests and acreage and others are focused on the statistics that LA County provides. We also know that our local partners in the city of Los Angeles, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and others have their additional statistics as it relates to arrests and the work that they are doing on the ground. We are working in a unified command situation, and we want to make sure that the information we are providing you is accurate. We appreciate our partners who are working with us collaboratively to ensure the safety of all. Please continue to check and follow all evacuation orders for the safety of you and your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. We also want to recognize a few individuals that have joined us at today's press conference. We have with us State Board of Equalization Chair Antonio Vasquez, and also Senator Ben Allen. And we are also joined this morning by U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore Merrill. Thank you for being here. We will now transition to question and answer with the press. Does anyone have a question?
Oh, sorry. This is for the sheriff. Can I just take this So it's on camera? Okay, thank you. Some communities that have been closed off, such as Altadena, are letting residents back in to collect important items from what remains of their homes. They were told that they'd need to present important paperwork to get back in, but some residents we've spoken to say that they lost those documents in the fire. What should those residents do to get back to their homes?
Well, number one, I feel for anybody who was impacted by this event. So I would recommend that they go to the Family Assistance Center that we've set up. I can give more information at the end about the location. I think I gave the address sooner, but please go there, engage our employees, and I can assure you we will do everything we can to assist them with their critical needs. But I do want to repeat something. I know people are frustrated. Any of us would be frustrated if you want to get back to your own home. When we say you can't do this, it is based on their safety and the safety of others trying to get in and out. So be patient with us. As soon as we can get people safely back in, it will be a top priority for us. Thank you for the question.
Right here in the middle. And please, when you're asking your question, if you can state your name and which media outlet you're with.
Simon Bowie, CBS Network News. A couple of questions. In the days in advance of the catastrophe on Tuesday, the event was described as a potentially life-threatening event with catastrophic potential outcomes. I'm curious to know if there were any efforts taken on behalf of county officials, especially considering what's happened to Altadena, in advance of the event to request assistance from other municipalities throughout the state or other states in general to send fire apparatus to us. And was that done? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So yes, I've communicated at the previous press conferences the actions that the LA County Fire Department took in advance and during this fire siege. We did communicate with state agencies. We did communicate with our region partners. We communicated with the LA County Fire Departments. We did upstaff the department. We did pre-position resources. As a matter of fact, on Tuesday morning, the 7th, prior to 7 a.m., I gave permission to hold over the off-going shift of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Every day, we staff 900 firefighters throughout our communities out of 176 fire stations. And at 7 a.m. or thereabouts, we held over the off-going shift, and we now had a firefighting force of 1,800 firefighters. We staffed all available reserve apparatus prior to the start of the Palisades Fire. I did everything in my power to make sure that we had enough personnel and resources before the first fire started. I alerted my board via memo regarding the situation prior, and on Wednesday, I recalled all LA County firefighters back to work. Not only 2 shifts, all 3 shifts. I was the one that made the call to the State Office of Emergency Services. I requested 250 additional engine companies consisting of 1,000 personnel. The state OES went to outside states, the western United States, for additional resources to be brought into California, to be brought into LA County. We have national and international firefighters, Mexico, Canada, all of our surrounding states are here right now fighting this fire. So it wasn't for a lack of preparation and decision-making that resulted in this catastrophe. It was a natural disaster.
Thank you. We have Sheriff Luna.
Luna wants to add something.
And we'll get to your follow-up.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Maroney. I just want to add from the law enforcement side and really from the county family side, and I'm going to start off by really talking about Kevin McGowan, who's back here, because he's our Director of Office of Emergency Management, and he had all county departments on a phone call as we were getting the weather updates. And as we were getting them, they were getting worse. Obviously, we did everything we could to plan for the worst. I don't think any of us anticipated it was going to be this bad. And as you see, we're making history here, and not all for the right reasons, right? From a weather perspective, climate perspective, and all those things. But from the law enforcement perspective, we made sure that we had our resources in place. I was on the phone with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state. We were in communication with the California Highway Patrol. We were already putting things in place along with our other partner law enforcement agencies in LA County, which includes my multi-daily conversations with Chief Jim McDonald from the Los Angeles Police Department. So there were a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts. But remember this, for anybody who's watching, we weren't dealing with one fire, we weren't dealing with two fires, we were dealing with multiple incidences all around our county. And I got to tell you, from a first responder perspective, we're still answering 911 calls. We are still responding to people who are asking for help throughout the entire county of Los Angeles. So I just like to throw this out. And you're going to ask tough questions. We need to answer those tough questions. But man, I'm telling you, I am so proud, and I could speak from the policing side of it, our deputy sheriffs, because most of them haven't had a day off. Most of them haven't seen their families, but they're out there. I've run across many of my employees who have tears in their eyes because they're seeing the devastation, and it's impacting them, it's impacting their families. Not to mention, I've spoken to at least 4 of my employees who have lost their houses, total losses, and I'm getting more of that every day. So I just want to throw that out as we're talking about our preparedness and what we're doing and next steps. This event is unprecedented, and I'm really proud to be part of this county family and the partnerships that we have in the region and the state. I believe our mutual aid systems are second to none in the entire United States.
Yeah, and can I just add one thing onto that? And Chief Maroney, you touched on it. I was at the Rose Bowl yesterday, and that is the command center where all the different agencies bring our position. And I had the opportunity to talk to firefighters throughout the state, from Cal Fire, but also from Kern County, from Santa Clara, and they were talking about the fact that this is a year-round situation, and they stand ready at a moment's notice to drop everything, and they commit to, what I was told, 14 days at any incident. So this is an example of mutual aid, but this is going on constantly, and we are always prepared. And to Chief Maroney's point, even before this fire broke out, they were preparing, knowing that the Santa Ana winds were coming. So we were prepared for what we believe to be a very dire situation. And so I also want to thank you, Chief Maroney, because you did alert us, and you had an all-hands-on-deck working with the sheriff. So I just want to make that point clear.
Thank you, Supervisor. Follow-up? Did you have a follow-up question? Did you leave? Your follow-up question? Did you have one? Okay. Over here in the back.
Hi, Morgan Winsler with ABC News. My question is for Sheriff Luna. Can you provide an update on the ongoing investigations into the fires, into the cause of the fires? And also, are you able to share what potential ignition sources investigators are looking into right now?
Yes. As I stand here right now, from the last update I have, it is still absolutely an extremely active and fluid investigation. And what I mean by that is not only do I have assigned detectives working on the multiple fires, but we are working in collaboration with LA County Fire, LA City Fire, the Los Angeles Police Department, the FBI, and the ATF. And they are meeting as we speak. And I can tell you this, that we don't want any gaps in information. Any and every clue is important. And it does give me an opportunity at this point to say this to all of you. If anybody out there has any information on anything suspicious, maybe there's a conversation, maybe there's a social media post, something that you think just doesn't sound right, get it to us. We are not going to leave any rock unturned if this is a criminal act. If. I'm not saying it's going to be. If it is, we need to hold whoever did this or groups responsible. But we're not there yet. This could have been caused by other causes. But everything is absolutely on the table.
Thank you. One last question here in front.
Hi, Kirsten with KCAL News. Clarification on the alert system. Is it required for residents to go online and sign up? There's no automatic alert. I mean, some people don't have power or access to the internet to do that process. Will they be automatically notified at all if they are in that zone?
Yes, the system that we're partnering with the California Office of Emergency Services still has the ability to issue wireless emergency alerts through their process. That is the push notification that goes to cell phones. If people have, right now the best way, if you don't have access to sign up directly with through the internet onto the alert system, would be to call 211 and get assistance through that source.
Thank you. That's the end of our press conference.
To be clear, if I may, I just want to be clear. You don't have to sign up. You'll get the alerts automatically. Anything that you want in addition, I think what Director McGowan is saying is any clarification that people need, you can go online. If you can't go online, you can call 211, but the alerts are automatically being sent. And you also can't unsubscribe, which is, I know, been frustrating for people too. They want to shut the alerts off as they've been disturbing through that repetitive process.
I mean, nobody should want that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for joining us today. It's the end of our press conference. See you tomorrow at 0800.
Yeah, just thinking, you know, get yourself in a position where you do not want to shut off the alert system. At this point, we should all know that that's really important. I just want to recap a couple of things from that press conference we just had there for you. The Palisades Fire still sitting at 21,596 acres burned. It is 11% contained. Been working for days to battle that.
Right. Some other interesting points that they brought up here during the press conference. The Eaton Fire, for anyone that is concerned about that, they use the word static in terms of the forward progress, so that is good news as they try to continue to contain that fire. It's static, so that means the fire is not moving. They brought up the emergency alert system, which had been a problem, as we know, with those what they call erroneous or false alerts that we've been all getting throughout not just Los Angeles County, but throughout our region. They said that those alert system has now been corrected, and we should not be receiving any more false alerts.
And I also just want to talk quickly about the evacuation warnings, the evacuation orders that people have been getting. The sheriff said this, that, you know, they have counted now 11 deaths in total, 8 in the Eaton Fire area, 3 in the Palisades area, and something that was really shocking for many, I imagine, 13 people missing. That's the report they have so far. And he just said, you know, unfortunately, that most of the people who have lost their lives in this, they say there were people who did not heed those evacuation orders. And so it's important to listen to those directives.
Yeah, there's a family assistance center that they're starting to put in place that's going to be in Pasadena, and there people can go to the sheriff's department and the sheriff can begin searching for the missing inside these fire zones. They said that they're going to start searching through those zones as of today.
That assistance center also really important because they were asked about, you know, if you were in an area where you can at some point go back in, but you do not have important documents in order to prove your identity, go to that family assistance center and they can help you there.
Yeah, lots of folks still trying to get back to their homes that have been evacuated. Let's go back up to Stu in Sky Fox. He's been looking at this area near Mandeville Canyon that overnight we saw a big firefight there that continues today. Stu, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that firefight continues even now. This is going to be in the Brentwood area. The words that I was looking for earlier that I couldn't get out at A plateau neighborhood. That's what it is. This is a plateau neighborhood on top of one of those canyons. This is in the Brentwood area, and this area is really getting hit hard by helicopters and water. They're coming out here, and they're just dropping a lot of water right now. There is structure protection in place and on the roadways as well. It's through the smoke that you can see it right there. That big Sikorsky dropping some water on the backside of that canyon area. Now, that's going to be in the Brentwood area. We're going to get a little bit of a wider shot, and I'm also going to bring up the map for you guys so you can just get some ideas of where all this is and where it is burning. I'm going to pan over and start over in the valley side. That's the Encino Reservoir. That area, that pretty much in the shot, they had a lot of mandatory evacuations out there yesterday. That fire itself, well, it's right here at this location, and that's going to be a fire road. It might come up on our screen, it might not, but it is definitely a fire road. What you're seeing in this shot that I'm showing you directly, that is going to be backfires. Now, they've got county fire down there, and they're doing backfires. They want to clear out all of this brush just in case the winds shift again. They don't want to have that worry in the valley side. Now, as I pan out and get into like a wider area, it's about 2.5 miles from that point of the fire out to where that Brentwood area is right there, and that is the big concern for the firefighters right now. They've also been talking about the 405, flames getting by the 405. It's quite a distance between 405 and that actual line of fire. That's going to, what I'm showing you right there is the 405, and that's the Mountain Gate community. Now, they've been talking about that, and I'm unclear if this is one of the areas that's in that mandatory evacuation, but it is closer to the fire than most of the other homes in the valley. Active fire on the sides of the hills, definitely still going on. Active firefight, you know it. Now, we haven't seen any fixed wings this morning, but the helicopters have been out and in force and dropping a lot of water on that spot that we just started when we started talking about over here by the Mandeville Canyon area and also the Brentwood area. Now, this is a plateau, so you've got a hillside on both, or a canyon on both sides. There you can see a lot of those flames kind of getting close to those homes, but the helicopters are out here. Firefighters definitely down there on the ground, structure protection in place. You can actually even see some wet roads, so there is a lot of water in this area. Firefighters are definitely out here as well. There you go. You can see some of those boots on the ground in that shot, but it is definitely still an active area where there is a lot of concern, a lot of homes in the area, and of course that smoke and that wind's unpredictable is for sure. And Maria brought that up, and it is very important for anybody watching that might have homes down there. This fire definitely makes its own weather. Just because the majority of the winds are blowing it out towards the south doesn't mean that it couldn't swing back in the canyon area and create other problems. But right now, firefighters down there with a lot of resources. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to you all.
And we're hearing, Stu, there's going to be an intensification of those resources shortly with 5 very large air tankers coming their way there, so that should be incredible to see. We heard from the press conference earlier that they fought this very hard overnight with 100 engines. We saw all of those engines there on the ground. Great to see, providing structure protections. They've got 6 helicopters now in the air fighting this fire. They said overnight it grew about 1,000 acres. So they're gonna fight this really hard today. We hope that those winds cooperate. Maria's with us right now to talk about the winds.
Speaking of those winds. And, you know, generally, since really late yesterday, those winds have been cooperative, if you will. They've been light enough where we have seen that army of air assets, if you will, all those helicopters, even the fixed wings yesterday, even very late last night. So I think they're going to get a chance to at least continue that this morning as the winds are generally still on the lighter side. The winds are going to pick up a little bit, though, as we get to the latter part of today, so that they will have to plan for, certainly, as we get through some of the gustier winds tonight into tomorrow. Currently, it's not too bad. Now, if you look down to Malibu Hills, 23 miles per hour, that's just up a little bit higher in altitude. If you head over to the basin, not bad. Santa Monica, even lighter conditions there. And as we head over to the Orange County area, much lighter. I don't want to forget about our friends in Orange County and out towards the Inland Empire. We've got the Big Bear area looking at some gusty winds right now, or at least breezier conditions, 15 miles an hour. And as we take a look at what we are expecting here, temperature-wise, it's kind of chilly as you head out. We've got some colder air that's starting to move in. Notice some of these winds. These are our surface surface winds. So slightly offshore flow here, kind of a northerly wind here just past Ventura and Oxnard. Generally, what that's telling us that the winds are variable at the moment, nothing too strong. We've got an area of low pressure to our northeast. That is helping to bring in just a little bit, ushering in some of that colder air mass, and then high pressure offshore. Generally, this ridge of high pressure, this blocking ridge of high pressure has continued to keep that storm track well to our north. So we just have not had any rain or help from Mother Nature in that department. But yeah, it's chillier. It's cooler. Corona by 25 degrees from yesterday at this hour. 9 degrees cooler in Ontario. Up in Burbank, 5 degrees cooler. 3 degrees cooler in Santa Monica. Camarillo, Ventura out towards Oxnard, 20 degrees cooler than yesterday. And that's partly because of that cooler air mass and that slight northerly wind. We've got a couple of weather events coming up today, tomorrow, kind of between moderate to strong wind gusts at times. A little bit stronger as we get to Monday, Tuesday, with those wind gusts perhaps getting up to 65, 70 miles an hour. Not quite as strong as what we saw earlier this week, but strong nonetheless. So critical fire weather conditions will continue. So again, not to forget about Orange County, Inland Empire, red flag warnings in effect there. Fire weather watches up into LA and Ventura, which will turn into high wind warnings and potentially red flag warnings as well. We'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
All right, you're looking at a map there of some of the mandatory evacuation orders. There were some new evacuation orders overnight in the Brentwood area, in Bel Air, and also for parts of Encino. And we've been watching the reason why. This is the Palisades Fire, and there had been some movement overnight. Stu Mendel, back up in Sky Fox with the latest on this firefight. This was one of those a little bit of spotting that we saw this morning, Stu, that got close to some homes. And unfortunately, you know, you're looking at a lot of vegetation there. Also, the terrain doesn't help a bit at all, right, when we have these fires sort of climbing the hillsides here.
Definitely. It's terrain-driven, wind-driven, and then, of course, you've got the fire department out there, and they are doing amazing work. That airdrop just happened right now, and again, this is... all morning long. We've been watching as been picking up water from Stone Canyon Reservoir, which is just on the other side of the 405 freeway. Going to make this kind of crazy move. Hopefully I'm going to find it. There it is. And you can see them right now picking up that water. That's going to be that giant Sikorsky. That's a Colson ship. That's actually a contract ship that the county pays for to have out here fighting these fires. I know for a fact there's at least 2 of them out here right now dropping water on those flames. And of course, all the other contract ships that have been coming out and helping, LA County Fire, LA City Fire, those are our own boys and gals up there in the air fighting the fire. And of course, then we have other contract ships out here as well, Ventura's, or he's probably has because he's kind of going out of that area. But this is the area they've been hitting hard with the helicopters. Just real quick before we go, going to show you some of that fire that still continues to burn. Mandeville Canyon, that's what you're looking at right there. That's Mandeville Canyon Road. Now, for the longest time, we haven't really been talking that much about this. This is a very dangerous, scary area. I personally know somebody that lives down there. A little worried. Yes, I am. But apparently, you know, everybody seems to be good down there. Even though this is a one-in, one-out type of situation, you can only get in and out of the Mandeville Canyon from one road, and it's in one direction. So hopefully everybody down there is either evacuated or safe. But you can see how close those flames are. And even with, like Bobby, you brought it up, we all kind of know about fire behavior because we live here. We hear about it all the time. Look, there's spots down below where that fire is, and that definitely is basically from embers. You know, it's going to climb up that hillside. Again, these are hot spots. All the fire departments know about it. They're working to keep it safe, and it's going to end with a little bit of a wider shot, show you the 405. So anybody just watching right now, you get an idea where this fire is. And of course, you got the valley right there, Encino Reservoir, another point of that everybody's been talking about, but it is quite a distance from there. And with the wind staying this way, Maria's going to talk about that, I'm sure, in just a moment or two, that we hope that they're going to keep those flames from jumping that ridge line. LA County Fire down there, we've been watching them actually doing backfires. And that is a good thing. They want to burn out all that vegetation. You can see some of those crews down there, those orange jumpsuits. Those are going to be inmates. But you know what? They work just as hard as all the firefighters that are out here, and they're doing fantastic work. And you can see those flames making their way up to the Fosjack, but not jumping that line. And that's what we definitely want to see up here. I'm Stu and Sky Fox. Back to you guys.
It's interesting that the winds have cooperated enough for them to feel comfortable to do those backfires, Stu. But we appreciate all the efforts of firefighters there with the Palisades Fire.
All right, we actually are going to check in on the Eaton Fire, and with our reporter helping us out now today, Tom Bakar is there. Yeah, from KTVU. He's helping us out here with some of the coverage there. We heard from the sheriff, Tom, that they are going to be going through the Eaton area. They're going to be, there's 13 missing people now, and they're going to send out some crews there to look for some of those missing folks.
Well, in this case, it's all but confirmed at this point in time. I'm going to show you. We're in the 800 block of Sacramento. The homicide investigator, which is protocol, was assigned to this. He's on site for looking for possible human remains. There's an arson investigator here, also protocol, doing that. And the crime lab will soon be here as well. Now, if verified, then what they will do is the coroner will be summoned, and the coroner will come and take the body, as as we've seen in other times. So until it's officially confirmed that this is human remains, it's not acceptable to put it in the count of bodies, but it's almost likely that this is going to raise the body count from the fire here in Altadena and the overall toll from the entire complex of fires. That is the situation here. Back to you.
Certainly so sad. I think the last death toll that we saw was 20. Again, 13 missing. And we saw even they're bringing out the dogs, the cadaver dogs, to go through some of the rubble here. I imagine with everything there, it's sort of difficult really to sift through all of that, so those dogs would be helpful, Tom.
There's actually a dog here on scene, was just brought, and the dog, a black lab, is up there in the area where this suspected remains are, and based on what I've seen from other recoveries here, Malibu, and in other fires, it's all but certain that this is yet another victim, and this will be a long and laborious process to come, do whatever identifications they can, prepare the body for shipping back to the coroner's office, and of course actually taking the body there. So a very sad thing, and given the massive number of houses, this is probably not the last we're going to see.
No, so tragic. Okay, Tom, thank you very much.
Let's check in with Maria Quaban now. Maria.
Yeah, let's talk about those winds, which are relatively light. You see from that live shot where Tom is at in Altadena out towards the Eaton Fire, where winds are not so bad. And in fact, that's really the general sense of what we're looking at, the prevailing winds right now, maybe 5 to 10 miles per hour from Ventura County through parts of downtown LA, even Orange County. We've got some stronger winds up towards the high desert areas. And of course, up in the higher elevations, we're looking at some stronger winds and wind gusts, but Big Bear, 13 miles an hour. As far as some of the weather alerts that are in place, we have that wind advisory that is in effect. So that just means that the winds have calmed down enough to where we're seeing those winds 20, 30 miles an hour at best. It is going to increase to that as we get past the noon hour. Wind gusts getting up closer to 40, 45 miles an hour, encompassing areas of Santa Paula, parts of the Santa Susana Mountains, up towards Santa Clarita, and of course the San Gabriel Mountains as well. But generally light at the surface, as you saw there with that live shot. The critical fire weather conditions continuing, especially through parts of Orange County, the Inland Empire. That's where we're seeing that combination of very low relative humidity values, some gustier winds, and some slightly warmer temperatures we're expecting this afternoon. So this is where we're focused on now for those critical fire weather conditions. Fire weather watches, conversely, here through parts of LA and Ventura. So we are anticipating, as the wind continues to dry things out again, it's going to bring our relative humidity values down, and some of those gustier winds later, we will more than likely be seeing that red flag warning expanded. High wind warnings will be going into effect later this evening at 6 p.m. for these areas here. Again, through parts of the Santa Monica Mountains, the wind gusts will get a little stronger, closer to about 65 miles an hour. If you want to compare that to where we were earlier this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, we were talking about those hurricane force wind gusts, 80, 95 miles per hour, even some isolated areas getting closer to that 100 mile per hour range. So relative to that, it is not as strong, but it is still going to get stronger, and certainly not good news for firefighters later. 27 mile per hour wind gusts expected in Santa Clarita as we get through the 9, 10 a.m. hour. Not too bad here in Camarillo. As we fast forward this computer model to about noontime, notice the numbers go up. So we are expecting some of these wind gusts to get a little bit higher out towards Orange County, Ontario. Pacific Palisades still not too bad here. As we get to tonight, notice consistently the mountain locations getting those stronger wind gusts out towards Orange County as well. And then ebbs and flows, up and down, moderate to strong, moderate to strong. That's going to be the pattern as we get through tomorrow. And then as we get to Monday, things will ramp up again after a slightly quieter Sunday morning. Sunday night into Monday, they get stronger. Notice the numbers go up again. So closer to 50 miles per hour near Burbank, out towards Pasadena, a little bit lighter at that hour, but Camarillo up in Ventura a little bit stronger. Beyond that, Monday and Tuesday, strong consistently. So this is this is the challenge, right? Our firefighters and our officials have to work with. It's just going to be consistently day after day after day of these gusts getting up closer to 50, even 60 miles an hour. Thursday is when I think we'll finally get kind of more of a longer term break. We're going to get those winds to really weaken. We'll get an onshore flow returning. And even some models are pointing to the potential for some moisture in terms of some sprinkles or even a chance for showers. I kind of looked beyond that in the long range, and it looks like perhaps next weekend, maybe something a little more substantial. But until then, it's going to stay pretty dry. Heavy wildfire smoke. Look at all the areas encompassed by this air quality alert from Ventura County, Santa Clarita, down towards the South Bay, Orange County, the Inland Empire. This means you want to limit your exposure outdoors, and if you have to be out there, please wear a mask. This is for your safety. All of that soot, ash, and toxic chemicals burning, that's sending all of that up to the atmosphere. And with the slightly lighter winds, it's going to be able to loft and kind of push out closer to our southern areas. Relative humidity values allowed to kind of recover a little bit overnight this morning, but they are going to dry out into the teens again later tonight into tomorrow, and that's why the fire danger is going back up. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. We want to let you know that we are awaiting a press conference. LA Mayor Karen Bass is expected to give an update along with other city officials. This is from the Emergency Operations Center, and that's been activated as expected. But as soon as Mayor Bass takes to the podium, we'll bring that to you.
Sure. Well, right now, let's go up to Stu in Sky Fox, still over the Palisades Fire. Stu.
Yep, we made our way back to that neighborhood that we've been talking about here in Brentwood. But, you know, we just heard Maria talking about the winds, and earlier on she was like, hey, you know, the fire makes their own weather, and it definitely does. Look at this. These the smoke and the wind pushing it up that hillside right there. But as I do a wider shot, you can kind of see it's actually being sucked in because of all the other heat in this area right here. So it's basically doing the opposite of what the major winds are doing. Now, what's really going on down there are those helicopter drops. Oh, look at that flying. I am jealous. Yeah, it was a beautiful drop they just did right there, and they are continuing to do that. They're keeping those structures safe. Now, as those fire helicopters are dropping the water, they've got a number of boots on the ground as well. If things should change or those flames are getting too close to those homes, look at all those firefighters down there. They are ready to battle if those flames get up and start getting into these backyards and hopefully not into any of the homes. They're going to get a little bit of a wider shot. Now we're going to make our way down Mandeville Canyon and show you some of what's going on. These are the new hot spots that are popping out, and they are getting close to some homes. Now, we all know that the winds and also the terrain, that is the biggest issue on which way these flames go. So it does look like it's going to be very slow moving, but there is a lot of fire up on those ridge lines with the Mandeville just down below. Those homes quite a distance away. And of course, those helicopters, when they do those drops where we just showed you, they're seeing what's going on here. They are diverting every now and then. We'll see a helicopter make a drop over here as well. I would call this the eastern flank of that fire. Those homes that you see right there, that's going to be Mountain Gate, and then to go a little bit farther, you got the 405 freeway. So it kind of gives you an idea where all this is. Going to pan up, make our way up to the north, getting closer to the valley. That's going to be the northern flank. A lot of smoke going on up there, but I know for a fact that this is actually going to be backfires. They want to get rid of all this vegetation right here just in case the winds do change, and then there's nothing here for the fire to burn, and that is the that is the plan. And of course that fire road helping as well. You've got FOSCHEC all along here, and it's doing a fantastic job, but every now and then you've got one of these little sneaky parts coming down, and again, look at it, it's making its way down that canyon. Those flames definitely running up, but something is rolling down there, starting those fires down low. And what's nearby? Well, there are homes out here as well. Now this is going to be probably scary if those homeowners are still there. Again, that's going to be the Mandeville Canyon area, and what's so dangerous about that is one way in, one way out. Everybody that lives there, they know this, and of course the fire department as well. They're going to keep a close eye eye on all those homes, and hopefully if they're under mandatory evacuations, they heeded those evacuations. I know Gigi was talking about earlier this morning, people trying to make their way back up into the canyon. We made an effort to see if we could see those roadblocks, because apparently the National Guard down there checking IDs, we weren't able to because of the angle and Mountain Brook Canyon down low. But the big firefight is going to be this area right here. One of the big firefights clearly is going to be this area right here because of all the homes. And again, this is Brentwood, and it's going to be very close to West Ridge Road. That's going to be the major road up against that backside of the hill. I'm Stu from Sky Fox.
It's interesting to me, almost, I would say, I'm going to use the word comforting, Stu. It's kind of that they're actually taking the time and to do backfires, because we all know that that could definitely be a risk to do backfires, but obviously they feel comfortable enough even that they can do this and that they have a handle of these fires that they can actually do that, right? I mean, it's kind of fascinating that they're doing this even now.
Well, it is, but if you look at it again, these guys and gals that are down there and making these decisions, their pay grade way above mine. Maybe not yours, Bob. I'm just kind of playing there. But you know, what's going on is you can kind of see it. It's like, so underneath all this smoke, that all that vegetation is being consumed right now, and with the winds pushing it into that same area, this is kind of what they want to get rid of. They want to get rid of all of this right here, and so that's one of the reasons why I would venture to say that they're doing those backfires in that location. We actually watched it because when we first did it, you kind of questioned it, and I was like, yeah, right, that's kind of weird. I actually saw somebody down there doing the backfire operation, going up onto the hillside there, setting those little fire bombs off, and then watching it burn. So they are definitely doing backfires over here in this location, and they are definitely keeping an eye on it as well. And you know, with the resources, I'm sure if it for some reason it jumped the line and started getting over to this area, that guy right there, he'd be one of the people that they'd call. That's actually going to be the aerial attack. That plane is basically doing assessments right now. You mentioned it there. Oh, that line. That's exactly how it works. He puts out that line right there, and then the aircraft that's following him, that's not here right now, is actually the one that's going to say, that's how he knows, okay, this is where I'm supposed to drop the FOS check. So that's going to be what's going to be going on later on. But air attack definitely out here. Oh, there's the tanker.
Stu, we're going to have to,
if we still have time,
we're going to have to dip in here, Stu. We've got Mayor Karen Bass now. She is taking to the podium there at the Emergency Operations Center to give us the latest update on the fire.
We all ready? Everybody in place? Good morning, everyone. Let me thank you all this morning. I want to especially thank our first responders, community members, leaders, everybody, as we continue to go through this crisis, this emergency. Here with us today, Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, Police Chief Jim McDonnell, FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, District Director Julie Klaus of the Small Business Administration, and for all Angelenos, we are hurting, grief, still in shock, and angry, and I am too. The devastation that our city has faced. But in spite of the grief, in spite of the anger, in spite of the shock, we have got to stay focused until this time passes, until the fires are out. Now, we need to stay focused, but I will say that when the fires are out, make no mistake, we will have a full accounting of what worked and especially what did not. And I know that this is a top priority of the people that are here behind me and the firefighters and the first responders that are on the front line. There is nothing that I will not do for the city where I was born and raised. And I know that that goes for all of us. So let me be clear about something. The fire chief and I are focused on fighting these fires and saving lives, and any differences that we might have will be worked out in private But right now, our first and most important obligation to Angelenos is to get through this crisis. When the fire is out, there will be time for us to evaluate, but at the same time, we also must begin the recovery effort, and there'll be more to come from that in the next few days. So you saw last night that the fires intensified. The Palisades Fire expanded, leading to additional evacuations in Encino and parts of Brentwood. But despite the flare-up, relentless air and ground assaults has led to increased containment of the fire. Emergency shelter is open at the Lanark Regional Recreational Center in Canoga Park. We are updating on lacity.gov with information about assistance and up-to-date evacuations. The Hurst fire is now 76% contained, and the Sunset Fire is almost 100% contained. FEMA teams are on the ground providing in-person support, helping Angelenos apply for disaster relief at the Westwood Recreation Center and Ritchie Valens Park. The Small Business Administration is now offering home disaster loans, business disaster loans, and economic injury disaster loans, which can be applied for at lending SBA.gov. Let me repeat that, lending SBA.gov. And the National Guard is here too, helping relieve our firefighters and secure the perimeter of our evacuation zones, aiding our Los Angeles police officers in having zero tolerance for crime. And let me just say that again, zero tolerance for crime. And so that means if you are bold enough that you are going to go into a fire area and attempt to break in homes or do looting of any type, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. In the grief, in the anger, in the pain that we are going through, the idea that there would be predators out there that would try to take advantage of this situation will not be tolerated. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that your emergency departments are working as hard and as fast as they can for you. We are a city, Los Angeles. We have been through tragedies before. I remember 1992, the civil unrest, when we had to rebuild the city. I remember 1994, the big earthquake. This tragic event will bring us together. We will stay together. We will get through the fires, and then we will rebuild our city, and we will rebuild our city even better. With that, let me introduce our fire chief, Kristen Crowley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. As Mayor Bass has stated, she and I met yesterday to discuss our shared priorities. Number one, first and foremost, we are both focused on our urgent needs to mitigate these devastating wildfires. Our top priority remains saving lives and protecting property. Second, we are committed to working together on community recovery and rebuilding efforts. Three, we are focused on building an LAFD that reflects the needs of the community we serve and which will prepare us for the many challenges that are ahead of all of us. I will now provide an update on the current fires. Palisades Fire. Yesterday evening, there was a significant flare-up on the northeastern boundary of the fire, threatening Mandeville and Sullivan Canyon areas. We immediately redeployed resources from the San Fernando Valley to begin evacuation and extinguishment efforts with a relentless air attack utilizing all available aircraft in the area. I can now report that we have increased the fire's containment from 8% to 11% with 3,712 personnel that are assigned to this incident. The fire is now at 22,660 acres with all evacuation orders and warnings. They all remain in place. The Hurst Fire, 799 acres, 76% contained. 2 structures were damaged. 305 personnel are assigned to that incident. Sunset Fire, halted, and I want to focus on that word, halted and stopped at 42 acres, 100% contained due to the due diligence of our first responders that are out there doing their work. Currently in a mop-up and patrol status and no active threat to the public. Now looking forward, over the next few days and into the next week, we will be facing another critical weather event. I want to assure the residents within our incredible city of Los Angeles that Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, and I are in lockstep together, and that we will utilize every single resource at our disposal to ensure public safety and that we holistically protect Angelenos. Thank you, everyone. And next, I have the honor to introduce Police Chief McDonald.
Thank you, Chief, very much. As we navigate this challenging time, our primary focus remains the safety and security of our community. We're committed to protecting lives, safeguarding property, and maintaining order in the areas affected by the fires. Determining the cause of these fires is critical, and to that end, Mayor Bass, Chief Crowley, and I are announcing, in conjunction with our partner agencies, the creation of the Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force. This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them. The task force will be made up of, or is made up of, investigators from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, CAL FIRE, the Los Angeles Fire Department Arson Counterterrorism Section, Los Angeles County Fire Department Arson, Los Angeles Police Department Major Crimes Division, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Arson and Explosives. Just announced this morning, or decided this morning, that the ATF will take over as lead agency on that. They have tremendous resources and expertise and can bring in resources from across the country to do their investigation. So we're very thankful for them and their resources. The LAPD remains on tactical alert, and we have dedicated resources to ensure the safety of our law enforcement and city, state, and federal public safety partners. LAPD officers are actively patrolling these areas around the clock. These efforts include enhanced visibility in evacuation zones and neighborhoods where homes and businesses are vacant. We're deploying marked and unmarked vehicles as well as foot patrols to ensure a strong presence and swift response to any issues that arise. LAPD currently has over 600 officers deployed to these areas, with support from Port Police, who provided personnel, and the National Guard, who've provided 40 personnel at various posts throughout the Palisades, and we're truly grateful for their support also. We've continued to respond to radio calls with reports of looting, although I'm happy to share that so far none have been substantiated in that fashion. Let me be clear on this, and the mayor just talked about it. We do have a zero-tolerance policy for anybody attempting to exploit this crisis. Looting and other illegal activities will not be tolerated, and we've taken significant steps to prevent such behavior. Additional patrols are actively monitoring evacuated areas, and we've implemented a system of surveillance and rapid response. LAPD is enforcing a curfew in Los Angeles City areas where mandatory evacuations are still in place. The curfew will run from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Last night we arrested a total of 5 people for crimes involving curfew violation in the Palisades burn area. I want to remind everybody that unless you are public safety personnel or another type of disaster worker, you have no reason to be at these locations. And if we see you in those areas, you will be subject to arrest. Any person who refuses or willfully neglects to obey the curfew order in effect in any evacuation order zone or evacuation warning zone within the city of Los Angeles will be physically booked for a violation of California Government Code Section 8665. A violation of curfew order is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine and potentially imprisonment for up to 6 months, or both. The countywide curfew order is enforceable in the city of Los Angeles by LAPD officers. Enforcing a curfew is an important tool that will help keep the burn areas and evacuated property secure, keeping looters out. This effort also helps protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness and in very difficult circumstances. I want to reassure everybody that your safety and security of your property remains our top priority. We understand the stress and uncertainty you are feeling, and we're doing everything in our power to protect what matters to you. I urge you to continue following safety guidelines issued by our emergency management partners and abide by any security checks and screenings. These measures are in place to protect lives and to allow first responders to do their jobs more effectively. In closing, I want to thank our officers who continue to work extended hours in a challenging environment, the National Guard, and all of our partners, particularly our fire partners, for their tireless efforts in responding to this crisis. I also want to express my gratitude to our community for your resilience and your cooperation. We will continue to provide updates as the situation develops and remain steadfast in our mission to protect and serve. Thank you, and please stay safe. Now my honor to introduce FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep, thanks. Well, let me start out by saying our hearts go out to everyone affected by the wildfires. And as our administrator yesterday said, we're committed to be here to help the community recover as long as it takes. One of the things that's important to us is having a strong relationship with not only the mayor, all communities in the state, and delivering assistance to those communities that have been affected, and we'll continue to make sure that we're here to do that. In addition to providing support on the response side, one of the areas that we're focusing now on our priority is to help those that have been affected by this event. And one of the ways we do that is through our individual assistance program. I want to start off with how to apply to that program. So the easiest way is to go to the website to disasterassistance.gov and apply there. You can also download the FEMA app and use that to apply. Or you can phone our 1-800-621-3362 number to apply for assistance. We've already had over 16,000 applications as of this morning, and we'll continue to take registrations into our system, and we'll be probably reaching out to many of those individuals. Those who have that are insured, I urge you to go ahead and call your insurance company first, as you'll need that information through the registration process with FEMA as you go through that application process. One of the positive things that have happened in some of the changes of our legislation is we can help those that are underinsured, which I suspect will be a significant need here from these fires. FEMA is starting to expedite serious needs assistance. It's a one-time payment that helps survivors with costs associated to disaster-related needs, such as whether it's water, food, infant formula, things you had to purchase as you evacuated, and that's a one-time payment. Other forms of assistance include displacement assistance to help with hotel costs, minimal repairs to your house, other needs assistance, costs for if you have medical bills from this event, the unfortunate funeral costs that will come for some. If you lost your car in this event, you could go ahead and put that in for assistance from FEMA. And then ultimately, as we've seen the great devastation and loss of housing, temporary housing, whether it be through our rental assistance programs or other forms of temporary housing, that we'll work with the city, the county on how to provide those in the best way that meets the needs of the community here. So I'm working closely with the state and county and the city to ensure that we bring not only the full weight of the federal government, but working with community partners to make sure that we bring the resources that are needed to help recover. We are sending staff out to the field to help individuals register for our program. We'll start with going to the shelters and some of the other places, and we'll expand out and help individuals that need help registering. However, I urge you to go to the three locations I gave you: register online or register through the 1-800 number, as it's better to register before coming in and asking for extra technical assistance. Ultimately, we'll work with the county and the city to set up local assistance centers where we'll have in-processing centers to help with your application. Lastly, I just want to continue to reiterate, we are here for the long term. We're here to financially support the response costs and to help individuals recover from the fire, and have the full weight of the federal government behind me to support any needs that the state or the county or the city have in response to these fires. Thank you.
Next is SBA District Director Julie Quellis.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Thank you to all of our government officials, FEMA, and especially our first responders. Thank you so much for everything you are doing for the community. For those that are affected by these fires, my heart is with you. My team and I live here. We know what the challenges are ahead, and we're here to help you through that recovery process. SBA's disaster loan programs are open. They've been fully activated, and they are open, and people can apply today. The applications are available for homeowners, for renters, for businesses of all sizes, and for private nonprofits here in LA County. A quick overview of the programs for you. The Disaster Home Loan Program is loans to renters or homeowners to repair or replace disaster-damaged real estate and personal property, and this includes automobiles. Loan maximums are $500,000 for real estate and $100,000 for personal property, and this is for uninsured or otherwise non-compensated losses. Business physical disaster loans are also available for businesses of all sizes to repair or replace their disaster-damaged property, including the real estate, inventory, supplies, machinery, and equipment. Businesses of all sizes and nonprofit organizations are eligible to apply, and the loan maximums are $2 million. Economic injury disaster loans are available to small businesses and nonprofits as a way to provide working capital to help them meet their ordinary and necessary obligations that otherwise could have been met but for this fire. Loan maximums for this program are $2 million. Interest rates are extremely low, under 4%, and in some cases 2.56% for homeowners and renters. We have a 12-month deferment on interest and payments. And we are in the process of setting up some centers, but everyone is absolutely eligible to apply online today. SBA.gov/disaster will take you right to the info page and application. Also, SBA.gov, we have banners on our homepage to direct you right to these resources as well. And you may also reach out through our customer assistance line at email box, at disaster customer service at SBA.gov. Again, disaster customer service at SBA.gov. And we also have our cadre of business advisors through small business development centers, women business centers, veteran business outreach centers, and SCORE, who are all over the county with free business assistance ready to support any business concerns you may have, from recovery and rebuilding to applying for any of the assistance we talked about today. Thank you.
Lynette? Who is Lynette? Oh, there you are. Yes.
The Palisades Fire had flare-ups last night, earlier this morning, and the threat to more homes, to more communities is very real. What do you tell these residents that are now finding themselves under evacuation orders?
Well, you know what? I think that the people in Palisades and in most of the areas have been doing everything they can. They've been responding to the evacuation orders. I think that is critical that they do that. We know that those people who stay behind might not be able to get out. And I think that it's important that people pay attention to that. The good news is that the fires have been slowly being contained. I know that the Palisades area is one of the ones that is the most vulnerable for the winds to continue to spike up. And it's anticipated that the winds will kick up again at the beginning of the week. So having National Guard there, having law enforcement there is going to be very critical, because not only do we have to protect ourselves from the fires, but we also have to make sure that no one goes up there and attempts to loot, attempts to do anything that is inappropriate in the areas. Well, they need to pay attention to what the orders are. You know, in some of the areas they've been told to evacuate. I know that west of the 405, people are supposed to evacuate. I know east of the 405, it's a warning. So I think people need to pay careful attention to what the instructions are. And please, please, please not try to wait out the fires.
When Crowley walked into your office yesterday, were you planning to fire her? Were you angry with her over her media appearance?
Oh, my goodness.
And do you agree with her that the fire department is very underfunded?
Let me just say that, as you see here, the chief and I are lockstep in our #1 mission. And that mission is to get us past this emergency right now. We want to make sure that we save lives, we save housing, we save businesses, and if there are differences that we have, we will continue to deal with those in private. Thank you. No. First of all, I have no idea as to what he means when he says he's getting different answers from different people. But I have to tell you, I have a lot of concerns about every step of what has happened over the last week. Again, we have to stay focused on the #1 mission, which is getting through this crisis, keeping people safe. Examining what happened, I want a full investigation of every level. So I'll follow up with the governor to find out exactly what he means, but I do not know.
Yeah, this question is directed at both you, Madam Mayor, and Fire Chief Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
The dynamic between you two today appears very different
Mm-hmm.
than 20
Come stand with me. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
How can Angelinos be sure that you two are on the same page when everyone is facing this historic and unprecedented crisis?
Well, I think, first of all, you have heard it directly from me. I'll give her an opportunity to repeat it again, that we have one mission, and that is going to be our sole focus. Now, prior to this, the chief and I have always been in regular communication, and we will continue to do that. Chief.
Thank you for that. I stand by my comments this morning, especially in this time of crisis. That #1 priority, with actually Chief McDonald, Madam Mayor, and myself, are all on the same page. And I don't know how to overstate that at this point. That's why we're all here today, is to make sure that the community, the people that we serve, understand exactly where the three of us are. And I think in fact, I know we've clearly articulated that this morning. So thank you for the question.
Just one follow-up quickly. Are there enough resources for the city to answer the demands of this?
Well, you know, let me just say that not only are there the resources and unlimited resources that the fire department, the police department need right now. We're not going to sit around and look at what we're going to spend on or not. If Chief McDonald calls me and tells me this is what he needs, if Chief Crowley calls me and tells me this is what we need, then that's what we'll do. But let me just also say that it's beyond Los Angeles. So the mutual aid component, I'm getting phone calls from all over the country, from people I served with in Congress who have now moved on to be governors. We have a number of different states, even Canada called. But that is what happens in natural disasters. I know the chief and I think it was just a couple of months ago, we had a number of firefighters go around the country. Firefighters go around the country all the time to assist in natural disasters, and that's exactly what is happening. Now, let me add on to that to say that President Biden, Vice President Harris, the state leaders, and obviously the governor, but also the head of the state Senate, the head of the state assembly, they have all been calling us off the hook. I did a press conference yesterday, a Zoom press conference, the governor and I did, with the president and the vice president, for the president to reiterate over and over again. The fact that we're getting 100% reimbursement from FEMA is not something that is usual.
Not at all.
But it is something that the president agreed to. So I feel confident that whatever support is needed, we will have.
Have you heard from the administration?
I have not heard from the incoming administration. However, I have reached out to some of my Republican colleagues. It is helpful that I serve with many people who now will be going through confirmation, so I'm in touch with my colleagues.
Mayor, you mentioned Canada, but you also have resources coming in from around the world. You heard a group of firefighters coming in from Mexico on the route.
Great. I received a message from the mayor of Paris, who I got to know, obviously, last summer, extending her concern and condolences. So, yes, Mexico, Canada, all of North America coming together to deal with a natural disaster in this area that we have never seen before.
Madam Mayor, in the days leading up to Tuesday's tragedy, it was being described as potentially catastrophic and life-threatening. Our history is actually going to tell us that there are certain parts of the city that are more susceptible to the ravages of fire than others. The Palisades being one of them. We learned that by midday Wednesday, the 3 1 million gallon tanks that store water in the Palisades area have been overwhelmed by mass size of this fire. My question is looking at preemption. Were there any efforts made to bring in water tankers to stage them around the Palisades and other areas that have lots of foliage that have historically been fire hotspots? And piggybacking off of that, the mutual aid you're now getting from around the state and from around the nation, were there any efforts to preemptively bring in mutual aid for the worst case scenario, which is proving to be true? And if it hadn't, we all wish it had happened. If it hadn't happened, say thank you and we'll help you out down the road.
It's my understanding that that's not the way mutual aid works. But again, there is a long list of issues that need to be examined, dissected, investigated, evaluated. And if there are people who need to be held accountable, they will be. Thank you.
We now have a National Guard.
Yes.
Another question about preemption. Were there any efforts to mobilize the National Guard preemptively just as an apparatus to be able to do evacuations?
Again, it's my understanding that that is not the way it works. When I spoke to the governor on Wednesday, it was beginning that process. But because in an event like this, you don't exactly know what's going to happen, but you don't mobilize 1,000 National Guard or 200 National Guard just in case.
Can I respectfully ask why not? Isn't it better to have them somewhere staged in a military base, wherever, in case we need them or have them covered 48 hours after?
Well, I can certainly share my experience at UCLA when we were having all the protests there. And, the idea that we would have 200 police officers that were waiting around to go to a protest in UCLA, that's just not the way you mobilize troops. People are coming from all over the place. Well, you're talking 20, 30 years ago. I can't respond to that.
That's
Chief, would you?
Yeah. I mean, this is an unpredictable event. You have predictable wind coming. You don't know how the extent of that wind. You can't predict you're going to have a fire, and certainly nothing to this scale. Something like you mentioned the O.J. Simpson case. That's something that at that time, and I was there, it was predictable that the verdict was going to come out date certain, and so you could set up to be able to address whatever the issues were. But with natural disasters, it's a whole different ballgame. Nobody can afford to send people to stand around for what may happen. We have to respond as quickly as we can when the need arises.
The fire chief said yesterday that the city failed her department. Do you feel that's a reflection on you?
Once again, I will say that I have one mission right now, and the two of us, and frankly, all of us here, have one mission, and that's to save lives, to save homes, and to save businesses. That is going to be my focus. Any issues, opinions, differences, whatever I might have, will be dealt with in private. Thank you.
And given that that is your mission, now that you know about this significant wind event that is coming, how are you preparing?
Well, I mean, I think you have an example here. Everybody standing here. We are absolutely doing everything we can to prepare. Knowing what has happened over the last few days, we will be prepared. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody.
All right, city officials there providing an update at the Emergency Operations Center of the firefight. Also there at the end saying that they are bracing and preparing for the next wind event, which we know will be coming sometime next week. Interesting dynamic there with LA Mayor Karen Bass now standing in the same room with Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, when yesterday there was a little bit of drama that happened with Kristen Crowley going to members of the media, including first our own Gigi Graciette telling the members of the media and Gigi that the city of LA that failed the department, the city, when it came to preparing for these fires with some $17 million in cuts, that they didn't have enough resources, and that they failed the city.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, the mayor actually seemed to start the conversation with the fallout of that interview that aired here live on our air, saying, you know, what went wrong, the questions of what went wrong, because she knows she's going to be asked about that. She says that will come later, seemingly not wanting to talk about that now, knowing, of course, that that conversation was going to happen. She noted repeatedly that she and the chief are focused on saving lives, focused on fighting these fires, and any differences that they have will be worked out in private. The chief then, of course, coming in pretty much mirroring those words from the mayor, but then also noting that they did indeed already meet yesterday in private to discuss what she called shared priorities.
Okay, they said they are in lockstep, so a much different dynamic today than there was yesterday. We're going to go to Gigi Graciette. She's live taking a look at the Palisades Fire to show us the very latest from there. Gigi.
You know, we're now able to see this fire from the San Fernando Valley and from here, Mandeville Canyon, and this is where the fire is absolutely raging, so close to these homes. I'm on Banyan Drive and West Ridge Road, just up the street, Cordelia Road, and we're watching the water drops, the Chinook, the Coulson Chinook helitanker, 47. It has a 3,000-gallon tank on it, one of the most heavy lift helitankers that we have. It is usually privately contracted, most often to Southern California Edison. It has been doing continuous drops. We see LA County Fire. This is what we saw last night in the San Fernando Valley as the Palisades Fire climbed to the ridge above Encino, Tarzana, Sherman Oaks. There was such concern in the valley. And there you see, I believe that is LA County Fire. They have made continuous drops. Last night, all air units were on that ridge trying to prevent it from coming into the San Fernando Valley. We have seen continuous water drops. This entire neighborhood, Mandeville Canyon, has been ordered to evacuate. Most folks have left, but we have seen a lot of residents who are choosing to stay behind until the very last minute. Now, the fire is visible from so many scenes, and we're talking about the evacuation. Let's go to some video we shot for you earlier this morning as an entire line of Mandeville Canyon residents waited, hoping to be allowed to come back inside their homes, some of them telling police and the National Guard they needed to pick up medication, they needed to pick up items that were very important to them. And I want to bring it back here live. Armando Hernandez, photographer, CAL FIRE, talking to one of the residents who has chosen not to evacuate at this time, getting an update. CAL FIRE talking to that resident, telling him about the mandatory evacuation order, telling him exactly what the fire is doing and the concern they have for this community. And we have seen this up and down the street. Now, at Sunset and Mandeville Canyon, the National Guard has been stationed. We just showed you that video just moments ago. We've seen the National Guard up and down Sunset Boulevard here to assist us with the fire. And earlier today in Bel Air Crest, that neighborhood, we saw entire strike teams from out of state, also from Northern California. The strike team we were with early this morning was from Utah, made up of about 5 different fire agencies all coming together. I asked one of the firefighters, how long are you going to be here? And he told me, as long as Los Angeles needs us. We have a strong connection connection to Los Angeles. As a matter of fact, some of the Utah firefighters were telling us they have friends who have family members here, and everyone is watching this fire very closely. This is the view, again, above Mandeville Canyon. Very stressful for the folks who have stayed behind and have not left, and for the folks parked down on Sunset Boulevard hoping to get in. They're not being allowed in right now because it's simply too dangerous, say firefighters. And we see here another strike team leaving. This one, another fire department. I missed the name there. Many of them coming in from Northern California and also from out of state. That is the Manteca Fire Department, part of a strike team you're seeing here to assist us during this major emergency. Just one quick question I want to answer before sending it back to you. I got a lot of calls last night from people who live in the San Fernando Valley asking me if a new fire had broken out because they could see the fire burning above Encino. This is the same fire. This is the Palisades Fire. It has made its way from one side of the hill to the other side, to the ridge. They did a really good job last night of keeping it on that ridge line. They even did some fire breaks, some controlled burns, and kept the fire from moving into Encino. But this morning, Encino does remain evacuated. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, Gigi, that they are keeping folks out of the Mandeville Canyon area. It's just too much of a dicey situation right now. But thank you so much for that report. Yes, we saw those engines continuing to come in. At the press conference, they said there were more than 100 engines there on the ground providing structure protection. And I think we're going to take a picture now from the sky. So overnight, this is on the northeastern boundary of the Palisades Fire, and this fire did move towards the eastern direction, and then those mandatory evacuations were expanded toward the Brentwood area, toward Bel Air, toward parts of Encino that Gigi had talked about as well. But they attacked this very hard and very aggressively to try and create some more containment lines with 6 helicopters. We saw the 6 helicopters there.
They used those all night.
They used those all night. And then during the press conference, which was really cool that we saw, was the DC-10.
It was amazing to watch.
Unbelievable to watch. Drawing those containment lines using FOS-checked and thousands upon thousands of gallons of water and retardant being brought to bear now to try and put this fire out, and the backfires too, which is really interesting.
It was also interesting to watch that, but just on the note on the ground, they noted 100 engines surged into the area overnight. This did grow. You know, at the county press conference, they told us 1,000 acres, overnight. So they are working hard to try and contain this, and it is amazing to see.
Yeah, they very confident, about the wind conditions this morning, and allowed them to create those backfires. So confident with the forecast and that it's going to pretty much maintain where we are right now. And the current winds, notice the arrows, all week. This map in particular was so brightly colored in that red and purple range, indicating the very strong and extreme wind conditions. Right now, we're not really in that territory. It's definitely breezy, and we definitely are seeing some of those stronger wind gusts occasionally through some of those canyons and passes. And of course, the fires themselves will create their own windy conditions, but we're watching for some increasing gusts as we get through the day today and into tomorrow. So we're watching 2 more events. The first one is occurring today through tomorrow with some moderate to strong winds occasionally throughout the day and into tomorrow. And then that second wind event we're expecting will be stronger. And I believe the Fire Chief Crawley talked about this next week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we are anticipating a stronger Santa Ana wind event. Not quite the extreme event that we saw earlier this week, but it will be stronger than what we're seeing today and what we will be seeing tonight and into tomorrow. So needless to say, red flag warnings will continue. We've got critical fire weather conditions that will continue as well. Temperatures are actually on the cooler side. Despite that sunshine, temperatures right now still in the 50s, and we're going to cool or get up to a high of some cooler temperatures than yesterday, and we'll be closer to average today. Those wind advisories are in effect for portions of LA and Ventura County, parts of the San Gabriel Mountains, and of course down through parts of the Santa Monica Mountains, including that Palisades Fire. Those wind gusts still expected to be near 40-45 miles per hour as we get through the afternoon and evening. Critical fire weather conditions concentrated through parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire. This means do not let your guard down. Just because it is not, you're not seeing fires where you are, the danger is there. That means the smallest spark, that fire ignition can cause a fire, and it can spread rapidly under these weather conditions. Here's our 7-day forecast. I just wanted to show you quickly sort of the extended outlook. We're going to stay in the 60s. We'll get that second round of stronger winds Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then maybe some clouds and a more noticeable, significant difference by the end of next week. So hang in there, everybody. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Let's go back to Gigi Gracia joining us more on the ground with more on the Palisades Fire. Gigi.
We're in Mandeville Canyon on Banyan Drive. This area evacuated because of the intense danger from the Palisades Fire. Joining me now live, CAL FIRE firefighter Edwin Zuniga. He's actually stationed up in Placer County, but he's here to assist us in Los Angeles. Tell me what the fire is doing, because I'm a layman, obviously. I see that thick black smoke directly behind those homes here on Banyan, and it's very concerning, obviously.
Yes, 100%. So this area on the northeast section of the fire, this is our main priority today. This area hasn't seen any fire history over the last 50, 60 years, so all the fuels here in this area are at critical levels, primed and ready to ignite, which is why we're seeing all this flame activity right now. As the sun comes out and puts more heat on the fuels, it reignites that fire and gives it more fuel to burn more intensely, and that's why we're seeing a lot of activity. We're seeing helicopters, we're seeing our VLATs, our airplanes, and you're just seeing them going round after round after round to try to take that the activity out. So all these homes are currently threatened right now. On my way up, we saw 10 engines, code 3 lights and sirens hauling up here to make sure that they can defend all the homes and ensure that we don't burn any more structures down. But right now, this is our main concern. We knew this was going to be a threat going into today's operational period. So this is where we're throwing all our resources, and this is where we're going to focus our fight in today.
And the challenge from the Palisades Fire, I was in the San Fernando Valley earlier this morning, and last night that fire just lit up the ridge. And I know you guys threw everything you had at it, Los Angeles City Fire and all the assisting agencies. I think you had about 10 choppers and planes dropping water, because that is a very densely packed neighborhood.
Yes, and then one of the other things that we have to our advantage in our arsenal now is that we have night vision capabilities with our helicopters. So now we're able to drop water on the fire 24/7, nonstop. So we're grateful for the new helicopters that we have and the new training that our pilots are going through to ensure they're qualified to fly at night. So that helps us out a lot to be able to continue that fight and be aggressive around the clock.
Those water drops are crucial in this type of a fire, because those are very hard areas to reach on foot. I know you've got hand crews. I know you've been cutting line. I know there have been controlled burns, but it is very challenging from the ground.
Yes, 100%. And the other issue that we face is when we have crews working on the ground, it's a slow process. If we can't get dozers in there, and we have to have our hand crews and our firefighters get in there, it's a long work period for those guys to try to build that containment line and try to put in hose and fight the fire directly. Sometimes we have to disengage because the fire activity becomes too immense and too dangerous for our firefighters. At that point, we were working with our aerial helicopters to help us out to kind of lower the intensity to allow us to re-engage again.
Oh, you said VLAT for viewers at home. VLAT, very large air tanker.
Yes,
big airplane.
Very big airplane. Yeah, so those are another crucial part of our arsenal that we have, and we're grateful that we have those here, and especially with the super tankers that we got from Canada. We're grateful to have those here as well.
Let's talk about the super scoopers. We love the super scoopers in Los Angeles. They come and they seem to save us every single year. Somebody, though, was flying a drone. And I don't think we know the identity of that person, but I know police are very interested in finding that person.
Yes.
That drone crashed into one of our leased super scoopers and has disabled it, has grounded it.
Yeah, so there's a hole on the wing now because of that. That's why we always push out the message to people: don't fly your drones, because if you fly your drones, we can't fly our airplanes or helicopters. It's dangerous for our pilots. And now that airplane is out of commission until Monday.
And you were looking live, photographer Armando Hernandez, showing you that VLAT, V-L-A-T. That's how it's commonly referred to among firefighters. Stands for very large air tanker. Doing those water drops, we saw the Colson helitanker, about 3,000 gallons of water being dropped at a time. That has to be appreciated in a fire like this.
Yes, and then we're thankful that we have water resources that we're able to refuel all our airplanes and helicopters with very quickly. That's why you see them coming in so fast, and those those turnarounds are very quick for those.
You've seen a lot of fires. I know CAL FIRE goes to all of these fires to assist the local agencies. You've seen the damage in Pacific Palisades. You've seen the destruction, some of it at least, because it's so huge, so many structures lost. Is this one of the worst fires you've seen, or where does it stack up with what you've seen?
I'd say it's up in the top 5 for sure. Obviously, I've seen communities wiped out completely, and it's very sad to see that. I take it personally. Every time I go anywhere in the state, I like to think I'm part of the community while I'm there, because I want to help the people as much as I can. Not just me, but I know every firefighter here wants to help everyone. To see that kind of destruction, it takes a hit on us, right? So it's unfortunate, but it's part of what happens in a fire, and we're trying our hardest to try to prevent any more destruction right now.
And Edwin, I don't know if you've got the latest reports on the weather. I know tonight, I believe we go into some kind of critical fire weather watch, and we're waiting for more winds. How concerning is that to CAL FIRE? Yeah,
so it's we're expecting more winds and more intensity starting at 6 p.m. tonight until 6 p.m. tomorrow. So the next 24 hours starting tonight, it's going to be a crucial part for our firefighters to be engaged to try to keep this at bay as much as possible.
And I talk about this all the time, but I'd like to hear it from you. You know, when that wind is blowing, those Santa Ana winds that we saw, that can blow that ember cast, those embers, a mile. Firefighters have told me that some fires start 5 miles away from the original fire. And I think sometimes folks go to bed and they say, oh, the fire's, 8 miles away, I'm good. But the truth is, if it's a windy situation, you really need to keep monitoring it.
Yeah, so if you're under evacuation warnings, it's very important to keep an eye on your phone, because if those evacuation orders come down, they come down within seconds. And we've seen in the past, we've seen larger fires where, just like you said, fire embers go 5 miles away and start the fire again, and we're off to the races once more. It's a very dangerous situation that we're in right now, and we know that. So anytime we talk to the community, we always tell them just keep your eye on your phone, pay attention to all the social media links that we have, LA County, LA City, the CAL FIRE links. So when sheriff gives the order, just grab your stuff, grab your pets, grab food, water, any important documents you might need. Just have them stored, ready to go in your car, so when you get that moment's notice, you're ready to go.
All right. Edwin Zuniga with CAL FIRE out of Placer County, just one of the many firefighters that are here to assist Los Angeles. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And this morning we've been seeing all types of strike teams. We're just going to continue to show you these water drops. Again, we're on Banyan and Westridge. Cordelia is up there, and you see that thick smoke there in the distance, the very large air tanker. There's CAL FIRE right now. Talk to me about that chopper we're seeing right now, Edwin.
Yeah, so that chopper is one of the new Blackhawks that we got, one of the few that we got in the state, and that Blackhawk also has night vision capabilities, and that's working, dropping water right now on certain hotspots or flare-ups that we're having that are directly threatening the community that we're in right now.
Okay, so that's part of the aerial assault. Last night we saw that on the ridge over the San Fernando Valley. We're seeing it here over Mandeville Canyon right now, which is under a mandatory evacuation order. I saw you and your partner there speaking to homeowners who have not evacuated. What do you tell them?
It's hard, because if I was in their shoes, I don't know what I would do. It's your home, all your stuff that you've grown up with, all your personal belongings are in the house. You don't want to lose anything. So I feel for them. I understand where they're coming from. We see it all the time, but we always try to warn them, like, if you're on your evacuation orders, just grab your stuff. All the stuff can be replaced. But at the same time, we just understand. We get it. We understand the pain and the stress that they're going through. It's a hard decision to make to leave your home and not try to fight and protect it. So as long as they're safe, and if they know when to evacuate, as long as they get out safely, that's all we care about. We don't want anyone to pass away on this fire. That's our main priority, is life, property, and the environment, in that order.
Edwin Zuniga, thank you, firefighter from CAL FIRE from Placer County. Thank you very much. And he brought up something very important. I don't know if we've already covered this on Fox 11 this morning, but this was breaking news that sadly possible human remains have been found at 2 other locations, Altadena and Topanga. LA County Sheriff Department, homicide detectives, and the medical examiner, who ultimately will make the determination if they are indeed human remains. But detectives are investigating both at the burnt out rubble in Topanga Topanga and also in Altadena, and that is brand new this morning. And officials tell me we could see the death toll on these fires, on all the different fires, go up. Reporting live in Mandeville Canyon, I'm Gigi Graciette. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, to your point, they are sending out search teams now to look for some of the missing. 13 people at last count still missing as family members are searching for some of their loved ones. A live look from Skyfox now here. This is an overhead shot of the Palisades Fire. Gigi Graciette there reporting from Mandeville Canyon, and this is a fire that you may have noticed moved overnight into the northwest boundary of the fire. And overnight there were mandatory evacuations in the Bel Air, the Brentwood area. There were also evacuations of parts of Encino.
Sherman Oaks as well. This fire grew 1,000 acres overnight. Fire crews are working, incredibly hard on this. They have confirmed 426 homes have been destroyed.
Yeah, we're going to show you some other pictures here because this is a very aggressive firefight to try and put out this fire, which is pretty much at this hour the biggest trouble spot in terms of the fires that are being fought right now. 100 engines there that have been brought to the ground. They've got at least 6 helicopters, and then you heard Edwin Zuniga there from CAL FIRE saying that they have the VLATs, or the very large air tankers. We saw shots of that, of the DC-10 coming down and bringing all that water in Phos-Check to try and form containment lines there. They're also taking advantage of the weather and a little bit more favorable conditions now, and they're also doing backfires. So some of the smoke that you're looking at is also from creating the containment lines.
Shots right now of a home on fire. This has just been devastating, and it seems, unending. Fire crews have let us know, though, that this fire is 11% contained. More than 21,000 acres in total have burned. New areas under mandatory evacuation orders now, and the sheriff couldn't be, he couldn't have said it stronger how much people need to heed the warnings. If you have gotten a notice that says you need to evacuate now, he says there is no waiting until the last minute. That is your notice that you are in the last minute.
So this is a brand new home that is now burning in that near the Mandeville Canyon area, and it's one home of some of the thousands of structures that have burned. But yet another, really interesting to note at this point is that we're dealing with a time and sort of a window when firefighters had really hoped to gain some ground, and they're doing that as we speak. But the winds backed off just a bit, although they're very erratic. So they've pushed the flames into the easterly direction. And what's interesting about this is, even though we're not seeing the same velocity of the winds that we had seen in the past few days, this is still enough to spot fires, to carry embers great distances, or in this case, not even a great distance, a short distance. It's enough to catch a home on fire, as we're looking at right now.
Just another example right here that unfortunately we have to show you, just to let people know how serious this is. You need to heed these warnings. This is something that, many people living in this area maybe thought they were safe from, especially as the winds did die down. Something Maria Quaban said that's just been on my mind earlier, that, the fire creates its own environment. So to a certain extent, much of this is unpredictable.
Right. We did see that the winds were swirling just a bit. The Santa Ana's, of course, coming from the east and going towards the shore, but as they backed off, we did see a little bit of an onshore flow as well, so that brought the winds to the east. And it's interesting because the fire crews have been doing a pretty good job. They mapped this whole area out. there's a command post that's set up where they have their own maps, and they're in constant contact with all of the aircraft in the air, their crews on the ground, and they see these hot spots. And when they see these hot spots, they're able to do some of these strategic drops to try and prevent these fires from spreading. Yeah. In this situation, there were containment lines, and they, you know, we're looking at a containment now at 11%, so they continue to contain the fire. You can definitely see the lines that were drawn with some of the Phos-Check and all the red that you see on the hillside, so that prevents the forward progress of the fire. This might be one of those situations where it's just simply a small ember, and this could have come a very short distance, and that's what might have caught this home on fire.
We saw examples of that happening.
About that spotting, Bob and Brooke, and definitely we mentioned how it doesn't take much of a wind to do that, and this is an example of such a thing. The winds are actually still, the prevailing winds are relatively light. I've just looked at a weather station not too far from where this house is at, and it's a northeasterly wind, fairly light, 5-10 miles an hour, maybe the wind gust at this point. Now up at the ridgetops, it's a little bit stronger, and of course, as we've been talking about this morning, fires will create their own wind, so that's why you're seeing some of those treetops moving around a lot more and seeing some stronger winds around that home. Sadly, that is burning.
You see these water drops, and they're so amazing to see, and they're able to be so pinpoint. You know, the precision with these water drops is pretty incredible. They're drawing, Maria, you were seeing that they were drawing some of this water from the nearby reservoir.
Yeah, we were watching, which I love this app, and some of you, we've talked about the Watch Duty app, and it really does show you the number of the air assets that are in the air, and there is a lot that's been dedicated to the Palisades Fire right now. And they've been, for the most part, going to that Stone Canyon Reservoir and watershed. That's the closest one. It's not very far at all, actually, from where this fire is at. Different from last night. Last night, they were drawing a lot of water from that Encino Reservoir, which was a little bit farther to the north, but there's quite a bit of water nearby, and I see right now 2 helicopters getting ready to load up some more water, I'd imagine, to get to that area.
Yeah. So we're mapping this out right here, and you're looking at Pesqueria, looks like road, Westridge Road, Cordelia Road, very close to, again, the Mandeville Canyon area. One thing that they don't want this to do is to go any further toward Encino, and that's why some of those neighborhoods are under a mandatory evacuation, also the Brentwood area. It is very alarming that we're looking at one home. I mean, the good news is that we're not seeing the types of winds that could, for the most part, level several homes all at once. It's one spot fire here that seemingly has caught one home on fire, and so it's a little bit of a different firefight right now, and it's definitely concerning to see one more home on fire, but it is still a very different situation than what we were dealing with a couple of days ago. So we have to kind of put it into perspective that they are still looking at a window right now, with winds coming tonight or more, or winds picking up tonight, that it is still a window that they're looking at, and yet it's still a very vulnerable spot to be in when you have that much fire and that much that many embers that are still flying in the air.
Oh, yeah. That's a block away.
And when you consider the relative humidity values, when you consider so many things, Bob, I mean, these meteorologists that work so closely with the fire department, and they talk about the fuel content and the kind of terrain and fuel that's there around this canyon. You know, we have had a very dry year. The start to this water year is the driest now on record. When we talk about the amount of rainfall we've gotten, what a huge difference from last year and the year before. You remember we had 2 back-to-back years of record-breaking rainfall, which took us out of the drought, which also allowed all of this brush to grow. And then we came off of a very dry summer, and now a dry fall and winter month. So all of this chaparral, all this growth has become just tinder and fuel for these fires. So when you consider the winds, which are relatively light, you can see how the smoke is not as extreme in its movement. You remember just a few days ago, it was completely almost horizontal, right? Now it's kind of moving in that direction, but not completely horizontal. And so the winds are on their side. And as you're mentioning, I think firefighters, especially the CAL FIRE firefighter that Gigi talked to, they're aware of this window right now between now and this evening when winds are due to pick up again and those high wind warnings are going to go into effect. This is the window where they're really going to try to attack this fire vigorously.
You know, it's interesting, Maria, seemingly, you know, there is no longer a such thing as fire season. This is January. It's something I keep coming back to, is that this is January. Things are so different these days as far as, you know, our environment, and that you need to really year-round be prepared.
Yep. Let's bring in Gigi. She's still there on the ground, and you're actually, Gigi, not too far from where this home is now burning.
I am about a block down from where that house is burning on Westridge and Banyan. The house apparently burning up there right now, and it appears sadly to be a total loss. And we're watching as additional strike teams, additional choppers come in, the choppers and also the street teams come in, the strike teams from all over different states and all over California. They are bringing additional units, and the area is already saturated with units. And something interesting that we saw earlier, private firefighting agencies that have been contracted by either the insuring company of that home, possibly even by the homeowner. They've been stationed in different driveways. We'll get you some video when we move out of Mandeville Canyon. But as we made our way up, we saw several water tankers, water tenders with privately contracted firefighters just guarding different houses. And usually when that happens, they are contracted by the insurance company, who prefers to pay a private firefighter to stand by than to risk the loss of a home and a much more expensive payout. If you're just joining us here on Good Day LA, special coverage of the Palisades Fire, which today continues to rage. Sadly, you are watching as a home caught fire, that home already appearing to be a total loss. That home on Westridge and Cordelia, the exact address we do not have, but in that immediate area of Mandeville Canyon, which is under a mandatory evacuation order, although not all homeowners have chosen to leave the area. And we may be able to show in a box what we saw on Sunset Boulevard in Mandeville Canyon earlier this morning. We saw a line of cars of folks who live in this neighborhood desperately trying to get back to their homes for different reasons. One police officer told me that someone wanted to pick up some medication. They could not allow these folks in. They were telling them it is simply too dangerous. Those folks simply lined up on Sunset Boulevard waiting to see if the danger would subside and if the police and the National Guard would let them into their homes. Now, yesterday we saw folks in Pacific Palisades hoping to get into their homes. We saw them waiting for up to 6.5 hours in line, only to have the escort service escorted by police officers into their neighborhood so they could grab some belongings. At 6 p.m., that was the cutoff time, and those folks, after waiting for hours, were not allowed in, and it is all done in the name of safety. We see Kern County Fire. More units are being brought in to stage at the different houses. They are from Kern County Fire. Earlier today, we were with an entire strike team from Utah made up of different smaller agencies, including Salt Lake City, not a small agency. Salt Lake City was also here. We asked the firefighters how long they were deployed for here to Los Angeles, and they told us as long as LA needs us. They have strong mutual aid ties with LA County Fire and Los Angeles City Fire and CAL FIRE, and they are here too, serving our community. So we see units, they're being redeployed to different areas. More units are coming into the Mandeville Canyon neighborhood, which was already saturated with strike teams, as sadly at least one home has has now been lost in the Palisades Fire, which continues to rage this morning, which we saw raging even from San Fernando Valley last night as it hit the ridgeline, forcing the evacuation of so many thousands of people from the Encino area just south of Ventura Boulevard. Those folks remain evacuated today. We drove that neighborhood this morning. It does not appear the fire reached any of those houses, thankfully, thanks to a very well-coordinated and intense aerial attack that LA City Fire and its assisting agencies did last night on that ridgeline. You are looking live at the continuous water drops. CAL FIRE is here. We've seen the Colson Chinook, 3,000 gallons of water that is privately contracted, usually by Southern California Edison. We're not sure if it's them who contracted the Colson Chinook this time. We're trying to find out what aerial resources are up, but it is certainly one firefight, and the aerial firefight is crucial to this fire.
Yeah, we
and
call
the winds, we're starting to feel the wind pick up here, Bob.
Yeah, we call it a firefight, and it truly is. It's so well orchestrated. It just seems almost like a military operation here, right? When you're looking at all of the assets. You mentioned the Chinook, which can draw, thousands and thousands of gallons of water as they go to the Stone Canyon Reservoir, pick it up, and within several minutes, turn around and continue to drop more water in that area. We're looking at live pictures from the air on the right-hand side of your screen there, and that is a home that does burn this morning. It's very interesting because it's not as if you see large, walls of open flames around this whole thing. It's just likely an ember that came and was carried by wind to this home, and it didn't take much for this home to catch fire. We had heard from Edwin Zuniga from CAL FIRE, and saying that parts of this area near Mandeville Canyon had not been burned in more than 50 years. So we're looking at 50 years of growth, and there's not probably been much management of the vegetation in that area. So that's one of the issues that they're dealing with is fuels, all the fuel that it continues to burn. And you see just even surrounding this home right here, there are trees, there's brush, there's chaparral, there's a lot that can still burn.
Gigi, do we still have Gigi? Because, you had mentioned something earlier that, some people under this evacuation order have chosen to stay. Earlier, I know you mentioned someone said they were waiting until the last minute. I just heard you kind of choking up a little bit because of those conditions there. Just on that note, can you talk to me about what it feels like, what it smells like what's going on? We've lost Gigi. All right, we did lose Gigi again on the note of the conditions, but you could hear it in her voice.
Yeah, obviously, the air quality, especially close to the flames, are not good. I think Gigi's back with us right now to give us a perspective from down there. We were just talking about that. Emergency officials had said evacuate, don't come back, and that lots of folks wanted to come back to their homes to get their personal effects or maybe important items, but
some didn't want to leave.
Yeah,
in the first place.
That this might be a perfect example of why it is just too dangerous to come back.
Exactly. There are folks just down the street that have not evacuated, and we see some other residents that are still in this area. And police have gone door to door. Firefighters are going. When they see them standing outside their homes, they're stopping to talk to them. Those are dedicated firefighters to help the community. So you have firefighters assigned to every level possible of this fire. Every detail is being covered. And you mentioned the well-orchestrated aerial attack. It is always, and I always watch this in so much awe and with so much respect for our firefighters and our incident commanders, that they are able to coordinate. And of course, let's not leave out our pilots, civilian pilots and firefighting pilots that do such an amazing job to try to get water in the fire area and try to save homes. Sadly, this home has caught fire. It does appear to be a total loss. Unfortunately, we hope that the folks were able to evacuate and get out safely with whatever was important important to them. But of course, there's not always a lot of time to do that. And firefighter, CAL FIRE firefighter from Placer County, Edwin Zuniga, was telling us, as a firefighter, he understands people not wanting to leave. That is your home. That is your castle. You feel like you might want to protect it. And at that moment, you know, we remind folks that it's not worth losing your life to protect your home.
I feel like, you know, we've covered...
The firefighters understand.
Gigi, I feel like we've covered so many fires in the past, and we've watched people try to protect their own homes with water, and sometimes, and I will say sometimes they're successful or their home is spared. It was just a much different situation now and a very different dynamic that we're dealing with. Because if you talk, you hear from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, and when they start talking about the deaths that continue to climb, that he is saying that the majority of deaths are those who decided to stay. And in one case, very tragically, they actually found a person who had been trying to save their property with the hose still in his hand. So it's one of those situations right now where we've seen mass devastation, a situation that is definitely very different than other fires that we have covered before. And this time around, it's just, you know, it's probably just not a wise idea.
Exactly. We have seen many folks save their homes with the garden hoses. We've seen it in the Woodley fire. And my photographer, Armando Hernandez, is pointing out that we are feeling the wind pick up here. Again, we're on Banyan and Westridge, not far from Cordelia. The fire burning just about 2 blocks away from us. And we are starting to feel these wind gusts. And we were saying we have seen many, many people. We've seen bucket brigades save an entire block. Amazing work from neighbors, but not always up against the wind, up against the elements. You heard firefighter Zuniga say this area hasn't burned in a long time. There's plenty of fresh fuel. We did have a lot of rain last year. The area is lush, it's green, and that's always good, but it's always, you know, you always have that fuel that is also ready to burn. You have light fuels, as firefighters call them, and that just can take off. That home you're seeing there is high on a hill. It's considered sort of remote, even though it is still part of this neighborhood. Water on the ground may be an issue. I don't know if you're seeing firefighters on the ground trying to put water on that fire. The higher in the hill, water pressure may be an issue. Again, we saw that in Pacific Palisades, obviously part of the investigation into this fire. Once this fire is finally out, we don't know exactly what's happening, what the circumstances are around that house, but unfortunately we are watching a house burn down, and it never gets any easier, and our hearts go out to the folks who call that house home.
Absolutely. And, you know, none of us are taking this lightly, what it is to lose your home, because people aren't simply worried about their home. They're not worried about the most material things. They're worried about really important things. You know, of course, they're worried about, you know, their birth certificates, their documents, photos of family members who have passed away. They're worried about things that are irreplaceable, that, you know, we don't even know about. And that is completely understandable. Everyone right now should be worried about their lives, because that is what authorities and officials are worried about right now. They want people to get to safety. It is not safe to be there if you are not part of any sort of, you know, emergency personnel. You need to get yourself to safety. It's heartbreaking to hear that, you know, there are many people who are still in the area right now. It's heartbreaking. It's scary, actually, to hear.
And Brooke and Bob, it's worth mentioning, and you mentioned it earlier, there are several people that are missing, reported missing, and we broke the news earlier this morning that homicide detectives and the medical examiner are now at 2 different locations where possible human remains have been found again. We're talking about rubble in Topanga. We're talking about another area in Altadena, and investigators are there. Obviously, it will be the medical examiner who determines if those are indeed human remains. We've already seen a resident of Malibu lose their life. Their human remains have not, as far as I know, been positively identified, but someone who lived with them said that that person had chosen to stay behind to try to protect their property. The human remains were found after that person was reported missing by the roommate or the family, the loved one, and now the coroner, the medical examiner, is working to identify them. So it's extremely tragic, and we still have, I believe, over a dozen people that have been reported missing.
13 is what Sheriff Luna had said, that 13 people had been reported missing, and he believes that at some point that number is going to climb. They actually now have a family assistance center that they are going to put in Pasadena on Green Street, so that folks who still haven't heard from their loved ones can go there, and the sheriff's department can send their deputies to these fire zones to try and check it out. We saw one of the scenes earlier from our sister station KTVU. Tom Vakar was at one of those spots this morning as we watch that water drop, as we said.
It's phenomenal to watch. It really is. It feels it's a moment of relief that you get, that takes over, because, you know, we're all in this space. No matter where you live, where you're from, everyone wants this to be over. Everyone is thinking about those who have lost everything, thinking about those who have lost family members, as that death toll climbs, and, you know, potentially there are incidents, obviously, that, you know, we won't even know about for days to come.
Right. So they're going to send out those teams, and as I was saying, that live shot that we saw from our crew there on the ground, they brought out cadaver dogs, because the home itself had been completely decimated, and it's no telling where this person who was missing, whether or not they're there or whether or not they're not. And so the dogs are there to see if there are any signs of life whatsoever, or you know, to search for bodies, unfortunately, through the rubble. 13 missing so far.
And that's just the sheriff's count,
right.
Just the same as the death toll. He has different numbers than other emergency crews, other, you know, emergency responders. And, you know, the death toll, the larger number, it is larger than the sheriff's count.
Yeah.
So that 13 missing, that number as well can grow.
Yeah, the fire continues to burn here, and part of it is also the fuel. So the structure will just continue to burn, and we've seen the before and after of homes, and as we look at what looks now almost like a moonscape in the Palisades, because the homes are completely leveled, but some of the homes still standing. It takes time for some of this material to burn, but eventually this home or this piece of property and lot will look just like the other lots, with the home completely burned to the ground. But the fire continues to burn. We saw the water drop there. It was effective for a moment, but there's still so much there that is still burning, so it continues to rage at this hour.
I think right now we want to go back to Gigi Graciette. She's just a block or so away from what we're watching right now. Gigi, you're talking to someone there on the phone, right?
I believe we have a phoner. Do we have that, Director? We've been talking off camera, just through text messages, and with firefighters. We've been doing this since the fire started, getting their perspective. Many firefighters retired, many firefighters specialists who have fought some of the biggest wildfires that we've seen here in the state and in other states. And we wanted to get their perspective to see what they were thinking, what they think of the Palisades Fire. Do we have that phone call right now? Do we have that interview?
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm here.
All right. Okay, let me introduce you to retired LA City firefighter Captain Scott Gould, 34 years on LA City Fire. And I know, Scott, you and many retired firefighters have been glued to your television sets. You've been watching this fire. You are watching that home burn right now. Your thoughts as someone who's covered so many of these fires in your 34-year career?
Well, as we can see, that the fire is now transitioned from a urban interface into a rural interface. And these homes that are in the wilderness like this, that have limited access, they don't have any water supply, they don't even have swimming pools to draft from. So it's almost impossible to be able to mitigate the fire in those situations with those homes. They're going to burn.
Now, you've been watching the Palisades Fire since it broke out Tuesday morning at 10:30. Scott, have you seen something like this, the destruction, block after block, entire neighborhoods just leveled?
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, I was at the 1993 Malibu fire, which would have been over 30 years ago. And we had the exact same situations occurring where the fire was burning from block to block to block. A matter of fact, here it is 30 years later, and we had the exact same thing occurring where we didn't have water in the hydrants, and we had the draft from the swimming pools. So it's just perplexing to me that 33 years later we're reliving the same thing all over again, and nothing has been done to address the situation.
And we know that watching a home burn and having no water to be able to fight that fire with has to be one of the most frustrating and sad things that a firefighter can possibly go through.
Yeah, it's very frustrating because we dedicate our lives to saving people and their homes, and you're rendered useless. And I can't think of a better word than frustrating.
Do you take this home with you, Scott? 34 years on the fire lines. I know you've seen it. And I'd like to mention very quickly, LA City firefighter, retired now, Scott Gould, actually worked on the Northridge earthquake and helped save so many lives from that collapsed apartment building. You even rescued a child, and I know, sadly, you brought out many bodies, and I know that really took a toll.
Yeah, it did. And so in my career, my 34 years, I've responded on over 66,000 incidences. And yeah, it's something that you just can't get out of your head. You live with it the rest of your retired life. And it's very passionate for me to watch these fires and know what the firefighters are going through on the ground and how grueling the work is. And my heart goes out to them. And so all I can say is keep them in your hearts and your prayers. And I just hope that they get the resources in the future to be able to do the job that they need to do.
That has been a hot topic of a conversation here in Los Angeles. Talk to me about the aerial assault. You've been watching that very closely. Obviously, that aerial assault, absolutely crucial. And we're starting to see some black smoke come from a different area here in Mandeville Canyon behind other houses. And Scott, explain to the viewer at home, when you see that thick black smoke, it's not very thick yet, but when you see that black smoke, what does that mean?
So the black smoke means that the fire is actually burning heavy combustibles, and normally when you see the white smoke, that's an indicator that water has been put on the fire and it's turning to steam. But in a lot of the areas of this fire where you see the shrubbery burning and whatnot, they'll put off a white smoke, more of a white smoke than your typical structure fire.
We had a lot of rain here in Southern California. You are also here in Southern California. Talk to me about the vegetation, the challenges that firefighters are facing with all the fuel. This area hasn't burned in decades. A CAL FIRE firefighter Zuniga told us earlier, and that it's of great concern, Mandeville Canyon, and that's why folks are under a mandatory evacuation order here.
Yeah, it's cyclical. You know, we're so happy when it rains, but the problem is that all that growth is exponentially worse after the rain, and then we have dry periods like we're experiencing right now where we haven't had rain, and now the fuels have grown to a level that it makes these fires uncontrollable. And like I said, it's just a cyclical thing that occurs, and that's what we're witnessing right now with these fires in the Palisades and elsewhere.
You saw last night the Palisades Fire actually spread over the hill to the ridgeline above the neighborhood, Sherman Oaks, Encino, Tarzana. We were seeing that fire. We were getting pictures from as far away as North Hills. The smoke is being seen in Santa Clarita. Folks in Van Nuys thought they had to evacuate last night because they thought it was a brand new fire. Did that surprise you at all? Or with these Santa Ana winds that we had earlier in the week and the intensity of the Palisades Fire, did that not surprise you that the fire was able to make its way there?
It doesn't surprise me at all. We have the winds are shifting, and they're going to shift from being an offshore wind to an onshore wind, and so the fire is going to change direction. And so by the winds changing direction, and now they're going to blow onshore, it's going to push that fire back in the inhabited areas like the San Fernando Valley, which is very scary because, as we know, that's where the population is.
That is a densely populated area south of Ventura Boulevard, and that ember cast, Scott, those winds can push those embers. You've seen fires start 5 miles or start up. I'm going to ask photographer Armando Hernandez if you can possibly look at that thick black plume. That is coming from a different area now. I don't know if we still have our chopper up in the air and can tell us, maybe the studio can tell us what is happening or what we're seeing there. But we are seeing just new black smoke coming out. What are you seeing, Scott? What do you think that is?
Yeah, I'm looking at the same thing, and the fire is definitely spotting, and it's creating more fires. These fires are going to grow. Each one of those spots is going to grow and become exponentially worse. And so what I'm looking at right now, that these fires look like they're actually in a neighborhood, and it could be impending on structures right now, and that could be exactly what that is that we just have more structures going up.
You know, a lot of folks have told us here on the ground, you know, we've covered so many fires in Los Angeles and San Diego in different areas, the Woolsey Fire, the Sayre Fire. They went to sleep. They knew there was a big fire, but it was far away from them. They thought it was far away. It was in another neighborhood, and it wasn't heading towards them. And then they're woken up with a knock on the door at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the fire is suddenly in their neighborhood. And that's precisely the wind that is carrying those embers. Right, Scott?
Exactly. And it's amazing how fast a fire can spread. Just to reflect on an experience that I had at the Cessnon Fire. I was first on scene in the Cessnon Fire with my crew, and the fire was traveling at approximately 7 miles for 15 minutes. And we were actually entrapped in that fire, and I had to put out a mayday call in that particular fire. And the fire started spotting around us, and what we did is, in order to save ourselves, is we started putting the engine company in the spots itself in order to seek refuge. So it is amazing how fast these fires can spread, and it's very scary.
So in 15 minutes, that fire had spread 7 miles.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's important to know, because folks watching us at home, they may be in the San Fernando Valley, they may be concerned. We just ask folks to keep a close eye, keep monitoring your local fire agencies, keep monitoring Fox 11 for the latest on the Palisades fires and all the other fires that continue to burn, including the Eaton Fire in Altadena. Retired Los Angeles City firefighter Scott Gould, 34 years on the front lines of so many fires, not only here in Los Angeles, but in mutual aid situations. Thank you so much for your expertise. We appreciate it.
Thank you, and good luck out there.
It's
Thank
just
you.
It's so
that was
great.
Firefighter.
Gigi, it's so great that we can rely on, you know, we have so much expertise and exposure to, you know, people who have so much experience with these fires. Although, you know, I'm sure he would say this is so unprecedented, never seen anything like this before. You had, during the interview, you were asking about some of the smoke that we were seeing, and more black smoke. It's actually very difficult to see from our Skyfox footage because there is just so much smoke that we do see almost the outlines of the home that is burning, and now it's just seems to be continuing to burn as you know, there's so much more to burn. But there looked as if there could be another home on fire, although it's really just too hard to tell right now. But just as you were talking, and we were looking at another, what could be another spot fire, we had a helicopter whiz by and put it right out. But we're just dealing with a lot of different factors here when you have the winds, albeit not as strong as what we've seen over the past couple of days. but just humidities that have gone up a little bit, but not significantly enough to make a dramatic difference. And then the other part of it is just all of the fuel. Mandeville Canyon, I think when we were hearing from Edwin Zuniga, was saying that parts of this area had not seen any fires, or no one had done anything to this growth in a half of a century. It's a very long time to allow things to grow, and a lot of this vegetation is very flammable vegetation. When we're looking at types of trees that have so many different types of oils in them, it's just a really bad combination. And we're definitely looking at a different wind event right now, a different wind situation. Smoke continues to move every direction. It's not as strong as we've seen over the past couple of days, but yet we do expect those winds to pick up sometime tonight. So this is the time that we had hoped that firefighters would be able to get an upper hand on this, and we have to say they definitely are. The containment line on the Palisades Fire has grown slightly from 8% to 11%, so 3% will take any amount. Tom Vakar, who is our reporter from KTVU, has covered the Paradise Fire, which destroyed a small town there near the Bay Area, near Sacramento. He said that once we get to the 35% containment mark, that's when we can really start to take a little bit of a breath, because it does look like they're really starting to make some good headway, good progress on this fire. So we're still really in that spot where we're still in a very vulnerable spot, and it's one of the reasons why they're continuing to keep people evacuated from this area.
You know, in perspective, though, talking about the fact that we are still in a vulnerable spot, and as much as 11% containment, it feels so much better than 0. This is day 5 of this battle. The Palisades Fire growing, overnight, 1,000 acres. Burning, forcing new evacuations in parts of Brentwood, Bel Air, Encino, Tarzana, Sherman Oaks. Gigi Graciette on the ground there, letting us know that there are still people in those mandatory evacuation areas who are not gone. People who are still there, they don't want to leave, they're not ready to leave, they want to wait until, what they believe to be the last minute. The Sheriff Robert Luna, talking to us earlier this morning, letting us know that this is the last minute. And if this is not, I can't imagine a better example of that fact right there, Bob, what we're watching.
Part of the reason also is it creates some difficulty and challenges for firefighters, because if they do have to try to rescue people who are there, it prevents them from doing other things, and also you can potentially put their lives at risk as well. Also, with these canyon areas, the roads there really...
It's not easy to all get out at the same time either, right?
And they're not meant to accommodate all of the fire apparatus that are trying to protect these homes, or the structure protection for these homes.
I just looked at some of the wind gauges over here, and it's there are unfortunately pockets where the winds are a little bit stronger now. Naturally, with the fire that's burning there in the Mandeville Canyon area, it's creating even gustier, more erratic winds. But this is an area under the wind advisory. Large part of LA County, or rather LA and Ventura, yes, under the wind advisory for some of these winds that are gusting closer to 40, even 45 miles an hour. I did just look around some of the wind gauges, and generally, they're staying light. So it's unfortunate that here is this one pocket, one area where the winds are a little bit stronger, and more than likely carried one of those embers as we've been talking, and carried it downwind and has affected that fire. And now it grows under these weather conditions. When we talk about red flag warnings and a moderate fire weather concerns to critical, this is what happens. The smallest spark can cause a fire, under these windy conditions, dry conditions, can really spread rapidly, and that's what happened here with this fire as well. As we take a wider look at some of the current winds, you know, Malibu Hills, which is not far from where the Mandeville Canyon is, really just a hop, skip, and a jump westward, 27-mile-per-hour wind, so slightly stronger. Santa Monica, 10 miles per hour. So in between there is the Mandeville Canyon, that area in Brentwood. Elsewhere, not so bad through parts of LA County, Orange County, and the Inland Empire. Slightly stronger winds up through parts of the mountain locations. As we look at one of the models here, now, it was interesting. I was listening to that Cal Fire firefighter that Gigi was talking to, and there is going to be a slight change in the wind in the way that it will probably impact this area here, the Brentwood Palisades area, which is closer to the coast than a lot of the areas of concern. Now, the winds primarily still offshore. As I fast forward a little bit to the afternoon, I don't know if you can see there, the winds kind of move from that northwesterly direction closer to the coast. So that's indicative of the usual diurnal flow that we have here in Southern California, is that we get the sea breeze in the afternoon and a bit of that onshore flow. And so that will impact a little bit efforts in the Palisades area and that fire, and specifically that fire near Mandeville Canyon. So notice the arrows, how closer to the coast we're getting a bit of that sea breeze. So yes, that's going to impact firefighters and where the flames and the trajectory of some of these new spot fires are going to go. So they're going to have to consider that. But inland, notice that the arrows are coming from that northeasterly direction. So we're still getting that drying effect, that gusty wind effect from the northeast. So still getting those Santa Ana winds. But in the afternoon and evening, we do tend to get a little bit of that onshore flow and that sea breeze. So that is kind of what happened last night. We got a bit of that sea breeze and that onshore flow, which impacted and kind of pushed, partly with the terrain, the fire toward the San Fernando Valley. So those are the kinds of differences, subtle differences in the wind that we're going to be looking at throughout the day today. As we get into tonight and tomorrow morning, back to that stronger onshore flow, and that's where the concern really goes. We're going to see high wind warnings go into effect in this area, and this is when the stronger winds really get into play for tonight and into tomorrow. Not as strong, I got to put it into perspective, right, when we consider where we were earlier this week when we had those extreme, potentially dangerous and catastrophic winds. It's much lighter. But here in Southern California, it doesn't take much to fan a small little fire that can erupt. But under these windy conditions, it can just explode and spread rapidly. And you saw what happened with that fire in the Mandeville Canyon area. It erupted and just spread so quickly in under 20 minutes. So Monday, another round of very strong gusty winds coming out of the northeast. And this is consistent day after day after day of this. This is such a huge challenge for our firefighters. It will not be until Thursday. Notice the color contours go away, and then we will get that stronger onshore flow in place, or at least more prevalent. And then by Friday, Saturday, Sunday to next week, long-range models are pointing to perhaps a big shift in the pattern of our weather, and we may get finally some wet weather. We'll wait and see. It's several days away. In the meantime, though, the wind advisories remain in effect. This includes the Altadena area and that Eaton Fire, but of course, very close to the coast where some of those winds are stronger through parts of Malibu, Pacific Palisades, the Mandeville Canyon area, and of course the valley locations. Right now, the critical fire weather conditions specifically here in Orange County, Inland Empire, but that's not to say that it is not moderate to strong here where we are in LA County, Ventura County, up towards Santa Clarita. That's going to turn into more than likely also the red flag warnings. The wind warnings will go into effect tonight. This is why the firefighters are concerned because we're going to see another shift in the wind in terms of stronger winds tonight. We're anticipating through tomorrow. And we really want to emphasize how you need to be prepared. Just because maybe you're not near the fires right now, or you're several miles away, you've got to stay alert and heed those evacuation warnings. Must go now, ready, set, go, fire plan. You want to make sure you have that meeting with your family if you haven't done so, and create a plan. That communication plan is so important. And of course, your emergency kit. We talk about this all the time, right, Bob and Brooke, the 6 Ps. Just to keep it in perspective, people, pets, that's the first thing, right? You want to grab those, most important, the paperwork, the prescriptions, really important. I know many people trying to get back to those burned out homes to get prescriptions and things like that. You really need to get those now. Some pictures that are really important, that's irreplaceable. Personal computers and your plastic, your wallet and your cash, that's really important. Also, big suggestion from insurance agents and experts that we've talked to, go around your house right now. Take those photographs. Take the video. Make sure you have that documentation with you before you really need it. So do it now. We need to update this regularly because we acquire things, you know, over the years. The smoke is a huge concern, especially with these new flare-ups. So the air quality alert, a large part of SoCal, you can see, is going to be more widespread. And when we see these subtle changes in the wind, all that smoke from the Palisades Fire is going to get pushed down closer to the South Bay and Orange County and along the coast. So limit your exposure to that outdoors. I just want to point out this big computer model here, and it's a long-range model. You can see how high pressure really stays in control of our weather over the next several days. I'm watching this here. This is a kind of a cutoff upper level low pressure system. It's going to try to spread some clouds our way, I think, by the end of the week. And it looks like another system may bring us some showers. It's a long ways away, like I said, but we're trying to hold on to some hope. Maybe somebody can do the rain dance or something. I believe in the power of the mind, and we can try to focus on maybe getting a big pattern change by the end of the week. But until then, it's definitely going to be windy. We're going to see 2 rounds, like we said. The first one today and tomorrow, and then another round of even stronger winds than today and tonight for Monday and Tuesday. Temperatures have cooled off today because we're kind of tapping into some cooler air mass. We're getting a little bit of that onshore flow and that wind from the north, so that's why temperatures are dropping slightly. But red flag warnings will continue. This includes the mountain locations as well. The desert communities, not quite as much, but they are experiencing those gusty winds even in the Coachella Valley and south into San Diego. It's going to stay dry there through the end of the week and into the upcoming weekend. Stay safe out there, you guys, and remember to stay alert and be prepared to evacuate if we need to. That's the kind of weather we are in for everybody through at least the end of the week. I'll send it back to you guys.
That's right. Be prepared to evacuate at any time, especially if you're in these evacuation warning areas. If you are a person in an evacuation warning area and you know that, it may take you a little longer to move around, right? Maybe that's, that's your notice to evacuate now. That's always the warning, the note from emergency officials that if you are under evacuation warning and you need extra time, or maybe someone you need more things that you need to get together, maybe you have pets that are maybe a little bit hard to handle, that's your time to get out early. And what Maria said is something that unfortunately you hate that you have to think about it, but a quick video around your house, especially if you're in an evacuation warning area so you have extra time, a video of everything around your house is something that could prove to be invaluable in the future, something before an incident, because a lot of insurance adjusters are going to ask for different proof for things in your home, things around your home, and that's just the easiest way to take care of that, especially when you're dealing with, God, my goodness, what people unfortunately are having to deal with right now. More than 400 homes in the Palisades area, authorities have let us know, have been confirmed as destroyed.
We are approaching the 11 o'clock hour now. Actually, we just passed it. We're at top of the hour here at 11 o'clock, and we're continuing to watch the firefight all across Los Angeles County and our region, and this is the biggest trouble spot right now. We are looking at the Palisades Fire. At last count now, over 21,000 acres have burned. That was a count that was from a long while ago, so no doubt it's burned much more. In fact, overnight this burned about 1,000 acres more. It stands at 11% contained, so with more favorable conditions, at least more favorable than we've been experiencing over the past couple of days. They've been able to gain some ground here by bringing in more assets here, more equipment from all across the state. Overnight, we did see a big firefight as this fire then pushed towards the northeast boundary of the fire, pressing a little bit further into other communities and triggering mandatory evacuations for other areas overnight, including the Brentwood area, areas of Bel Air, some areas of Encino. The VA center also was evacuated, and folks from UCLA being told to temporarily just keep a watch just in case things change there. It's
also,
go ahead.
Yeah, just noting, adding to what you were just saying, also areas of Tarzana and Sherman Oaks under a mandatory evacuation order right now, parts of those areas.
They've brought in a lot of equipment here. We have more than 100 engines there on the ground. It's hard to see now through all of the smoke that we're experiencing now because of all the fuels that are burning. The one home that we know now is burning, but they have more than 100 engines there. And just a few moments ago, we did see one of the firefighters on the ground with one of the hose lines, and they were able to put some of the fire out by hand, and that's the reason why they have these engines there and these water tenders, is to do structural protection for these homes. And just along all of the ridge lines here, you will see some of those firefighters there, but there's only so much they can do. There are a number of fire crews throughout this area, but in this instance, I would say probably over an hour ago, we did see some smoke and what we thought might be a house, and in fact it was, and it burned very quickly, likely from an ember that was blown from the fire and landed right onto the home, found an eave perhaps, or somehow some kind of an entry point, or something had burned around the house, and then it quickly caught fire.
It happened so quickly. It's just an understatement. Let's send things back out to Gigi Graciette, actually in the area of this home that we're watching burn. Gigi.
That's right. We're in Mandeville Canyon on West Ridge and Banyan Drive, and the fire is just up on West Ridge. And sadly, we saw that home just go up in flames. And we also reported starting to feel wind gusts, the wind pick up in this neighborhood. Joining me now live, Captain Marco Rodriguez with Los Angeles County Fire. Captain, you are keeping a close eye on the wind also. Tell me what you believe the fire is doing right now.
So right now we saw the wind shift a little bit, moving back to the original scar of the fire. So that's a positive thing given the conditions earlier, since the fire was moving towards more of the houses. So we have a surge of resources in this area to make sure that we as many houses, and we have a lot of air attack right now.
And that air attack is absolutely crucial right now.
Yes, correct. And we ask everybody to, we hear on the radio, we see people are flying their drones, and we please ask everyone to ground their drones. It's illegal to do it in a fire. So please stay out so we can continue to battle this fire and continue to save as many homes as possible.
And that's just not a warning. That is, I mean, that's just not, please don't fly your drone. A drone actually crashed into one of our super scoopers. They're talking about the fact that it's grounded, so it's not up fighting the fires now, and they may have to replace an entire wing at an extreme cost. And put that aside, it's not working, it's not fighting our fires, and they could have caused that plane to crash.
Yes, it is really dangerous for everyone, and the amount of damage not only to the airplane, like you said, but to the whole community, it's really big.
That must be frustrating when you see that.
Oh, definitely, and we're all doing our best to make sure that we save as many homes, as many lives, and we need the cooperation of everyone here.
Tell me again, we see that thick black smoke, obviously a pocket of some type of fresh fuel, a lot of fresh fuel here. I believe Mandeville Canyon hasn't burnt in decades, so that's a huge challenge.
Yes, definitely. We have crews embedded in around the homes in the back end of the canyon, and we're doing our best to continue to keep that fire away from the structures. We have fire protection, structure protection, and we have a surge of resources all over this place.
And just speaking to homeowners, because there was a line, and probably still there on Sunset Boulevard, you saw it, a line of homeowners wanting to come back. They want to get something. They just want to be in their houses. We understand that.
Yes.
We would probably want to be that. But the danger is not over.
Yeah, the danger is not over, and it's imminent, and it's so crucial for us to be able to move in and out through this streets, and it's so dangerous when you have a lot of traffic coming in and out. So we don't want to cause more damage to either a person walking across the street or just the impediment of firefighters.
And you have strike teams positioned throughout Mandeville Canyon for structure protection.
Yes, this morning we drove at the bottom of it. We have strike teams everywhere and spotters making sure that we protect as many homes as possible.
And I know you've been keeping your eye on the fire and on the homes, but earlier today when we drove up Mandeville Canyon, we saw a lot of private firefighters. Did you see those too?
I didn't get a chance to see them.
But you've seen them before, right?
I've seen them before, and we know that they're here. And yeah, we're all trying our best.
Those are usually hired by the insurance company, or sometimes even by the homeowner, right, to protect that one home.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and that's totally fine.
Additional assets, right?
Exactly.
All right, Captain Marco Rodriguez, thank you very much. Los Angeles County Fire, just one of the many agencies here. Obviously, lead agency with Los Angeles City Fire, but we have seen agencies from around the country moving in here to help LA County Fire, LA City Fire. We are live in Mandeville Canyon. Again, I'm going to leave you with that live look of the smoke. There was a shift in the wind. Captain Marco Rodriguez said what they're seeing is that the wind is actually pushing the fire that's here in Mandeville Canyon, is pushing it more towards the burn scar in Pacific Palisades, the area that has already burned. Firefighters see that as a positive because hopefully there won't be any more damage done. But obviously the firefight continues. We'll send it back to you.
It's just the one home, Gigi, right? We were looking at some pictures from Skyfox. We saw another burst of flames, and some of our producers thought it might have been another home, or it was just the same home that was burning. So at this point here in the Mandeville Canyon area, it was just the one home that you see burn. I don't know if you have the captain nearby there that could confirm that.
So Captain Rodriguez was down in lower Mandeville Canyon talking to some homeowners earlier, and actually we had to tell him, and he was very saddened to learn that the house, we showed him pictures from our helicopter, that house burning. So he believes it is only one home. He believes the smoke that we are seeing is that shift in wind that we actually reported because we were feeling it live here. You can see the wind, and he says that wind is heading towards Mandeville Canyon. It is hard to see what is happening behind us in the canyon, and we're staying here on Westridge and Banyan. We are out of the way. We don't want to block any of the multiple fire units that continue to come into this neighborhood, so we're staying out of the way. It's very difficult for us to see from the ground exactly if something else is burning or if it's simply the wind from that house that will continue to smolder possibly for days, Brooke and Bob. And, you know, even when the fire is out or appears to be primarily out, it could continue to smolder and create smoke conditions. So we're not sure if that's the wind, that the shift in the wind that we're seeing, or if, unfortunately, possibly another structure is on fire.
Gigi, how are you doing down there? You know, you've been out there in these conditions for, you know, more than a while now. And at one point I could hear it in your voice. So I know the air quality is, you know, not good. Obviously, the wind picked up. You were feeling that, the smoke all around you. How are you doing?
You know, the air quality conditions are not good. They're definitely not healthy. So you find yourself coughing a little bit more. You find yourself sipping water a little bit more. I've now put on my fire gear. I didn't have it on earlier because I was not close to the flames and there was no wind. But firefighters, that's one thing they've taught me. Keep your fire gear. If there's flames visible, if the wind changes, put on your fire gear. So I've done just that. So I'm one less person they have to worry about getting in trouble. And I've also pulled out my mask, my K95 or 94, whatever it is, mask, just in case, because there was a lot of ash starting to rain down on us when that wind suddenly shifted.
You know what's interesting? And we had a picture from Skyfox there, and we saw one of those crews providing structure protection, and it's very close to the home that was burning. And the hose lines are charged. And just all of the stories, and I know you saw it firsthand. I personally saw it firsthand when I was in the Eaton Fire, when they were trying to fight flames and there was no water at all in any of. So it's interesting to me that in this particular area, there appear to be water, although, to be fair, they're providing structure protection for just one home. They're not looking at, 30 hoses on at one time. So there does appear to be the water that's, enough water there to help that particular strike team there fight this fire that they're looking at here.
Correct, and also those, we were talking about those. There's Clark Cowlitz Fire Rescue. I don't know where that is from. Not Clark County, I think. Clark Cowlitz. Yesterday we were putting out some names of the trucks as they were driving by us that have come in to assist us, and folks were tweeting us, oh, that's in Central California, and that's in Northern California, and that's in Nevada. We have so many resources. It just, every time I see one of them and I get a chance to say hello, I always thank them on behalf of the city and the county, because I'm just so grateful for the mutual aid that we are receiving, and it is so large. And of course, LA City Fire and LA County Fire, known for assisting not only other states but other countries in times of dire need. So we're very thankful for all of them.
I'm trying to look it up for you here. Clark Cowlitz. It looks like it's near Clark. It might be connected to Clark County, to be perfectly honest.
No, it is. I just found it, Bob. Ridgefield. Thank you, Armando Hernandez. He actually found it. Ridgefield, Washington.
There you
go.
So
from the state of Washington, Clark Cowlitz Fire Rescue.
It said Clark County. Automatically, I went to Clark County, Nevada, right? Because it's that close.
They are here too, by the way.
Yeah.
Bob, they're here too. We saw them yesterday in Malibu, and they even brought with them a paramedic rescue ambulance and paramedics. So, of course, to take care of their firefighters and, of course, to treat any possible victims that they could find along the way. So we're very thankful also to Clark County, Nevada, to Washington this morning. I keep mentioning them because I'm just so thankful. They drove 12 hours to be here. And I was very touched when I asked a Utah firefighter, how long are you going to be here? How long are you guys thinking you'll be here? And he said, you know what, until you guys need us, until LA needs us, we will be here. And these are some smaller towns in Utah. North Tooele, Moab, of course, Salt Lake City, not a small town. Woodland Hills, I learned that Utah has a Woodland Hills, Cedar City, and South Jordan. So for all the folks watching us from Utah, originally from Utah, we are very thankful to your smaller and your big fire departments for putting together a strike team of firefighters, driving 12 hours to get here and helping protect our neighborhoods.
One of the fire crews that I saw the other day that had come in was a fire crew from an area near Mammoth Lakes in California, and these were all volunteer firefighters, which was so heartwarming to see. Some seniors even who were retired and probably former firefighters that still wanted to do something on the job, that wanted to help out, and they had a rig. They brought their one fire engine down to help out. So we're seeing all of this help from far and wide, including crews from Mexico. That has been brought to my attention too, that we've got crews from Mexico here. And not to mention the hundreds of California corrections inmates here that are also the fire crews that are so helpful, so useful for us to be able to draw those containment lines. This is all backbreaking work. So we talk about containment, and some of it's done with bulldozers, some of it's done with machinery, and we need that machinery, but some of that machinery can't get to places where we really need to draw those containment lines, and that's why those inmate crews are so critical.
I had heard from seeing information come out from. Excuse me, Gigi. No, jump in.
No, Brooke. You go ahead. I'll let you know what I just learned coming up.
Oh, I thought I heard you. Yeah, no, we were just talking about the incarcerated firefighters and really how important they are to this fight. I've seen, information coming in, I believe, from the California Department of Corrections, nearly 1,000.
Yeah.
Inmate fire crews right now working on this. And listen, these are people who, they don't get paid the most. And then they also, if many of them are able to be released, struggle with, the process to be able to be a firefighter on the outside. So they're doing this just to help this state that, we all belong to and do not want to see burn.
We need the manpower,
yeah.
and their help is extremely critical when it comes to these fires, because this is backbreaking work, and the terrain there is such that they have to climb steep terrain over rocks and crevices, and bring their heavy tools and some equipment to try and build these containment lines. So it's difficult work, it's hot, it's toiling.
And then, Bob, when they go home to their camps at the end of the day, they are incarcerated.
Right, right.
It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we...
And Bob and Brooke, you both mentioned volunteers, and I just got word as we're talking right now, I just got word, and we're going to be learning, we're going to be hearing these stories, for weeks and weeks to come. But I just learned that 3 Altadena mountain rescue members lost their homes in the Eaton Fire. These are men and women who both are reserve deputies and volunteers. They're not getting paid. They go out to help, and in the Eaton Fire, we're learning that 3 Altadena mountain rescue members have lost their homes. And what I was just told is that they're working today. They're actually working. They continue to volunteer, to donate their time. And they are at the site of Altadena where possibly human remains were found. So they are assisting the Sheriff's Department, their homicide detectives, the medical examiner's office, and also going through the rubble, searching for all those people that are continue to be missing, that have been reported by their loved ones, by friends and family members as missing. They haven't been able to contact them since these fires broke out. So our hearts go out to those 3 volunteers and/or reserve deputies that continue to donate their time and do the work. They've lost their homes, yet they're out working right now on the front lines of the Eaton Fire, trying to help find those.
Yeah, you know what's interesting when because look, we so much appreciate all of our first responders and all of the emergency crews that are there. Sheriff Luna, during the press conference, pointed this out, which makes you think. He was saying that some of his deputies there, as he was talking to them on the ground, that they were emotional and that they were crying because of the devastation that they saw. And this said personally impacted them. So when these first responders, when these emergency crews go into harm's way and then they see all this devastation, they're also absorbing all of this too and taking it in.
These are human beings.
Yeah. And to make matters even tougher for them, if you're actually not just one who's trying to save lives and save property, but you're one who has lost everything and lost your property, I cannot even imagine. But yeah, they're brave, and they show up with purpose, and they are still, it's just so incredible to see that they are back on the front lines and still working despite all of the hardships and the exhaustion that they must be feeling over these past several days as they continue to fight these fires.
And we're going to be hearing these stories, Bob and Brooke, again for weeks to come. And sadly, we're maybe be hearing stories of missing people for weeks to come. Folks that, were evacuated or didn't choose to evacuate, like the poor soul in Malibu whose human remains were found inside the rubble of a burnt-out home, chose to stay behind, trying to protect their home, did not evacuate, and sadly, their human remains were found. Medical examiner working to identify them now.
We saw some of those crews out and about. This is a day where they're beginning to do that. Search teams are now fanning out across all these fire zones. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna saying that, yes, they will be sending out these search teams to look for the missing. And 13 people now missing. These are just reported cases where families have said they have missing loved ones, and there's a family assistance center that they're now setting up in the Pasadena area to make sure that they have a central location where people who may have not heard from one of their loved ones can go, and they can begin that process of going out and sending crews to go to those areas. We did see from one of our crews this morning, they had teams there. It's actually the coroner that was going out there, and the sheriff's homicide group was just part of the procedure to go send the homicide a team out there to go look through all of the rubble because someone had believed to have discovered the remains of a person in the rubble. And so they bring out the homicide teams because these are experts at investigating the deceased when it comes to bodies, whether it be through an actual homicide or through some sort of other death. They go out there, investigate, make sure that there is nothing illicit that had happened there, and at the same time they bring out the coroner. We also saw a cadaver dog, and it's tough to be able to use all that terminology, but it's just what we're dealing with at this point, that we do have bodies that are being found, and in some cases, because everything has burned down and there's virtually nothing left or nothing recognizable or discernible, that you're going to need this help, these dogs and cadaver dogs, to be able to try and find what they can to try and find some of the missing. So they're bringing in all these resources, and that is also something that we will see. The death toll at this point is 11, and Sheriff Luna saying that it's almost certain that that death toll will climb in the days and the weeks to come as they go through these burned out areas. I want to let you know that Alex Michelson has also joined us during our coverage this morning. We're looking at shots from the Palisades Fire, probably not too far from where you live, right?
I wish I could afford that. Yeah, a little. Unfortunately, not in the evacuation zone, but very familiar with this area, and I've spent a lot of time in Mandeville Canyon. It's one of my favorite hikes, and very familiar with this area. Know people that live in this area. Know people that have homes there, and it's devastating to see what's happening there right now. Our thanks. I've been watching you and Brooke, and I know Brooke just stepped out, but you both have been doing a great job all morning with this, and we thought kind of when we signed off last night at midnight that we were sort of in the clear when it comes to homes burning, but unfortunately we are looking at more of that again this morning, and this is rugged terrain, not a particularly easy place for firefighters to work, and we're seeing the challenge with that right now. To your point, Bob, that you just made about looking for bodies, no doubt that number is probably going to rise. The only reason for a little bit of optimism I've heard from talking to some officials sort of quietly in the last few days is that we don't have reports of like massive numbers of, let's watch this drop, it's always fun to watch those, of family members coming forward and not knowing where their family members are. Not a lot of like missing persons or people sort of desperately looking for people, which is what you usually would have in a situation when there's a lot of people that perish. So let's hope that is an indication that maybe a lot of people did heed the warnings and get out. But the fact that the numbers are so far, at least, as low as they are is quite remarkable when you think about the scale and scope of these fires, and we say fires plural, that we've been dealing with in Southern California.
Well, Sheriff Luna did point out that the majority of the cases that they have seen where they're missing, or even in the deaths, that these are people who had chosen not to evacuate. So a lot of the, even the personal stories that we have heard from some people who have tragically died, their family members had seen them prior to them evacuating themselves, and then left them there, evacuated at a moment's notice, and then after all was said and done, they asked crews to go back there, and unfortunately had seen had ended in a very tragic way. Yeah. We're looking at this picture now, which actually looks a little better. I pause a little bit because it looks good, and then all of a sudden we see another loom up again. But we saw that DC-10 coming through, and just a beautiful sight when you see that bright red Phos-Chek coming across the ridge line, and how effective this is into putting out the fire. We saw a lot of smoke there, and then in an instant, they're able to put out a big chunk of the flames that could be racing towards homes.
And that has been the theme that we've seen in fire after fire since those initial 2 fires started on Tuesday in Palisades and Altadena. Initially, they couldn't fly because it was just too windy, and we saw the results of that. We also saw the lack of water on the ground that made things harder. But since then, we have seen really urgent, massive flare-ups that look incredibly threatening, and obviously this one got to property there. But we saw this in West Hills, we saw it in the Hollywood Hills, and we saw it really last night as the fire approached Mountain Gate and approached other parts of Mandeville Canyon, that they were able to stop it because of the air resources that they have. It is the most effective resources that they have, is what we've seen from the air. They can drop the most amount of water or phos check on really quickly, and they are effective, but unfortunately not for this particular homeowner here.
We watched this home burn throughout the morning, and from what we can gather, this is the only home that has burned here in the Mandeville Canyon area. I say only, but you know, when you think about the thousands of structures that have burned, firefighters now were able to really focus on these particular spots where they see the trouble spots. And what's interesting about this is that when we saw this break out initially, I mean, you know, they did such a great job of drawing a containment line around this Mandeville Canyon area across this northeast border of the fire, and then it was almost like a lone pop-up spot fire that we saw loom up and then engulf this one house, and it just burst into flames. And
a reminder about the power of embers too.
Right, and in a situation when we're not dealing with hurricane force winds. I mean, these winds had died down. We're not even in a high wind warning.
Right. But there is concerns about later tonight. So what's good that we're seeing this dramatic effort to tamp this thing down quickly now before we expect some more high winds later tonight. Gigi Graciette on the ground right now is talking to private firefighters. We know this is an affluent area, and some people are able to afford their own firefighters.
That's right. We were actually talking to LA County Fire Captain Marco Rodriguez about the private firefighters we saw stationed in different driveways as we drove up Mandeville Canyon. The captain said, you know, the more the better. They're thankful that these private firefighters are here. Joining me now live, Scott Sanders. He's with Vista Engineering, and he has a team of private firefighters. You brought in all the heavy equipment, and you're stationed protecting one particular house that is almost fully built. It was under construction. Tell me a little bit about the concerns that the homeowner in this case had that had him contract you.
Well, he's got 4 years building this house, and obviously it's a peace of mind to have us there 24 hours a day watching it with fire hoses. We're spraying the retardant on it now. Hopefully that'll protect it even further. As the fire came down this morning, he decided to go ahead and do that. Yeah, it's been a long journey, but seems like we're out of the woods. Seems like the fire's taking off going the other direction. It's definitely helpful. Yeah.
So you were telling me that one of your clients lives in Brentwood, watched what happened in Pacific Palisades. You've had clients and friends that have lost multiple homes.
Yeah. There's probably 30 of my friends have lost houses over in Palisades, around the village, the Alphabet Streets, the Highlands. Tragic.
How does it work? So I call you, I contract you. How does it work? You bring in your team. Do you sit in the driveway first just to protect, and then adding retardant would be the next step?
Yeah, so as it got closer, that's when we decided to add the retardant. We've just had fire hoses going 24 hours a day for the past 3 days, keeping an eye on it, where it's at, watching the embers. I stayed overnight up on the lookout, up on the West Ridge hiking trail. One night I stayed up there all night and just kept an eye on it, watching it go back and forth.
And you're talking to your men and women down here and saying, hey, it's moving, the wind is shifting, etc.?
Yeah, that night we had 2 guys stationed at the house, and then I was up here. And it got close down the canyon here. Actually, we were using this backyard to look out. And then it turned around, went back up the hill. So
And I don't know if you know this because you're working, and you may not know this, but we saw it live on television. Unfortunately, a home has burned to the ground up the hill.
I was just up at the lookout looking up, and I saw it burn.
What goes to your mind when you see that and you're protecting a home down here?
It's terrible. I mean, it's, you know, it's a little scary, but it seems like we're in a good spot now. It seems like it's moving away, hopefully.
So when that black smoke, when that house went up on flames, that's when you decide, let's spray the house down, let's cover it and retard it?
We had already started spraying the retardant on it. Yeah, so we've been there since this morning doing the retardant. I brought more guys in just to start hosing the neighbors' houses down, all the perimeter trees, eucalyptus trees, trying to keep everything wet.
And in your case, a private person hired you, a private homeowner, to protect the house that they're building. Oftentimes, other companies get hired by insurance companies because I imagine, even though this is not a cheap service, I imagine it's cheaper for the insurance company to pay a service like yours with private firefighters than to pay out what an entire home and contents might cost.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, this is, you know, a fraction of the cost for one of these big houses. These are $40, $50 million houses, so if it goes up, it's a big loss, and the time, right, to rebuild.
All right. And the firefighters that you have, these are professional working firefighters. They may be with other agencies and simply have a week off or something, and they do this, or they've chosen to transition from a fire agency to private firefighting.
Correct, yeah. 2 of the guys are out of San Diego. They've come up this morning, been helping us, and I have guys just running hoses and doing that kind of thing.
Yeah, and San Diego Fire, we actually saw them here earlier, too.
Yeah, I'm sure they're there. I guess these guys, they work shifts, so I think these guys have been off this whole entire week, and then they're doing the spray on the houses.
Let's talk about water for a second, because you bring your own water tenders, don't you?
Correct, yeah, we have our own water on site.
So you don't even use the hose, the DWP fire hydrants?
No, no. If we have to, obviously, we'd probably go to that point if it got to be really bad. But as of now, we have our own water buffaloes.
And what do you hear from firefighters? Because I was interviewing a captain. I told them that I had seen you guys down the street. Are they generally thankful that you're here, too?
It seems like, yeah. I was with one of the guys all night up there on the ridge, and he seemed very happy that we were here.
Yeah, one less house they have to worry about.
Seems like, yeah. And, you know, very knowledgeable guys, obviously, and you know they're doing everything they can. So
how many gallons of water do your water tenders carry?
Right now we have 4 500-gallon water tenders. Then if we need to refill, we have a hose on site that we've been refilling from.
Scott Saunders, Vista Engineering. Thank you so much, Scott. Be safe. I hope they don't need to pull out those hoses or start the water.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you very much. Private firefighting firms. We've seen this before. We've seen them at multiple fires. Sometimes the homeowner can afford to contract them. It is not a cheap service. Can afford to contract them privately, like this homeowner has chosen to do. Scott had been telling me the homeowner was watching what was happening in Pacific Palisades, was obviously concerned for this home that he was building with his family. Sometimes insurance companies hire these firefighting firms, station them in people's driveways, and just, you know what, protect this house, do what you can to save it in case the fire moves here.
If you're able to do it, it's definitely, you know, hey, if you can do it, you can do it.
You get
right?
what you pay for in most situations.
And I would
right?
think that in this situation here, when you're talking about spot fires or embers, that unfortunately, if no one's there to protect your house, having an individual crew protecting your home like this, not in a situation where you have a mass conflagration and a wind event where everybody's got to get out because you know, no one is safe there. But yeah, that's it's an interesting new dynamic in the world we live in, that you can just hire a private fire crew to protect your house.
We've seen them be effective in the past. I know there are reports, I think the Kardashians used that in the past, and you know, firefighters are good if you can get them there. Sam Dubin joins us now, our photographer. And Sam, this is your image that we're looking at right now. Sam, I know you know this area so well. You're a cyclist who's often in these hills. Give us some context of what this area is like and why this is such a challenge for firefighters. Sam Dubin, can you hear us? No, not sure if he can. Let's try to have his spot. We'll try to get that shot here. That working.
But you said, you know, you were mentioning that it's a place that you like to hike, and obviously, you know, we're looking at some very difficult terrain. So in a situation like this, obviously, some of it is terrain driven as well, right? Because you have flames that are moving up steep inclines, so flames can more easily move up. one of the firefighters from CAL FIRE that we spoke to earlier this morning was telling us that as beautiful as it is, it's quite beautiful because over several decades, looks like he's waving there, over several decades this has grown, things have grown, nothing has burned down in like a half a century.
Wow.
So there's so much vegetation, so much growth there, there's a lot of fuel to burn.
Sam Dubin, can you hear us now?
Yeah, Alex, do you hear me?
I can, although I heard myself too, so I don't know if there's a way to anyways, we were talking
if
about...
you guys can hear me, I'm just going to start talking here.
Yeah.
So we're up here on Dirt Mulholland, which is a fire road up here in the Santa Monica Mountains. That right up there is just above Mandeville Canyon. That is the Nike missile site. It's a former missile site that was used in the Cold War, and now it is a park, and you have a lot of firefighters up there taking a stand. It looks like they were possibly able to protect it, and just below down here is Mandeville Canyon, and you can see the red from the drops these tankers have been making, and it's all white smoke right now, which is a very good thing. And then just below here is Mandeville Canyon, and where the fire currently is that is the Gardenland Fire Road. It's a fire road that goes from Mandeville Canyon, goes up to those power lines and up to Westridge, which is just up to the left here. But that's where the flame is right now. And then here is Mandeville Canyon, and you can see the homes down here in Mandeville Canyon. Looks okay right now. I don't know about the top part of it, but that is Mandeville Canyon right down there, and it looks okay at the bottom part so far. And then this is Mountain Gate up here, which is where Ed Lascos was live last night. And so far, the fire has not made its way there. There's a ton of firefighters there. And there's another trail. Let me just step back really quick. This is the Canyon Back Trail, and it's normally a very narrow trail, and the bulldozers have just come in and plowed it completely all the way to Mountain Gate. So you can see that they're taking a very, very hard stance here. More resources up here. But right before you guys came to me, about 5 bulldozers came down here, and they're going up the mountain there towards Mountain Gate. So they have it really, really covered well up here as far as I can tell. And I can't hear you guys anymore, so I'll send it back to you.
Okay.
One of the keys is that they're going to have to try to build as much containment line or slow the progress of this fire as much as they can before 6 o'clock this evening. So while they have daylight here, and then nighttime is also going to bring another window where we have heavier winds. So this is a critical time for them to try and get the handle of this fire to try and slow the progress of this fire. Earlier, when we heard from the press briefing, they had said that the Eaton Fire was, quote, static. So the static situation sounds really good. Yeah. No movement. It's a situation where they can really focus very keenly on the containment lines themselves.
And when he says fire road, that's interesting if you know that area. So these roads are literally built so that if needed, there is a way for firefighters to get there. Because this terrain is so rugged. So where Sam is stationed is meant as a way, if needed, a fire engine can drive on that road and take care of this and protect the property that we're seeing.
There are fire roads for fire crews to get up there, or even utility crews to get up to see utility lines and the like. There are also ways to create fire breaks. So if you don't have a tremendous amount of wind, fire roads could actually be a fire break. Right. One of the things that was interesting today that I found really fascinating was they had crews up there that were actually doing backfires. And to hear the thought of having backfires or actually intentionally starting fires at a time like now to try and burn vegetation seemed interesting to me, but you can only think that the wind situation right now is such that they're not really worried about they could really monitor the situation so closely that they can create these backfires so that the wind situation is such that they're able to do this, but they were doing backfires today.
That's the first time I've heard of that since we started this whole thing, which is a common firefighting tactic on days when the winds aren't all that bad. But we've just had this horrible windstorm, so that hasn't been as much of a part of what they do here. It looks like they... and part of the advantage of not only having the aerial resources, but at this point in this firefight, these firefighters have a lot of help. I mean, there's firefighters not only from CAL FIRE, but from jurisdictions all up and down the state of California, and even from other states that have come in here that are allowing them to get on the fire quickly. I mean, we think about the private firefighters. During that first fire night on Tuesday night, there were blocks and blocks burning where there were no firefighters to be seen for hours. And that's part of the reason that this got to be as big and as bad as it was in terms of the devastation in the Pacific Palisades area. We've got a lot more staffing right now. And then we also have the National Guard in now, which is helping to alleviate staffing problems for other people. So, we do have sort of an all-hands-on-deck approach, which is a lot more helpful than the sort of crisis situation we were in a few days ago.
Yeah, the National Guard also brought in just to protect these neighborhoods.
Right.
So now this.
I mean, they do serve as a deterrent. I mean, I'm sure you saw them yesterday. I certainly did. And you see those tanks rolling in. That's a little bit more intimidating than even an LAPD cruiser.
No doubt. It's also just manpower and a set of eyes, right? So now that we have these curfews in the various fire zones, curfew in effect from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning. We had those 2 press conferences this morning, and there were no reports of looting, although they were very serious about anyone who violated that curfew and was found walking around. A couple of arrests of people just seen walking around the area, and then they took them into custody because in order to get into these areas, you really have to be very creative, because these checkpoints and security checkpoints are very tight. So
and we saw that yesterday in this area, especially in Pacific Palisades, on Sunset near Amalfi. They have these just long lineups of cars that are just waiting for hours to get into the neighborhood. I mean, people were telling our reporters last night they're waiting 6+ hours to try to get home. Yeah. And it is, I mean, it's frustrating for a lot of people to see that, and but then you get into these areas once you get in, and it's so stunning, to see the destruction up close.
Yeah, lots of folks having a tough time getting in too, because people escaped at a moment's notice, and they didn't have any of their ID. They don't have a property deed, anything that says that they actually live in the area. And unfortunately, at this point, security is so tight, they're not taking people at their word. So the question was asked of Sheriff Luna earlier this morning, what if someone lives in this area and does not have the appropriate documentation or identification to try and get in? And they're also starting to create this sort of family assistance center where they can talk it over with the deputies so that they can figure out a way to get into these homes. So there's so many moving parts when it comes to not just fighting this fire, but the recovery and all of the people who have been displaced through this, that he asked people to be patient, but no doubt there's going to be so much heartache and frustration through all of this.
And everybody has a story, and to everybody, their story is the most important story. And so, for if you're that individual and that's your life and that's impacting you, you want help immediately. Of course you do. And as somebody else says, well, I got my prescriptions, I got to get in there, and everybody's got their own thing. And when you think about the multiplying effect, Bob, of how many people are impacted at one time, how overwhelming that is for, frankly, our system of government services, which is not exactly known for working so great for people, and not exactly known for its customer service track record. And now to have this overflowing of the system is really overwhelming. And I think part of the challenge in the days ahead, you know, you think of day 1, day 2, we're in crisis mode, everybody's very forgiving and understanding. We start getting into day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. People are just going to be tired, angry, frustrated, and ready to push back. And you know, people are not getting good sleep. They're not getting showers. They're not in a comfortable place. You know, you're going to have a lot of frayed nerves, and we might start seeing that in the days ahead as well.
Right now, we're still in this mode where we're still trying to save life and property, and so difficult for you know.
And it seems like every moment that we think that we're done with that, like right now it seems like, okay, maybe we take a little bit of a breath, where an hour and a half ago we were more in that crisis mode. Another fire breaks out, right? And then we go right back into that crisis mode, and that, you know, is really hard for folks. But Maria Quiban, as we bring you back into the conversation, you know, we've got serious winds coming tonight, right?
Yeah, they're still forecast to come and get a little bit stronger, much stronger than what they are now. We've been kind of fortunate when we've been talking about the winds, and we got a little bit of a break, right, from last night to this morning. Really, we've been seeing these winds nearing 10 to 20 miles an hour. Wind gusts a little bit stronger at times, and we've been talking about these pockets where the winds are a little bit stronger. And one of those pockets include that Mandeville Canyon area where things are a little bit gustier. And of course, we talk about how the fire will create its own wind and can get more erratic and get stronger in that area. But because the winds have been 20, 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts at times, very easily one of those embers from the fires can get carried downwind, and I think that's what happened there with that home. Unfortunately, that burned in Mandeville Canyon. Looking elsewhere, just a quick pan around Orange County. Lighter winds here. We've got some of the brightly colored areas here through parts of the Inland Empire, Corona, specifically 18 to 20 miles an hour. Up in the higher elevations, about 14 miles per hour in Big Bear. But generally, things have calmed down enough where firefighters felt confident this morning lighting some of those backfires, right? As we saw, because of the forecast not really changing too much until a little bit later. There are some subtle changes to the winds. We talked about a little bit of an onshore flow and that sea breeze impacting parts of the coastal communities just about an hour or so ago, which helped to kind of steer some of those flames a little bit, unfortunately, in the Mandeville Canyon area. But now it's predominantly coming out of the east and northeast, as you can see here with the arrows. And you can see the brightly colored areas, the typical wind-prone areas for the mountains here, parts of the San Gabriel Mountains, out towards the Cajon Pass, some of those canyons. We're really getting some of those stronger bursts of wind, Camarillo, and then parts of the Malibu Hills area, which has been consistently kind of more on the breezy side. As we fast forward this computer model here to this evening, it's just consistently, you know, gusty in these areas. So this is the challenge that firefighters have to work with, is that this pattern is just going to continue with occasional bursts. We've got these pockets of heavier gusts, and that can create more danger for everyone else, right? Look at this as we get to Sunday, slightly stronger as we get to tonight and tomorrow morning, and then as we look at Monday into Tuesday. So we talked about these 2 rounds of stronger winds. One is going to occur today, tonight, into tomorrow, and then there'll be some weakening of the winds again late Sunday. And then by Monday afternoon, another round. This one is expected to be quite a bit stronger. Monday night into Tuesday, look at the numbers really go up here. Santa Clarita, Camarillo, we're talking about sustained winds nearing 30 miles per hour to 40, and then the gusts a little bit stronger than that. It will not be, I don't think, according to the computer models, as strong as what we were seeing earlier this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, when it was just day after day of relentless, fierce winds. And we talked about that special, or one of the rare products that the National Weather Service puts out, that PDS, or particularly dangerous situation, when it came to to the extreme winds and extreme fire danger. That's what we were looking at earlier this week. We're still looking at the fire danger for sure. Those red flag warnings still in effect, and those critical fire weather conditions are still with us. The winds are just ebbs and flows of the winds, which, as you know, if you've been here in Southern California long enough, you know it doesn't take much at all in terms of a wind to spread a fire. And when we talk about how dry it's been, the smallest spark can cause a fire and just explode and spread rapidly. That's the weather condition we are in. This is through Wednesday. Okay, so consistently every single day since Tuesday through the weekend into Wednesday is going to be the same, if not stronger with those winds. Thursday is the day when we're expecting a more noticeable and significant change. That's when we get to see a stronger onshore flow. Winds weaken significantly and drop off significantly on Thursday. And it looks even, as I look at the long-range models, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, maybe even some moisture and some precipitation. So we'll wait and see if that actually happens. In the meantime, those wind advisories stay in effect today with those wind gusts nearing 45 miles an hour through parts of the San Gabriel Mountains and also the Palisades Fire. Here's another look at our 7-day forecast here. Wildfire smoke is a big problem today, anywhere you go. So sports, I know kids had some soccer games and practice outside. Can't urge you enough to maybe not do that because of the harmful and unhealthy air quality there. You do not want to be breathing any of this in your lungs. And as the winds fluctuate a little bit, some of the smoke and soot and ash and toxic air is going to loft down farther south into parts of the South Bay, Orange County even. Another round of those stronger winds Monday, Tuesday, before it really lets up by the end of the week. So we've got several days here. We need to stay alert. We need to make sure we have our ready, set, go fire plan in place. Even if you are not near these fires currently, you've got to be ready. That was a perfect example there of what happened with that fire in the Mandeville Canyon area. You've just got to be ready under these weather conditions and critical fire weather conditions. We all have to stay alert here, especially as we get through the early part of next week. So stay safe out there. Back to you.
All right, Maria Quaban, thank you so much. We continue our coverage here as we approach the noon hour on Fox 11. Alex Michelson, Bob DeCastro, Maria Quaban with you for special coverage that we weren't anticipating today, but we are here because homes are in danger. Although they looked, frankly, a lot more in danger about an hour and a half ago. Firefighters have worked really hard from the air to try to stop the spread of this. We have seen at least one home burn this morning at a time when we thought some of these homes, but as you see that, as we got that shot, you know, there's real danger that a bunch of those homes could all go up at one time, and so far we've been able to avoid that. But Bob, as Maria just talked about, the wind's really important tonight. Right, so we're now in that window before winds begin to pick up. Tonight we have more critical fire weather, and we have seen a tremendous amount of resources being brought upon this particular portion over the fire overnight. Again, drop after drop, including this Phos-Chek. So much of the ridge lines you'll see here covered in red, and they are trying to stop or slow the forward progress of this fire. Most of this now occurring in the northeast boundary of the Palisades Fire. The Palisades Fire had started to move overnight into an easterly direction. Normally Santa Ana winds push towards the ocean. This went the other way, much to the disappointment of many people living in the Brentwood area, people living in Bel Air. It also pushed towards the Valley and Encino, all of those areas under new mandatory evacuation orders. So overnight, when we thought we were going to have, and even emergency crews had thought that there was going to be a turn in the corner here with more favorable wind conditions, this situation sparks up, and unfortunately they have been doing a very good job at trying to contain this fire and putting out some hot spots. But this morning, just a couple of hours ago, we watched one home in the Mandeville Canyon area go up in flames and is now burned to the ground. And we feel for that person, but the good news for the rest of the folks who have evacuated this area is it's looking a lot better for your home. Mandeville Canyon is a beautiful community in the mountains there. A lot of affluent homeowners in the area. People who have been public about the fact that they live in Mandeville Canyon include Arnold Schwarzenegger is a resident in that area. Gwyneth Paltrow is somebody who's a resident of Mandeville Canyon and I know has hosted events there. Others as well. I'm not going to tell where people live if they haven't said it themselves. But you know, this is an area that has a lot of really high-profile homeowners in it. But it's also a community, just like anything else, where their kids go to school together and they know each other and they help each other out and they attend functions with each other and all the rest of that. It's a really desirable place to live, but part of the challenge, if you live there and you look around you, is you know that fire is very much a risk and something that you have to have a plan for if you live in Mandeville Canyon. Look at that drop. Yeah. Look at how expert and excellent that is, and you think about day one, part of the reason they brought the choppers down was because they would do a drop and then you couldn't really control where it was going. It was almost like if you're putting in golf and the slope is all the way here and you want to hit it to the hole, but you got to hit it like 10 feet to the left, hoping that's going to come back. But now with the wind conditions as they are, they can aim exactly where they want to go and put that water or that Phos-Chek right exactly on the fire.
It's obviously the most effective way to fight a fire is through those air assets. They're able to bring thousands upon thousands of gallons of water. We just saw that Chinook helicopter there carrying thousands of gallons. They're taking from the Stone Canyon Reservoir. They're drawing water from there, and then within several minutes they can turn around, pick up more water, and drop again. So it is round after round after round of water drops, and we saw the fire retardant, the Phos-Chek. Soon we'll see the hillsides, the ridge lines there dotted in red as they continue to prevent this fire from spreading even further.
Yeah, and that's a complicated cleanup for people when that stuff ends up on their house, but you'd much rather have that problem than have your house be completely gone. As we look at this ridge line. Last night, when we were watching the fight in Mandeville Canyon, we had 10 to 12 air assets up going at the same time. I'd be curious, maybe we can find out from LAFD how many are going today, probably a similar number. The advantage, though, during the day is you also have the ability to use the super scooper. We know one of those has been grounded because of a drone hit, but that super scooper allows you to get a whole lot of water up at the same time. It's easier to fight a fire during the day than it is at night.
The hope is that they could get that other super scooper, and those are so valuable in fighting these fires that it's such a disappointment to know that they have to ground one of them when it could be so useful in fighting the fire. But that drone, that crew inside that super scooper didn't even know that they were hit by a drone.
Wow, really?
Yes, they had landed and they noticed the hole in the wing.
Wow.
They noticed a hole in the wing, and then upon investigation, they determined it was a drone, and I believe through all of their forensics actually found the drone.
On the ground or in
I think on the ground somewhere.
Yeah.
And so while they fix it and make sure it's safe, it's going to be grounded for a couple of days. And you think about, like, you know, how infuriating it is that you're hampering just to get some footage, you're hampering the efforts of firefighters and putting their lives in danger.
Right.
Is just incomprehensible. I mean, someone had asked me this the other day, and I thought it was a very good question, because people are posting drone footage of the fire zones and the firefight on social media, and the FBI is on this to make sure that there are no drones. Could you face charges? The tracking back is very easy when you're posting it on social media.
It is now noon, and we are on the air with live, special, continuing coverage of the firefight around Southern California. Our main focus right now is the Mandeville Canyon neighborhood of Los Angeles, where we've seen at least one home burn new this morning, and there is an active firefight underway to protect the rest of those homes, that neighborhood, under mandatory evacuation orders as firefighters work in real time right now. I'm Alex Michelson with Bob DeCastro. Maria Quiban is here with us as well as our meteorologist. And we've got team coverage around Southern California as we all experience this together. We know so many tens of thousands of people are under evacuation orders. They are watching this, desperate for information about what is happening to their home. The good news, if you live in this particular neighborhood, is firefighters have made a lot of progress in the last couple hours using those air resources, but we are not out of the woods yet. And as we saw with a home burning this morning, sometimes these embers can fly and a new fire can spark up, and firefighters can't be everywhere. And we are certainly at risk of more homes potentially burning today as more winds, worse winds, are forecast for later tonight.
Yeah, they can't be everywhere. In fact, overnight they had the benefit of being able to bring in a lot of resources to this area in the Mandeville Canyon area, and they had more than 100 water tenders there, engines, structure protection, firefighters protecting these homes. When we took a far shot out, all you saw was a line of fire engines and their hoses flaked out to the backs of these homes to try and protect these homes, but they cannot be everywhere. And unfortunately, just a couple of hours ago, we did see one more home lost, just another home, more than, I should just say thousands of homes that have been lost in all during the course of a couple of days. And it's just one more story, one more family who will be incredibly impacted after losing just about everything. These flames continue to burn, and this is in large part because of the dense fuel that is in the Mandeville Canyon area. We know that some of this growth has been going on for decades, for 50, 60 years, and there has been virtually no clearance. It makes for some quite beautiful trails to recreate on, but at the same time, it does pose a huge danger for folks that are living very close to was pretty much paradise there.
Yeah, and when you hike those hills, you see that rugged terrain that is, it really is beautiful, and some of the most spectacular views in all of Southern California as you walk up there. Or run up there if you're ambitious, you know, you know that hillside is going to look very different when we get out of this. But if anything, our best case scenario is that the hillside and the terrain burned, but we're able to keep all of the property protected, and most importantly, we're able to get everybody out so that there are no injuries. And for the most part, we have seen in these neighborhoods, people have taken these warnings seriously, which is part of the reason why sending out the false alerts was so triggering and so bad, because people do want to heed the warnings, because they do realize that there is a need to evacuate in some of these fires, but being told that you need to evacuate when you don't actually need to evacuate is really, really unfortunate, as a kind word that they would use. I
think it's fair to say that people are still on edge, and rightfully so. Many people still in a state of panic. And when you get these alerts and it's wrong, it's extremely upsetting. Yeah. I think we're looking at some inmate crews here. Yep.
And there's been some controversy, Bob, over the years about whether that program should continue and what to do with that. But as we've seen in this fire and so many fires over the years, those crews can be really valuable. And when we look at the way
California voters voted on this in the last election, whether or not we should be able to use inmates for things like this.
Yeah. And they voted that we should.
They voted that we should.
Some people described it as like a slavery, but that's not the way that this was seen. So as we looked at that one house, and you see this hillside here, you know, they had done a good job, it looks like, with brush clearance. It looks like we've got one of those fire nados, the fire tornado happening right there, because these fires create their own wind patterns, and we saw some of that last night as well. But the homeowners, you know, one of the things that they can do, that they're advised, is to keep area clear around their immediate home, and that seemed to have maybe helped the folks here.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating when you talk to people who are trying to prevent these fires, and the brush clearance is a big deal. A real quick map here is we saw the Palisades Fire to the east, the Eaton Fire, and of course we're looking at the Hurst Fire, which is largely contained there, and the Archer Fire, and the Kenneth Fire that is also burning. So multiple fires burning throughout our area, and all this red here is the evacuation zone that we're looking at. People still not allowed to return to their homes in this area, and it would almost seemingly seem like you know, things seem great, and the winds have subsided, and then we see a situation like this where you see why you know, mandatory evacuation orders might still be needed.
So the numbers of the Palisades Fire, right now we're at over 21,000 acres burned, 11% containment. That is good, that we're starting to see that number move up, but we still means we've got, you know, 89% to go. At least 5 people killed. That number probably will rise. More than 5,000 homes destroyed. We have had new evacuation alerts last night, new evacuation alerts this morning. That evacuation zone continues to grow, and as we saw that map of the evacuation zone a moment ago, think about the amount of people that live in that zone, and what a strange weekend it is in Southern California. You think about today's a beautiful day outside. If we didn't have, you know, smoke and ash coming down on a normal day, people would be busy. They'd be, you know, doing their outdoor weekend sports. They'd be playing golf. They'd be going for runs. They'd be going for hikes. They'd be doing barbecues outside. There was supposed to be a Laker game and a Clipper game today. All these things are
football game tomorrow.
Not happening. Football game on Monday that was scheduled that has been changed. The Chargers are supposed to play this weekend. There was supposed to be a big gathering here in Southern California to cheer on the Chargers, who are in Texas. All that is not happening. The Chargers game will go on. The Rams are going to be playing in Arizona on Monday night. But you think about this weekend, and as a lot of people have driven around, I mean, it seems like a lot of roads are way emptier than normal, because a lot of people are either staying inside, or because so many people have had to evacuate. There's a lot of people that just left town, that have gone to friends or family members in other cities, not wanting to have the air quality issues, not being concerned about what's going to happen, and say, just get me out of here. And you notice that there is just a sort of a somber attitude that you see around Southern California that's very disorienting this weekend, a time when usually people would just be relaxing, and doesn't feel very relaxed right now.
It's had a major ripple effect and impact on the entire region. Not because you've got road closures. We had schools that were closed for several days, completely shut down. So families' lives are turned upside down. I had an opportunity last night to finally go grab some dinner. We went and grabbed some dinner. The restaurant said that they were one of the few that was really open in the area at the time. Lots of businesses were all shut down that were not even in these fire zones. He was telling me, as a manager of this restaurant, that part of the issue was the staffing, and that either people were concerned about going about, which is fair, or something was happening inside their homes, or they were near the evacuation zone. And so a lot of businesses have just decided to close shop for for a while.
And if you close schools all of a sudden out of nowhere, a lot of people have child care concerns too, and maybe they either can't afford a babysitter or a nanny or something like that, or they don't have access to it, or maybe they can't book them that quickly. So that, there's a ripple effect. And then you think about the long-term ripple effect. This was some of the closures on the 405 freeway, which remains open, but the off-ramps nearby do not. Sunset, Getty Center, Skirball, Wilshire, and Sepulveda, Olympic. So basically, if you're trying to go anywhere on the west side of Los Angeles, good luck. That's intended to keep people sort of where they are, and if they have to evacuate, they allow them to evacuate. Let's look at some of the evacuation areas that we're talking about and bring that up on your screen. The new Palisades Fire evacuation shelter, the Stoner Recreation Center, which is really a few blocks from where we're sitting right now, 1835 Stoner Avenue on the west side of Los Angeles is a gathering place. There's also an evacuation zone in the Cavalry Community Church in Westlake Village. So you can go either direction on the map, but that's another place where they not only can go for evacuation, but you can get services there and meet with city officials. And tonight is an opportunity to meet with community leaders if you're impacted by the Palisades Fire. There's two different locations. The Cavalry Church, as we just mentioned, in Westlake. That'll be the center of one of them. And then the Oaks Gymnasium in Westlake Village. I believe that may be connected with, is that Oaks Christian, the school there? I'll double check that. That would make sense. But that area so far has been out of the woods in terms of this fire. That area was impacted by the Woolsey fire years ago. So far, Westlake Village, Thousand Oaks, Agora have been spared, and so they're trying to step up and help for all the people who have been impacted by this.
Some people are very fortunate to be able to, when they're displaced from the homes, to go into hotels. Not everybody is.
Right.
And out in Pasadena, where the Pasadena Convention Center, which is now turned into their major evacuation center, there are hundreds of people. At last count, there are more than 1,000 people that are accessing that because they simply don't have a place to go. And I'm also reminded of some folks are evacuated from their homes, and there are others that were arriving because of the power shutoffs, and they can't live in their homes because they need access to other services, and so they're accessing these as well. So it has a tremendous ripple effect throughout our region, and yeah, it's going to take a very long time. Again, we're still in this firefight stage. But once the firefight stage subsides and and all of our governmental entities are able to focus squarely on the recovery and trying to get people back on their feet, that will be the next really monumental task ahead. And
by the way, I just did verify that Oaks Gymnasium is at the Oaks Christian School, which you can find right off the 101 freeway in the Westlake Village area if you need those services tonight and want to attend the community meeting. Here we go. We love watching these, the Phos-Check going down, helping to protect this neighborhood. Speaking of that rebuilding process, I was out in Pacific Palisades yesterday with Governor Newsom and talked to him about what's ahead. We know building in California, not all that easy. You can certainly ask anybody in that world about all the red tape associated with building, which is part of the reason that we have such a big homeless population, and we can get into all the other reasons some other time. But here is some of what Governor Newsom said to me yesterday in Pacific Palisades about where we are. Governor Newsom, good to see you. Not great to see you under these circumstances. As you stand here, look around, what goes through your mind?
Well, just complete and utter devastation. Memories, mementos, traditions, lifestyle, all of it gone.
Rebuilding, not going to be easy. We know building housing in California is not always easy. Yep. Is there red tape that you can cut through to make rebuilding here move faster? If so, what specifically is that going to look like?
We're looking at a series of executive orders. We're looking at a series of legislative pathways to absolutely focus and streamline all of that and really target. I want to do it statewide, of course. I've been working on this for years, 42 CEQA reforms. We're going to do more, but right now it's focusing on the rebuild and recovery. Of course, a big part of that is prepping the site, getting all the debris removal done, dealing with the hazardous waste, getting that done as quickly as possible, getting those contracts in order. At the same time, simultaneous getting the individual assistance, the small business loans and the like.
You put out a letter to DWP asking, how is it that there was no water to fight this fire in certain places? We were here, and basically these places just burned and there was nothing that could be done. Yeah. Does the state have any responsibility in that? Is there more the state can do to make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what the letter's about. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's be transparent. Let's move this forward quickly. I'm not interested in the finger point. I want to know what the hell happened, and would it have mattered? I mean, let's be honest about it here. Mm-hmm. I've talked to all my experts, all the firefighters I've been with. They said we could add an engine on every house and 90-mile-an-hour winds with all the pressure in the world. So you got to be realistic about that as well, but still doesn't make it right. And I want to know what went wrong so it doesn't happen again.
Any bottom line message to the people of California tonight?
Well, we care deeply about them. We have their back, and we're going to continue to come back until this is completely rebuilt.
Governor Newsom, thank you so much for the time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
The fire chief and I are focused on fighting these fires and saving lives, and any differences that we might have will be worked out in private. But right now, our first and most important obligation to Angelenos is to get through this crisis.
Oh, no, that was Mayor Karen Bass after we heard from Governor Newsom. And Bob, why don't we give a little context about what she was talking about there, because that came out of nowhere for people that may not have been following the brouhaha yesterday, but certainly seemed like a lot of people were.
I guess you could say there was a little drama when it comes to what was happening there. Yeah. And a different dynamic that was from the press conference earlier this morning. Mayor Bass addressing what appeared to be some conflict, perhaps, between, or at least a disagreement between her and the chief of the LA Fire Department, Chief Kristen Crowley, when the day prior, Chief had told our Gigi Grassi at first, and then following that, other media outlets, that the cuts in the city LAFD budget to the tune of over $17 million. She said that the city had failed the department, the city, and the people of Los Angeles, and seemed to suggest that it really did impact their preparations for what we now know to be a historic fire. And shortly after that, the mayor had summoned the chief into City Hall or into her office, and they had a discussion. There was some talk or some rumors that Chief Crowley had been dismissed.
Well, the Daily Mail reported that, and it went everywhere, and everybody is coming to us online. Why aren't you saying this? This has happened. And it's like, no, well, we did actual reporting and talked to the sources, and she was not fired.
And then it was just a different dynamic today when Chief Crowley does appear at the press conference, and they both say that they are on the same page, that they'd like to, that whatever differences they have, they're going to talk about privately, and that they're going to be focusing on saving lives and protecting property.
Well, you know, politicians don't like it when they're publicly criticized. There's an argument that it creates problems for message discipline and all the rest of it, but this is kind of an amazing sight to watch as this happens, the refilling of this here. But they certainly weren't on the same page yesterday, based off of what we saw, and sort of extraordinary.
I think that's pretty clear.
Extraordinary candor to Gigi's interview, which just blew up all around the world of people following it, and then it seemed like Crowley would go on any media outlet that would have her. I mean, she was just really making a point to get this point out as much as possible, and it's clear that the mayor of Los Angeles didn't appreciate that. But
with so much widespread destruction unfortunately people are in immense pain. People are looking for answers, and people are unfortunately also looking to blame.
Looking for somebody to blame.
And of course they're going to turn to our city leaders, and they're going to wonder, were we in fact prepared? And to be fair, the mayor did say that this is something that we will be discussing in the future. So it is a topic that is not over, and it will be certainly addressed.
And Governor Newsom, who we just talked to, he's getting a lot of blame too, certainly from former President Trump and Speaker Johnson, who have both said that this fire is his fault, which of course he really does strongly disagrees with. Maria Quaban, as we look at these images, it is amazing to see the way that these aircraft work.
It's fascinating to see this. It is in and of itself, but also it brings us hope, right? Because it's so hopeful when we see each time they do this, that they're actually going to aggressively drop more water in that effort to fight the fire. I just want to add to that interview, which was so explosive yesterday, and we were all watching so with intensity, and we were just riveted. And there's also that question about the water and the Santa Ynez Reservoir, which was at this point in time was scheduled for maintenance and so was empty at the time when we all felt like, well, why, right? That could have been used completely by the firefighters. And that was a question that was asked of Chief Crawley, and she said that there was no communication, at least to them, by DWP about that scheduled maintenance. And now if they had consulted with the National Weather Service or maybe the fire crews and talked about the dry conditions this season, my goodness, maybe they were working off of the last 2 years when we would typically be talking about an extremely wet month, right? December, January, February. January is typically the second wettest month of the year, behind February. And this year, very different from the last 2 years when we consider that this is the driest now 3-4 month start to the season on record, with a deficit that is growing now. Our drought is developing again because of the lack of rain and water. As I look at these live pictures, we're watching the smoke. It's lofting, right? It's not quite moving as aggressively as it was, certainly even as late as yesterday morning or the day before. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday was just incredible to see those ferocious winds, those destructive winds, coupled with the very dry conditions outside. Relative humidity values were down in the teens and single digits at one point, and they've recovered a little bit last night. I mean, we had that onshore flow. I don't know if you felt it, Alex, at all, if you went outside. Going outside is definitely a problem. Did you smell it when you went out the door?
Yeah, and then I was in the zone yesterday with Governor Newsom as well, right in the middle of it, and it really is bad. But you can smell it here. You can smell it in our parking lot. We're in West LA, and even we have an underground parking lot, and it's all the air in the underground parking lot is full of it. And you see the ash on the cars. Yep. You see it everywhere, and this is so toxic. We spoke again to a health expert and a doctor about the unhealthy, very dangerous air quality actually outside, particularly for those who have any upper respiratory issue. If you've got asthma or emphysema, if you have some kind of disease, this is just detrimental. And if you don't, this can certainly cause those kinds of things. So we encourage you to limit your activity outside. Just get in your car and go and get to where you need to go. I had a call from my son's coach about basketball practice, and I said, no, absolutely not. Unless you're inside in a gym. This is just very bad air quality all across the board, not just where the fires are burning, but across SoCal from Ventura south into Orange County, the Inland Empire. I heard you talk about the most destructive and the cost. I looked up these numbers here. Camp Fire is where we go, right, with the #1 deadliest, costliest fire in the state of California. And that burned, what, over 18 structures, almost 20,000 structures. Eaton Fire is the second one with 7,000 structures right now. Tubbs Fire in 2017, you might remember that. Palisades now, I added the 1 because we saw with our very own eyes as it burned that home.
So over 5,000 structures, but some preliminary estimates, which, by the way, the Camp Fire, they've been talking about maybe $12.5 billion.
Yeah, and that's Paradise for people that may be more familiar with that town of Paradise that was basically wiped off the map in that moment.
So many, hundreds of people died in that fire. They've adjusted for inflation. It's something like $12.5 billion. But now when we talk about the Palisades Fire, where you see those multi-million-dollar homes, I mean, just the fires together, they're saying some estimates of 150 billion, potentially, dollars lost in these fires. So it's just staggering.
Yeah.
Staggering.
It is. I tried to get a specific answer from Governor Newsom on that, and he said it's way too early to tell, and if we start throwing around numbers, everybody's just sort of guessing. But he said, because he had been to the Camp Fire at Paradise with President Trump, the head of CAL FIRE I talked to also yesterday had been to the Camp Fire, and they both said that what you see in Pacific Palisades is actually worse. When you look at the scope of it, that it's the worst fire that they've ever been to.
Wow.
And in terms of just the scene and how upsetting it is to see it up close.
I have, I'm from Hawaii. You guys know that I've had some messages naturally from my friends in Hawaii, and they are triggered right now, especially when you think about the Maui fire and the Lahaina fire. And they're just also triggered, and of course they're all worried for our safety. We have such a huge connection, that pineapple connection to Hawaii and the local people to here. And they share in our despair and the sadness and this devastation, which continues. Look at these fires. The winds are going to get stronger. We talked about that. This is sort of that window where the winds are not so bad. They're definitely gusty at times, and there's definitely pockets of some stronger gusts that are coming in. And we're under this wind advisory. This portion right here, the Palisades Fire, parts of the Santa Monica Mountains, extending into the San Gabriel Mountains. That includes the Eaton Fire. These winds are coming out of the northeast, and they are gusting closer to between 40, 45 miles per hour. Now, later tonight, at 6 p.m., we are anticipating a slightly stronger, at least the start of some stronger winds, and high wind warnings will be going into effect in this area here. So firefighters I know are considering that, and there's a strategic plan, I'm sure. They're the best in the country here, if not the world, and they had some backfires earlier.
Let's talk now more about the strategy. Eric Scott, the captain with the LA Fire Department, is joining us live on the phone right now. Thank you for your tireless work on this. We appreciate the daily apparently, we just lost his phone signal, Maria. As we know, phone signal in this area are so challenging.
Yeah, Captain Eric Scott, working tirelessly since the beginning. We talked to him when this started, Tuesday morning, when it erupted, when the winds were just beginning to get strong. And I remember him saying how, if you see something, say something, because if you do not extinguish a fire or get to it within the first 20 minutes with the weather conditions we were in, it was going to explode exponentially, and that's exactly what it did.
Exactly.
Gigi Graciette has reestablished her shot. She moved to a different location there within the Palisades Fire in Mandeville Canyon. Gigi, where are you? What can you tell us?
We're on Cordelia here in Mandeville Canyon, and joining me now live, Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua with CAL FIRE. He's obviously keeping a close eye on the fire. We are again on Cordelia, right above Mandeville Canyon. I mean, this has just been an intense firefight.
That's right. You can see the coordinated effort we have with the firefighters on the ground, working with our aviation assets, the helicopters, the large air tankers, dropping retardant, doing everything we can to protect these houses down below.
Now, we were talking, you and I, about those very large air tankers. We're talking about CAL FIRE assets. You brought in that very large air tanker contracted for this specific fire. And actually, I even see a hand crew way down there on the hillside. I don't know, Armando Hernandez, photographer, before I go back to you, Brent, if you could pan over to the left, actually down there in the bushes, we see hand crews. That is extremely challenging work.
Yeah, that's part of the attack. We go direct on this fire line. We cut fire line directly on it while the aircraft drop above us and slow the fire down.
And, you know, folks that are watching, obviously they're evacuated. Most have left. Some have stayed behind. They may be watching us right now. They may live right here on Cordelia. Describe to me what is going on up the street. I see strike teams basically stationed at every single house to protect that home.
That's right. We've really surged our resources into this area. We don't want to lose any more houses. That is our #1 goal. We don't want anything like we saw the first 2 days of this fire. These conditions are way more favorable. We're used to fighting fire like this, so we're ready to take the fight to the fire.
The challenge tonight, those changing winds, we're going to get more Santa Anas again in a few days. Tonight, I think we go on fire weather watch. There has to be a lot of concern on behalf of firefighters.
Absolutely. We know these winds are predicted, and we've been treating these last two and a half days to our advantage with the favorable conditions. So it's all hands on deck to get this fire contained.
And we're waiting actually for that VLAT that is probably refueling, and we say refueling, but restocking itself with fire retardant, which it's been putting on the hillside, trying to prevent this fire from continuing to move. Because down there in Mandeville Canyon, I don't know, photographer Armando, if you can actually show us the homes to the right of where we're seeing a little flame, nothing compared to what we saw earlier. And you can see this burn scar. I mean, these entire hillside, this was just raging this morning.
That's right, and I can feel the wind kind of changing right now as we're speaking, so we have to take that all into account and close the back door, if you will, on this fire so that it doesn't start running in the opposite direction.
And you have firefighters on the front lines, and behind the scenes, you've got firefighting administration and specialists really doing almost mathematical calculations, trying to figure out, okay, if it shifts this way, if it goes this way at 20 miles per hour, predicted gusts. I mean, it takes a lot of work.
Right, we have our field observers, we have our meteorologists, all working together for one goal, and that's to contain this fire, lose no life, lose no more structures, and put this fire to bed.
How stressful was it this morning when the fire was just burning through these hills, knowing that this is such a densely packed hillside community? Sadly, you and I were talking, we've already lost one home here this morning, obviously trying to prevent any more loss, but it must have been extremely stressful when this fire was raging.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to lose any more houses, and we're sad that we did lose one, but we knew we had the resources to surge in here. We knew we had the aircraft, and we were in for a fight, and we knew we had conditions in our favor.
What is that wind doing right now? What does that tell you by the way that smoke is going up?
So you can tell the wind is starting to switch. We had a wind blowing from the east to the west, and now it seems to be calming down and actually turning from offshore to now maybe onshore. So we have to keep that in mind for what's on the east side of this fire, which we do have another surge of engines on that side of the fire already stationed in case this were to happen.
And last night in the San Fernando Valley was a very stressful night as the fire just touched that ridge above communities like Sherman Oaks, Encino, Tarzana, Encino under a mandatory evacuation order. And folks could see those flames as far away as maybe 8 miles. People in Van Nuys were texting, should we start evacuating? Should we start packing? I mean, it was a very long and stressful night, not only for the firefighters on the front lines, but for the folks who call the San Fernando Valley home.
For sure, yeah, I saw it last night from the freeway, and at night the glow always looks a lot bigger, and it looked like it was right there, so understandable.
All right, what is the plan of attack now right here?
This is we're going to keep doing the same thing we're doing. This fire is backing down slowly, which is what we want, so we can fight it directly. We can drop air tankers on it. We can position our helicopters to make direct drops on this fire, and we can fight this fire on our terms.
Tell me about that new piece of equipment that CAL FIRE is using now.
Yeah, our new C-130 is here, also fighting this fire. We got that C-130 earlier last summer, and so it's exciting to see it here in action.
And they've really proved invaluable to these fights, especially when you have to fight from the air.
That's right, and they have new technology as far as dropping the retardant. It is pressurized, so it's not just falling out of the tank. It actually is pressurized, and it's getting through the brush, hitting the ground, and making it that much more effective.
And that's exactly what you want.
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much, Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua, CAL FIRE. Thank you so much for speaking to us and telling us what's going on. I'm going to continue just quickly giving you a live look down there. Are you able to see the firefighters on the side of the mountain? They're like climbing the side of the mountain because
Gigi.
a lot of this work does have to be handwork. Yes.
Are you able? Is he still there? Are you able to ask him about what we?
Yes.
What we thought were some crews doing backfires. Is that one of the strategies that they're utilizing right now?
Yes, we believe they were doing backfires last night. Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua is on that San Fernando line ridge as the Palisades Fire moved up that ridge. They got to work creating some lines, right?
That's right. We had engines at all the houses up there, and then we were able to do a successful firing operation to push the fire away from the community. It worked very well, and that community is a lot safer today because of it.
It looked much better. And tell us what we're seeing right now. Narrate that for me, please.
So right now we just saw the lead plane come in to show this plane behind it where to drop the retardant. You'll see in a sec as it comes out of its belly tanks, the red Phos-Chek retardant creating a fire line. That's not going to extinguish the fire. That's going to slow it down so the firefighters that you see laying hose and cutting fire line right here can get to it.
All right, and that VLAT, as you referred to it, VLAT standing for Very Large Air Tanker, that can carry anywhere between 8 and, I believe, 12,000 gallons of either water or fire retardant.
That's correct. It's usually fire retardant, but yeah, a whole lot of retardant.
All right. Thank you very much,
You're
Chief
welcome.
Brent Pasqua from CAL FIRE. You saw that live right there, that very large air tanker dropping up to anywhere from a minimum of 8,000 gallons of fire retardant, creating a fire line. And as the battalion chief explained, that doesn't put the fire out. That creates a line, a border, so that the fire doesn't pass that if the wind cooperates, of course, because when you're up against those Santa Ana winds, those embers will fly right over that fire line, and that's when it is so dangerous.
Gigi Graciette, thank you. Please pass on our thanks to him as well for the great work that the crews are doing out there to protect homes. Billy Bush, extra host, knows this neighborhood well. He joins us now on the phone. Billy, I know this whole thing for you is personal.
Hey, Alex. Yeah, sure. I got to tell you, I mean, up late last night. You know, we've evacuated and. You know, watched you, frankly, on the air.
Thank you.
And Marla. But by the way, guys, I got to say it from the bottom of my heart. What a wonderful job you're doing. I know you're exhausted, pal, and I know you don't want the attention on yourself, but I see it, and I thank you for the work you're doing. Very informative. We got out of there. I'm emotional looking at those fire drops. I actually posted something on Instagram of you, because you were talking, and in the middle it's like, wow, what a drop. And when you see that, it sort of fills you with a little bit of pride. People are angry, and there will be time for accountability in a major way. You know, the answers to questions, you know, need to be delivered. There's no question about that. But at this point, just watching these incredible helicopters who held this fire at the ridgeline since 8 p.m. last night with really no advancement is really, really impressive. And now you got the LATs and the VLATs, and it's astounding. But yeah, the whole neighborhood is, in my side where I am, is very grateful for that.
Yeah, I mean, we had one home, unfortunately, burned down to the ground this morning. But considering what we were looking at both late last night and this morning, that's really extraordinary to think about. And I appreciate your kind words about us, but the real heroes are these firefighters doing the backbreaking work. We just saw some of them, you know, the struggle to even walk up this terrain. I know you've, I'm sure, hiked Mandeville Canyon before, and you know what it's like in there. For people that aren't that familiar with this community, can you talk a little bit about this community and the community within this community?
Yeah, the Encino Hills. The Encino Hills are, you know, fire doesn't roll downhill like it goes uphill, as we know. But it's a vibrant community. You know, a close-knit community here in the valley. Up on the Mulholland Fire Road up there is, yeah, where everybody goes hiking, and everybody, you know, you see people walking their dogs and riding mountain bikes. I mountain bike up in there all the time. I hit the fire road, and then I take off north, and then I get down Sullivan Canyon, and I can ride into down into Mandeville, and then you ride back up. It's absolutely beautiful terrain. You can't believe you're living in a second largest city in America, and you have this kind of outdoors activity there. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Devastating to see what's happening there. You know, talking to all my neighbors, everybody's out of the area. They can't get in. But it's deeply, deeply sad. But I have so many friends, Alex, who lost their homes. I mean, upwards of 60 people I know have lost their homes, mostly in the Palisades area, and it's just, boy, it's tragic. They're all signing leases to rent places or trying to find hotels, and it's just it's emotional. People are mad, people are sad, people are angry. It's all kinds of emotions swirling, and I just reiterate to just be great. Think about these firefighters who haven't slept at all and what they're doing, and the pilots. Oh my gosh, these pilots are unbelievable. The way they grab this stuff right out of the Encino Reservoir and fly back up there, and in such coordinated fashion. It's, there's a real silver lining there. Take a lot of pride in that.
Yeah, it never gets old, Billy. It's Bob DeCastro. Mandeville Canyon, it's interesting because it provides an interesting dynamic, and it could be scary, especially if we had winds that could funnel or push things down that mountain. So you shudder to think, if this was a couple of days ago, what that could have been. But what has that been like? Because, when we have these normal, traditional Santa Ana winds, they often push towards the ocean. And you think this happened in the Palisades, and you're in the Mandeville Canyon area, and you're like, you know what, we're okay now. But over the past couple of days, to see this fire inch towards this direction, the easterly direction, has to be extraordinarily terrifying for folks living in that area.
Well, the terrifying moment is when you decide at 1:30 a.m. or 2 a.m. you can't take it anymore, and you got to close your eyes. It's that moment that you don't know you don't know how long you're gonna be down for. You're not setting an alarm, and when you wake up, you don't know what you're gonna see. So obviously, I slept for a few hours, popped up, went outside, and you see this giant plume just sitting there, and you say, "Wow, is that catastrophic?" But isn't it interesting that it's just stationary? And then you're right, the winds are down, so it's sitting there, and you say, "Okay, well, wow, how lucky are we that that's happening?"
Billy,
and that's what I saw this morning.
Billy, hi, it's me, Maria. We see you, love it when you visit here on the set in the mornings. Maria Quaban. When you are told that you have to evacuate, when you hear about those orders, what goes through your mind? Where do you go first? What are the things that you're looking at to take with you?
It's interesting, passport, birth certificates, things like that. But I have to be honest with you. I don't know why, but I had faith in the firefighters and in the helicopter pilots who were doing such a great job. And I also feel, look, emotional regulation is difficult at a time like this. And a sense of guilt that I knew so many people who completely lost their homes, some with insurance difficulties, some with good policies, some policies denied, recently canceled. And I'm thinking, I don't know. It is what it is. It's in God's hands. It's in. I'm not going to go and grab a bunch of things right now. I'm just gonna drive, and very, very basics. But I did not stuff my car.
Everybody has a different story, right? And there are some folks who don't even have the ability to get into a hotel or rent a house, and the like. So it's one of those things now. It's so incomprehensible. It's almost like for families and people, you take it moment by moment. After we get through this, it'll be day by day, week by week, and then we just have to do it together.
Yeah, and it's amazing to watch these drops on the air. It's just been incredible. Billy, we've got LAFD Captain Eric Scott on the line that we want to get to, but real quick, because he's listening, if there's any message you have or you want to share with the fire department.
Thank you very much, Captain, and keep up the good fight. We are grateful for all the efforts that you're putting out there, and God love you.
Billy Bush, thank you. Glad that you and your family are safe. We're thinking of you and wish you all well.
Be safe, Billy.
Bye, guys. Thanks. Keep up the good work.
Bye, Billy.
And send our love to your friends as well who lost their homes. So sad to hear about that. As we mentioned, Captain Eric Scott joining us on the phone, one of those heroes that has been working nonstop to get the public informed, keep the public informed. Captain, thanks for being with us. Talk to us about what we're watching right now, the extraordinary power of the air in terms of how much it helps your firefight.
Captain Scott, can you hear us? Oh, I think we lost him again.
Wow.
If Captain Scott can hear us, we hope to get back to him. In the meantime, Bob and Maria, look at that. I mean, isn't this amazing to watch this? And a shout out to our photographer, Armando Hernandez, who's doing a beautiful job bringing us these pictures of it, too, in real time. Just spectacular.
These are those big tankers, right? The VLATs, or the very large air tankers.
Yeah, when you hear VLAT, you think that there's some really technical name with it, and it just is very large air tanker.
It just doesn't get old when you watch these, and Billy Bush kind of put it right. It fills you with pride. You know, you're watching like with all this heartache and devastation, and you know, it's just a show of power and strength and resolve, and you know we have the ability to get through this. We have the ability to fight this.
And it's also a reminder, you know, at this time, as you mentioned, everybody's looking for somebody to blame, and we're in such a divided political world where people get different information from different universes and everybody's so against each other. I don't think there's any way that anybody could be against firefighters. You might be against some of the officials who are making decisions, but these men and women who are doing that back-breaking work, working hour after hour in all these different communities and literally saving lives and saving homes, it's one of the only things at this point that we as a community can all get together and get behind, and thank the heroism, especially of those pilots, Maria, who are really making a difference.
I know, they're flying against the most harrowing of circumstances, right? They're having to fly up there where the winds are quite strong, even on a day like this, having to maneuver around some of those stronger gusts there, and through the smoke and everything, dropping that very important frost check. For me, when I watch those drops, it's like a light at the end of the tunnel. It gives me the hope that, hey, this might be over sooner, you know, than we fear.
But to that point, can you talk about the winds that are not only coming tonight, and then the winds that are coming on Monday?
Yeah. The forecast is right on track, which for the most part has been good. It's been advantageous, I think, for the most part, for the firefighters. We have had some winds that have been consistently blowing out of the northeast, 10 to 20 miles an hour. There are those pockets where you're getting some of those stronger winds, some of those canyons, you know, those winds funnel down the mountains and funnel through those canyons and passes, and they just get strong. Those are
mountain waves.
Mountain waves, yeah. A little different from the mountain waves that we talked about earlier this week, by the way.
Yeah.
So Tuesday, Wednesday, we had such a recipe in place. When we talk about the mountain wave, we had every level in the atmosphere. You know, weather and the atmosphere is so different, right, at each altitude. And so on Tuesday, Wednesday, we just had high pressure at the surface, high pressure aloft. We had an area of low pressure nearby that brought in all this extra support of cold air. Cold air is a very dense air mass, and it just helped that air to just drive fast down the mountains, and it provided us with those explosive, really fierce and ferocious winds that were clocking in at like 90, 95 miles per hour in some spots. There was even one gauge that I saw like 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
So when you have...
Which is literally a hurricane.
Yes. When you have those kinds of weather conditions, which, by the way, the National Weather Service did issue, we talked about that PDS, that particularly dangerous situation kind of forecast, which they don't give out often, which there, if I could clap, I would just like applause.
Keep clapping. Yeah.
I would applause.
And the repeated drops, you know, we just saw one.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm looking at my app that kind of tracks the air assets, and there is an army of it in the air right now, which, again, is just amazing and awesome.
It's helpful that Encino Reservoir is also really close by to allow them to keep moving quickly as well.
Yeah,
but what makes it even tougher, because you speak of these completely unique weather event that we have, right?
Yes.
That only happens, you know, it's so rare that you have this sort of condition.
Yes.
At the same time, it is so incredibly extreme. It's so incredibly extreme to have those weather conditions that you can't even get these fire assets in the air, which is our biggest tool in fighting the fire. If they can't get up because it's too dangerous for pilots, and at the same time, even if they were able to get up, they wouldn't even be effective because they couldn't even drop them where they needed to be. So there was no point. In some instances, when you have this extraordinary event, the only thing they could do was to save lives and property, save themselves, because there's certain situations where there's nothing that they themselves can do. And in a very short period of time, you see homes decimated in a giant swath.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, the proverbial, it's like a bomb went off.
Yeah.
You know, it truly was. Like, it just happened so quickly. But when we talk about those winds and that particular day, Tuesday and Wednesday, it's dangerous. Pilots can't fly in those kinds of weather conditions. So for their safety as well, they're just not allowed to fly.
Although they said, a lot of the officials we talked to said it wasn't even so much that the pilots couldn't fly as much as it was that they couldn't control where their stuff would be dropped. So it was basically a waste of time. And so why put them at that risk? They were confident that they could get up and fly, but it was
at
just...
least the helicopters could get up,
In regards to the wind, okay, so we're going to catch like the first of 2 rounds of stronger winds. The first round is expected, as forecast, to be later today, tonight into tomorrow. So we're going to get kind of a round of slightly stronger winds than we're seeing now. Then it's kind of it goes up and down, right? We're getting a little bit of a sea breeze that's going to start kicking in if it hasn't already. And that's going to affect and impact this fire in particular, the Palisades Fire, because it's closer to the coast. So it's a kind of a weak sea breeze, a weak onshore flow, and that will give some effects, and firefighters will have to contend with that shift and change in the wind. Some of those flames, they're going to have to attack it from a different way.
Because all the Santa Ana winds means it blows towards the ocean, and sea breeze means it's going away from the ocean.
And towards land, towards homes, right? On Monday, Tuesday, as of now, the forecast does look for, it's forecasting for slightly stronger winds even than the winds we're expecting tonight and tomorrow. So we're talking about wind gusts 65+ miles an hour.
And those are Santa Ana winds again, right?
Yes.
So now we're going back towards the ocean again.
Yes, yes, on Monday and Tuesday, potentially through Wednesday. Now, again, it is not expected to be as strong as what we saw Tuesday and Wednesday of this past week, when we were talking about 80, 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But 65
That's a lot of wind.
Is still very strong. And so that is why the fire danger is still with us. That is why we tell you to be prepared and to be vigilant and mindful of the danger and be ready.
Gigi Graciette, it must be really impressive to see all this in person where you are. We've been watching your camera there.
You know, I'm standing with a battalion chief from CAL FIRE, and we both are talking about how it never gets old, and we both are standing in awe. And obviously, this is his career, and he sees this all too often, really. And we're just standing in awe at the talent of these pilots. Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua with CAL FIRE, we've been watching them, and we're also watching those hand crews, those men and possibly women out there on the front line. They're pulling, you were telling me, at least 3,000 feet of hose up the side of a mountain that's also on fire.
That's right. It's going to be at least a 3,000-foot hose lay from what I can see. maybe over that ridge another couple more thousand. You just can't see it all from here. But they're also cutting fire line with chainsaws and a crew down there, too, working together.
And we've seen them struggling. As a matter of fact, there was just a retardant drop, and we actually saw the plane struggle a little bit with the wind.
Yeah, the wind's a little dicey out here because it's been kind of switching around back and forth through these steep canyons. So it's still very impressive what these pilots are doing, especially when you see them drop below the ridge line that you're standing on. It's just remarkable the job they do.
And some of those very large air tankers, referred to often as VLATs, dropping up to 11,000 gallons of fire retardant.
That's right. The VLAT drops 11,000 gallons. That's almost like putting a swimming pool each time it drops on this fire. So very, very effective.
And you were explaining to us fire retardant obviously doesn't put the fire out, but it does create a very important break in the ground. So hopefully if there is no wind, that fire won't jump.
That's right. When you see these crews, they're working their way over to that retardant. It's going to be a smoldering small fire compared to a raging running fire when they get there.
So the purpose of the fire retardant, it's multi-purpose. It's obviously to protect this Mandeville Canyon neighborhood. We're on Cordelia, and if you live on Cordelia, I can tell you right now there are firefighters staged up and down your block, almost in every driveway, just in case it's needed for structure protection. But the other purpose is also to protect those men and women on the side of the mountain there that are pulling that hose.
That's right, and this is what we're used to. This is what we train for. This is how we fight wildland fires in conjunction with aircraft. They slow it down so we can get our crews up the hill, cut fire line, go directly on the fire's edge where it's safe because of the retardant, and put fire line and put the fire out.
Obviously an extremely dangerous job.
That's right. There's a lot of dangers, a lot of hazards in all situations out here, as you can see from these shots.
Yeah, just Admiral, the work they do is absolutely amazing. Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua giving us his expertise is what we were looking live at Mandeville Canyon. Again, we're on Cordelia looking out towards Mandeville Canyon. Below that fire break, below that fire retardant, it's Mandeville Canyon Road. And obviously there are homes up and down that road under a mandatory evacuation order. The fire looking much better in this section, but of course, we're not out of the woods yet with the Palisades Fire. That's the latest. I'm Gigi Graciette reporting live. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi. Thank you. Really, really amazing to see. We do want to tell you about the evacuation orders. These have been extended, but also now there are new evacuation centers. Here they are. The new evacuation centers opened after the Palisades Fire did expand, and there were new evacuation zones. So there's Stoner Recreation Center, 1835 Stoner Avenue, and the Calvary Community Church. This is in Westlake Village.
We also want to tell you about the community meeting, which is scheduled for tonight. There are two of them. One is the Calvary Westlake. That's the church we just talked about. The other is the Oaks Gymnasium, which is at Oaks Christian High School. If you can't make it there, you can live stream the meeting via the Cal Fire YouTube page, which we show there on your screen right now. This is for residents of the Palisades Fire that want information from officials, kind of getting everybody together to do it at one time, try to answer questions happening tonight out in Ventura County.
So there are, of course, tens of thousands of people who are displaced right now. A lot of folks are not allowed back in their homes. A lot of people are wondering what happens to all of their mail. And we do have that new information to you because the U.S. Postal Service is attempting to try to get folks their mail in the Pasadena area. You can go to the Pasadena Post Office. This is at 600 Lincoln Avenue, so head to that office there if you're not able to get your mail. They're collecting your mail there. And then in the Pacific Palisades area, it's the Rancho Park Post Office. That's on Exposition Boulevard, floor 1. You can collect your mail there.
And then there's Santa Monica Post Office at 1653 7th Street. They've got the mail to be collected there as well. That's the Topanga Post Office is being located there. So in case you have something that you really need, that's a place to get it. So the good news right now is because it looks like we are starting to get this thing under control, we are going to be stepping off the air for at least an hour. We've we've got a press conference scheduled at 2 o'clock, which we will be here for live coverage of. But most important thing to look for in the hours ahead, Maria.
Just stay vigilant, be prepared, because the critical fire weather conditions are going to continue with us, so the fire danger is going to be here. The winds are going to pick up a little bit later tonight, tomorrow, more so Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
If anything does happen, of course, we're going to bring that to you. We'll dip into coverage here. Right now, there has been aggressive firefight overnight and over the past several hours in the northeast boundary of the Palisades Fire. We did have one home that was lost this morning, but they were able to save other homes in that area. There are expanded evacuation zones. All that information, of course, you could also find on our website, foxla.com.
And we encourage you to also download the Fox Local app, where all of our content is streaming live, also on demand. It is free. And if you happen to have a power outage or get evacuated from your home and don't have access to a TV, you can watch us anytime. You don't need cable. You don't need any special logins or anything. The Fox Local app is a great resource in order to get all this life-saving, pertinent information out to you in real time.
We're going to be with you every step of the way. We do have a newscast also at 5 o'clock, of course, our regular time, and at 10 o'clock, we'll break in if we need to. Until then, we'll bring you to your regularly scheduled program.
And we'll see you again in an hour with that press conference.
Stay safe.
Melvin, and this is Dateline. It was a vibrant young church.
turning in their favor in a significant portion, but that could change in the coming days. It's expected to get windy to start next week. So they just kind of pan out, and you see just the difficult nature, the line of the fire, some of those roads at a very affluent area in Southern California, in the Pacific Palisades area, but now moving a little bit further inland. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us as we also have different things looking out as they are providing help. So many people providing help despite people losing their homes, losing their livelihoods here in very difficult portions. People giving back in a way, and I want to put up just here an image we're getting of a donation center in Los Angeles providing food, providing just an outlet if you need to charge your phone, providing different things to so much in the community as people continue to give back. And of course, we're also talking to different people on the ground, including the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank. Let's take you out to this conversation I had with the president and CEO just a little bit ago. Back in here to Live Now from Fox, detailing the latest on these devastating wildfires in Los Angeles. So many people displaced, their houses burned down, their livelihoods lost. It's so very difficult, but there are plenty of good people out there, and that's what they say. You have to look for the helpers in this time. And of course, some of the best helpers right now coming from the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank. This is a post on social media, and so many people giving back, so many people volunteering to help. Let's bring into the conversation right now the president and CEO of the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank, Michael Flood. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I see it's a busy setting there behind you. Take me through what you guys are doing on this weekend.
Well, we're here in East Los Angeles for a distribution and a resource fair. We'll be serving about 2,000 families coming through with food, produce, other items. This is an area that has been hit by power outages. So, we have lots of things going on. We have active fires, people being evacuated. And then in addition, we have power outages going on that are impacting people not necessarily evacuated, but in adjacent areas. So we have a multitude of needs here, and the food bank is doing the best we can to respond. We're here with the county. We're here with many other community partners and also government agencies here locally with the County of Los Angeles, just trying to, again, provide help and assistance to people who are impacted.
All right, that is so very good. And some of these images are just so hard to look at, so unimaginable. I think that's one of the supervisors there in Los Angeles calling it was an unimaginable night of terror and devastation. And of course, if you're able to, can you pan around, look at what we're seeing there in terms of some of these people? I'll just kind of give you the floor to kind of set the scene of what's going on there in Los Angeles.
Yes. So we have a long line. It's hundreds of people. It's very, I can't really see the end of the line, who are checking in. And they're going through and getting resources such as the ability to charge their cell phone with a portable charger, many other resources available there, diapers, other things. And this is sort of the second part of the distribution and help, which is providing food assistance, some produce, really at this point, handheld fruit, apples and oranges, because again, some people don't have the ability to cook right now, some ready to eat items. There's some water, of course, and other items, because some people are under a water advisory here also. So this is East Los Angeles. It's a civic center, so it's a meeting place for this community here. There are many other resources available on a typical weekday, so it's a very central place to have this kind of distribution. And unfortunately, we have a lot of practice with this with the pandemic. We were here during the pandemic. This is one of the distribution sites ongoing to help the community. So that's kind of what's going on here. And it's basically a 4-hour kind of deal where people are coming this morning, and it'll wind down mid-afternoon. And we expect we'll be seeing many more of these types of distributions in the coming days and weeks.
All right, that is so very good. So very good to see people out there helping. And it's as simple as charging your phone. That can be so very dynamic for this situation going on in Los Angeles. For people that maybe need help, need resources, seeing this on air, what do you need to tell them? And also, if people want to help, how would you advise them to go about that?
Yeah, so 211 is a great, actually, national resource. Wherever people call 211, it gets connected to their local information and referral agency. So that's a good place to go. LAcounty.gov emergency is another place to find where all the evacuation centers. Of course, the Red Cross has activated, many of the other community partners here doing what they can at a lot of the evacuation centers. People can go to lafoodbank.org. Nationally, since the national program meeting at .org, food banks around, but here in Los Angeles, it's those food bank, labank.org, to find food volunteer, financial support, and where to find food throughout this vast county. A lot of people don't realize the county of Los Angeles is nearly 10 million people. It's a huge population base. It's like a state, like larger than many states in the United States. So, with that, we do have a really, I think, good integrated, nonprofit group, faith-based group to help. And also connecting with government agencies as best we can. So that's where people can go to find out where to get help and how to help.
All right, that is so very good, because people, and just finding that is a resource in and of itself. On the other end, people that want to give back, people that may are in California, maybe not, how would you advise people to go about to help out, to see these images and want to contribute in some way?
Yeah, so lafoodbank.org is an option. NLA.org, that is the coalition of our emergency response partners, nonprofit and faith-based partners. That's a great place to find out who is doing the important work here on the ground here throughout the Los Angeles area. And again, I'd certainly highlight the Red Cross. They're always first in terms of dealing with evacuation centers and providing other support here. So those are some resources to take a look at.
Yeah, that is good. That is good advice, good news there for them. And I also want to ask you, Michael, before I let you go, because this is such an emotional time. People lost almost everything they own in some capacities, in some ways, for some people. What's the emotion like on the ground? Do you see a range of emotions? What are people seeing when they receive the help that they so desperately need, or also people, volunteers giving back? What's kind of the emotion there on the ground?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning the volunteers. This kind of event would not occur without all the volunteer help who's here making this happen. And they're essential to making all of this occur. I think here it's a sense of relief that there are people here willing to help and able to help. So I think that's one emotion. But, you know, I mean, we know volunteers who've lost their homes. We've had a staff member lose their family home and business in the Altadena area. And, you know, it's a really devastating time for many people here. So, you know, I think from a food bank standpoint, you know, we're here to help. So we're here to be part of the solution and do what we can. But as, you know, that emotional support, spiritual support that people need, yeah, there are providers here who can help with that, because, you know, that's here now and going to be here with us for quite some time.
That is so good to hear. Those volunteers giving back, even though they have lost all of their homes as well. So obviously, good job, good work for everyone at the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank. I'm going to let you go, Michael, but I appreciate all that you do. I know you're a busy man. It's a busy time in Southern California. Please stay safe as always. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for covering this. We greatly.
All right, such a great conversation there. And even though some of those volunteers lost their homes, they were still going out and giving back to those in need. You can see this is a live picture there. The Mandeville area, the Fire Road. People go up there hiking near the Brentwood area, near UCLA, if you're familiar with that in Southern California. All right. We're having another update coming in on another fire in Southern California, not necessarily the Palisades Fire, but the Eaton Fire coming up here in just about 50 or so minutes. Here's a post from the LA Fire Department saying a press conference, a community meeting coming up later on today. This one is going to be at 4 o'clock Pacific time. We're also expecting one coming up here in just a little bit at 2 o'clock Pacific as well. They'll provide an update on the Eaton Fire. Fire and law enforcement officials will host a virtual community meeting to provide the current fire situation, address questions, and discuss recovery related to the Eaton Fire. It will be streamed, and we'll take it here on Live Now from Fox in the coming hours. All right, I'm Andy Mack. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. right, welcome back in here to Alive Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, just past 1 o'clock on the West Coast. And of course, as we continue to detail the wildfires that burn in Southern California, an estimated $50 billion in damage, already the estimated total. And of course, we're also talking about different lawmakers and their perspectives, both from inside California. We've seen Senator Padilla on the ground, LA Mayor Karen Bass, but other lawmakers as well. I want to put up a post from Alex Padilla, the senator from California, saying, to the brave firefighters and first responders risking everything to protect our homes, lives, and our communities, you are true heroes. For more on this, let's go out right now to Fox Capitol Hill reporter Chad Pergram with the latest.
The cost of the fires likely means another infusion of federal cash for FEMA. This comes as Republicans try to cut spending.
It's always going to be hard. I think we just got to prioritize, and I think we need to couple any major spending with cuts on the other side.
So to be clear, when that bill comes due for California, some conservatives say we want to see some offsets.
Absolutely.
Congress just spent $100 billion on FEMA after last fall's double hurricanes. This price tag could be even more staggering. Burchett is skeptical that FEMA is up to the task. He doubts that California victims will ever see what they're owed after this disaster. Some Republicans take aim at liberals who run much of California.
It is an epic disaster of mismanagement. What's happened in California is the fault of Gavin Newsom and the legislature there. They don't take care of their forestry management. They don't take care of underbrush.
Other lawmakers say California climate change policies forced insurers to drop fire coverage for homeowners.
It caused the companies to flee the state. And the people that made those policy decisions have to be held accountable too.
But Democrats rebuke criticism of California's leaders.
I think that's all honestly just ridiculous. I think what's most important is that I think our governor is on the ground doing a great job managing the response. I don't think that we should be putting blame on anyone.
Still, some Democrats question the local response.
Why didn't they have water? Is it negligence, or is it just the fact that so many fires were breaking out all over the city in so many different areas that it was being the system was being pushed to capacity and got overwhelmed?
It'll take months to assess the cost of the fires. Congress must likely foot the bill and boost FEMA during the next round of spending due in mid-March. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. And this is also a post there from FEMA saying, Deanne Criswell saying, I met with Gavin Newsom, the governor, to assess the damages from the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles. Our FEMA teams are working diligently on the ground, working with local state officials, and are committed to the safety of those affected communities. And of course, we're continuing to follow it very closely here on Live Now from Fox as well. Congress's response, but also the response from the LA Fire Department, the response from the mayor, and they called them disagreements at a press conference this morning after the LA County Fire Chief says the budget cuts hindered the response to the California fires. They did appear together at this press conference. Let's take you out to hear an update from what they had to say early this morning on the wildfires that continue to burn in Southern California.
That sounds good. How are you? Are we all ready? Yep. Everybody in place? Good morning, everyone. Let me thank you all this morning. I want to especially thank our first responders, community members, leaders, everybody, as we continue to go through this crisis, this emergency. Here with us today, Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, Police Chief Jim McDonnell, FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, District Director Julie Klaus of the Small Business Administration, and for all Angelenos, we are hurting, grief, still in shock and angry, and I am too. The devastation that our city has faced. But in spite of the grief, in spite of the anger, in spite of the shock, we have got to stay focused until this time passes, until the fires are out. Now, We need to stay focused, but I will say that when the fires are out, make no mistake, we will have a full accounting of what worked and especially what did not. And I know that this is a top priority of the people that are here behind me and the firefighters and the first responders that are on the front line. There is nothing that I will not do for the city where I was born and raised. And I know that that goes for all of us. So let me be clear about something. The fire chief and I are focused on fighting these fires and saving lives, and any differences that we might have will be worked out in private. But right now, our first and most important obligation to Angelenos is to get through this crisis. When the fire is out, there will be time for us to evaluate, but at the same time, we also must begin the recovery effort, and there'll be more to come from that in the next few days. So you saw last night that the fires intensified. The Palisades Fire expanded, leading to additional evacuations in Encino and parts of Brentwood. But despite the flare-up, relentless air and ground assaults has led to increased containment of the fire. Emergency shelter is open at the Lanark Regional Recreational Center in Canoga Park. We are updating on lacity.gov with information about assistance and up-to-date evacuations. The Hurst fire is now 76% contained, and the Sunset Fire is almost 100% contained. FEMA teams are on the ground providing in-person support, helping Angelenos apply for disaster relief at the Westwood Recreation Center and Richie Valens Park. The Small Business Administration is now offering home disaster loans, business disaster loans, and economic injury disaster loans, which can be applied for at lending.sba.gov. Let me repeat that, lending.sba.gov. And the National Guard is here too, helping relieve our firefighters and secure the perimeter of our evacuation zones, aiding our Los Angeles police officers in having zero tolerance for crime. And let me just say that again, zero tolerance for crime. And so that means if you are bold enough that you are going to go into a fire area and attempt to break in homes or do looting of any type, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. In the grief, in the anger, in the pain that we are going through, the idea that there would be predators out there that would try to take advantage of this situation will not be tolerated. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that your emergency departments are working as hard and as fast as they can for you. We are a city, Los Angeles. We have been through tragedies before. I remember 1992, the civil unrest, when we had to rebuild the city. I remember 1994, the big earthquake. This tragic event will bring us together. We will stay together. We will get through the fires, and then we will rebuild our city, and we will rebuild our city even better. With that, let me introduce our fire chief, Kristen Crowley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. As Mayor Bass has stated, she and I met yesterday to discuss our shared priorities. Number one, first and foremost, we are both focused on our urgent needs to mitigate these devastating wildfires. Our top priority remains saving lives and protecting property. Second, we are committed to working together on community recovery and rebuilding efforts. 3, we are focused on building an LEFD that reflects the needs of the community we serve and which will prepare us for the many challenges that are ahead of all of us. I will now provide an update on the current fires. Palisades Fire. Yesterday evening, there was a significant flare-up on the northeastern boundary of the fire, threatening Mandeville and Sullivan Canyon areas. We immediately redeployed resources from the San Fernando Valley to begin evacuation and extinguishment efforts with a relentless air attack utilizing all available aircraft in the area. I can now report that we have increased the fire's containment from 8% to 11% with 3,712 personnel that are assigned to this incident. The fire is now at 22,660 acres with all evacuation orders and warnings. They all remain in place. The Hurst Fire, 799 acres, 76% contained. 2 structures were damaged. 305 personnel are assigned to that incident. Sunset Fire, halted, and I want to focus on that word, halted and stopped at 42 acres, 100% contained due to the due diligence of our first responders that are out there doing their work. Currently in a mop-up and patrol status and no active threat to the public. Now looking forward, over the next few days and into the next week, we will be facing another critical weather event. I want to assure the residents within our incredible city of Los Angeles that Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, and I are in lockstep together, and that we will utilize every single resource at our disposal to ensure public safety and that we holistically protect Angelenos. Thank you, everyone. And next, I have the honor to introduce Police Chief McDonald.
Thank you, Chief, very much. As we navigate this challenging time, our primary focus remains the safety and security of our community. We're committed to protecting lives, safeguarding property, and maintaining order in the areas affected by the fires. Determining the cause of these fires is critical, and to that end, Mayor Bass, Chief Crowley, and I are announcing, in conjunction with our partner agencies, the creation of the Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force. This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them. The task force will be made up of, or is made up of, investigators from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, CAL FIRE, the Los Angeles Fire Department Arson Counterterrorism Section, Los Angeles County Fire Department Arson, Los Angeles Police Department Major Crimes Division, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Arson and Explosives. Just announced this morning, or decided this morning, that the ATF will take over as lead agency on that. They have tremendous resources and expertise and can bring in resources from across the country to do their investigation. So we're very thankful for them and their resources. The LAPD remains on tactical alert, and we have dedicated resources to ensure the safety of our law enforcement and city, state, and federal public safety partners. LAPD officers are actively patrolling these areas around the clock. These efforts include enhanced visibility in evacuation zones and neighborhoods where homes and businesses are vacant. We're deploying marked and unmarked vehicles as well as foot patrols to ensure a strong presence and swift response to any issues that arise. LAPD currently has over 600 officers deployed to these areas, with support from Port Police, who provided personnel, and the National Guard, who've provided 40 personnel at various posts throughout the Palisades, and we're truly grateful for their support also. We've continued to respond to radio calls with reports of looting, although I'm happy to share that so far none have been substantiated in that fashion. Let me be clear on this, and the mayor just talked about it. We do have a zero-tolerance policy for anybody attempting to exploit this crisis. Looting and other illegal activities will not be tolerated, and we've taken significant steps to prevent such behavior. Additional patrols are actively monitoring evacuated areas, and we've implemented a system of surveillance and rapid response. LAPD is enforcing a curfew in Los Angeles city areas where mandatory evacuations are still in place. The curfew will run from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Last night, we arrested a total of 5 people for crimes involving curfew violation in the Palisades burn area. I want to remind everybody that unless you are public safety personnel or another type of disaster worker, you have no reason to be at these locations. And if we see you in those areas, you will be subject to arrest. Any person who refuses or willfully neglects to obey the curfew order in effect in any evacuation order zone or evacuation warning zone within the city of Los Angeles will be physically booked for a violation of California Government Code Section 8665. A violation of curfew order is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine.
All right, you're just listening in there to these different officials, including Mayor Karen Bass, Kristen Crowley, the chief of the LA Fire, saying they're going to put their disagreements behind them and work in this crisis together. All right, as we were just detailing that. That was a press conference from just a little bit ago. There's going to be another update coming up in just about half an hour. But we can see right now on the ground in Los Angeles, Matthew Seedorf, our Fox 11 team, diving back into their coverage to give you a sense of these Southern California wildfires. Let's listen in to their coverage here on Live Now.
To the freeway, if you can take that video, a massive plume of smoke, but it's also kind of blowing away from the 405 as it seems like the winds are shifting. It's pretty calm where we are right now compared to what we were seeing, especially last night. And just a few minutes ago, I was up the hill a little bit behind some police on Challen Road, and it was kind of a logjam of police. They're up there kind of on patrol as the planes are making those drops and the helicopters very active, but also dry. You can tell they're watching this closely. But overall, Alex, pretty eerie feeling being down here. It's quiet. There's ash falling. It's smoky. Everyone just watching this very closely, hoping for the best. Go ahead and send it back to you.
And it's interesting where you're standing, and this is a public address, so I'm not saying anything that isn't well known. You're just feet away from the home of the Vice President of the United States and the Second Gentleman of the United States, Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, who live right there by that elementary school. They are not here this weekend. They're in Washington. But, you know, this story is personal for so many people, including the Vice President.
Exactly, yeah, and that's inside the evacuation zone, like you said, right next to this school. And so many people over here have evacuated. We do see some people driving by curious, but there is a sense of urgency and also fear given what just happened in Pacific Palisades.
Matthew Seedorf, thank you very much. We're going to go now to Daryl Osby. He's on the phone, and he's a retired L.A. firefighter. Of course, we've talked to Daryl many times before.
The chief of L.A. County.
Indeed. Yeah. And so what is your take on what's going on right now, Daryl?
Yeah, I actually turned the news off, but just turned it back on. So it was almost inevitable that this was going to occur. We always need to have boots in the ground. The idea that they don't have boots in the ground and some of this terrain is inaccessible, they need to get firefighters or crew members in there separating the burn from the unburned. So some of the feeds will show the aircraft doing outstanding jobs as far as the helicopters making pinpoint drops or some of the fixed aircraft making retardant drops, which is great. But at some given point, you still need to get boots in the ground to separate the burn from the unburned to get containment lines in.
Well, that is a story we've been telling, actually, for all these days, that there just aren't enough resources to go around. And it's just extraordinary, Daryl, when you consider how many fires are burning. And while there might be one that's drawing all the attention, you certainly cannot let the others just go. So there are plenty of people, plenty of fire officials and professionals that are handling all those other fires. And we kept seeing so many little spot fires pop up, little vegetarian fires. Yeah, not vegetarian fires.
Yeah.
But what we have seen this morning, Chief, is the air power has really been extraordinary. We saw one home burn, but talk about the value of those resources and how important they are.
Yeah, I think that today you can see the significant value and investment that we've made at the state, local, and federal level as it relates to aircraft, because you have aircraft from all three entities. And you can see the impact that it's having today because the aircraft are able to fly. The helicopters have water sources where they can quickly pick up water and make pinpoint drops to support the ground crews or protect structures. Then you have the fixed-wing aircraft with the ability to fly to Riverside or
wherever they're getting their FOS checked and make those drops. And you can see the significant impact of those aircraft compared to when this fire first started in Pacific Palisades and they couldn't drop. And that significantly probably added to the spread of the fire because of their inability to use the aircraft those first few days.
Chief, you've been in the room coordinating the response to massive fires before. Obviously, we haven't had one this big, but you've been there for big fires before. What's happening right now in terms of the leadership, how they're strategizing? Sort of paint a picture, take us inside the room a bit.
Yeah, we'll have when we have situations with multiple fires, then there's a coordination center somewhere. I don't know where it is now. I'm retired. I don't know if it's with the LA City, LA County.
Emergency Operations Center, LA County, and Little Tokyo.
Yeah, okay. So basically what they're doing is they're looking at all the fires and they're prioritizing them. They're looking at the lives at risk, the property at risk, and the potential threat. And then also, too, any infrastructure, you know, power lines, freeways, water systems. So they're going to score all those criteria, and then they'll make a determination where to send air resources and where to send personnel. So that's happening around the clock.
Well, Chief, when you consider all the ways that they have been fighting these fires and the challenges, there's so much Monday morning quarterbacking, if you will, from people online or whatever, and they don't really understand the challenges of fighting this kind of fire. Can you speak to that?
Yes. When we have these types of incidents, and it's only gotten worse now with social media and the ability to get on a phone or a typewriter, that everybody has an opinion. And some of them are valid. What I can say is that after every major fire, this one will occur too, that there will be after-action reviews. We'll talk about what went well, what were our challenges, and what can we do to improve for the next incident. As an example, the last major fire I experienced was the Woodley fire in 2018. And afterwards, we had community meetings, we had experts come in, we hired consultants, and we had over 200 recommendations that we implemented prior to my retirement. Going back, the bigger item I saw in the media was the water systems and their inability to keep up with the demand. And I can just tell you it's basic math. Water systems today are designed for potable water, and then they're designed for residential fires. And sometimes when you see in a normal situation, you have 3 or 4 fire trucks there, and they're designed to flow several thousand gallons of water for an hour or two. Commercial fires are designed to flow 5,000 to 10,000 gallons of water for 5 hours or longer. But when you have a situation when you're having hundreds of fire engines connected to a water system in an urban conflagration, which is probably an anomaly in today's environment, simple math, the water system was not going to be able to keep up. I would imagine that when the officials and right personnel get together after this incident, there will definitely be recommendations on how we can improve these systems and improve our responses moving forward.
I mean, is that something you think that can be fixed, or is that one of those things that to fix that and do a complete overhaul of the entire system would be so unbelievably expensive, given the chance of this happening not all that often, that it's not worth it?
Well, that's something for the policymakers to make, and those types of decisions, and the ratepayers, because you're right, it will be expensive to do. But then on the flip side, we can't say we can't do anything to protect our citizens.
Yeah.
So somewhere in between the exorbitant cost to design these types of systems and what's reasonable, we'll land on a decision, and that decision will be implemented moving forward.
And it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar thing to rebuild these communities that maybe if a system was in place, they could have been protected, maybe.
Chief, let me ask you one other question. How do you feel about people who try to fight their own fire, meaning they might have sprinklers on top of their roof, or they have, you know, they take a garden hose even trying to fight the fire and keep the fire away from their homes. But doesn't that also draw from the general water source and then make it harder for you?
Yes, there's no reason to turn on sprinklers or water systems or your irrigation. That just takes from the water supply for firefighters. So that's not a good use of water. As it relates to people evacuating, that's a very dynamic topic. I know that when I was in the fire service in 2008, 2009, we had significant conversations about what we should and shouldn't do. But then unfortunately in Australia, because we were looking at processes and best practices throughout the world, I forgot the year. I don't recall if it was 2008 or 2009. In Australia, they used to have a process, leave early or stay and defend. That was their process down there. And unfortunately, they called it Black Sunday, and several hundred people died because they tried to stay and defend their homes, and they lost their lives. From that terrible incident in Southern California, we developed the process Ready, Set, Go, and I hear you guys talk about it all the time, and we all understand that ready means prepare your house, do the proper burst clearance. Set means be ready to go in case of an incident, and go means go. And so that's what we've incorporated in Southern California. It's been adopted across our nation and other countries in the world. Our number one objective is to save lives, so we want people to evacuate. You will see instances where people do stay and save their homes, and that's admirable, but we don't advise that. And then unfortunately, and probably in this case, there were people that tried to stay and protect their homes, and they lost their lives.
Yes,
and we're
we've
always
seen that in these fires.
Evacuate because you can replace your property, but we have not found a way to replace a life yet.
And it seems, Susan, that we've seen that some of the people that chose to stay, that knew of the danger, but said, I'm going to stay anyways, unfortunately lost their lives.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. And we always put life safety as our number one priority. First, to be quite frank with you, the welfare and safety of our first responders first. Yeah. Because we want them to respond, put in a good day's work, be admirable in what they do, and get home safely. They can't protect our citizens if they're not, they're in harm's way, but we want them to get home safely. But then equal to that is make sure that our citizens get home, or they survive these incidents.
And we know the evacuations are done in different ways in different areas. Last night, our Ed Laskos was live near Mountain Gate Country Club, where there's a community of homes up there, and we heard law enforcement with very loud speakers, sounds, waking everybody up. It was so loud that there was no way that you could sleep through it, sort of thing, knocking on doors, trying to get people out. We know we have those alerts now on our phones, which some have run in error, which are frankly very annoying, but part of the reason that they are so loud is because the idea of it is to wake you up. I mean, we do, Susan, it seems like at this point have a system where that has worked pretty well in terms of letting people know you've got to go. A handful of people have chosen to stay, but most people have chosen to go.
Well, I hate to say this. I have been on the fire lines before, and I know I've talked to firefighters who said, oh, I wouldn't go. I would stay at my house. And that's the kind of sentiment that makes me a little nervous because, of course, for those people who hear that from a firefighter, I don't put those sentiments on TV. But if perhaps you have a neighbor who's a firefighter and that's what they say, and then you decide to stay, but you're not a professional. What do you have, a garden hose? And so it really makes me nervous when that kind of sentiment is sort of passed around when we see these kind of fires. And I don't know what that shot is that we're looking at.
That's from the top of our building here.
Oh, okay.
That's West LA, looking towards the Palisades Fire. And here, at our station, you just see that the smoke everywhere. We can smell it and go into the downstairs parking lot underground everywhere. And we know that so much of the west side of Los Angeles. And then we also haven't been talking much about Pasadena, Altadena, San Gabriel Valley, smelling that and sort of living with that as well. Chief Osby, any other last words that you want to share before we let you go?
Yeah, I wanted to just comment on the fact of what you said some of the firefighters may have said, and we don't advocate that as a profession. Maybe they have more experience, so they might be able to do it. There's been citizens in certain situations that have done it, and they've been lucky because of the wind conditions and fire behavior. They were able to survive that type of decision and behavior. But I don't advocate that. Neither does our profession, because you know what? Sometimes you'll hear citizens say, well, last time this fire happened and my house didn't burn. Now, this time it did. Well, there's always nuances as it relates to weather, humidity, fire behavior, the wind. And I was talking to my wife last night and this morning that sometimes when those things occur and you're in a very tough situation, you almost have to be gangster-like to really be properly trained, properly equipped, and a lot of courage to survive those types of situations. And our firefighters have that type of training. Right. And you see them go into communities sometimes, and you're going, wow, I wouldn't do that. But they're trained in how to do that. So I just wouldn't advise citizens to say number one. The number two, as it relates to today and probably the next few days, is these incidents. Because we don't have a lot of containment line, the winds have died down. Maybe we might get winds coming off the ocean. You're going to see the fire moving in different directions, east, south, north. A lot of them are going to be topography driven. So there's going to be a lot of volatility at times because fire sometimes burns 16 times faster uphill than it does downhill. A lot of it is going to be based on the level of fuel. Some of these areas haven't burned in decades. So it's going to be pretty intense. I know our firefighters are going to work around the clock to try to get more containment line in, because we've heard that probably Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday, there's going to be another wind event and another Santa Ana wind event, which means the fire's going to shift and burn back onto itself. So it's a very dynamic situation, and the firefighters have their hands full for the next several days to weeks.
Yeah, our meteorologist, Maria Quaban, in the last hour, we were talking about this, that essentially the forecast is we're supposed to have stronger winds tonight, then they're supposed to die down a little bit. Tonight's winds, this weekend's winds, are onshore winds, meaning blowing from the ocean east. And then on Monday and Tuesday, we're going to start having Santa Ana winds again, which means blowing towards the ocean. So the wind direction is going to change, which means the fire could change. We haven't really seen a lot of onshore winds in the fire areas since it started, so we could start moving in different directions. So there's going to be different pockets tonight, especially a moment to be concerned with. On Monday, especially to be a moment to be concerned with. Wind gusts on Monday could be 65-mile-an-hour gusts, which is less than the 100-mile-an-hour gusts we saw in some places earlier this week. But 65-mile-an-hour gust is still huge and really dangerous to contend with. And so that's what we should be thinking about in terms of the forecast. So firefighters have an opportunity to try to get a handle on this as much as possible this weekend before some of those winds really pick up on Monday. But there's only so much you can do with a fire of that size, just a monster fire. They're doing as good a job as they possibly can. But thankfully that those air assets continue to work well. Daryl Osby, really appreciate the great insight that you have, and it's really helpful to be able to pick your brain. So thanks for calling in.
If you don't mind, do you have more time? There's one more thing I would like to add.
Sure.
Yeah, because this fire is really more in an urban setting, probably in a sense that people aren't used to. For people maybe Santa Clarita or Malibu might be more used to these types of incidents. So, and it's really an anomaly, particularly when you have a fire in an urban setting. That's going to be lessons learned. But since you mentioned that we're going to have a wind event, I just want to have this opportunity to do some more education to our citizens.
Please.
If you haven't done your proper brush clearance, or there's flammable material around your house, or, flammable plants, juniper, eucalyptus, palms, whatever it might be, leaves in your rain gutter, make sure you clear that out now, because in the event of an incident, we don't have enough resources to have a fire engine in every house. So sometimes your house has to be hardened enough to stand and withstand these incidents on their own. And in many instances, people lose their homes via ember cast. So you need to make sure you have all your proper brush clearance and flammables away from your home. Mm-hmm. And then second, I know that we talked about improved notifications as it relates to evacuations, but it is important not to wait till the last minute. We recognize in Los Angeles that we have bad traffic on a good day sometimes. So you have to take a certain amount of responsibility for your own well-being to evacuate early and be safe. And the primary objective is to survive these types of incidents. So I just want to put that education plug in as a closing.
Excellent
Love the
information.
professional point of view.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chief Osby. Appreciate it, and hopefully we can check in with you in the days ahead as we all get through this together. We want to go to Fox 11 reporter Matthew Seedorf once again, who is in the Brentwood neighborhood. Matthew.
Yeah, Alex, we're a little down the hill just to try and get cell reception so that you guys can see us. We're by Ventura Canyon Charter School. It is an eerie feeling because it is quiet. So many people have evacuated. Frank, if you can kind of point it maybe up over here, you can see the smoke up in the sky. Very close by, we've been seeing emergency vehicles driving by. Even we've been seeing the planes flying over that have been making drops. So it's very close to where we are now at Ventura Canyon Charter School. But if you do take a look at this video, just minutes ago, I was up the hill. You can see police up there kind of in a big line, almost gridlocked up there, actually. They said that they were looking for possible looters, but also kind of watching the fire line. This is kind of the eastern side of that fire. Just watching very closely. The planes were dropping up there, and there was absolutely no cell service. But then also, if you can take a look at this other video we have from the 405, you can see the large plume of smoke. Hopefully you can see this kind of blowing towards the southwest. Definitely calmer conditions than what we've been experiencing these last few days, especially where I'm standing here in Brentwood. But again, a lot of people watching all of this very closely. And Alex, just one more thing. I actually spoke with, a drone pilot, a drone professional, and he's pretty upset about what's been happening with that drone that collided with the Super Scooper aircraft that's been battling this fire. He's actually been tracking all of the drones that are flying over the fire illegally. He says that he's probably seen 12 people flying over the fire illegally and then posting about it on social media, almost proud of their work. So he's kind of digging in deeper. He thinks he actually possibly found the pilot that could have collided with that aircraft. So hopefully we can hear from him coming up here in just a little bit. But definitely an interesting tidbit, because that's one of those resources right now that would be vital in helping fight this fire. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Matthew Seedorf, thank you very much. Stationed in Brentwood there, yes. He's referring to the fact that there are so many challenges when you're trying to do your live coverage and trying to get to the area that is most impacted by these fires, in this case, the Palisades Fire. I was in Malibu on Wednesday, no cell service whatsoever.
Yeah.
And we, of course, want to bring you the best information, but in terms of getting right there next to the fire lines itself, you really have to have a special kind of connection, perhaps, in order to
and what was challenging for me, I was in the Palisades yesterday going to interview Governor Newsom, and, I'm so used to getting GPS navigation from my phone, and then there was no signal, so I had no navigation.
Not only that, there's so many
road
parts
closures
of the
and things in the road and all the rest of it, and I'm sort of directionally challenged on a good day.
Me too.
So it was.
I confess.
It was. It's challenging. That's another thing you don't even think about, how reliant we are on communication for everything. So if you've been following, one of the storylines we've been following is yesterday there was this back and forth between the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, and the fire chief, Chris Kristen Crowley. Crowley was appointed by the former mayor, Eric Garcetti. And Bass has been talking about the fact that she cut the budget by $17 million for the fire department, said that it didn't really have an impact on fighting this fire. Crowley told our Gigi Garcia, not really. It made an impact, and that the city failed you. That went all over the place. Then a bunch of other media got involved with it. Then Crowley's called in, summoned to Bass's office. Neither one of them go to the press conference last night. Reports, inaccurate reports, that Crowley had been fired.
Oh, I got tips that she was saying goodbye to her staff.
So then the mayor's office pushed back on that. The fire department pushed back on that. The mayor and Crowley together this morning at a press conference, not quite kumbaya, but if you were wondering what that looked like and maybe missed it this morning, here's a look at what they said.
The fire chief and I are focused on fighting these fires and saving lives, and any differences that we might have will be worked out in private. But right now, our first and most important obligation to Angelenos is to get through this crisis.
Talking about the fact that they are going to be talking privately about their disagreements and maybe not on a bunch of media channels. But it's clear that Crowley knew what she was doing when making that public statement and was clearly trying to send a strong message in doing so.
Well, there's just been so much criticism on how the city responded to this catastrophe, and she, I'm sure, felt the need to push back. That's why she talked to Gigi. That's why all of these other suggestions that she was in conflict with the mayor.
I mean, and the political firestorm right now for LA Mayor Karen Bass is quite real. Somebody who won election by 10 points, somebody who's been really beloved here in Los Angeles for a long time and has a whole lot of friends. And but it's been a rough week for her politically, to say the least. And
a lot of her supporters live right there in the Palisades.
Yeah.
So
although the guy that won the Palisades with a huge percentage is Rick Caruso.
True.
Who has been very clear of his disappointment with the mayor's leadership as well. So that's a storyline that we will be following in the months and years ahead. The mayor has 2 more years on her term, and the rebuilding is something that a lot of people are going to be looking at, but right now we're in that crisis mode. There's been a lot of criticism of her. There's been a lot of criticism as well of Governor Newsom, who is here in Southern California, has been here since the beginning. I spoke with him yesterday in Pacific Palisades about some of the issues ahead. Here's some of that conversation. Governor Newsom, good to see you. Not great to see you under these circumstances. As you stand here, look around, what goes through your mind?
Well, just complete and utter devastation. Memories, mementos, traditions, lifestyle, all of it gone.
Rebuilding, not going to be easy. We know building housing in California is not always easy. Yep. Is there red tape that you can cut through to make rebuilding here move faster? If so, what specifically is that going to look like?
Well, we're looking at a series of executive orders. We're looking at a series of legislative pathways to absolutely focus and streamline all of that and really target. I want to do it statewide, of course. I've been working on this for years, 42 CEQA reforms. We've got to do more. But right now, it's focusing on the rebuild and recovery. Of course, a big part of that is prepping the site, getting all the debris removal done, dealing with the hazardous waste, getting that done as quickly as possible, getting those contracts in order. At the same time, simultaneous getting the individual assistance, the small business loans and the like.
You put out a letter to DWP asking, how is it that there was no water to fight this fire in certain places? We were here, and basically these places just burned and there was nothing that could be done. Yeah. Does the state have any responsibility in that? Is there more the state can do to make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what the letter's about. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's be transparent. Let's move this forward quickly. I'm not interested in the finger point. I want to know what the hell happened, and would it have mattered? I mean, let's be honest about it here. Mm-hmm. I've talked to all my experts, all the firefighters I've been with. They said we could add an engine on every house. and 90-mile-an-hour winds with all the pressure in the world. So you got to be realistic about that as well, but still doesn't make it right. And I want to know what went wrong so it doesn't happen again.
Any bottom line message to the people of California tonight?
Well, we care deeply about them. We have their back, and we're going to continue to come back until this is completely rebuilt.
Governor Newsom, thank you so much for the time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Portion of our conversation with the governor. If you want to see the full thing, it's now streaming on my YouTube page, youtube.com/Alex Michelson. The governor's Office of Emergency Services for the state of California is expected to hold a press briefing in about 3 minutes from the state's Emergency Operations Center. We hope to bring some of that to you live. We also expect at 2 o'clock a press conference from Catherine Barger about the Eaton Fire and other officials in the San Gabriel Valley. We expect to bring that you live. This is a live picture from there right now. You can see Assemblyman Mark Gonzalez. There's Catherine Barger, other officials that are getting ready to do a briefing. And part of what I think Catherine Barger wants to talk about, which is something that Governor Newsom and I talked about last night in that clip that was edited out of that, is Newsom sent a letter to Trump inviting him to come here, tour the damage, and I think Barger has a similar message for the future and former President Trump to try to get him on board in building. We know he loves building, and that has a long history of building as a real estate developer, and let's hope he takes an active interest in rebuilding our region.
But we also know that he has also expressed some displeasure when it comes to Gavin Newsom. And
who he calls new scum and says that the fire is his responsibility and that he should resign. So that's been his message so far, and a similar message we've seen from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. So Newsom's attitude in that interview with me was more conciliatory, let's work together, but you can tell
the state of California, though, is very important to the United States, so you cannot dismiss the entire state of California.
Newsom is clearly very, very frustrated by that situation.
Indeed. I spoke with the first partner yesterday, Jennifer Siebel. Newsom trying to get her to say a little bit more than the, as you say, the kumbaya moment of, oh, we're all in this together, and, you know, I'm handing out sandwiches. But, you know, I mean, she's first partner. She's not a politician.
Yeah, she's not. That's not her role.
That's not her role. But there are so many people that are just so frustrated and scared and wonder if there is even a possibility to rebuild and rebuild in a relatively you know, amount of time that makes sense. I mean, imagine all these people that are elderly and they lost their family home, and they're thinking, well, it takes so much time to rebuild and get through the process, as you say. Can you cut through the red tape? And we are just well known in the city of Los Angeles for having a lot of red tape to build.
A lot of red tape. Susan, meanwhile, you know, as we're about to focus on the Eaton fire, you spent a lot of time there in the last few days, spent time at the Pasadena Civic Center where a lot of those evacuees are located, and maybe talk a little bit about, well, they should officially welcome people. It's now the 2 o'clock, top of the hour. Alex Michelson, Susan Hirasuna here with you for special coverage. We're awaiting a press conference any moment now to get the latest on the Eaton Fire. And it must really been something to see the outpouring of love, but the outpouring of need there in Pasadena.
Absolutely. There was, it was quite remarkable when you consider how many people were there to volunteer. In fact, I talked to a woman who was frustrated because there was really nothing for her to do. Meantime, we saw all these celebrities and the politicos that turned up in order to offer some condolence.
Speaking of politicos, here's Supervisor Catherine Barger.
I'm doing daily visits to see, hear, and take in the devastation, and it truly is difficult even to describe. We need all level of support, both at the local county level, the state level, and the federal level, and we need it immediately. I cannot stress enough how important that is and will continue to be in the future. Today, I wrote a letter to President-elect Trump inviting him to engage in wildfire recovery efforts and to visit the county to see the impact firsthand that it has on every socioeconomic individual in this county. Engaging the White House makes the way for the rapid deployment of federal resources, including emergency personnel and financial assistance. While I was on my walkthrough today, I crossed paths with California Assembly Speaker Rivas, and actually the entire, I think, Assembly family was up in Altadena. I told the Speaker that the state has to be incredibly flexible and streamline all of their processes, and he has promised to work with us. My goal is to help communities rebuild like for like, if not better. But there are state and county requirements that can sometimes add an additional cost to the building process. My ask is that the state and the county work to ensure that we rebuild safely, but we must remove any new costly requirements not related to health and safety that would otherwise make it cost prohibitive for residents to rebuild. Government mandates cannot mean the difference between whether a community can afford to rebuild or not. We need to be extremely responsive to the individual needs of thousands of residents who are going to have to navigate this incredibly difficult process. Our community's resilience has always been inspirational and will be our guiding light as we move forward together. I understand that many of our residents are looking and thinking rebuilding is not just a priority, it is an urgent need. I've talked to people who know their home is gone and they want to begin today. I will make sure that the county works quickly to eliminate unnecessary red tape, ensuring permits are approved safely and swiftly so that reconstruction can begin as soon as possible. Again, my priority is to ensure that government becomes a facilitator, not an obstacle, as we move toward recovery. I will also prioritize creating one-stop service centers where all relevant departments are available in one place in real time to answer your questions, provide guidance, and support your rebuilding efforts. This will be designed with one goal: to make the recovery process as seamless and supportive as possible, and to make sure those resources are right there in the community where you are rebuilding. We're here to help, and we will continue to be here during every part of the process. With that, I'd like to bring up Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So good afternoon. The Eaton Fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment. Over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and 2,832 firefighting personnel are assigned to the Eaton Fire. Elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County today and tomorrow, and again Monday through Wednesday. The Los Angeles County Fire Department will be prepared. These winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high. Please understand that the inevitable public safety power shutoffs that will be implemented prior to this life-threatening Santa Ana wind event are crucial to preventing new fire starts, and that they help save lives. Yes, they're a challenge to deal with, but it's certainly better than having another fire start. I would like to express my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for their leadership and unwavering support of our residents, my fire department personnel, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires in the air and on the ground, we commend you for your relentless and fearless dedication in protecting residents throughout this great county. And finally, to our Los Angeles County residents, Please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for repopulation of evacuated areas, disaster recovery, and the rebuilding of your homes and your lives. I would now like to introduce California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Operations Section Chief, Don Fraguglia.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Okay, so quick operational update here for the Eaton Fire. Over here, as we start on the right flank in Santa Anita Canyon, things are looking really good across the front country here until we get to about here, and then we're starting to still see quite a bit of heat, quite a bit of work through here in this area. As we come across over here into the Altadena area, I want to just highlight this square box right here is a square mile. So it's a massive, massive area that we're talking about here. That's residential community. It's not wildland. It's a residence, and these are people's houses. So huge Herculean task to get through all this down here. We have a ton of work. It's many days, many weeks of work. Just wanted to highlight that a little bit. As we come through by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, this is looking good. Again, crews engaged, boots on the ground, mopping up. All through the National Forest up here, we continue to make really good progress up there. The weather's in our favor. We're using air tankers, we're using helicopters, all the tools in our toolbox to go get and put this fire out right where you see it right here. So that'll be our goals in the coming days. So thank you very much.
Now we're going to have Los Angeles County Sheriff Commander Tanya E. Plunkett.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this time to update you on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's effort in dealing with the Eaton Canyon fire. Currently, in response to the fire, our staffing has increased to approximately 500 personnel. Within the personnel, we have active missions, which include controlling traffic points, of approximately 46 hard closures, and traffic control. We also have roving security to deal with looting and address those issues, and when necessary, respond to welfare requests and at the direction of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you may, as you may be aware that last night we instituted a curfew order which went into effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and currently within the evacuation zones. It's important to know that these zones are going to be strictly enforced, and the reasons behind them is to enhance public security and address enhance public safety and address public security concerns. Within the curfew, we're asking everyone to stay clear of the affected zones unless they are authorized personnel or emergency responders. Anyone found in violation of the curfew order will be subject to a misdemeanor crime and subject to $1,000 fine. We understand that this is an extremely stressful and challenging time, but we appreciate the public's cooperation as we work together during the crisis. Since the Eaton Canyon fire commenced, we have a total of, 19 arrests, and of those 19 arrests, 4 were for curfew violations last night. We also had a search and rescue task force that commenced this morning, and that will be until the completion. It will begin daily at 6 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. That search and rescue team, we are working jointly with our partners from Los Angeles County Fire Urban Rescue, the coroner's office, FEMA, OES, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families, most importantly. These searches will be a part of a grid search, like I mentioned, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. due to safety concerns and our inability to operate during nighttime hours. Unfortunately, we report that we have 8 deaths within the Eaton Canyon fire area that was affected by the fire. And in an effort to deal with the death and the tragedies as a result of this fire, we do have, working with our partners, family assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members, and that location is the Pasadena Civic Center. It will be comprised of OEM, sheriff's deputies, LAPD, Red Cross, the medical examiner, and the Department of Mental Health. On scene, it's important to remember that if you have missing family members, we have 2 personnel on scene to take those missing persons report for the family members and or friends. In closing, I'd like to mention that we all know so many people have been impacted by the disaster and need help. If you are in a position to help and support the counties, we would appreciate that, and please contact Emergency Network Los Angeles by visiting www.nlaenla.org. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County Public Health, Dr. Amish Mahajan.
Good afternoon. My name is Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director of LA County Public Health. I'd like to start by thanking the first responders for their heroic efforts and extending our thoughts and prayers to all who have experienced such profound loss with these fires. We in public health are committed to supporting those in need in the months ahead. I'd also like to thank the county supervisors, especially Supervisor Barger, for their extraordinary and thoughtful support of public health and all our county and city partner departments. Yesterday, a local health emergency for LA County was declared by both Secretary Becerra at the federal level and by the county health officer, recognizing the substantial risks to public health due to the impacts of the critical fire events and windstorm conditions. The South Coast Air Quality Management has issued a smoke advisory through Saturday, January 11th at 5 p.m. This advisory will surely be extended. We are all experiencing this wildfire smoke, which is a mix of small particles, gases, and water vapors. It's those small particles that get into our noses and throats and cause those sore throats and headaches. But we must also be very careful for those who are at higher risk for bad health effects from wildfire smoke. And those include children, the elderly, those with respiratory and heart conditions, and people with immunocompromised states. They may have worse symptoms like shortness of breath, wheezing, cough, and chest pain. Everyone in the areas where there's visible smoke or the smell of smoke, and even where you don't see that, we know that the air quality is poor, so you should limit outdoor exposure as much as possible. Do not engage in outdoor physical activity. If you must be outside, wear an N95 or a P100 mask. These are high filtration masks that take out those small particles that get into your body. Keeping indoor air as clean as possible is also important. Keep your windows shut. If you have an air conditioning that can pull air from the outside, that can recirculate air, you can use that. If you have a HEPA air filter or HEPA air purifier, that will help too. All of us are at risk with the poor air quality right now, but some of us in LA County are at even greater risk. For example, if it's part of your job to work outside, it's important that you wear an N95 or P100 mask. In these situations, you may ask your employer for an N95, and they're required to provide it to you free of charge. The LA County Department of Public Health is offering N95 masks through the interim housing sites, shelters, and street teams to LA residents who are experiencing homelessness and living outdoors, and to those persons who are evacuated from where they usually live and staying in temporary shelters. Family assistance centers will also offer respiratory masks to residents who are returning to fire zone areas as they clean up the fire damage. The County of Los Angeles and our partners are also working to distribute over 5,000 HEPA air purifiers to senior centers, nursing homes, and other facilities where individuals are at the highest risk of residing in the worst air quality. Finally, if you experience severe symptoms like coughing, shortness of breath, wheezing, chest pain, palpitations, nausea, please contact your doctor or medical provider or go to an urgent care. For life-threatening symptoms, please call 911. I want to finish by noting that we understand this is a very difficult time for those who are evacuated, and we have a lot of folks who want to get back to their homes and to their neighborhoods. But we want to ask folks not to return home until you're told that it's safe to do so. There is a lot of toxins left over after the fire. There's a lot of smoke there. And once you are going back, the key is to remain covered up. Make sure you're wearing gloves. Household dishwashing gloves are okay. Long sleeves, long pants, and you should be using an N95 mask. The LA County Department of Public Health is also offering N95 masks to LA residents who are returning to the fire zone areas as the cleanup of the fire damage begins. Those masks are also available at the county evacuation centers and other sites. I'm going to finish there and happy to answer questions. Next, I'll invite City of Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just returned from visiting the devastated areas of Pasadena and Altadena, and devastation really is the only word. I visited with the Southern California's congressional delegation, and I'd like to thank them for taking the time to see firsthand exactly what's happening in our community. While it's devastation up there, I know that our community, our people in Altadena and Pasadena, and we really are one community, is a resilient and strong community. And I'm here to tell all of you that the County of Los Angeles, Supervisor Barger, the State of California, and our congressional delegation is committed to supporting as we bounce back, and we will bounce back in Pasadena and Altadena. The resilience that we've shown in past disasters is proof of that. I'd also like to thank the first responders for all of their hard work and courage in assisting our residents. And finally, I'd like to say this. If you are thinking of coming to Pasadena and or Altadena for the purpose of looting, know this. The Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to meet you. If you're even thinking about it, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the Pasadena and then the LA County Sheriffs will not only be there to greet you, but you will be arrested. And so I would discourage anyone from even thinking about coming and victimizing our residents. Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to introduce the CEO of Southern California Edison, Stephen D. Powell. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Powell, President and CEO of Southern California Edison. As a longtime, entire life resident of Southern California, it has been, words can't describe how horrific it is to see the impact on our communities, friends, my colleagues at Edison, even through these fires. Just been terrible to see. As we look forward, I first want to say thank you to the first responders, the fire agencies that are out there protecting the community and partnering with us on keeping people safe. I want to say thank you to our crews, our contractors, as well as those that are providing mutual assistance from PG&E that are out there working 24/7 to bring power back on in our communities. As of this morning, Edison still had about 50,000 customers without power. That's down from a peak of over 500,000 just a couple of days ago, so we're making significant progress on the power restoration. We've got over 120 crews supported by other field personnel. That's thousands of people out working 24/7 to bring power back on once it's safe to do so. At the same time, there's a lot of places where we don't have access, where there's a lot of damage that could lead to really extended outages. As Chief Maroney mentioned, we're also not through all the weather issues. We see a big wind event coming in next week, and that could lead to more public safety power shutoffs. Again, as an electric utility, we never want to shut people's power off. But to protect our communities when the conditions are merit it, we need to use it as a tool of last resort, and we will be doing that. So just want to let everybody know that's been out there without power for 5 days now. We've got our crews working 24/7 to bring power back on as it's safe to do so. Thank you. Next up is State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by first acknowledging that we have members of our Altadena Town Council here with us today, and I really just want to give them a big shout out. You know, so many members of their town council who are the elected body of Altadena have not only lost their homes, but they are also out there volunteering, making sure that people are getting resources, and that is so critical and so important. And so I just want to recognize the work that they're doing after they have lost so much. This is such a difficult time, and I am so grateful that you all have taken the time to be here and to join us. First, you know, I want to share with you all, I was with the Attorney General this morning. He wants to make it very clear to everyone that price gouging is illegal. We have received reports that there is price gouging happening, and whether that is around hotels, whether that is around apartment housing, whether that's around water, that is not okay. If you see price gouging happening online, please report it immediately. Us making sure that we are holding people accountable depends on all of you reporting. The website to do that is oag.ca.gov/report. I want to make this clear again. Price gouging is illegal. It is not okay to price gouge during a state of emergency. These are innocent people that you are taking advantage of, and I want to remind folks, please have some humanity during this difficult time. In addition to that, many have been asking about help with navigating their insurance. We have an insurance workshop that's going to be happening here in Pasadena on Saturday, January 25th, and Sunday, January 26th at Pasadena City College. Both of those events will be happening at 10 a.m. You can schedule your appointment in advance at 1-800-927-4357. Make sure to call. You can go ahead and meet with an expert there who will assist you with navigating your insurance policy. In addition to that, we've been receiving questions about medication. If you've lost your prescriptions in the fire, you need them to be replaced. City of Pasadena pharmacy team is refilling prescriptions. In addition to that, Ultimed is providing immediate medications such as inhalers, albuterol, high blood pressure medication, and general medication for emergent needs at the Pasadena Convention Center. Ultimed is also providing mental health support and wound care as well. Both of those will be at the Pasadena Convention Center. And in addition to that, FEMA staff is currently at the Pasadena Convention Center right now. They will be here in the coming days from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to help those that need help with navigating their FEMA applications. I know that I've heard from many residents that they've received denial letters even though they've lost their homes, they've lost everything. FEMA staff is in town, located at Pasadena right now. They can help you with navigating that application. Please head there if you need assistance. And also, you can reach out to our office. We will connect you with somebody at FEMA. Last but not least, we know Pasadena and Altadena are still communicating to the public to avoid drinking tap water in impacted areas. Please contact your local water utility to assess if your area has been impacted. We know the City of Pasadena is hosting water bottle distribution center at 450 North Lake Avenue. We also have Pasadena City College acting as a distribution center for donation goods. So if you need those items, please go ahead and head there. And once again, just want to thank everybody that's been donating, all of the volunteers. I just came from the Pasadena Convention Center. On top of our firefighters being on the front lines to contain this fire, we also have the California Fire Foundation giving out $250 gift cards to those that have lost their homes. And it is just so tremendous to see firefighters that have spent the last several days working nonstop, exhausted, sleeping for a few hours, and getting up to go volunteer at the convention center. That's the work that these guys are doing, and it's just so incredible. I can't express enough my appreciation for everything that they're doing, and just thank you all so much. This is community coming together. This is how we're going to get through this. Next up, I'll introduce my colleague, Assemblymember John Harabadian.
Thank you, Senator Perez. Thank you, Chair Barger, for all your continued leadership. My name is John Harabadian. I'm the Assembly member for the areas affected by the Eaton Fire. And as many of you know, this is very personal for me. I was born and raised and grew up in Sierra Madre, minutes and miles away from most of the devastation. I was playing, growing up in homes that are no longer there, grew up playing sports in parks that are no longer there. And to all of the families whose lives have been upended, My heart and prayers are with you. I can't imagine the devastation and the feelings that you are feeling right now. As I was saying to many of my friends last night when we were all together, many of whom lost their homes, a lot of them are facing unbelievable amounts of trauma to going back to their properties and just seeing a foundation. And as I told them, the foundation of this community, of all of us, is going to be there for them forever. While they need to rebuild on their own foundation, there is a foundation of all the people behind us, all the people that you live with in your neighborhoods that are going to be steady and are going to be with you every step of the way. Rest assured, statewide resources will be there. Speaker Robert Rivas was here in the district, as the supervisor said today. We toured together with the rest of the Assembly LA County delegation. Many of my members here, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Mike Fong, were there as well. And we are committed to bringing as many resources as we need to help all those affected, to have a plan for the rebuild, and to make sure that no one is left out. All I'll say is that this is an active disaster. As many of you know, it is a perilous situation. Please have an emergency evacuation plan, and if there is an evacuation order, especially over these next few days, heed it. We stand united with one voice. We will get through this together, and we love you. We are praying for you, and we will continue to be right here for you. Thank you.
Victor wants to do one clarification that he forgot.
I would like to clarify on behalf of Chief Augustine, our fire chief who's here with us, that Pasadena does not have a curfew in place. We are considering it, and our executive leadership team will make that determination. Para la comunidad de habla hispana, quiero decirles que yo sé que nuestra comunidad es resiliente, fuerte, y vamos a sobrevivir este evento. Aquí estamos con el Condado de Los Ángeles, el Estado de California, y también con la delegación.
All right, Marlon Tejas joining the coverage on this Saturday afternoon at almost 2:30. You've been listening to officials regarding the Eaton Fire. Of course, that's the one that's burning in Altadena, Pasadena area. We learned a couple of new things that, first of all, 15% containment. So containment is up just a bit. Acreage remains at 14,117. Unfortunately, we have to report 8 deaths related to the Eaton Fire.
There have also been 19 arrests related to not only just curfew violations, but also possible looting in the area. So that's disheartening as well. Let's listen in to where we are now in this news conference.
Pasadena Council Member Justin Jones, and as mentioned, of course, our much cherished Altadena Town Council Chair Victoria Knapp, and also Vice Chair Nick Arzen. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is AJ Lester. I'm a public information officer here on the Eaton Fire. That will conclude our speakers for today. We're going to now open up for questions. If any of the media has questions, please state your name and the agency that you represent, and we will walk around with a microphone and get a question. First question here, gentleman in the blue.
Barry Johnson, KCAL. I saw hundreds of electrical repair trucks gathering at Santa Anita this morning. Can you tell us the plan of attack for all those trucks and when they will get started? And they seem to be from all over the Southwest.
You said that they're,
Yeah, so again, this is Steve Powell, Southern California, Edison. So in the event that we have of damage to repair, we will stand up a temporary laydown yard. That's a place where our crews can go to collect materials, collect the next job, and get out into the community, and it keeps us efficient in storing power as quickly as possible. So as I mentioned, we have over 123 crews that are actively working on restoration, and that is a place where they can go and make sure that we're being really efficient. So we were able to get into the communities and get crews out yesterday, and they've been out doing damage assessment, beginning to clear things so that we can begin the restoration. So all those crews are active working today. I was actually there this morning.
Beth Slepaz, KNBC Telemundo 52. This is for the Edison director. Is there any truth that one of your lines may have caused fallen for the Hurst fire? And what do you know about that?
So we're going to talk about the Hurst fire? Yeah. So we filed what's called an electric safety incident report, which we're required to file when there's either media or a certain amount of damage or certain criteria to get hit. There's a lot more investigation to be done on the Hurst fire to understand what caused the fire. And so right now we don't have any evidence that says that the Hurst fire was caused by our equipment, but there's a lot more investigation to be done.
Any further questions from the media? Okay, that will conclude our press conference if there's no further questions. We'll have breakout where we have utilities, SoCal Gas, Edison on the side. We'll also have Spanish speakers if anyone would like to do interviews over there along with public information officers. Thank you for coming to our press conference.
I think if I were there, Marla, I would have plenty of questions because I have been in contact with a couple of my friends who lost a home in Altadena, who then have forwarded a lot of sentiments from the people who live in Altadena, who felt a bit abandoned by firefighters. And now that we're in this place where so much of the area is barricaded and people can't get back to even see what their house looks like, worried about looters. And then we just mentioned that number of 19 people arrested. And they're frustrated because they don't want to be, as residents, they don't want to be under the curfew. They feel like they should be able to go back into the neighborhood if necessary, but to be arrested for a curfew violation seems like it's adding insult to injury.
Is that the way, as far as I understood, if you could show ID, you could still get into the evacuation zone?
I don't think so. I think this curfew really was meant to be overreaching so that you could not go back in. And I will tell you, just from a personal piece of information, when I interviewed the Suarez-Giles family the other night, everybody's talking about that little boy who was so beautiful and articulate. They had trouble getting through. They had their ID that said, this is where we live. We're going to meet with Susan Hirasuna. And it was only after I got on the phone with whomever was blocking them that he said, okay, you can go through.
That is frustrating. As a homeowner, as a resident, I don't remember how long they've lived there. It's
about 4 years, yeah.
Regardless, that is their home, and they should be allowed to go back in. So I'm sorry to hear that. As it relates to the curfew, that is underway in the Eaton and Palisades Fire mandatory evacuation zone, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Overall, between Eaton and Palisades, there are 22 arrests. That was per LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. So the 19 was specifically for the Eaton Canyon area. All right, let's take a look at, as we're looking live at the Palisades Fire and all the damage that it has done. And we are watching this closely. We want to bring in Samada Khan here into the conversation because did I hear that it's already a red flag warning again now on this Saturday?
Yes.
It's only 2:30.
It's only 2:30. Red flag conditions are back in place. And get this, Marla, Susan, good morning, or good afternoon, should I say. I'm used to working the morning shift. The red flag conditions are going to continue into Wednesday. We're going to be having and experiencing rounds of Santa Ana winds, moderate and to strong at times. Unfortunately, another burst of Santa Ana winds will gradually increase, and the time frame for this latest round will be tonight into tomorrow morning, and those wind conditions are not expected to really relax. We're looking at wind speeds a range of 20 to 30 miles an hour. That's sustained velocity with gusts of up to 40 and eventually getting stronger into the 60-mile-per-hour mark. And that's why we've seen all morning long that the fire department and all the local agencies have been really taking advantage of the slightly less winds comparatively to what we have been experiencing. And they have been getting a good handle. We've been checking in, both of you and all our colleagues earlier this morning, that there has been ground that has been gained and taking advantage of these winds, putting out spot fires and those flare-ups. But unfortunately, the winds really tough to deal with all the way through the middle of next week. We're dealing with very dry conditions, low relative humidity, and that's what's leading to these extensive red flag conditions. If a new spark were to occur, a new ignition site, it could also create erratic fire behavior once again. It could spread new fires, and then the fire department will have another difficult time handling that. So we do have, again, those stronger winds coming in all the way through Wednesday. Red flag conditions, as I mentioned, will continue through the middle of next week. Here's a quick check of where the areas that are most vulnerable to these latest wind conditions. We have the high wind warnings along the local mountain areas, and that does pertain to the Santa Monica Mountains. Unfortunately, wind advisories also in place in and around the Palisades Fire, and these are the winds coming out of the northeast. So these are the prevailing winds. But as we have touched on previously, that fires can create their own wind pattern, become unpredictable, and especially when we have embers that are flying in all directions, it can spark new spot fires that you can't forecast. But at least the prevailing winds, it gives us an idea of which direction the winds are going to be coming from. So northeast to southwest. It also is implicating areas along the Eaton Fire, where those similar wind conditions will be taking place. So currently, we do have wind advisories and high wind warnings in effect, and unfortunately, again, gradually getting stronger. Red flag conditions, I mentioned, all the way through Wednesday evening. When you combine gusty winds and low relative humidity, we've seen relative humidity down to the single digits. It has been incredibly dry. And speaking of dry, Southern California, the latest wind event, the one that we just witnessed, bringing that windstorm, is now the #1 driest water year on record. And that is according to the National Weather Service in San Diego, and that they just put that information out. So keep that in mind. We are in unprecedented territory in terms of dry conditions, and the vegetation continues to be the main fuel source for these fires. With the low relative humidity, it continues to, again, be very dry. Here's a look at our current wind conditions. Right now, 10 to 14 miles an hour, but those occasional gusts could reach eventually up to 40 plus. Some of the areas of the highlighted contours, these are the locations that are currently experiencing the heaviest winds. Malibu Hills, we're now clocking in wind speeds at 20 miles an hour. But out of the wind zone, we're talking about much of the basin, very quiet, light winds, but very smoky, unfortunately courtesy of the active wildfires. Areas across the Inland Empire community and Orange County will also be dealing with their own wind issues. Corona now pushing to 26 miles an hour. Now, the wind event that's coming, we'll consider it, as I mentioned, the range of moderate to strong. But the hint of good news is the fact that we're not expecting hurricane force conditions as we had experienced last Tuesday and Wednesday. It's just unfortunately strong enough to keep everyone on their toes. Do not let your guard down. Here's a look at our wind futurecast. So areas, as I mentioned, the same vulnerable locations through canyons and passes downwind of our local mountains. That's just how the Santa Ana winds work. They go down and in and between our mountain passes, and it increases in strength, and that's why these always become the hot spots. So we're talking about the Cajon Pass, the areas through the San Gorgonio Pass as well, downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains, and of course the vulnerable locations in between the Ventura, LA County mountain areas. Going into this tonight, should I say midnight, you could see those areas getting a little stronger, getting a little brighter. And unfortunately, these conditions don't relax. They don't change through the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. That is where we're expecting this latest round to be the strongest before relaxing Sunday afternoon into the evening. This is going to be another quick opportunity, a brief moment of a break, so firefighters can get another jump on that opportunity. But late Sunday, back to Monday, look how the winds increase once again. Another round of difficult conditions, and the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday Santa Ana winds are expected to be even stronger than what we're going to be seeing tonight and into tomorrow. So just know there will be rounds of offshore conditions, and it will continue to be dry. No rain in the forecast until at least Thursday, Friday. We're looking at a 10 to 20% chance of maybe some precipitation, but right now the upper levels of the atmosphere not cooperating with any pulling any moisture. Going into Monday night, still, those ferocious winds will continue to blow through Southern California. There's that Tuesday. I was mentioning Tuesday. Same areas highlighted could be a little stronger with gusts that could reach up to 65 miles an hour. Wildfire smoke continues to be a problem for a lot of folks here in Southern California as winds get stronger, relax, and it really helps to push the smoke in all directions. So hence a smoke advisory in place. Winds will continue and gradually get stronger. That continues to be the point. Here's a look at what's happening in the upper levels of the atmosphere. We're still dealing with this big ridge of high pressure, and the offshore winds are going to continue. We are watching this little should I say, a little dip in the atmosphere. This is the area of low pressure that's going to help support the offshore winds. And that's unfortunately going to be a problem. How dry? I had mentioned earlier that now Southern California, #1 in terms of the driest rain period on record. And records go back to 1850. So we're looking at 175 years that this is the peak moment. The range of January 9th was the cutoff in where they were measuring. Again, National Weather Service, San Diego. How much rain did we get since the beginning of our water year? Trace, 14 100ths inch of rain in November, 2 100ths of inch of rain in December. We have not received any real measurable rain since May. And going into January, January is our second typically wettest month of the entire year, and we have seen 0. Going into February, which is our wettest month of the year, we'll see how that pans out. But for right now, it appears to be very dry during this long period. So today through Wednesday, dry, windy, red flag conditions, critical fire weather, and on the map there finally we get a little bit of a break, a stronger onshore push, which means that we get air coming from the ocean to land, and that could tap into a little bit of moisture, bringing some light shower chances, but we're not enough to get us out of the danger zone, unfortunately, but the chance is there. We also talk about knowing that the winds are coming out of the northeast and those prevailing winds, there's that chance that when we get the onshore flow, when that system slowly starts to arrive, it's going to shift those winds and create another possible separate issues, because now you're looking at winds going the opposite direction, affecting communities in the opposite side of where the fire is currently active. So that's something that we're going to continue to monitor. Here's a look at our mountain communities, still red flag conditions, same winds in our mountain areas through our foothill communities. Those are the locations, again, vulnerable to 60+ mile-an-hour gusts. It is going to be a difficult next couple of days. Evacuation game plan, because we are still dealing with critical fire weather. You definitely want to stay on top of the forecast and all the information that Marla and Susan has been giving us. Have that meeting with your family. Have a designation point, have a strict communication plan in case you get separated. And we always talk about how to prepare your emergency kit. Obviously, people, life is the most important thing. Your pets, of course, your important papers, your prescriptions, your pictures. Have that at the ready. And we also mentioned put it in your car, have your car backed up into, again, your garage area, so that way if you have to leave, your car is pointing in the right direction. Again, Susan, Marla, we're going to be dealing with rounds of Santa Ana winds. We've got to be on our toes.
So right now, so we're all on the same page. The red flag warning is extended, started already earlier than we anticipated, and will last through Wednesday.
Through Wednesday. Middle of next week.
Yeah, and then a slight chance of rain. We need that rain.
We'll take it, but
we need it now.
But that also suggests that the humidity level will go up.
Yes.
Does it not?
It absolutely does, and that's going to help. But when we talk about the winds coming out of the northeast, when we talk about the onshore flow, now we're talking about winds changing direction before we see the precipitation, and that could push winds and the fire in the opposite direction. That could create a whole set of new problems.
But sometimes when the wind shifts and it goes back into a burn area, there's nothing to burn, so that's helpful, or there's less to burn, so that's helpful for the firefighters. I got to tell you, Samada, when I got up this morning and there was probably what you would call a breeze, and I got nervous because it looked like strong winds to me. I live in the San Fernando Valley, and so not, you know, as the crow flies, not that far away from the Palisades Fire. And we are looking at our live picture at a beautiful airdrop. And it's so nice to see so much pink. That's the Fosjack. And when you see those homes and their roofs are all pink, that's not because they have the adobe roofs or the, you know, the red tile roofs. It's because they're covered in that pink Fosjack. So we do see that fire line there, the active fire, the leading edge of the fire as it's creeping through all of that vegetation.
And down below is the Mandeville Canyon area. We've been watching this while Sumata was giving her very in-depth forecast to keep all of us as safe as possible. And so now we're going to zoom out and you see that all of that white smoke.
Which is good news indeed, because the white smoke is the idea that there was a water drop, there was an attempt to tamp down the fire, so that's much better than seeing a black poof, a black column. Oftentimes that means it's hit like either a grove of very flammable vegetation, or because it's unfortunately hit a home. There was one home that burned this morning. So we're hardly out of the woods, but at least we're seeing some signs of progress.
And this flare-up happened in the 7 o'clock hour last night when we were, you know, bringing you your coverage, and it looked really terrible. Yeah. Not that it still's terrible, don't get me wrong, but it looked really terrible, and it was really heartening to hear Gigi Graciette on the ground there this morning, and I believe it was with an LA County fire official who said, you know, he's been in this business for 30 years, and he had never seen an air attack like he saw with this one, with so many aircraft in the air, water drop after water drop after water drop, and what a difference it has made. Yes, we did lose one home today in this particular area as those flames crept toward Mandeville Canyon, Brentwood, and the 405, but, you know, it could have been tremendously worse.
Well, it's all about the wind. It's all about how strong the winds are and whether or not these aircraft can even fly. So that was the situation overnight Tuesday to Wednesday when the winds were hurricane force. You can't fly in that kind of situation or target where you want the Fosjack and the water to go. So unfortunately, those were the elements that created that conflagration and then that wide swath of damage that was it's just so dramatic to see so much of the Palisades wiped out. I was on PCH on Wednesday, and I could not believe how many wide swaths, like lengthy swaths of oceanfront homes were just burned to the ground. Nothing but ash and some rebar. That's what you saw.
Well, when we were just on that tight shot, you saw that beautiful water drop right there, and you saw all of those homes are so packed in together in the canyon. That's the other thing as we're now zooming in here. The in and out of Mandeville Canyon, pardon me, it's difficult.
Just one way in, one way out.
Yes, very difficult. Yes. So it's hard to get that evacuation process going. Look at that splash.
I've been under that before.
Yeah, yeah. So they're working hard, and we're here to bring you the very latest. Let's just run through all of the fires that we've been bringing to you so that we can get you caught up to speed.
Yeah, the numbers are quite dramatic, but first, just look at the overview of how many fires there are burning. Not all of them as active as the Palisades Fire, but the Eaton Fire, even though there is some containment, and the firefighters were saying that they are pleased with how things are going, but to have these other fires burning still, it's just unsettling.
Yeah, so here we are with Palisades Fire. Latest numbers are this: more than 21,500 acres burned, 11% containment, 5 people killed, more than 5,300 structures destroyed. And there are those new evacuation alerts primarily for the Brentwood, Mandeville Canyon, Encino neighborhoods. So we've been reporting on that, and those still do remain in effect on this Saturday afternoon.
All right, moving on to the Eaton Fire. I believe that's the next graphic. As we look at some older video. This is not live, but this certainly is a picture that we saw over and over for you as an anchor here on the desk, Marla, and me as somebody who was on the ground. Can we be more specific as to which video this is, which fire this is we're looking at? Oh, this is the Eaton Fire. So this is the Eaton Fire where you could see, you know, what's interesting about Altadena is they've lost thousands of structures as well. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's a really small community. That's what makes it even more just incredibly tragic. The people that I know in Altadena, they know everybody. They know their neighbors really well. It's a really small community. Also, there is a historically black community there that have been there for decades, and now that those homes have gone down, it'll be very difficult for them. Their older generation, it'll be difficult to rebuild.
Yeah, and we were just hearing from Catherine Barger, the supervisor who represents the Altadena, Pasadena area in the 5th District. She made the point that her office is on it, trying to make sure that the permitting process to rebuild is expedited. It's such a daunting experience to have to lose your home and then to have to go through all of the bureaucratic red tape. Is just nobody should have to deal with that. So she's working to make sure that that process is simplified. In terms of the numbers for the Eaton Fire, just over 14,000 acres, 15% containment there. And there are some new evacuation shelters that have opened as well, as we're looking at the mandatory evacuation zone for the Palisades Fire, by the way. But those new Palisades Fire evacuation shelters are this. See the information on your screen. Stoner Rec Center. This is on Stoner Ave, not too far, in fact, from us where we are at Fox 11 in West Los Angeles. They've also added Calvary Community Church. This is in Westlake Village on Villa Rocas. That has opened its doors for evacuees. And by the way, there is a community meeting at this Calvary Community Church that's happening tonight. If you want your questions answered, this is at 6:30 tonight on this Saturday evening.
So we also want to give you some information about the traffic, because we in Los Angeles, we know how challenging traffic can be in general, but then add this. You don't want to get in the way of the firefighting process. So that means limiting the amount of traffic that goes into that mandatory evacuation zone. So if you're driving southbound on the 405, you will find these off-ramps closed. Sunset Boulevard, the Getty Center, Skirball Center, Wilshire and Sepulveda off-ramps closed, as well as Olympic off-ramp. That's basically describes my drive into the station there. And then also, for those of you who live in the evacuation areas, you may be wondering, where are you going to get your mail and your packages? Well, we have some information about that. The Altadena Post Office has been relocated to Pasadena, 600 Lincoln Avenue, already in effect for you, so you can go there for your mail. The Palisades Post Office has been relocated to Rancho Park at 11,270 Exposition Boulevard. That will start on Monday, January 13th. And mail is just so critical at this time period where you're trying to get information about your insurance and about any kind of claims. For Topanga residential, head to the Santa Monica Post Office at 1653 7th Street. And that will start Tuesday of next week. Now, I want to tell you about somebody that I spoke to yesterday. Going back to the Eaton Fire, there was a lovely woman that I spoke to who is missing, as she calls him, her person, her children's surrogate grandfather. He was a man that she met hiking, but really took to him, and she has been desperate to try to find him. Here's her story.
Start crying. I met him hiking on Echo Mountain, and we quickly formed a bond. And
Bethany Baird is talking about Altadena resident Peter Blinn.
Went grocery shopping every week together, and I tried to get him to move with us, but he grew up in Altadena and didn't want to leave.
She now lives out of Boise, Idaho, and is going crazy trying to find the man who was like a surrogate grandfather to her 5 children.
His house burned to the ground. I have confirmation on that. He had a truck and he has left, but really shouldn't be driving. But I don't think he would leave Pasadena, La Cañada, Altadena area, would not get on a freeway.
She's got her former neighbors looking for the 82-year-old with declining mental capabilities.
I have a friend out right now with a backpack and a track phone with my phone number, my husband's phone number in it for him. If she finds him, she knows him also. But so I have people looking for him at the shelters.
Bethany wants to remain hopeful, but Blinn is a man who mostly is known as a loner, and he has no cell phone or computer.
I don't even know how he'll handle all of the finding housing without a computer, without a cell phone. Like, I will drive down there the moment I make connection and help him.
So Bethany told me that she has had other people check the shelters to see if he's registered, checked in there, and then I helped her, actually. There's a family assistance center that's right across from the exhibit hall where everybody is being sheltered, and you can go in there. In fact, it was mentioned in that news conference earlier that if you're looking for someone, if you have lost contact with someone, that you can go to the family assistance center, write down your name, your contact information, the person that you're looking for. So I did that for Bethany, and then they gave me the advice that she should go to the Red Cross website, because there is a way, a process to register your name and his name, or the person that you're looking for. The good news is we ran this another story about Lorraine Brathwaite, and she was found after we ran the story with Isaiah Brathwaite, her nephew. Then she turned up, and all along she was safe. She was staying with a friend, but as he points out, you know, when you lose your phone or you lose power on your phone, you might not know the numbers to call.
Yeah, you brought us this story yesterday from the Pasadena Convention Center, which is serving as the evacuation center.
Correct.
Yes,
and so I was very pleased to hear that after we ran that story, that boom, she was found and she was safe. So those are the resources if you are missing contact. We're not saying that they're necessarily, hopefully not, among the dead, but in the meantime, she is desperate. Bethany is desperate to make contact with Peter Blinn. So that's basically it. There's a lot of people that are frustrated.
And this is a little better news to report as we're looking live from Skyfox, and you see all that white smoke, and yes, you do see the ridge lines there with the active flames, but we've been on the air with you and shown you a number of water drops. So the firefighting team behind this is doing exceptional work. Again, unfortunately, we did lose one home early this morning because of these active flames that did rage from the Palisades area. You know, of course, that's where this all started, closer to PCH, and then headed east toward the 405, and that's where we have landed in our coverage the last several hours. I want to give an update for LAUSD. They were out of class on Thursday and Friday, and on this Saturday, they are saying this to the students and parents: conditions have improved for a majority of areas across the region. We are working tirelessly on cleanup efforts to restore normal operations. Schools in the highest impact areas may remain closed due to adverse conditions. They will provide a final decision tomorrow. So if you have a student within LAUSD, I'm sure many of you do, you can await final word for whether or not there will be school on Monday. You'll be hearing from LAUSD. They're sending out emails and text messages and the whole nine, just to make sure that everybody within the district is well informed.
Meantime, I don't know if you mentioned this, but UCLA has announced that they will be remote only. UCLA, of course, on the eastern side of the 405, but at this stage, and because things are so dynamic, they have made the announcement that they will go to remote instruction only. Meantime, I just got a text message from Bethany. Peter Blinn has been found.
Oh, my goodness.
We cannot take credit for this, but...
two success stories. That's wonderful.
So we are very pleased to announce that 82-year-old Peter Blinn was found. He was in his truck. The friends that had been looking for him, they have been scouring the area, and basically she sent me a text that said a friend who was looking pulled up behind his truck,
and he's there in some parking lot. She wasn't very specific, but the better news is that he was found and he's okay. So I'm glad to hear that, because it was very disheartening to hear that there are now 8 deaths associated with the Eaton Fire.
Yes, yeah, we hate that that number continues to rise. We're looking at the time. It is now 3 o'clock on your Saturday afternoon, and you are watching continuous coverage of the Palisades Fire, the Eaton Fire. We are on top of it. If you're joining us on television, we thank you so much. I'm Marla Tejas alongside Susan Hirasuna. Of course, you can watch us live on our YouTube page on foxla.com/live and the Fox Local app. We do encourage you to download the Fox Local app, especially as power outages are happening, despite their best efforts to, work tirelessly to restore power. The Fox Local app can keep you well informed. As we're looking live at the Palisades Fire on the west side in the Brentwood area, Mandeville Canyon area, we see a lot of white smoke. Part of the mandatory evacuations that do remain in effect, that includes the famed Getty Center. And the Getty just putting out a statement so far saying this: it was a watchful but It was a watchful but fortunately uneventful night up here at the Getty Center. We've been told to anticipate stronger winds later in the day and are closely monitoring the situation. Our galleries are safe and protected. So as of now, the Getty Center is just fine. We dealt with the Getty Villa being threatened by flames earlier in the week.
That was really incredible.
Really
to see
incredible.
how close the flames came.
And it definitely charred a lot of the vegetation leading up to the Getty Villa, but their properties, their galleries, all safe and protected.
And, the museums, all museums, not just the Getty museums, but all museums or most museums really do have an attention to environmental elements and how that could affect their collections. But for sure, the Getty, because we've been through this before with the Getty in West LA and being threatened by fire. So we want to, at this point, are we going to Samada right now? We want to go to Samada and find out about the latest weather conditions, because critically, the weather has everything to do with how successful or how easily the firefight can continue. Samada?
100%. Good evening, Susan, as well as Marla, and to everyone that continues to join us at this hour. We are continuously watching those wind conditions, and it is actually such a blessing to see that the aerial assets are still up and running, helping to target all the hot spots. And that's a good indication the winds are strong enough to ground them. So as long as they're able to fly, as long as we're keeping wind conditions, at least at this hour, some of the local observation sites are clocking in right around 38, 39 miles per hour in terms of gusts. Those conditions, yes, are still I guess, doable for those flights to continue at this hour. But we are continuing to watch these winds that will gradually increase. As I said earlier in this hour, we are definitely not out of the woods, far from being out of the woods, considering that red flag conditions have now been extended all the way through Wednesday evening. We will be experiencing rounds of Santa Ana winds. There may be a few pockets, a few breaks in between the next couple of events, and those are the conditions that firefighters are going to definitely try to get a handle on. In the meantime, just know that we are still dealing with critical fire weather. When you combine low relative humidity in terms of single digits, as a couple of also the observation sites have been putting back on us, or at least that's what the data has been collecting. Gusty winds, wind conditions, wind velocity sustained a range of 20 to 30 miles an hour, still manageable. And those gusts, though, eventually will increase to 60 plus miles an hour in the high wind warning zones. And unfortunately, that does apply to all our local fire areas eventually, where wind gusts, as I mentioned, could reach 65 plus. Currently, we are in a wind advisory where gusts are more on the 45 mile an hour range. Again, still manageable. Winds coming out of the northeast to even up to 30 in some of those spots. But as I mentioned, we're going to continue to see those winds increasing throughout the evening into the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. So that's going to be the latest time frame of the strongest winds before we get another little brief break where winds aren't as strong, but unfortunately they're always strong enough to pose a problem all the way through the middle of next week. So red flag conditions continue. Here's a look at our current wind conditions across some of our fire zones. In and around, say, Santa Clarita area, not being impacted, of course, by currently the Palisades Fire, the Kenneth Fire, but these strong winds and dry conditions, it continues to be a place where you want to be on your toes. 26 mile an hour winds in Malibu Hills. Meanwhile, much of the basin, winds are calm, so it's really affecting those wind-prone locations in between canyons and passes. Anaheim looking pretty good at 4 miles an hour, and across the Inland Empire communities, we are closely watching our friends and families there as well, where winds are also going to continue to strengthen. Corona right now at 22 miles an hour. But if you recall, the windstorm that we all went through last Tuesday and Wednesday, wind gusts were hurricane force. Magic Mountain Truck Trail along an area of the San Gabriel Mountains clocked in wind speeds of 90 miles an hour. And those were just incredible conditions that the firefighters were working against. Now the winds are a lot less, but we're still in the danger zone. And moving into Wednesday, we're not anticipating hurricane gusts as what we saw last week, but unfortunately 65 mile an hour winds are nothing to laugh about. It's definitely something that you're going to have to be on top of and keep your emergency plan and emergency kit in place in the event that you do have to evacuate. Fires, they can and could make their own weather systems, and it makes it unpredictable. Here's a look at what's going on into Sunday morning. Those areas that are highlighted, those are the locations that's going to be experiencing, again, the strongest wind conditions, and it's those vulnerable areas near the Kenneth Fire, the Palisades Fire, the upper level winds. The prevailing winds are coming out of the northeast to southwest, and that continues to bring the wind flow offshore, and that is what continues to bring in dry conditions. We have a lot of dry fuel out there, a lot of dry beds that is just unfortunately prime for the potential for fires. That's why we keep a close eye on the embers that's currently active in and around near the fire zone. Sunday night, finally, there's a little bit of a brief break. I say brief break because moving into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, those areas are highlighted once again where the offshore winds 30, 40 plus miles an hour. Gusts could even reach up to 60 at times. Highly variable. Going into Tuesday, not a whole lot of change either. And same spots, unfortunately. Areas through the 5 corridor, the 14, areas downwind of the Cajon Pass along the 15 stretch, Orange County, downwind of Santa Ana Mountains. Today's high temperatures have been in a range in the 60s due to the active wildfires. The smoke has continuously been an issue. A smoke advisory is in place, so definitely a reminder to limit your outdoor activity. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, this is what we're watching. Very dry conditions across Southern California. There's this ridge of high pressure that continues to implicate our weather conditions, and we're closely watching this little dip in the atmosphere. This is an area of low pressure that's going to bring in a little bit of cooler air behind it, and that's going to help the upper levels in the atmosphere. The dynamics involved will create stronger winds offshore, and that's why going into tonight and into tomorrow morning, we'll see those stronger gusts popping up. Dry. We have been very dry since the beginning of the water year, 2024-2025. October, just trace amounts. We only received 14 100ths of an inch of rain in November and December. Incredibly dry conditions. January, our second driest month of the year, has brought us, or should I say, the second, January, typically our second wettest month of the year. We've received 0 rainfall. Going into February, we'll see what it typically brings. But on a climate level, February is our wettest month of the year. And at least at this hour and through the good portion of the early part of the week, we are not anticipating any rainfall. And that is unfortunately elevating our critical fire conditions all the way through the middle of next week, as I mentioned. Beyond next week, or at least should I say at least Thursday, Friday, just a light opportunity, a slight chance of some much needed rain. But unfortunately, the amount of rain that's coming our direction may not be enough to help us out. But we will take all the rain that we can get. Right now it stands about a 10 to 20% chance. So there's a slight good news in the horizon. And as we mentioned earlier, Susan and Marla, that with the incoming chance of rain, it's going to increase our humidity levels, and that's going to help with the firefight. But as the winds change direction, it could also pose a different problem for the opposite areas where the fire is currently burning. Red flag conditions in place for mountain communities. Winds will be a problem all the way through about at least Tuesday. Red flag warnings through Wednesday, and maybe a little break again Thursday, Friday, where we'll get a longer period of at least opportunity for firefighters to get a much better handle on the situation at hand. Stay on top of the forecast. Have your evacuation game plan. This is something that we continue to hit because we want people to stay safe and on their toes. Have a communication plan in place. Life is the most important thing. Papers, gather your important documents, prescriptions, your personal pictures, your plastics, that also, like credit cards, and cash is going to go a long way as well to keep you safe. So keep that in mind, and we continue to watch those sustained winds eventually getting stronger. We talked about this before, Marla, Susan, that this is Southern California. This is very typical, but what's not typical is the fact that this is happening in January. The dry fuels that are out there, the chaparral, which is a dry brush area that's found throughout our coastal communities or coastal mountain ranges, that's very indigenous to Southern California. And the chaparral is what is giving fuel to the fire that currently is being active, and a lot of dry fuel beds. We've had record rainfall the last 2 years. If you remember the atmospheric river events that came through, we had record rainfall. And unfortunately, we were happy to see the rain, but going into the summer months, it was very dry, and all that new growth has become fuel for that fire. And unfortunately, in some locations, have not seen fires or any burns in almost 50 years. We're talking about in and near the Mandeville Canyon area. We're talking about 50 plus years since they've seen any real fires. It continues to be a major problem for the location, especially when we're dealing winds. Winds, unfortunately, is king to help drive the fire. But now the winds are not as strong. Now the fuels become the problem. And then you also couple that with terrain, the topography, a more mountainous type of conditions. That makes it incredibly difficult. And the way fires behave, especially when you're dealing with steep canyons, is it rushes uphill twice as fast, preheating the land ahead of it and making it extremely tinder dry to continue to burn and grow. So right now we're dealing with vegetation as an issue, which is fuel. We're dealing with the terrain as being an issue. Wind's not a big factor yet, but it will be reintroduced later on tonight through tomorrow morning as another round of Santa Ana really strengthens.
Yeah, and
Samana, thank you.
Yeah, we haven't had rain really since May of 2024. So here we are in the first month of 2025, and not a great way to start the new year for everybody involved in all of these fires. Again, this all started on Tuesday, so we are on day number 5 of this. Tuesday, 10:30 a.m., Good Day LA brought you the first pictures of the Palisades Fire, and we've basically been on nearly commercial free since then. We did go off the air last night at midnight, but back on early this morning, and our coverage will continue, and we will stay live with you through 7 o'clock tonight. Of course, when I say that, I don't want to put an end to it because if need be, we are
specific to the situation.
Exactly. We'll jump on as needed.
Here's a phrase I hadn't heard before, or a term I hadn't heard before: hydroclimate whiplash, which very accurately describes what our weather situation has been, where you had so much rain and then it was so dry. And that is the term to apply to what Samana was talking about. When you have a lot of rain, that promotes growth. Then when you have all that drought, then it's going to dry up and add fuel to the fire. All right, we've got Matthew Seedorf back again. Let's find out where he is. Matthew, are you still in the Brentwood area?
We're in the upper Manville Canyon area. Actually, we our friends from Fox are helping us out. We didn't have a Starlink or a satellite truck, so we came over here and we're now hooked up to their Starlink, and that's why you can see and hear us right now. But we're watching these homes very closely because we're at the edge of the fire line. You can maybe see these flames very close to these homes. It's pretty concerning given everything. But if you also look, it's not super windy, so it doesn't look like it's moving very fast. And relatively speaking, I mean, these are much smaller flames than we've been seeing over the last 5 days or so. But Frank, if you want to just pan down here and then across the street, maybe look up at that roof there. You can see all that red Phos-Chek. So you can tell that they've been making drops out here from aircraft, trying to stop the fire where it's at right now, make sure it doesn't spread even more. And it's even in the roadways out here. But again, this is kind of the edge of the fire line. Conditions not too bad right now given the circumstances. It's pretty calm. So hopefully this doesn't keep pushing closer to these homes. I know a lot of these people out here have evacuated. But overall, hopefully this can stay away and they can get this fire put out. But a lot of firefighters out here also watching these conditions closely. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Kind of surprised to see that there's a certain level of traffic on the road that you are on right now. And are they also, they don't appear to be all related to the firefight. In fact, one of the cars had some kind of, I don't know, like a clipboard or something that perhaps allows them to be in the neighborhood. Isn't the neighborhood shut down?
Yeah, this neighborhood's very shut down. No one can come in. Even people that are residents were trying to get up here, maybe grab some last belongings. But people that have left are no longer allowed back in. And everyone that's up here is either helping in the firefight or members of the media. And we've been seeing those fire trucks going by 3, 4, 5 at a time sometimes. They're very much on alert on this roadway right now, making sure that the fire doesn't get to these homes and spread further east.
And sort of the mood of the neighborhood, I know you mentioned most people have left thus far, thank goodness, but it does seem that there are some people there. Obviously, it must be extremely tense.
Yeah, I would say it's intense. And just driving up here, I mean, it seems pretty desolate. You can tell that most people have evacuated. We did see one homeowner out actually with a garden hose, you know, spraying down their house, spraying down the plants outside. And that's something that we've been seeing throughout these last 5 days as people are really trying to stay vigilant if they didn't evacuate, trying to, you know, do the best they can for their own house. Looks like there's another fire truck coming. We've also been seeing those planes making the drops. But, yeah, this is it. I mean, we've been seeing fire trucks from as far away as Las Vegas, Nevada here, actually, just making sure that this issue doesn't continue to keep spreading.
Yeah, it's all hands on deck, and all hands on deck means that people are coming from all over. Fire professionals are coming from many states in order to help us, and down from Northern California. You know, in terms of using a garden hose, we spoke to a fire professional, retired Chief Daryl Osby, who said, pointless, number one. I've heard other people describe it as ridiculous because the fact of the matter is that as the fire approaches, the air becomes heated and then will dry up, evaporate any water that you decided was a good idea to spray on your house and draws from the water resource that is so desperately needed for the firefighters.
You know, you were talking about, and I don't know if you've seen this in your travels yet, Matthew, because you've been all over the place, and thank you for your hard work, that the firefighters have arrived from out of state. They've arrived from Northern California. And then today in the early morning press conference I was watching, and they said that firefighters from Mexico and Canada are here as well. I know we have of course, the National Guard as well. But have you seen those? Because I'm just seeing right now, in fact, on X from the office of the California Governor Newsom, saying that Mexican firefighters they have arrived to assist in the firefighting efforts.
Yeah, I saw that tweet that you're referring to. I think they just landed at LAX within the hour. I haven't seen any firefighters out here yet from Mexico, but like you're saying, we are seeing firefighters from all over the place. They're just sending all the resources out here because they're realizing after what happened in Pacific Palisades just how serious this is. And this fire has been deadly already, and they wanted to stop the spread, especially as we are expecting those windy conditions to pick up again here in just a little bit.
Yeah, Let me ask you again, because you've been on the front lines like Susan has day after day. Unfortunately, that red flag warning went into effect, the red flag conditions, earlier than expected. It was supposed to be, quote, calm until at least later tonight. That's not the case. But day to day to day, the winds compared to when this all happened Tuesday, Wednesday, significantly better.
Oh, man, yeah. It's Tuesday and Wednesday was insane is the best way to describe it. I mean, that felt like I was standing in some sort of tropical storm or hurricane and had ash flying at me. Right now, I mean, it's a light breeze. I mean, you can just tell by kind of looking at the smoke that it's, for the most part, going straight up, the plants and everything not really moving. And even these flames that we're looking at, I mean, it looks like a couple of bushes and grass are on fire, and it's very close to this home. But it's nothing like what we saw, where it was just rolling and ripping down hillsides and through homes and all that. So fortunately, hopefully, this pace that we're looking at right now stays, and maybe it'll even kind of turn back on itself and go out. Because you have to imagine these homeowners, if they see this, are definitely nervous, because that's pretty scary. It's probably, I would say, 20 feet from their backyard right now. So I know that firefighters are out here and watching it very closely, and they're not going to let anything happen to this house, but definitely still a scary situation for so many people.
Oh, it's scary for people who live on the other side of the ridge, and they see this huge loom up. The smoke is just so daunting. And then when you're in the overnight hours, when you're in the evening hours where the sun goes down, and then it becomes this orange glow. So even if it's 20 feet away or 20 miles away, if you can see that big column of smoke and the glow of the fire, yeah, that gets nerve-wracking for any person who lives even within a small distance or even a farther distance away. I mean, I can speak from experience and talking to my neighbors and talking to somebody who lives in Canoga Park. So quite a distance from the fire and from, from the evacuation zone, but she was quite nervous and nervous enough to send me some video of what it looked like in the San Fernando Valley, on the flats of the San Fernando Valley, not in the hills where clearly people are going to be nervous. I understand there are a lot of strike teams that are situated throughout those hillside homes on the both sides, of course, but also in the area that is not yet a part of any kind of evacuation warning or order.
While we have...
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Susan,
go ahead, Matthew.
I was just going to say, to Susan's point, I think it's interesting. My family's in the South Bay, obviously pretty significantly far from where the fire is, but even in the South Bay, they're seeing the big plume of smoke. The sky is not blue. It's kind of that orangey tinge, and there's still ash falling from the sky all the way in the South Bay, covering the concrete in your car and all that stuff. So the impact of this is far-reaching, and wow, look at that bush up there, the trees.
Hit it,
that's
something
probably
very
one of the biggest flames that we've seen since we got out here. Fire trucks still driving by, but yeah, that's a pretty big little flame there.
Well, Matthew, I can tell you that I'm sure, like you, my phone just has been blowing up with text messages from all over the country, and I have a friend in Lisbon, Portugal, who reached out to me and asked me if I was okay. So, this kind of information and these images are just so dramatic that people are all over, are nervous for all of us here in Southern California, Los Angeles in particular. So we are...
Definitely. And, with that being...
We're admiring the shot of...
Sorry about that, but with that being said, it was actually interesting.
There's a little bit of a delay, so that's why we're running into issues. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah. With that being said, you mentioned Portugal, and it was interesting. We actually, when we were in Palisades yesterday, we met a news crew that was here from Portugal. So the impacts of this, the images, it is worldwide. I mean, it's far-reaching, and everyone is just heartbroken by what's taken place. I mean, more than 5,000 structures destroyed. That's unbelievable. And when we were going out there that day, we didn't even think that would be possible. I mean, who would have thought that fire on the hill would go all the way down to PCH, and here we are 5 days later still talking about it going this direction now.
But I'm so glad you brought that up. So today, the fire chief brought up that, and the LA County fire chief brought up that there are more than 5,300 structures lost in the Palisades Fire. It wasn't the fire chief. It was somebody it was Cal Fire. I just want to get my sources right. It was Cal Fire live on our air this morning. 5,300 structures lost in the Palisades Fire alone. He made it clear to point out when we say structures, this includes vehicles, this includes RVs, this includes outbuildings, sheds, and of course homes. And he said of those 5,300 structures that have burned, they so far have identified 426 homes. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Unbelievable, honestly. I mean, if you think about that, I mean, when we're out there and you look around every street, in certain parts of Palisades, every street, you go left, you look right, every house is gone. The cars are melted. And then you go through town and all.
The Starlink is not working perfectly. That's what happens with.
Oh, I think we hear him again. Matthew, are you there still? There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, I think that number, if you go out there in person, is not as shocking as it seems, because when you're out there, everything is destroyed. I mean, it's all gone.
I'm actually surprised that
every home on streets,
yeah, it feels like it should be more.
That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, I should have probably worded that differently. I was surprised that out of all of that, so that means basically that, do the math, 4,900 structures are not homes.
Yeah. And it's hard to believe when you see the Skyfox video and you see that huge swath, the huge area where there is no surviving home. It's just a big, war zone where nothing survived. That is the most dramatic example, because it was just nothing. Whereas if you go to Altadena, very similar, but every once in a while you'll see a pocket or one house that survived.
All right, as we're looking live at these live pictures, Matthew Seedorf, we thank you so much. I know we'll talk to you shortly. Thank you for your reporting. Skyfox up and over the Palisades Fire, currently threatening the Mandeville Canyon area, the Brentwood area. Those mandatory evacuations went into effect for such areas last night in about the 7 p.m. hour. And it looks to be a much better situation all these hours later, but clearly the firefight still continues. On the line now is John Cobalt from the John Cobalt Show, KFI AM 640. He has a show every day, Monday through Friday, 1 to 4. And John, you're part of this mandatory evacuation order. Thanks so much for taking the time out. I'm so sorry that you're under this duress. Terrible way to start the new year. I just want to get your perspective on everything and how it's going for you.
I keep thinking every new year it's going to be better, and it's not. Right now, we're about a block or a block and a half inside the warning zone. The mandatory zone is like just down the road and make a right. So we're really close. And we've been that way all week. So a few nights ago, my wife, Deborah, she packed a lot of bags, and so did I. And they've been just sitting piled up in the living room. And, we're not moving until we absolutely have to. And we got a lot of animals. We got a dog, a cat, 2 lizards, 2 birds. I drove the 2 lizards off to a friend's house this morning, which was a surprisingly long operation for 2 little lizards. And then, we're sitting. We're actually spending a lot of time watching you guys. You're doing terrific coverage.
Oh, well, thank you for that. You're right on the cusp. From as someone who's literally in it, and you're living and breathing this, and then also the fact that you do this for a living and you cover things like this. How are you coping with all this, and how, from your vantage point, is the firefight going for you?
Well, the key for us is going to be this Mandeville Canyon firefight. If they can hold it at that ridge, that's a good thing for us. If it jumps, and keeps going to the east or southeast, really would be the worst thing for us because we're in the flats. Yeah, then that's real trouble. Then we might actually have to flee, and who knows what's going to happen. So the last few hours we've been watching, extra hard. It's been snowing ash intermittently around here. Our cars are covered with it. There's this, huge smoke cloud that changes colors, and every time I look out the front door, I look at the color of the cloud, and that tells me whether they've had some success, because the black smoke means it's new vegetation burning or homes burning, and it's been lighter the last couple hours. It's a lot of looking up in the sky. We can see the planes flying over, so the orange and white planes that are dropping either the water or the fire retardant. So, you have to, we're going outside and just sniffing the air. You're really back to a primitive state, the way the animals survive in the forest. You're looking to see if there are flames. You're smelling the smoke. You're looking to see what color the smoke clouds are. And we are really watching a lot of television.
Indeed. And for somebody who has been a part of the community for as long as you have and in touch with so many things that is relevant to the city and to the community and to the area, how do you rank this in terms of catastrophe? And I don't mean to belittle the situation, but there is still a surreality, and I'm one of those who has been both here in the studio and out there covering the fire, and I still find this a bit surreal. It used to be that everything was a little farther away, Lahaina, Paradise, and now it's right here in our backyards.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there have been dozens and dozens of fires over the years that, we covered on the radio and you guys covered on television. But when it's, I mean, my wife thinks there's 100 people that she knows in the Palisades who've lost their homes entirely.
Yeah, that
and there's a lot of friends. Personal. There's a lot of parents of our kids. I mean, a lot of homes that we've been to, and we're getting photos of rubble.
Yeah.
So this, and people have gone through this in a lot of communities before, but there's always a distance because it's not you or it's not the people right? So you empathize, but you don't really feel it. And now when it's your real close friends, for 20 plus years, it's a whole different sensation. And I think anybody listening who's been affected by this knows what that feeling is like. It's completely different.
John, the difference between the firefight last night and, for instance, on Tuesday night when we were on the air with this is all of the aircraft in the air and the water drops that are happening. And that's just made all the difference in the world, because when this broke out last night, Alex and I were thinking, oh, gosh, can this get any worse? And yes, there was a home that was lost today, and I know we're not out of the woods yet, but that really has made a difference, and I'm sure you're seeing that yourself.
Yeah. I mean, you sit here rooting, for the good guys. Like it's the Super Bowl, and you want your team to win, and so I'm watching these guys, and it's actually just overwhelming what they're capable of doing when they're allowed to do their job, and the weather conditions allow them to do the job, and everybody else gets out of the way. These guys are superheroes.
Absolutely,
it's incredible.
Yeah,
and you're just sitting helpless at home, hoping that they're going to be superheroes, because what else are you going to do? I think the helplessness of the situation, when stuff hits you in your family, at the very least you can take action and try to deal with it internally. Something like this, it's like everybody is a little kid and hoping, that some hero comes through to save the day. Otherwise, we're just sitting ducks waiting to see which way the wind is going to blow, literally.
Absolutely.
Any final thoughts before we let you go?
I'm tired of this.
Yeah. Us too. Yeah.
And it's so early. There might be like 4 or 5 more days of this, and we're just exhausted.
Yeah.
And nothing bad has happened to us yet. I guess that's what is.
That's the good
really,
news.
Really weird.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time out, wishing you and your wife, Deborah, of course, the very best, and let's hope that you don't end up in that mandatory evacuation zone. Let's stay with us, and hopefully you'll be hearing us say they've got it under control, the flames are out, and, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I want my phone to stop ringing because it's all those alerts.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my. It's just endless.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a peaceful period.
And we're glad that your lizards are safe. I didn't realize you had lizards.
The lizards are great. They're miles away now.
Okay, John Colwell, thank you. Thank you for your perspective.
Yeah, that was...
All right, at the same time that we listened to Catherine Barger conduct a news conference about the Eaton Fire, there was a news conference from the Office of Emergency Services, not in the Southern California area, but to address what's going on in the Los Angeles area. Let's take a listen of something that occurred during that time period.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Cal OES. My name is Amy Palmer. I am the Deputy Director for Crisis Communications and Public Affairs for Cal OES. We're here today to offer an update on the conditions in Los Angeles and what is coming ahead. At this time, I'd like to introduce Nancy Ward, who's the Director of Cal OES.
Good afternoon. As Amy said, I am Nancy Ward, the Director of the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and I appreciate you all joining us today, and those of you that are joining us online. Since Sunday, before January 7th, fires began, and every day since, the state has been working around the clock to provide the people and first responders in Southern California the support that they need. Our hearts go out to all Californians impacted by these devastating fires and those who have lost loved ones, their homes, and who are displaced. We're here today to update the state's response and readiness for what's to come. Ongoing emergency response to the fires in Southern California, as well as the upcoming weather we see on the horizon. I'm joined by CAL FIRE Chief Joe Tyler and Adjutant General Matthew Beavers from the California National Guard on the massive mobilization of resources that began last Sunday. More than 14,000 personnel are now working to support the efforts in Southern California during this disaster and the ongoing threat. We've brought the whole of government to bear, including firefighters, Cal Guard service members, CHP officers, fire dispatchers, pilots, Caltrans crews, and more. But I'm afraid we're not out of the woods. Severe weather is expected, especially Monday through Wednesday. In anticipation, we have surged even more resources that are poised and continued to be brought to the fight. I urge the people of Southern California to be vigilant and prepared for more high-risk fire weather ahead. I'd like to turn it over now to Chief Joe Tyler to speak more about the CAL FIRE response to the current fires as well as the ongoing upcoming threat. Director.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Tyler. I am the Director and Fire Chief of CAL FIRE. As was said by Director Ward, these devastating fires starting on Tuesday with the Palisades incident progressed through those evenings and into the next day with the fires of the like of the Eaton Fire, the Lidia Fire, the Hurst Fire, the Kenneth Fire, where resources came together with over 7,500 personnel, 1,059 fire engines, 30 initial water tenders, 56 aircraft, and 53 bulldozers. Knowing that we're going to be going into another period of gusty and challenging windy conditions, not only across Los Angeles and Ventura, but we're watching winds pick up in the area of Riverside County, Orange County, and San Diego County. It is important that everyone is prepared. Currently, the Palisades Fire is 22,660 acres. It is 11% contained. The Eaton Fire in Altadena, 14,117 acres, 15% contained. The Kenneth Fire, 1,052 acres, 80% contained. The Hurst Fire, 799 acres, 76% contained. And the Lidia Fire, 395 acres, 100% contained. Now on the Lidia, the Hurst, and the Kenneth fires, as those resources are released, they will be reassigned either to a mobilization center that I'll talk about briefly, or to assist the ongoing fight on the Palisades and the Eaton Fire. We continue to pre-position prior to the first event multiple CAL FIRE equipment as well as local government equipment across Southern California, moving multiple fire engines, hand crews, and firefighters, moving CAL FIRE's helicopters and fixed-wing air tankers into Southern California bases. We did leave some aircraft at McClellan outside the wind-impacted area to ensure we could get them off the ground for firefighting efforts. And once the fire broke out, or fires broke out, it's important to note that we were assisting and continue to assist with the city and county of Los Angeles, with incident management teams, both on the Eaton and Palisades incident, and then an additional third specialized incident management team that is on standby for the next event, if any. Our firefighters were facing hurricane-level winds, gusts of 80 to 100 miles an hour, and these winds affect our firefighting aircraft. There's always a question about the aircraft's ability to fly in the wind. And while there is maximum limitations of aircraft flying in the wind, the bigger issue is that the retardant and water coming from them can effectively hit their targets. Firefighters were focused on rescuing people, evacuating residents, and doing structured defense. And we knew water was going to be a challenge. So as we continue to prepare into this next event we're coming forward to, we're increasing resources, as Director Ward said, to over 14,000 first responders, over 1,219 fire engines across California and our partners in the western states, including Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Montana, just to name a few. And we continue to get support across the states and internationally. Last night there was a flare-up on the Palisades incident, in which time we took days resources, some that were down to rest from hard firefighting efforts, brought them back into the firefight to try to keep the fire away from Mandeville Canyon. They continue today to work across those areas as well. In addition, preparation to the 160 water tenders that are available, the 84 aircraft that will be talked about in part from agencies, from private agencies, and from the California National Guard. We are coming together to fight the fight. Finally, 154 bulldozers. Now, it is not common, more rare than not, that in preparation for this event, we set up a mobilization center. That mobilization center was emptied last evening as the Palisades incident started to help fight the Palisades incident, and today resources are moving back into that mobilization center to prepare for the next event. It's important that the public is prepared, and specifically in those counties that I just addressed. I want you to take steps to ensure, if you live in Southern California and should a fire occur, that you heed the warnings of your first responders, both fire and law enforcement. Take steps. I plead you to take steps to prevent the next spark. You can always find real-time, up-to-date information by going to fire.ca.gov, and steps to take to prepare yourself in the event you have to evacuate at readyforwildfire.org. It is now my honor to introduce General Matthew Beavers, the Adjunct General of the California Military Department.
Thanks, Joe. And as the director mentioned, I'm Major General Matthew Beavers. I'm the Adjutant General of California. Give you a quick report on our posture relative to National Guardsmen deployed across the fire-affected area in the LA Basin. We have 1,680 soldiers and airmen currently employed in this emergency. Over 1,000 are currently manning traffic control points 24/7 every day in support of allied agencies across the LA Basin, CHP, LA City, LA County. And we are making good on their requests, not in hours, not in days, but in minutes. We are pre-positioned the right place, the right time to deliver right effects in support of our law enforcement partners, and we continue to do that. We continue to ensure that our posture works very, very well. In case we have to grow, we are in very, very good position to make sure that happens. The balance of our force primarily dedicated to the next two things. Number one, Type 2 hand crews supporting CAL FIRE. Over 500 soldiers and airmen are currently employed in that endeavor or being deployed into that endeavor. And finally, our aviation assets. 10 helicopters, bucket-equipped helicopters, are available. Modular Airborne Firefighting System C-130s, 6 of those are available. 2 actually just launched minutes before I came to the podium. So I think we're uniquely postured. We continue to grow our strength as needed to ensure that we can anticipate needs ahead of time and ensure that we can meet those needs before it becomes a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Before we take questions, I'd like to remind those Southern California residents impacted by these disasters that assistance is already available to you. OES is in lockstep with FEMA and has mobilized in Southern California to provide disaster assistance. Assistance workers are already on the ground taking applications in shelters. Tomorrow will include libraries, and disaster recovery centers will be open within another day or two. But you can apply for assistance already. You can go to www.disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362 to register for assistance. And lastly, I'd like to say and remind you what Chief Tyler said about being prepared. You must be vigilant. As he said, ensure that you're following your local officials, but also prepare yourselves for even getting those kinds of evacuation warnings or evacuation orders. Prepare a go bag. Make sure you have medications. Make sure you have supplies and for your pets, your children, your family members. And then check on your neighbors and your friends to ensure that they're doing the same exact thing. From there, Amy.
Thank you. Do we have any questions in the room? Seeing none, we will offer the Cal OES media line now, media@caloes.ca.gov for questions. A news release with these details will be coming out shortly. And if you'd like to, those of you who are watching online, please contact that email address and we will make the leadership here available for interviews as needed. Thank you.
All right, so that wraps up the news conference. It was conducted by the Office of Emergency Services. That is an office out of the governor's office. We gained some new information there about what it has taken in terms of resources and how they've shifted resources to accommodate this firefight. We're going to move on now with some good news, actually. Marla, if you want to talk about the evacuation orders that are now lifted.
Right. So as we look at live pictures, because we don't want to confuse you, this is the Palisades Fire. And during, we've seen, by the way, the DC-10 out there just dropping that FOS check so beautifully. So more relief there as it relates to the Palisades Fire. But the new information about evacuation orders being lifted, this is in relation to the Eaton Fire in the Altadena and Pasadena areas. A lot to go over here. So as of 3 p.m., evacuation orders have been lifted for for the city of Bradbury and Bradbury Estates, the city of Duarte, in La Cañada Flint Ridge from Angeles Crest Highway east to Oakwood Avenue, north of Angeles Crest Highway, at the curve west to Haskell Street, north of Foothill Boulevard to Nightway, and the intersection of Gold Canyon Trail at Crown Avenue, east to Varro Road. So those areas were in evacuation orders. Those have been lifted.
As was the area around the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab. So that's a good news indeed.
The JPL, which was saved, thank goodness. Evacuation orders changed to evacuation warnings for these following areas.
That information I do not have. You have that information.
Yeah. In La Cañada Flint Ridge, north of Nightway, Gold Canyon Trail, and east of Oakwood Avenue, Angeles Crest Highway, at the curve to Gold Mesa Road and Starlight Crest Drive. That's a whole lot of information, but it's good news. That means that the firefight is going pretty well as it relates to Eaton.
It's progress.
It is progress.
We will take whatever we can get.
Yes, I mean, for instance, when we woke up this morning, it was 11% containment for Eaton. It's now at 15% containment. We will take it.
Yeah.
And there's also been some progress for the Palisades Fire. The acreage has increased because of what we saw overnight. The flare-up from Friday night into today, the officials were saying that added about another 1,000 acres. So now we're at 22,600 plus acres. Palisades Fire at 11% containment on this Saturday afternoon. Again, this is the 5th day of the Palisades Fire. We have all this information. I'm putting it out on my socials right now because that was a lot to go over. So you can follow me on X. You can follow me on Instagram. All the information will be there at Marla Tellez. That's Tellez.
All right, we continue to look at our Skyfox view of what's going on with the Palisades Fire. That is a lovely picture. I don't see any actual fire line there. I don't see any glowing line of flame. What I do see, though, is a lot of vegetation, and the vegetation is, of course, of concern now that we don't have the kinds of winds that we had overnight on Tuesday. It's the vegetation that people will worry about. Smata and other meteorologists talk about how the winds themselves can have its own microclimate, and then that will create a situation where an area will become more vulnerable. Anytime you have a lot of vegetation, vulnerability there. So the new term I learned last night was hydroclimate whiplash, and it does feel like that's an accurate term when you think in terms of how much rain we had. And then now we have all this drought, and now it's so dry that we have to worry about all the vegetation that came out of all that rain. But you see there the Pacific Ocean, you see some clear skies and far less smoke than we have seen in a while. I'm not particularly sure exactly where we're looking.
But it looks good.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah. I'm looking at the wrong monitor. So I'm looking at a monitor that has more of a western view into the ocean, and now we see our extreme nav that gives you a better sense for where Skyfox is looking. I did not have that view.
Yeah, so it's Mandeville Canyon. You see the homes below, Cantor Canyon area, all of that. Those are the homes that are the most vulnerable. But again,
the upper left was what I was looking at in more of a broad picture, as opposed to speaking to the picture there on your right, which shows you what we're looking at in terms of some houses that have some phosphatic on the roof. That little area there where you've got a little bit of a loom up there, or some signs that there's water being put on whatever that structure is there, and allowing for that white plume of smoke. But again, as we often talk about, the smoke, the white smoke, is always better to see than black smoke. So, but again, up in the left corner, you see something that looks very hopeful indeed. And then in the right, on the right side, the Mandeville Canyon area. Mandeville Canyon, we talked about this already, is I always found it nerve-wracking to drive down because there is only one way in, one way out. I knew years ago, I don't know if they still live there,
someone who literally lived at the end of Mandeville Canyon, and it was beautiful, but it is like living in a national forest land. There was a lot of vegetation, a lot of big old oak trees, a lot of manzanita and chaparral, all those things that we worry about when there is any kind of wildfire. I notice that hikers probably know this better than I, but when you see those fire roads, etc., Mulholland Drive, if you've ever been all the way to the point where Mulholland on the San Fernando Valley side just stops, then you will have an area which is called Dirt Mulholland. That's what the locals call it. It's more popular with hikers than it is, obviously you can't drive down it, except for the fire trucks, of course, if they need access to fire.
Speaking of someone who has access to Mandeville Canyon, that's our Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf. As we look at that water drop.
Oh, beautiful.
There you are. Okay. Any progress? We see crews behind you.
And we see that you've brought out your mask, so that maybe the conditions are worsening.
Some hand crews. The hand crews just showed up. The conditions are about the same. I mean, we still see those flames very close to these homes out here in Mandeville Canyon. But the hand crews are just showing up, maybe trying to put an end to all the flames that are left. But we have been seeing those helicopters and aircraft flying over. Just everyone's watching this area very closely. We see the FOSS check on some homes out here, symbolizing that there have been drops in the backyard. But right now, there are those flames. You can actually hear the cracking and the popping, and there's so much ash out here, too. Frank, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this or not, but on the home over here, you might be able to see on the corner of this roof, the homeowner has set up some sprinklers on their roof. I know that we've talked about this before, but it looks like they're trying to prevent any spread from hitting their roof. And there are friends from Fox that are giving us the Starlink access right now so that you can see and hear us. But again, yeah, look how close these flames are to this home. I mean, pretty incredible and a scary situation for everyone out here. And given the situation, this road is closed to anyone unless you have not evacuated. It is an evacuation order. So everyone that we do see out here is either first responders, emergency crews, or media, and it's very quiet. It seems like a lot of people have evacuated. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
So we're seeing those, I mean, right above your head. When we're looking at you on the air right now, we see the trail of flames behind you. And the hand crews, they're going up there to handle that right now?
Yeah, I almost want to see if we can try and see them. I'm going to walk this way. I don't know if I can see the hand crews from where we are. It looks like they're kind of organizing possibly in the backyard. But again, this is probably 20 feet from this home. So we saw those hand crews go back in there. I'm assuming they're going to try to stomp it out. But yeah, this is pretty close.
Very. They're certainly better positioned, too. So if it gets any closer, they can, I believe, put water on it. That's why they're there. They're part of the, protection team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fortunately, the conditions out here are pretty good. I mean, we're not seeing those big wind gusts like we were seeing Tuesday night. I mean, I remember Tuesday it was blowing us over out there, gust upwards of 50 miles an hour. Right now, relatively calm conditions. The smoke's pretty much going straight up. If anything, it's probably blowing away from the homes. So, hopefully it actually helps the firefight in the grand scheme of things if it starts blowing back onto itself. But right now, a little close for comfort for people out here.
Absolutely. And I'm sure whomever owns that home behind you is getting very nervous.
Do you know, is that particular homeowner still home, or did they evacuate?
We believe they evacuated. We haven't seen them. I know our Fox crew's been at their house all day, and I think has permission to be in their driveway right now. But we are under the belief that they have evacuated and are safe, and possibly watching Fox 11 right now to see how their home is doing. And good news to report, it appears like things are going well, and the fire crews are going to make sure that it doesn't reach their house.
Well, I was going to make comment that the vehicle that's in the driveway is nose out the way they advise you to be, but then I see a lot of stuff or possessions on top of the hood, which may mean
mean it's one of the media teams there that has parked in that direction, but also they took the advice to put their vehicle in a nose-out position so that they could get out quickly. But again, you know, that is the way. When the fire authorities tell you this is the way you should park your car, you should take it out of the garage and make sure it's in a place where you can get into it and out of the area quickly. The problem with the area where Matthew is now and where most of this firefight is going on, we're talking about canyon roads, we're talking about narrow roads. That, too, is the reason why they don't want people to get back into the neighborhoods. Even if you do own a property, I'm getting text messages from someone who says, can you get me into my home, into my neighborhood? And the answer is no. The National Guard is there to keep you out, not just because of the looting concern, but also because they don't want you to get in the way of what the fire professionals have to do, what the firefighters have to do. Those fire trucks are big. They're big and wide. If you add to the parking situation, you know, that's just going to, it's not going to help. So, you know, imagine all the people that do want to go back. They want to see what the condition of their property is. That it's very frustrating. But the answer is, nope, you cannot go back in. Not when there is such an active firefight going on, as we see yet another fire truck go by. Hey, Matthew, can you tell is that an LAFD truck that just passed you, or by chance one of the more exotic ones coming from out of area?
That's from Santa Monica, so a little bit of a drive. Not their jurisdiction, I believe, so they're definitely here helping out. And I do want to show you this, because I think this is pretty interesting. We always talk about those embers, and when you were talking, one landed right next to my foot. I don't know if you can see that, but that's, you know, the concern. Even though what we're seeing right now is relatively small, we know that those embers can travel upwards of 2 miles, and if it lands on a piece of dry vegetation, it's still hot, can start another spot fire down the road, and that's why we have those evacuations further out than where we are right now on the edge of the fire line, right? So, yeah. And you were also talking about all the vehicles parking nose out because there's only one road out, right? So if the fire were to come down, we always need to have an exit plan. So those are things that we think about as members of the media. You leave your engine on and you face the way out. So if things change very quickly, you can get out of here and try to be safe.
In a moment's notice. All right, Matthew, keep a watch on those flames. Let us know how it's going. We'll check back with you in just a bit. This is the Palisades Fire, of course, and that active flame on this ridge here, hillside in the Mandeville Canyon area. We want to get to the Eaton Fire, and right now there's a virtual community meeting underway held by LA County Sheriff and LA County Fire, giving the latest information. Let's go ahead and dip in.
Containment is not control. Doesn't mean that the fire's out. It just means that we have some shaky line out there, and firefighters are mopping up, and we're working to secure it, and we're working to make it good. So when you see red on the map, those are areas that we don't have containment yet of this fire, meaning that there's considerable amount of work still to be done in these areas along the front country. Also want to call your attention here to these sections. Each one of these sections is a 1 square mile area. And so down here, this map doesn't represent it as well, but this area here is a community, and it's square miles of the community that have been devastated by the fire. So not only are we working on the perimeter control in here, but the damage assessment and all the things that go along with this type of catastrophic fire are occurring down here on the bottom. They're occurring day and night. We're working on them continuously, and but many more days of work down here along the front country in these affected communities. As we come up around the west end of the fire, things are looking good over here. We have boots on the ground engaged all across this flank, and working daily to get that containment. And I think you'll see some black start to get on the map here in the forested areas. Very challenging terrain up here along the forest. It's the Angeles. It's steep. There's places where firefighters just can't go. So more to come on that in the coming days, but we're starting to make good progress along the flanks. So with that, I'll turn it over to Fire Behavior. Dennis Burns.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to reintroduce myself since Dawn did. Just a couple of points to bring up today is we got an infrared last night. The aircraft was up, so that's a good thing. What the infrared showed us overnight was we had some intense heat up in this area, some intense heat in this area, and then down along the front country all through here, is what we call scattered heat. So that includes the area that involves all the structures and all that. So there's a lot of, we're not expecting it to move, but it is a heat source. And then there was a few pockets outside of our actual perimeter that shows isolated heats. Again, we're not expecting those to move. Overall today, conditions have been very favorable for us. The IMET will get into it a little bit more, but we've had basically a northeasterly flow over the top of the fire. The fire where it's sitting right now is pretty much on ridge tops, so it's gonna back, and typically fires burn upslope faster than they back down a slope. So the fire has to fight against backing down the slope, and it's also fighting against the wind. And that's all along this upper edge and even out on the west side a little bit. Down low, a little bit more shelter from the wind. Not expecting any growth or movement on the fire in that area. All in all today, going through till tomorrow's shift, not expecting any significant movement on the fire.
Good afternoon, incident meteorologist James White. So I'm here to give you your weather update. The good news is we've experienced very favorable conditions on the fire over the past 24 hours or so. Last night had some of the best RH recoveries that we've seen of every night, and what that means is how high does the humidity get at night. We saw around 40%. That's still pretty dry, but it's a higher recovery than has been experienced at any point on this fire since it started. Now beyond that, what we've also been experiencing is very little wind. So over the past 24 hours, we've had very little wind on the fire for the most part, and that's also been very favorable. That doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. We still have several days coming up, and there are some more concerning conditions as we have the next several days here. So today, we've already seen some gustier northeast winds start to build in on those ridge tops. Some of those ridge tops up north, as well as in other parts of the basin, have seen gusts up to 45 miles an hour or so. Those will continue to increase through the night, with gusts maybe 50 to 60 miles an hour on some of those highest peaks. Now the great news is that those will not mix down to the lower elevations, or are very unlikely to, and we haven't seen any of those strong gusts so far today. Those lower elevations, we don't expect to see them. There could be a very brief period tonight where you get just a few of those stronger gusts, but really anything above 20 miles an hour isn't expected. We will continue to have some of those gusty conditions at the higher elevations. We will continue to have those dry conditions at least for the next few days. Our biggest concern day, like I mentioned yesterday, is still Tuesday. That's the day we're really looking at where we'll get that combination of dry conditions and with those northeast winds continuing. On Tuesday, there's potential for those winds to be a little bit more out of the east, be a little bit better aligned, and that could allow some gusts to mix down to lower elevations. So we could see some maybe 20, 25 mile an hour gusts at the lower elevations that could test some areas of the fire. The good news is that those kind of wind speeds is nowhere near what we saw January 7th, January 8th. So although it's certainly something that we're watching closely, it's nowhere near the level of concern or critical fire weather as what we saw that started this event. Finally, like I mentioned yesterday, there's light at the end of the tunnel. There continues to be that light, and it only shows brighter as we get more weather information in. There's increasing confidence that we're going to have more moist conditions by the end of the week. There even is a very slight potential for rain. Don't get your hopes too high up in rain, but the potential's there, and either way, we are going to be much more moist. So that's the great news. Hang in there. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Air Resource Advisor Jen Croft.
Good afternoon. I'm with the Wildland Fire Air Response Program, and that's my job is to merge the fire behavior environment with the weather environment. When we do that, we have the capability then to tell where the pollutants that are produced from this fire are going to land and have the greatest impact. Currently, the greatest impact is along the Pasadena foothills from Altadena up at the Devil's Gate Reservoir and all the way over to Monrovia. Folks who have existing cardiac issues and or respiratory issues can expect to have significant impacts because the current air quality level from PM 2.5 coming out of this wildfire is going to be instigating their responses, their inflammatory response. For perfectly healthy folks, when the categories go into that red zone for unhealthy, purple for very unhealthy, and dark maroon for hazardous, even perfectly healthy people can have issues then. Right now, we're only expecting the conditions to range between the unhealthy for sensitive group groups and the very unhealthy groups along the foothills. As you depart from the Pasadena area towards LA, you're going to continue to see moderate conditions. Doesn't mean that you're not going to feel that smoke. We're on day 4. Your eyes should be burning by now. Your lungs are probably a little coughing. All those toxins and plastics that are in some of these structures that have been burning are also in the air. Please remember, if you go to airnow.gov, you can get the latest conditions at your location and have a little bit more informed condition to see where you can go to get a little bit of relief. There's also lots of links on there, and tomorrow we'll be producing an outlook that gives you a forecast. In the short term, the 24 to 36 hours, we're going to continue to see this moderate to USG conditions, and then as we see this next passage of winds, that will bring that column right back down to the surface, unfortunately, for a few hours, and then we hope by Thursday we're going to see a little bit more relief in the dispersion from these wildfires. Stay tuned, and thank you much.
Thank you, Jen, for that information. And the smoke outlet that she was talking about, we will be posting it as it's produced so that you guys can see it in the public. Next, we're to talk about evacuations and public safety with Los Angeles County Sheriff Captain Williams.
Hello, I'm Jabari Williams, captain of Altadena Sheriff Station. So I just want to give a few updates for the Altadena area. As of right now, as of today, still Altadena is considered a evacuation zone. The public is still not allowed in that evacuation area. We do have checkpoints, and people will be turned away if they try to enter the area. They are still worried about different things, potential fires flaring back up, debris in the road, and there's still wires down that can become energized at any time. We just want to keep the public safe, so that's why we're keeping everybody out. As of right now, we have over 550 deputies in the area for deployment. They do have active missions. Once they complete a mission, the public and the property safe. There are 30 National Guards on hand that's assisting with checkpoints and protection of assets in the area. I wanted to talk about the shelters. There is a shelter. The closest one available is the Pasadena Civic Center. It is at 300 East Green Street. There is a family assistance center there. We do have deputies on hand. If you have family members you want to report missing, you can certainly do it in that area. There's also questions about whether or not people are able to retrieve medication. At this Civic Center at 300 East Green Street in Pasadena, there is a pharmacy on hand that can refill prescriptions. So if you need prescriptions refilled, please show up at the Civic Center and they can assist with that. I want to talk about the curfew. It's still in place as of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and it's only for the evacuation area within Altadena. It's not within any other jurisdiction. So I just want to clarify that the curfew in place begins 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and it's for the evacuation area within Altadena. If you want to find out how to, you want to know learn if your residence is in that evacuation area, you can easily go to protect.genesis.com. and they'll let you know if that area is in the evacuation zone. That's protect, PROTECT, .genesis, GENASYS.com. The recovery efforts have begun. They started the grid searches this morning, and they will continue tomorrow. It will take some time. Weeks. We have a lot of people, a lot of different agencies helping us, including the coroner's office, search and rescue for the sheriff's department, FEMA, OES, and a lot of different other agencies that are helping with the recovery and efforts in the area. So they are doing grid searches, going house to house to search for damages and potential remains. As of right now, we are up to 8 confirmed deaths for the Eaton Fire. And those efforts for the searching will continue. We are at 19 arrests as of right now. Most of them are for people looting and committing burglaries. We made 4 arrests just for curfew alone. So please adhere to the curfew orders in place. We will begin the repopulation plan. It will take some time to get it started. We will say this, before we begin the repopulation plan, we will have guidelines in place for people to follow. They can easily go to any of our social media sites for LASD HQ, and that's on Instagram. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Captain Williams. Next from the LA County Public Health is Chief Deputy Director Dr. Anish Mahajan.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking our first responders for their heroic efforts and extending our thoughts and prayers to all those who've experienced profound losses from the fires. We in public health stand committed to supporting those in need in the months ahead. I would also like to thank our county supervisors, especially Chairwoman Supervisor Barger, for their extraordinary and thoughtful support of public health and all of our county and city partner departments. Without their leadership, we wouldn't be able to respond. A local health emergency for LA County was declared yesterday.
Okay. You are listening now to a virtual community meeting on the Eaton Fire. We got some updated information about the weather conditions that they're concerned about. This gentleman here is a doctor of public health. He's just warning people, if you are suffering from inhaling smoke, ash, etc., if you have symptoms that need medical attention, don't dismiss them. Take them seriously. We're going to bring in Samada Khan to talk more about the weather conditions. They're so critical in a firefight.
Yeah, and they had their own meteorologist. We have you, but their meteorologist said that they're most concerned about next Tuesday because that's the driest conditions and the winds out of the northeast.
Yes, and we've been talking about how we'll be experiencing rounds of Santa Ana winds. The next one that's expected to get a little stronger, very gradual into this evening through the overnight hours and into the early part of tomorrow morning. We get a little bit of a break in between some of those events. And yes, Monday night, Tuesday, and into Wednesday, unfortunately, those wind conditions do pick up. Wind speeds, a range of 20 to even 40 plus miles an hour, hence the concern there, with gusts of up to even 65 miles an hour in the high wind warning zones. And unfortunately, that does impact the current fires that are actively burning. And with just a prolonged dry period, it continues to elevate our fire concerns, hence the red flag warnings continue all the way into Wednesday evening as well. If a new fire were to start, unfortunately, it could become erratic and unfortunately spread other fire areas, or spotting is what we call it, when those embers get casted a little further away from the central fire zone, and it could create a whole new set of problems. So the winds are always the big issue, and we experienced one of California's, or at least should I say the LA County area, one of the strongest winds on record. We're dealing with record hurricane force winds sometime Tuesday into Wednesday. We had really strong gusts, an area of Magic Mountain Truck Trail with wind speeds, or should I say wind gusts, reached up to 90 miles per hour. Now we're dealing with a lot less winds, but still strong enough, unfortunately, to become a hazard. So here's a breakdown of our headlines. Dry and gusty conditions all the way through at least Wednesday, and red flag all the way through middle of next week. High wind warning areas coming out of the northeast to 25 to 40 miles per hour. The northeast winds is what we consider the Santa Anas, and it blows offshore. So from land to sea, and those type of events are very drying, as we had witnessed ourselves with relative humidity down to single digits, prime for, unfortunately, fire conditions. Wind advisories currently still in place. This involves the Palisades Fire, the Kenneth Fire, and all our local mountain areas, at least in on this map near the Eaton Fire under high wind warnings. Red flag conditions, you couple gusty winds and low relative humidity, how widespread it is, not just for Ventura County and LA County and through some of our local mountains, but this does apply to areas of the Inland Empire communities, Orange County as well, downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains, all of those locations under fire, critical fire weather, should I say. We're tracking those winds as we have been continuing to monitor. Things are slowly starting to get a little gusty. Winds are highly variable. You can see a range of 9 to about 15 miles an hour from Camarillo to Oxnard. Santa Cruz currently right around 13 miles an hour, but near the Palisades, we've got current wind velocities right around 27 miles an hour, according to the local observation site. But much of the basin, very quiet, light winds. Long Beach, perhaps 10-mile-an-hour winds at best, but the offshore flow continues to be very strong out towards areas through the Cajon Pass. A reminder for those drivers, campers, trailers, you want to be extra cautious. Watch out for those crosswinds. Riverside right now, 23-mile-per-hour winds, and we could see gusts, again, a range of 30, 40 miles per hour. Here's a look at our future wind gusts going into later tonight. We're talking about winds in those highlighted areas. Camarillo, 43 miles an hour. Areas like Santa Cruz, 48, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Fontana. And unfortunately, it continues the strength of those winds, not backing off all the way through, again, Wednesday. But finally, we see a shift in the winds, a more prolonged period where firefighters can get a better handle on those fires. We've got wind conditions now coming out of the west. The onshore flow is going to increase the humidity. That's going to help with the firefight. But we watch those winds because it's reversing. It could also create the potential for other issues with locations opposite of the current wind conditions. 14-mile-an-hour winds in Yorba Linda, so things are going to definitely calm down. But before we see that, we have to get through the next couple cycles of Santa Ana winds. Here's what's going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere. High pressure has been dominating, and that's what's giving us the offshore conditions. We do have this area of low pressure situated just to the east of us, and that little dip in the atmosphere, that's going to help drive those stronger winds later tonight and into tomorrow. It's going to back off a little bit and then re-strengthen as the high pressure, again, rebuilds back in. There's a little hint of good news. The evacuation warnings and orders have remained pretty much the same from yesterday, but look how big that Palisades Fire encompasses. Over 22,000 acres across much of the Santa Monica Mountains, and of course enveloping all the way down to the coast. There's a hint of good news as we push after the middle of the week, a chance of some light rain showers. Mind you, this is only a 10 to 20% chance as it is right now. We're closely watching the computer models, but we'll take whatever we can get. At least if the onshore flow does happen, we'll get a little bit more moisture that is so needed in Southern California. Wildfire smoke going to reach other locations outside of the fire zone, unfortunately, so hence the smoke advisory in effect. You keep that in mind. Protect your lungs as well. Keep those windows shut and turn on the air conditioner. And we continue to be very dry. The National Weather Service in San Diego has now declared that this water year, the 2024-2005 water year, has been the driest on record. And you can see here why. Trace amounts of rain in October, 14 100ths of an inch of rain in November, 2 100ths of an inch of rain in December. Typically, January is our second wettest month of the entire year, and we are currently seeing 0. So we're going to be watching and hoping that the rain does arrive for Southern California, because that will definitely help out. This is another round of a long, prolonged dry event. So unfortunately, humidity levels, the only opportunity that we'll see some recovery is during the overnight hours when the onshore flow creeps in just a little bit, but the prevailing winds continue to be offshore, and that continues to be a hazard for firefighters. But we are going to continue to watch the winds as they develop on again, off again, and the direction of the winds will also help firefighters predict where they need to go. And this current break, as you can see on our live Skyfox video, this is good news. We see a lot of white smoke, which is indication of a good handle on the conditions over the Palisades Fire, currently at 11%. So they have been working very hard to get to that level, and hopefully they'll continue to make progress on not just areas of the Palisades Fire, but at the Eaton Fire, the Kenneth Fire, the Hurst Fire. We do have a lot of dry brush that continues to fuel the flames and fuel the expansion of the current fires in place. Even though we see a lack of winds, we're dealing now with the dry vegetation and the terrain. The topography also plays a big part in having a fire grow. And we have touched on this topic many times over, that embedded in those hot spots, those fire lines, it creates its own wind system. When you have a lot of intense heat rising into the atmosphere, cooler air comes in behind it, and it creates erratic wind conditions that are unpredictable. And unfortunately, it will create a situation where embers could fly in any which direction and create spots, new hot spots, new fires, especially when we're dealing with red flag conditions. That's why we want to continue to keep everyone informed and make sure you're on your toes. Have that go bag at the ready, especially if you're adjacent to any of the current evacuation and fire zones. So critical to have all your information in place. Life is the most important thing. Property, your pets, in your go bag. Reminder, make sure you have your important documents, you have your prescriptions, your plastics. That means your credit card, cash is going to also be critical in this event if you have to evacuate. Red flag conditions, again, very critical, Susan, Marla, in this event.
We've been hearing that for days now. Samara, we've been sort of enjoying the view from Skyfox while you were chatting. There was a window to the left of you that allowed us to see as the flames started to approach this long line of pink phosgenic. And presumably, as it gets closer to that area, then the fire will slow. We do see all the vegetation that clearly is fodder for this fire, but again, it's nice to see that line of phosgenic, which will aid the firefights. Okay, we're going to go now to Zach Sauce. He is working with us. He came down from Oakland from KTVU. You're covering the Palisades Fire. Again, can you tell us what you see, what you're experiencing?
Well, we're just overlooking Mandeville Canyon right now, where that fire really started to make a push throughout the day, of course, starting yesterday. And as you can see, it does appear that crews are making some headway here. We have seen around anywhere from 5 to 10 drops since we arrived here. As you can see, there's a heavy red retardant line there. The goal to obviously make sure this fire does not push down into the canyon below. We are in the Brentwood Heights neighborhood. There's also a large presence up here as well, making sure that this fire does not push up into this neighborhood. They have been wetting down houses. As you can see, though, along the canyon side, much of that area appears to be fairly well under control. You know, obviously the concern with the winds picking up, that there still could be some embers there, so that is why they're keeping a close eye on that area. But they do seem to have made a lot of progress, at least in terms of making sure that this does not head up to the Brentwood Heights area. But again, the real focus right now, making sure this does not go into the canyon below. And you can see just how challenging it is to fight this fire right now. Obviously, the overhead air assets, a huge help. But when you're on the ground there, I mean, you can see some of the line they have stretching along the canyon side. Really a difficult terrain to access. We can also overhear chainsaws. So clearly they are working to cut fire lines right now to also prevent that fire from spreading further. Back to you.
Zach, thank you very much for that. You know, I know you were just showing, we saw some of the phosgenic from your vantage point. Are you seeing the active flames?
As the winds pick up, we have seen some flames pop up a little bit. Not anywhere near the level of what we saw last night, earlier this morning. But yes, as the winds pick up, we have seen some flames leap up again. But for now, and you can tell based on that white smoke, it does seem like they are getting a handle on it. Again, though, the winds, you can probably see just how much the leaves are moving around up here. And obviously we've gotten that forecast. The wind's expected to continue to pick up a bit tonight as well. So this is certainly not over.
Yeah, and when you say tonight, you're looking at the clock, it's almost 4:30, and that sun sets pretty soon, and so we'll be in darkness soon enough. Zach Sauce from our sister station up in the Bay Area, KTVU, thank you so much. We'll check back with you soon.
All right, we've got Justin O'Brien. He's in Skyfox. He's on the western edge of the Palisades Fire. And Justin, this is your shot that we are looking at where we can see that wide swath of pink phosphates, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Susan. You can see down there that Phosgech's doing its job. They've been able to drop this red line along here to try and lasso the fire, and it's doing a successful job. It appears to be burning upon itself. I got to say, it's quite a good view from up here at the moment. There's only two real big major hotspots here on the western edge. We're in an area between Malibu and Topanga Canyon. As I pull out wider, you can really see the size of this burn print, that 20,000 acres that Sylmar was referring to earlier. And as I tilt further up, you'll be able to see that the Mandeville Canyon area fire is happening over here. Now, we were viewing that, and you could see there are very few hot spots, so those helicopters are doing a great job dropping lots and lots of water on the line there. There appears to be only really this area here, this hot spot here on the northwestern edge, best way to describe it, that seems to be giving them any trouble at the moment. There is a dozer just further up here in this area here, which is kind of like a Mulholland Drive, and they've been able to successfully cut a road track or a track through here, and there are hand crews there. Hopefully we're at 8,000 feet, so I hope you can see those little silhouettes there. That's hand crews that are going along there and putting out some of the hot spots. I can tell I was in Mandeville Canyon last night. Very scary thoughts going people's heads. The fire was out of control, but it appears that they're doing a very good job at getting as much water as they can onto it here. Just an amazing sight. And just finally, the wind is blowing towards the south. I believe that Sylmar is pointing out there. When we left Van Nuys this afternoon and launched, we were looking at about 26 miles per hour. And I'm going to pan the camera around just to the right towards the ocean. And you can see, excuse the skid there from Skyfox. And as I tilt up, you can see that smoke just blowing all the way out in towards the ocean. So good sight here at the moment. They appear to be getting a bit of a handle onto this fire. Certainly a good sign ahead of the winds that are expected later tonight, ladies.
That's a great sign, and you have the best seat in the house when it comes to fighting this fire right now, Palisades Fire, now that it's, scared everybody in Brentwood and Mandeville Canyon and so forth. The most concerning spot for you right now, are there homes actively threatened? Have you seen that? Most concerning spot, you think?
Yeah, at this stage, I think the most concerning spot is the Mandeville Canyon area. There's still a lot of smoke there, but there doesn't seem to be as much active flames. The wind appears to have died to some extent. Out in this area here, this is a Topanga State Park, so as I understand, I cannot see any buildings there, but you can certainly see that red Phosgech, where they've really tried to lasso this fire. They really want to try and get a line around it again before those big winds come in early next week. We'll make our way back towards the Mandeville Canyon area and just give you a better view before it gets nightfall, so you'll be able to see. I saw that the flames or the fires had actually reached to the top of to the Mandeville Canyon. And just while we're here, Marla and Susan, I'll put the map on to give you an idea. I think if I push in here to the left-hand side there, you'll see it's actually, this is Mulholland Drive. So that fire road did exactly what it was supposed to do. You can see there one side is a bush, and the other side is burnt. So, and I'm tilting up here. This is that West Ridge. You may have anyone taking a hike up West Ridge Trail. This is the lookout at the top of that trail, and just to the below down here is Mandeville Canyon and Old Sullivan Fire Road. Anybody that knows that area, and certainly as a pan further left, you're getting down into the Brentwood area of Sunset Boulevard. And that smoke that you see burning there is actually in Mandeville Canyon.
Upper Mandeville. Yeah, I was wondering because for those of us who are map challenged and directionally challenged, sometimes when somebody says northwest, you have to kind of do the calculus on what that means. For people watching the smoke and the orange glow from the San Fernando Valley, that's why they are watching these our coverage and also watching to see how close it comes to breaching over the Santa Monica Mountain Ridge. So this is consoling, I think, for people who like to see the fact that there's not as much active flame. It doesn't seem to be making as much progress as we saw overnight, which made things very dodgy and made people very nervous. Seeing white smoke is always a good sign. So we will take that.
If I might be able to butt in there,
yeah.
Susan. Here's myself too. I was at home watching, and I was thinking I really need to try to explain this to people at home. So the concern was that the fire would race down the hill here to Mandeville Canyon, and then come up this hill here. Obviously, fire burns faster uphill, as we all know. And then once it could reach, if it got over that hill, then really it was. You see the 405 there. That was really the concern. It's whether the 405 could stop it if it got that far, because unfortunately once you go further than that, as I tilt up, you're into Bel Air, and not only the expensive houses, but the thousands of lives that would be impacted. As we are back over Mandeville Canyon here, I'm just going to push in a little bit, and you'll be able to see there is a little bit of active flame. But the fire is slowly making its way down towards the road, but the helicopters are hitting it, and it's actually being pushed, and it's almost burning back upon itself there. A very good example, you can see the smoke blowing south, and above that is a burnt area. So it's really just burning back upon itself, slowly making its way down the valley here to the road. Susan and Marla?
Yeah, that's a good consolation as well. And again, when you see that there is that push towards an area that's already burned, stuff is already burned. So that oftentimes is good news as far as a firefighter is concerned, because they can then keep an eye on it, and then it's all about just getting rid of the hot spots. I did see a little bit of a loom up, a little bit of a white smoke in that swath of Phosgec, which it's not 100% when you lay down that fire suppression line. It's not 100%. The fire can catch there as well, but it will move much more slowly than if it was naked without any kind of fire suppression.
And I really appreciated that, Justin. I love that you were thinking about when you're watching from home and how to best describe it when you're up in the chopper. So thank you for that show and tell, because that really did help explain the big concern for Mandeville Canyon. Well done. The extreme nav technology really helps when you put up the street names. Mm-hmm. You get a really good sense of, and especially if you live in this area, you use the yes, I live right there sort of a thing. So yeah, we've been watching also the hillside where our Matthew Seedorf was, because there was one home that had some active flames very, very close to its property, and those hand crews just arrived. And it was good to see those hand crews on the ridge earlier as well. So Justin, we appreciate your reporting up in Skyfox. Obviously, if you see anything, holler, and we'll get you back on the air. And thanks for all the pictures.
Oh, you're welcome, Marla. Just it's great to be able to be up here to help. And I'm actually a Brentwood resident. I live in the cheap down in the cheap buildings, but it's definitely been a concerning few days for my wife. So it's nice to be able to see that firefighters are doing a great job, and the weather is certainly being kind to us.
Well, there's really nothing cheap in Brentwood, but we're so glad that you and your wife are safe. And yeah, this is very personal for you. So,
and the great
big sigh of relief.
The great thing about Justin is he's one of our news photographers. I work with him almost exclusively, and so he knows what it's like to be up at the fire lines, to be trying to find the fire so that we can bring it to the viewers and give them a better sense for where the fire is most active. And he's one smart cookie, in that I rely on him greatly to give me good advice on how to do it and how to stay safe. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate you, Justin. So at this stage, it seems like a good part the newscast to figure out when or where we are in terms of the progress of the fire. Here's some statistics for you. You see there that the acreage burned is now up over 22,000. It's 11% contained, and unfortunately, the number is at 7 people killed, with more than 5,000 structures destroyed. That includes homes, and there are indeed new evacuation alerts. Those came in overnight that pushed towards the 405. And Marla, you want to just describe or explain what that means when you see that dramatic number of 5,000 plus homes destroyed?
Yeah, and you know what, if we're really technical here, we should change that to structures. So, you know, I know our producer Alan is in the booth. If you want to change that to structures, because it is, the official number is 5,317 structures burned. This is all per, county officials. And CAL FIRE made it a point today to say of those 5,300 plus structures, 426 are homes. So the vast majority, if that in fact is true, the vast majority of the structures that have burned are things like outbuildings, sheds, RVs, cars, those all count as structures. The CAL FIRE representative this morning at the presser at 8 a.m. made that clear, and he wanted to stress that. So I think that's an interesting point. I'm also surprised, though, given just the utter devastation closer to the ocean.
Exactly.
That it's I don't want to say just 426.
It feels like it should be much, much higher,
right,
is what you're trying to say.
Exactly.
And I would agree when you've seen the devastation. And not only that, it's also that this has become so personal for many of us. I mean, I know 3 people who have lost their homes, 3 couples that have lost their homes. And, and I know other people who say, oh, the basketball team at my son's high school, there were, like dozens that lost their homes. So it just feels like it should be higher than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's not a final count either.
No, it's not.
Because they'll still go back into the area and make sure that they are aware of which structures, and particularly homes, were destroyed.
Okay. We also learned from officials today that, we have firefighters from all over the place, out of state, like Montana, New Mexico, Oregon. They're here, they're on the front lines, they're helping, so we thank all of them. And then there's this. This is from Governor Gavin Newsom. He put this out within the last hour, and these are Mexican firefighters. That aircraft, this is landing at LAX a little earlier today, within the last hour. And the governor says firefighters from Mexico just arrived at LAX. They will be joining 14,000 plus personnel already battling the Palisades Fire. And he goes on to say California is immensely grateful to our neighbors' support in the fight against the wildfires in Los Angeles. And of course, you see the Mexican flag there. So we thank the firefighters from Mexico who have now landed and will be on the front lines soon enough, helping the 14,000 plus personnel already on the front lines. Okay, joining the conversation, and that's a military aircraft, I want to bring into the conversation is global security expert, retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. He joins us quite often here at Fox 11 and provides great perspective. I wanted you to come on because we're seeing all sorts of aircraft that are making all the difference, thank goodness, when it comes to these firefights, and especially the Palisades fire right now. And I wanted to get your thoughts on these aircraft, and if you can explain to us the capabilities that each of them are capable of doing, especially the DC-10.
Well, Marla, they have a phenomenal capability. A DC-10 right now is the largest firefighting aircraft in the world. There's nothing else that drops more. There was a 747 that was used, kind of difficult to fly in tight terrain. It could actually drop more, but it was just difficult to use, and they actually quit using it about 3 years ago. So that DC-10 is huge, but what you're seeing is a lot of military aircraft There's C-130s that are coming in. Of course, you've seen the Cal Fire C-130 has been flying for days, but also military. The President Biden has stood up what's called the MAF squadron. It's a firefighting squadron. It's a special thing under the law. There's about 8 C-130s around the country, 2 of them in California, 2 of them in Nevada that have got activated right away, that are used to drop water, and they can get in really close, really tight with that canalized terrain, if you will, that mountainous terrain, and they are extremely good at doing stuff like that. So you're seeing that. And then, of course, you're also seeing other aircraft. The Navy is going to be sending a squadron of helicopters that does what are called water bucket operations, dropping water on fires. They do that out San Clemente Island, which is a naval gunnery range out here all the time. So they're being brought in. So you're seeing those aircraft augmenting the 60-some aircraft that CAL FIRE has, and then all the different local agencies with their aircraft. And you're seeing Erickson flying their aircraft. They're based out of Oregon. They're a commercial firefighting thing. And then you're also seeing, the Canada has sent down aircraft as well, to include the 2 Super Scoopers. But one of the Super Scoopers, of course, is out of commission right now because it hit a drone.
Yeah, that illegal drone that is affecting the firefight because it's taken down one of the aircraft. Now, here's what some people have noticed, those who have lost homes along the Pacific Coast Highway, that people were posting things like, why couldn't they just pick up the ocean water and douse those homes along PCH? I see you kind of chuckle. Explain to people why the ocean water is not really a good resource for firefighters.
It's not optimal. Let's just put it that way. If you use a lot of ocean water, that's going to cause, some environmental issues. It causes some problems with the land, stuff like that. They prefer to use fresh water whenever they can. However, with that said, interesting to bring that up, the Super Scooper, or the 2 Super Scoopers, were actually landing in the ocean, and they were using ocean water to do that. And I would bring up, I didn't see it in this instance, but in the past, in Malibu, when they've had fires, and Malibu has a long history of fires, there have been at least one or more cases where a fireboat came in and literally parked off the shore and was shooting ocean water onto structures that were burning on the shore. So that is not an unprecedented concept, but it's not the preferred thing, because a lot of, salty ocean water, if you will, it's just it leaves some environmental issues that I should say mediation issues that they have to deal with later. It's corrosive. Salt is corrosive. And very much so. And if you have that kind of, it depends on the aircraft, of course, it could actually gum up the system, no? To some extent, these aircraft they prefer to use fresh water. There's just a lot less maintenance, operational maintenance issues with that. However, I should say that with that said, the Super Scooper is actually designed with the idea that they can land in the ocean and take ocean water. And apparently they've been doing that. Now, keep in mind, there's only 2 of those aircraft flying, so it's not like a huge amount of water that they're going to deliver. And they have to have the proper weather conditions in order to use the aircraft at all.
On day 1, we did see, Skyfox had the visuals of them landing in the Pacific for the Palisades Fire and doing their dumps accordingly. But that didn't last long. And to your point, now there's just 1 because of the drone collision, which is pretty unacceptable. They're capable of carrying, I think it's 1,600 gallons of water at a time. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But what we saw also today is the VLATs, which, I love the acronym. You would think it'd be something very technical, the VLATs. Very large air tanker. Yes. You know what? Can you see the screen right now where we're showing you? I can't see that. What is that? CH-47. What is that? That's an Army aircraft. It's a CH-47. It's been around for a long time. It is an absolute workhorse, but it's also a heavier lift aircraft. There are larger helicopters, but this is a twin-engined, and it can carry a lot of water. I can't recall how many gallons it calls. Well, you can see right there, it carries a lot of water. Yeah, it really does. But, that's a beautiful sight. Yeah. Now, when you start getting into the VLATs, the very large air transports, now you're talking, things that are even bigger. And if you get into the DC-10 range, you're just shy of 40,000 gallons. I mean, it's an amazing amount.
The 747, I think, carried something like 63,000 gallons. It was an amazing amount. But the problem is with CH-47, or CH-47, I'm sorry, the 747 was, it sits so high. The cockpit is so high. It's a real challenge for the pilots when they're coming in low to be sitting that high and figure out where they are in relation to uneven terrain, like what we see here with the, with this mountainous terrain that we're fighting. So there were some real operational restrictions on what they could do. And in many cases, at least initially, they would tend to drop really high, which meant that by the time the water got to the ground, it had dispersed so much, it just wasn't having the effect, even though it was a tremendous amount of water.
Right. And it's also great. I mean, you were having the conversation about how the ocean water can be corrosive and it's not necessarily ideal. But here we have the Encino Reservoir right next door. And so most of these aircraft can fill up within, I was told, 2.5 minutes and come back and drop another round.
It's when you start working things like this, there's a term called sortie rate, which is how fast can you turn these things around. And even though you could have one aircraft, for example, that 747, yeah, it could carry a lot of water, but it took like a half hour or more to fill it up. And they had to land at a big airport that could, handle a 747. So and DC-10 has some of those same restrictions. But some of these smaller aircraft, like the helicopters, yeah, they don't carry as much, but they can literally go in there, drop the bucket, fill up right away, and boom, like within a couple of minutes, they're back out and they're dropping another mission. And that's one of the values of having these bucket operations. That's one of the reasons that President Biden, basically told that Navy squadron down in San Diego, get your gear ready, get ready to go, because they were already set up. They've been doing that. They do it on a regular basis out at San Clemente Island. By the way, out San Clemente Island, not a lot of freshwater reservoirs. You can imagine if they're dropping water, they're probably dropping seawater. So they're very, very adept at doing things like this. And there's also, when I was doing this, and that's why in uniform, I used to coordinate these activities. One of the things that we did was we stood up a helicopter squadron to do bucket operations, working with our civilian counterparts in support of fires in Southern California. Also, something that kind of brought back memories is when they said they're mobilizing 500 Marines or going to have 500 Marines come up here to do fire suppression. I worked that mission very extensively. It does take days to do it because they have to be equipped. They even have to get new boots that they can wear in firefighting. They get shipped down from Idaho. So there's a lot that goes into doing these things, but it's an amazing operation. It just takes a little bit of time to get underway. You don't want to put people unnecessarily into harm's way.
Yeah, and of course the winds are cooperating more and allowing those water drops to happen, because I know necessarily it isn't that the aircraft can't fly in really turbulent weather. I know that it's not ideal. It's just that it can sometimes be pointless because the load will be lost and sprayed. In other words, it doesn't hit their targets.
Right. That's a big challenge. Now, I will say one thing is that over the years, the optics, the sensor systems that they use in the aircraft are so much better than what they used to be. The old days where they literally do eyeball lining up, that's a long time ago. Now they use forward-looking infrared radar. They have other sensors they can use in the aircraft. Their positional data is so much better because of GPS and some other things that they do, that they literally can figure this out. And of course, the other part is predictive fire analysis to figure out where exactly to do the drop. So everything around that mission is so much more advanced than it was, say, 10 or 20 years ago, that when they do drop water or drop fire retardant or whatever, they do an amazing job. And I should mention with fire retardant, they don't normally drop on the fire. The goal of using fire retardant is actually to drop it where the fire is going, so the fire burns out and stops.
Get ahead of it. Yep, absolutely. I learned a lot. I don't know.
I did too.
Yeah, Hal, you're just such a wonderful resource, and we thank you. I mean, I literally texted you, and next thing you know, you're on the air. So on a Saturday afternoon, we appreciate you. I know that you've been impacted too. You've had some friends that have lost homes in the Eaton Fire. So our thoughts and prayers with you. You are safe, right?
I'm fine. Although on Thursday, I definitely was eye awakening. I think we all were waking up going, "Where's this fire that I'm having to evacuate from?"
With the false
alarms.
Yeah.
So
that was disconcerting.
I was like, that fire really moved.
Yeah, really. I know that was unnerving.
Where? He's down in Orange County?
Long Beach.
Long Beach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry. We won't give your home address. Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Hal Kempfer, you have a podcast too. Tell everybody.
Strat. It's on Captivate. It's on Apple. Basically, just about any place you can get your podcast. It's a strategic threat assessment talk. I talk about all kinds of different things. This week, just finished doing Strat, talked about the LA fires and talked about military support of civil authorities, how that works, talked about some of the assessment process, the fire or all hazards intelligence assessment process, how that worked into decision making. So it was it's about a half hour of a lot of different discussion stuff that we don't normally get into when we're talking about.
It's all relevant.
That's why you're here.
Yes.
That's why we're talking to you.
Yes.
Because you're the man who's in the know. Thank you so much, Hal Kempfer. Thank you for joining us. Speaking of Orange County, I think I mentioned Orange County because I was told that now there are different areas in Southern California that are nervous about wind conditions, so Orange County and the Inland Empire. So we have someone from the state commenting about that.
Knowing that we're going to be going into another period of gusty and challenging windy conditions, not only across Los Angeles and Ventura, but we're watching winds pick up in the area of Riverside County, Orange County, and San Diego County. It is important that everyone is prepared.
Yes, it is. So it's not just here. We've been very focused on LA County for very obvious reasons. Sumata Khan is here, and she's talking about the winds here, but then the winds elsewhere. And you had showed it earlier in the Inland Empire, Orange County. Those winds are picking up.
They sure are. It's going to be widespread rounds of Santa Ana winds. We are definitely far from being out of the woods, and we're anticipating winds to continue to increase, and not just for LA County, Ventura County, but yes, this is going to be applied to areas of the IE, so Riverside, San Bernardino County, much of Orange County, and it's really also the mountain communities that will really feel those stronger gusts that could potentially reach 60+ miles an hour. But if you measure the scale from last week, Tuesday into Wednesday, gusts were ranging from 65, 70 to 80, over 80 miles per hour. Really just incredible wind speeds, something that we haven't experienced in quite some time. But this time around, a lot less, but still strong enough to keep everyone on their toes. Let's look at our weather headlines. So anticipate moderate to strong winds, not just today, but also all the way through about Wednesday. We've got a couple of rounds of offshore conditions that's going to create, unfortunately, fire weather, critical fire weather, and that's going to lead to an extension of the red flag warnings all the way through Wednesday. So it's going to be in place till the middle of next week. We are hot, we are dry, or should I say temperatures going to be a little warmer than normal in some spots, courtesy of the offshore winds, and fire danger all the way again till Wednesday. Here's a closer look at what's going on in and near the Palisades Fire. We have wind conditions with the observation sites currently in place, a range of 10 to 18 miles per hour, so still manageable. Gusts have maintained relatively stable conditions, 26 to about 45 miles an hour, but we are anticipating those wind gusts to increase going into tonight through the overnight hours and into early part of tomorrow morning. We may get a little bit of a break in between those gusty offshore winds, but we're expecting things to ramp up again going into Monday, Tuesday, and into Wednesday. Acres for the Palisades Fire, about over 22,000 acres, and it continues to spread and expand. But there's some good news because of the winds that were a little bit on the lighter side earlier today. Containment now 11%, so they are getting a little bit of a better handle on those conditions. Those firefighters out there that have been working tirelessly to protect the community and get this fire in control as best they can. Humidity levels still very dry, and unfortunately we'll be seeing variations of humidity. Numbers could get down to single digits once again. We've seen that already occur. And with the Palisades Fire, a lot of our community members are really concerned where the evacuation orders are, and that continues to be in and around the Mandeville Canyon area. We watch those winds as they increase, and currently, again, right now, staying a range of 40 plus miles an hour. The evacuation warning areas have not grown. They have been also remaining pretty stable. We've got Sunset Boulevard here, San Vicente Boulevard areas northward, and evacuation warnings in place just north of Montana. So we'll be watching and we'll be updating you if any of these evacuation warning areas expand, but for right now they're keeping in place. High wind warnings, that's what we're going to be dealing with, where, as I mentioned, gusts up to 65 plus miles an hour. And that also pertains to traveling up and down that 5 corridor. The Grapevine through the Newhall Pass right there at the 14 could be experiencing those stronger winds. Wind advisories currently still in effect for the Palisades Fire, and a portion of the Santa Monica Mountains still under a high wind warning. So we will be seeing these conditions again for quite some time. A long duration event. The relief, there's a little relief on the way, and that doesn't come until the later part of next week. So we're talking Thursday is when we'll see a little shift in our weather pattern. We're going to get more of an onshore flow that's going to increase the humidity levels and even bring in a slight chance of some raindrops. Not very much rain, and there's only a 10 to 20% chance of that happening. Again, not until Thursday, Friday, and potentially into the early part of next week. But we do have several days of these red flag conditions. We've got, if you have gusty winds coupled with the low relative humidity, as I mentioned, it continues to create the perfect conditions for active fire weather. So critical, extreme fire conditions, not just for our area, but yes, our friends across the IE in Orange County. If a new ignition, just a little spark, unfortunately could create a new fire, and that fire could become very erratic. So really critical that when we do see these lulls in wind, that firefighters really take advantage of that. Current wind conditions now 5 miles an hour in Camarillo, and those highlighted areas of the yellows, we're seeing those winds slowly starting to increase as we had forecasted earlier today. 27-mile-an-hour winds through Malibu Hills. But outside of those wind-prone areas, hey, look at the basin. Very quiet, very calm at this hour. We're looking at Fullerton at 6 miles an hour and 7 miles an hour in Long Beach for those that live out there. Out towards the IE, we're also seeing winds starting to pick up a little bit. 18-mile-an-hour conditions for Riverside and into Corona and downwind of Santa Monica Mountains. We also have, yes, a future look at those winds. And winds are king, determining how strong a fire is to grow. If you're dealing with wind gusts of up to 40 to 60 miles per hour. Right now, not so bad, but as we move forward, look at how widespread the glow is. It's an indication of the stronger winds coming through the area, and that happens overnight, as I mentioned, and it also pertains to, yes, our neighbors, Orange County and the IE. Going into tomorrow morning, we see those winds relax a little, but highly variable, and we're watching, again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the glow returns, and we're going to continue to keep on top of those winds and the dry vegetation out there that continues to fuel these fires. Susan, Marla.
All right, Samantha, thank you very much. It is now 5 o'clock. Thank you for joining us on this continuous coverage of the wildfires in the Los Angeles area. You're looking at a live shot from Skyfox that shows you the progress of the Palisades Fire.
Yeah, significant progress since that flare-up last night, Friday night, about 7 o'clock. And yes, there's still active flames. The major concern right now is still Mandeville Canyon. Up in Skyfox, we have Justin O'Brien, and you have the best seat in the house to be able to tell us how that firefight is going, Justin.
Yeah, g'day Marla. It looks like it's going on pretty well. The nature is actually, I think, helping us out a lot here. The winds have died down quite a bit, but firefighters have worked very hard, not only with the helicopter, but those huge aeroplanes dropping fire retardant. If I zoom in here, first of all, actually, this is probably the best wide shot I've seen so far of the fire footprint. Earlier, Sylmar mentioned about 22,000 acres. You can see it there. It's almost square to the line here. This is Mulholland. This is where they've been able to stop it from heading further north. And as we go this way, this is in the right-hand side of the picture there is the western edge. The top picture there is the eastern edge, which is burning there. That's the Mandeville Canyon area. And obviously we have the ocean. And if I push in further this way, you're pushing in towards Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades, where all that destruction occurred. But it's those large firefighting airplanes dropping that retardant is a really good example of it here. If I push in here, you can see the redness there of all the bush. Now, we're not seeing the helicopters dropping water out here, so I believe it's actually considering the wind. They're taking the punt here that this fire line is going to hold. But there are firefighters on the ground. I saw earlier a big dozer and hand crews ready to get in there and start making sure, once they can, that they're able to put out all these large hot spots that are occurring. A little bit of a hot spot there, but again, it's within that fire line. So as we're heading out, so I can look out the sun, probably about half an hour before we actually get into darkness, and feeling a lot better now, Susan and Marla, than I was last night, considering what I'm seeing here from Skyfox.
And Justin, since you have the wider view, is that footprint that we can see is all burned, but if it keeps going in the direction it's going now, is there some unburned parts of that area that would be at risk? Clearly, this is still all under a mandatory evacuation order, but there were some structures that were spared. Are they now more at risk?
I believe that they possibly could be at risk if they have vegetation that's still there, of course. But at this stage, the wind does not seem to be blowing so strongly that firefighters, I think, are obviously in communication. There's a lot more firefighters on the ground ready to do structure protection if it does move towards structures. I was just listening to the ground radio. They're actually in the Topanga Oaks area. Firefighters are requesting more police assistance to police the evacuation area. And you can see actually up here how well that fire road acted. You see the active flames there on the right-hand side and the housing area there to the left. And so to answer your question, Susan, I think any building is under threat out here at the moment, and firefighters are just obviously trying their best and taking great advantage of the conditions that they have at the moment. But what I just find it's just outstanding, amazing just to see the total destruction here as we look out from the this is I'm in the Topanga area, it's looking south towards the 405 and Beverly Hills. That's where I'm pushing in right now.
So Justin, my question really had to do with the fact if you go a little closer to the ocean, I think there might be, even in that footprint, there might be some unburned areas. Just wondering if the fire continues in that direction towards the ocean. I thought I saw some areas that were perhaps still unburned, and there were some homes there as well. See that area right there that has a lot of structures. What area would that be?
That area is actually still the Pacific Palisades, according to my map. And yes, these houses could still be under threat if the fire does kick up strongly again. The firefighters are obviously the smoke is obscuring my view, but I would believe there is the planes would have dropped a FLOS-checked line along here, and there are lots of other fire roads where they could potentially try to stop it. And just looking down here, I think that area has all been burnt already. So fingers crossed, if it does burn back upon itself, that they are easily able to jump on top of it.
Yeah.
My question is, and I think I know the answer, and I hope it's the right answer, the forward progress eastward toward the 405, has that been completely stopped?
From my vantage point where I was flying, Marla, I believe it has. Obviously, we would need to get official confirmation for that. I would be hesitant to say that it looks pretty good, but I wouldn't say it's 100% at this stage. There are little flare-ups, but it appears that there are structure protection that firefighters appear to be at almost every spot that's a possible threat to a house, because, again, they don't want it to jump over over Mandeville Canyon there, race up that hill that you're looking at there towards those houses and towards the 405, which is in the distance just there. So things are looking very good, but I think it'd be hesitant to say that you're out of the woods as yet.
Of course.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that green space there was Mountain Gate. That's where Ed Lascos was last night, and that's to the east of Mandeville Canyon. Correct? Do you know, Justin?
So yeah, I apologize, Susan. I'm a little bit out of sorts at the moment in relation to. So this is the top of Mandeville Canyon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I believe it is. I believe it's the Mountain Gate area to the east of where you are now, towards the 405. That's where we had coverage there. We had Ed Lascos there. He mentioned the fact that he was at Mountain Gate. I believe Mountain Gate is the community that was built on the old refuse dump, frankly, and so that makes for a nice fire break in that it doesn't have a great collection. It does have some structures up there. It does have some homes up there, but there is a lot of a break as well.
It's just down from the Getty, and the Getty today releasing a statement saying, you know, fortunately it was a pretty uneventful night in that the Getty is okay. The galleries are there. So on and so forth. We saw what happened with the Getty Villa. It was a much more dangerous situation. It got very, very close and certainly charred the vegetation leading up to the Getty Villa. But so far, Getty Villa and Getty Center are all safe. And yeah, you're right. So there, you see the Mountain Gate Drive, et cetera, right there. All right, Justin, keep a watch, and I know it's going to get dark quickly, so to your point, within the next 30 minutes or so, we will check back with you shortly.
All right, if you're a numbers nerd, let's give you an update on where the major fires stand now. The Pacific Palisades Fire has roared east to the 405. Well, actually, the mandatory evacuation orders, as you just saw from Justin's point of view, it really has not stopped, but the most active line is in Mandeville Canyon. Eaton Fire leaves historic landmarks in ruins. Thousands are fleeing their homes, clinging to hope as firefighters battle the relentless infernos. This is day 5 of what has been described as unimaginable disaster. Our whole region grapples with the loss, the resilience, and the unforgiving power of nature.
You were talking about the numbers. I know we do have some numbers. So here they are on your screen. Palisades Fire, more than 22,600 acres, 11% containment. 7 people have been killed. 5,300 plus structures have been destroyed. And when we say that there's new evacuation alerts, we're referring to those evacuations that were put into place last night when that flare-up really started sometime in the 7 p.m. hour. So yes, those mandatory evacuations are still there, and they have not lifted. And, you know, hopefully we can announce that they will be lifted soon.
A lot of things that happen in this kind of emergency situation is that you lose touch with your friends or your loved ones. And so if you are trying to find information, it is possible that you might be able to get that information from the evacuation shelters. And there are 2 new ones that opened up for the Palisades Fire. The first is Stoner Recreation Center, located at 1835 Stoner Avenue. That's just south of Santa Monica Boulevard in West LA. In fact, not very far from where we are right now. And the other is at Calvary Community Church in Westlake Village. We wanted to point this out because it is scheduled to occur not long from where we are right now. This is a virtual community meeting. If you have questions, and I'm sure you do, if you're affected by the evacuation or you've lost your home and you already know that's the case, this is the place where you might be able to get some of your questions answered. It is a virtual meeting, so if you have access to this live stream on YouTube, it will begin at 6:30 tonight.
And now let's talk about the 405 and the off-ramps that are shut down. So there was some talk from CHP last night that they were going to have to actually shut down the 405 at the Sepulveda Pass, but that didn't happen. But they did shut off the off-ramps there. So long list here: the Sunset Boulevard, the Getty Center off-ramp, the Skirball Center off-ramp, Wilshire and Sepulveda off-ramps closed, Olympic off-ramps closed. So that's also leading to less traffic on the west side because it's harder to get here now because all those off-ramps still remain closed.
And that's on purpose. They are making it difficult for you to get to the west side because they don't want to increase the traffic in the area because the fire units are coming and going, and don't get in the way is the bottom line here. And, you know, there's been some misinformation or changing information about the status of the 405. At one point, there were reports that they had shut down the northbound 405. That was going to affect, not affect my commute because I go southbound on the 405. But, you know, anytime you have traffic in Los Angeles, it doesn't matter if it's exactly on your route, you know, if there are closures anywhere, that it could affect the traffic on your route. So it was closed briefly. It had nothing to do with the fire it turned down. Apparently there was a cement truck that accidentally dumped some wet cement on the 405. They needed to clean that up. That's why there was that closure. And we talked about this last night about how there was the threat of shutting down the 405. Again, basically with the idea, like, let's keep the people out of the area and do our best to just reduce that kind of extra energy into an area where right now it's just the professionals that need to be in there.
But late, we were on the air when CHP issued a statement and they said, we're not doing that. That's the worst case scenario, but we will shut off the off-ramp. So we appreciate CHP sending us that statement and keeping us abreast. So here again, the list of off-ramps that do remain closed. Okay, what about the Eaton Fire? If you're in Altadena and Pasadena, we have not forgotten about you. That one has burned 14,100 plus acres. It's 15% contained. 7 people have been killed there. At least 972 homes destroyed, so almost 1,000 homes lost. And then some of those evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted. So that is some good news on this Saturday evening. This is a lot to get through, so take a look. We're going to read this for you because it's really obviously pertinent information. So the evacuations as of 3 o'clock today, the evacuation orders for these areas of the Eaton Fire have now been lifted. The city of Bradbury and Bradbury Estates, the city of Duarte, in La Cañada Flint Ridge from Angeles Crest Highway east to Oakwood Avenue, north of Angeles Crest Highway at the curve west to Haskell Street, north of Foothill Boulevard to Nightway, and the intersection of Gold Canyon Trail at Crown Avenue east to Varro Road.
So presumably for those of you who live in the area, all of this is more relevant to you and you recognize these routes. There's also been some updated or orders that were modified. Now take a look at this in terms of La Cañada Flint Ridge, north of Nightway, Gould Canyon Trail, and east of Oakwood Avenue, Angeles Crest Highway at the curve and to Gould Mesa Road and Starlight Crest Drive, NASA Jet Propulsion Lab. Again, these are areas that they modified, and so it's now back down to a warning, no longer an order. And by the way, for those of you who are checking either Watch Duty, the app, or the one that OES has been promoting is Protect Genesis, ProtectGeneasys.com. That's another way to see where the evacuation orders or warnings are in effect. And then you get different zones. They're not really talking streets. But for example, they mentioned for the orders that have been modified to evacuation order, so downgraded to a warning, then it would be listed as LCF Starlight or LCF Crown, LCF JPL.
All right, we want to get to the ground and give you some live reporting from our Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf. You're in the Mandeville Canyon area. You moved, now you're atop. What's the latest?
Yeah, we're looking down on Mandeville Canyon right now, and it is much windier up here. I'd estimate gust 40 to 50 miles an hour. You might be able to hear it right now. I do want to step out of the way before it gets dark, Frank. Point down to the hand crews out here working tirelessly. That is a tough job. You can see just how steep this terrain is out here, and they're just trying to put out any hot spots because it looks like the fire's already kind of burned through this area. And Frank, if you want to pan a little more to the right, you might be able to see there is an active hot spot, a little bit of flames here on the hillside, and it looks like they might have a hose line right next to it. But right now, I mean, this is what we're watching very closely, especially as these winds are picking up this evening, kind of reminiscent of last night with these big, strong gusts. But you know, one thing that's making this firefight a little more challenging than it needs to be is one of the aircrafts that's been making these very important drops was hit by a drone and is now out of service. And that's just one of the main issues right now impacting this fight.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. In fact, Matthew, thank you for that. But you know what, before we let you go, though, I just want to ask you, and we're going to talk about the Super Scooper that was damaged in just a moment with Chelsea Edwards, who is going to be joining our coverage. When we last had you, you were down in the canyon. It was less windy. There was a home with some active flames right up to the backyard. What happened there? Yeah, so we were with that Fox crew, and that's how we had the Starlink able to send back service. They left, so we had to leave as well. Firefighters were watching very closely, though. More firefighters were coming in, and they were also going in the backyard and putting water on those hot spots, making sure it doesn't flare up. But one more time with the drone, I think we have a little bit more information now. I'll go ahead and see if we can show that. An urgent fight against the deadly Palisades Fire rages on. Flames Saturday surging east to Brentwood, forcing thousands more to evacuate.
Know that those people who stay behind might not be able to get out. And I think that it's important that people pay attention to that.
The Palisades Fire already scorching 22,000 plus acres.
Do not fly drones in the burn areas. We have pilots with families and kids they want to go home to, and all they want to do is drop water and save other people's homes and lives. So don't put a drone up.
A key firefighting tool now grounded from the battle above. This image shows the damaged wing from one of two Super Scooper planes being used in the firefight, hit by a drone in a no-fly zone.
Why is that important piece of firefighting equipment not being used? Well, an individual used a drone.
If you're thinking that it's fun to send a drone up in the area for your own amusement, or you want to get information that nobody else can get, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law.
Drones are funny because they produce images, and the people who produce these images want to share these images, so people are essentially telling on themselves.
Trent Sigurd, a drone professional, has been using social media to track down people illegally flying drones over the wildfire.
I have documented at least 12 different users online who have been posting their footage from both the Hurst fire and the Palisades Fire.
He believes he found the possible pilot that crashed into the Super Scooper.
I am trying to get this information to the right place, not just making a repository on the internet, but also getting this to the authorities who need it.
Winds expected to soon increase as the fire pushes east, closer to more homes.
Over the next few days and into the next week, we will be facing another critical weather event. We will utilize every single resource at our disposal to ensure public safety and that we holistically protect Angelenos.
So firefighters are saying that they're on top of this, especially as winds are picking up. And we're also seeing firefighters from jurisdictions pretty far away. I've seen crews here from Las Vegas today, as well as Santa Fe, New Mexico. And we also know that firefighters are also arriving from Mexico. So lots of reinforcements coming when we need it most. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Indeed, Matthew. In fact, we showed some video that came out of the governor's office that allowed us to see those Mexican firefighters coming.
Yeah, they arrived at LAX about an hour and a half ago now, so they'll be on the front line soon enough. Matthew, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get to Chelsea Edwards now. She's joining our coverage for the first time on this Saturday evening. Good to have you, Chelsea. You have more perspective on the damaged super scooper. You talked to the FBI.
That's right. And this is a huge concern, both for the FAA and the FBI. We're here at the federal building where they are making this public announcement saying, guys, you cannot fly. If you fly your drone, we cannot fly our firefighting aircraft. And as Matthew was saying, we are now down one super scooper. We just learned that super scooper likely out of the fight indefinitely because of that drone that hit it. We're also getting some more details on exactly the damage that was done. But this is really something that they are taking very seriously. They now say there was a fist-sized hole that was punched in one of those wings. We're expecting some pictures to come from the FBI soon to show us exactly what that damage was, but it's damaged so badly they cannot get it back up in the air for at least a couple of days, if at all. They're still trying to figure that out. Now, of course, this happened on Thursday. That fixed-wing plane obviously out of commission and hindering firefighters' air attacks right now on these flames. Now, that drone was flown despite flight restrictions in the area. We keep talking about this. Its owner still hasn't been caught, but that person could be facing years in prison as well as some pretty hefty fines, as could anybody who's flying a drone in these restricted zones right now. Officials say they do understand the curiosity. They get that people want to see the aftermath or possibly check on their neighborhoods or even create content for their various channels. But again, when you fly, they can't fly, and every second counts in this historic firefight. Listen here.
Fire mitigation efforts like this, using fixed-wing aircraft or rotary-wing aircraft, are probably the most effective means to mitigate wildfires like this. So when we can't use that tool or technique, it puts everybody's life in danger. That's why we're here. There is a temporary flight restriction over all of these fires in the Southland, and by operating these drones, you're violating federal law.
Now, and they're saying the onus is on the people who own these drones that are so readily available, as we all know, but the onus is on the person who owns them and who is operating them to know where those flight restrictions are. But they also said, you know, this is really common sense. If you are on the fire lines or you are in a destruction zone, you see emergency responders around, you see fire officials, you see police officials, don't fly a drone. Just don't. That could hinder whatever it is that they're doing, and you don't want to mess with these efforts, especially now when this is so critical. Every second counts in either trying to get containment of these fires or to put out the active flames. And those drones are making it so much harder for officials to do their job. So they're just putting the word out again officially from the FBI. If you have a drone, do not fly it in any of these areas. And if you're unsure at all, go and check to see where the flight restrictions are, which you should be able to know how to do if you have a drone. That's something that is, again, the onus is on you, and that is your responsibility to be able to know. And again, the punishment is pretty hefty. These could be very hefty fines, up to 12 years in prison in some cases for hindering these firefighters. So they are also asking for information on who this person was who flew the drone that crashed into that super scooper on Thursday. If you have any information, the FBI wants to hear from you, and they actually have a phone number that they wanted you to call. It's 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can report anonymously as well, but they really want to catch that person because, again, that's a super scooper that is now out of commission. It cannot fly, and these are critical days in this firefight, especially as these winds start to kick up and we see these flames spread. So really, really important for those people that have drones out there.
And to think that they're on loan from Canada. I mean, and you know, it makes us look bad, right? Thank you very much for sending the equipment, and now we're going to damage it.
Now we're going to damage it. Right.
Chelsea, I did read, can you confirm this, and maybe you said it and I missed it, that the drone was recovered and destroyed?
The drone was destroyed. That's the information that we got from the FBI. I'm not sure how much of it was recovered, and I know that they're trying to look into it to see if they can determine who the owner was based off of whatever it is that they have. But they did use the word destroyed when they mentioned that drone. So whatever that impact was, I mean, it made a fist-sized hole in the wing of one of those super scoopers, and we've seen those things. These are very big, very expensive pieces of equipment there. So that had to have been quite the impact for that to happen. And again, we're hoping to get these photos from the FBI soon. They say they've got photos of the aftermath of the actual plane itself. So we're hoping to get those within the next little while here. We'll, of course, show them as soon as we get them.
And I guess we should be grateful that that plane was able to land safely, that the fist-sized hole didn't affect its ability to land safely.
And that's another thing that they said, this could have ended differently. It absolutely could have killed the people on board, and that would have been the death potentially of a firefighter, a pilot, someone's father, someone's mother, someone's sister. I mean, you just think about it is just not worth it. They understand that these shots are probably going to be incredible to see the aftermath in these danger zones, but it is not worth the possibility of losing lives, of losing additional properties if they're, if you're not able to fight these fires actively. It is just not worth it. Do not fly your drones.
Oh,
not a photo op.
They are supposed to know. They are schooled, and there are licensing requirements before you can fly a drone of a certain size. Not the little tiny personal drone toys, but the larger ones for sure. You have to be schooled and licensed. Chelsea Edwards, thank you very much. It says a lot about where we are that we now have to give warnings about parking, where you park, where you drive, and now drones, where you fly your drones.
And drones have been in the headlines for a while now. So if you have a drone, you're a drone operator, operate it responsibly. Okay, Chelsea, thank you very, very much. Live look from Skyfox, and it's getting darker out there, and so those flames are aglow again. This is in the Mandeville Canyon area. We'll check in with our chopper in just a moment, but first, let's get a sense of the winds out there. Sumata Khan joining the coverage now. Matthew Seedorf was just sort of atop Mandeville Canyon, and he estimated those winds were gusting at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we had forecasted, that as we get into the evening hours, that winds are expected to pick up, and unfortunately, sure enough, as Matthew had suggested, it is doing that, and that continues to be the concern because we're not going to be backing off on those wind conditions. They are expected to get stronger, and just know that we will be experiencing rounds of Santa Ana winds. There may be a few lulls in between the breaks in the wind, but unfortunately, going all the way into Wednesday, we've got red flag conditions. Winds will continue to be strong into the early part of Wednesday before we start to see better conditions, not until the later part of next week. There is some good news after the rounds of winds coming Thursday, Friday, and even in a Saturday. We're going to give it a shot, a 10 to 20% chance that we might even see some shower opportunities. So rain is in the forecast, but again, it's such a small percentage. The forecast range can also change a little bit. We are still a ways out, but for right now, of course, the main focus is eyes on the windy conditions and how it's going to affect the fire. Winds sustained. We are projecting a range coming out of the northeast, 20 to even 40 miles per hour. There are high wind warnings and wind advisories currently in place across LA County and Ventura County. And a closer look at the Palisades Fire. The range currently right around 10 to 18 miles an hour, but there you have it, gusts of even up to 45. We are anticipating things to be in this range. Winds are going to be highly variable in terms of the strength. Temperatures are slowly sinking now that the sun has set, 57 to 63 degrees. Humidity levels still very dry. Acreage, there has been some improvement earlier today. We did experience a little bit of a windbreak, and conditions were favorable for that firefight. So firefighters did a really fantastic, incredible job on getting a good handle. It was so nice to see that the aerial assets were in place, doing the FOS check drops, and multiple drops was happening throughout the early part of the morning and into the afternoon, and that was huge in getting a good handle on that constant firefight. Containment going from 0% to now 11%, so another indication that is good news. But the worry does come going into late tonight and into early part of tomorrow that the winds could get increasingly stronger depending on your location. We've got eyes, of course, on the Mandeville Canyon. Both Marla and Susan mentioned there's only one way in and one way out, so make sure you heed the warnings. Right now we have the evacuation warning sites hasn't changed, so that's a little indication of further good news. It has not expanded. We're still seeing right there, this is Sunset Boulevard, and it's just stopping short right there at Bellagio Road. And this right here is San Vicente, areas northward, and Montana Avenue, still keeping it in place there. Winds continue to come out of the northeast to the southwest, and that's the direction of which all the fires that have already burned, it's kind of coming down on itself. Here's something that the National Weather Service in San Diego has issued. number one is usually pretty good, but in terms of the driest start to our water year, this is bad. We are now, again, the driest on record in our data collecting history, and that period goes back to 1850. A lot of dry conditions, and it continues to get worse through at least Wednesday. But I wanted to take away, or at least have you take this away. The wind conditions that are coming our direction, as strong as they are, we are not anticipating hurricane force conditions as we experienced last week. So that's a hint of good news there. Back to you two.
We'll take it.
Yep. Whatever good news there is you can offer, we'll take it.
All right, Zach Sauce from our sister station KTVU up in the Bay Area. He is standing by in Mandeville Canyon. You have a homeowner with you. I'm sure nerves very rattled.
Very nervous. You know, he's been watching this closely. He's chosen to just stay out here. His home just down the block, but he's closely watching what you can see just in the distance, dipping down into Mandeville Canyon. You can see that from the chopper as darkness kind of descends. We're starting to see what that wind is doing, really lighting up some of those embers down in the canyon, which they've been trying to keep tabs on all day long with multiple airdrops, with hand crews down there. You know, just making sure that it does not get down to those homes in the canyon and then move up the hill towards some of that unspent brush. I'm going to bring in Mark Schlunt. Mark, you've lived here your entire life. Take me through when this all started. What was going through your head?
When it all started, I didn't really think we were at all in danger. It started, we were upwind, so things looked all right.
And then throughout the day, I know you said this morning it got very hairy for you. Tell me what you saw.
Oh, I spent all night out here sitting, constantly checking to watch this fire come down the hill and approach this area. It was just creeping down here all night. They were waiting for it.
What is your biggest concern right now watching this? Because you say you've seen fires before. What's your concern right now?
I think the biggest concern is that getting into any fresh fuel that hasn't burned could create a new problem again.
And you tell me that, you know, that we've spoken to a number of people who have found themselves in this position where they're losing their insurance. I believe you have your insurance in your pocket.
That's right.
How much longer is your insurance going to last?
My insurance, my fire insurance policy expires in March. And I don't have any I'm on a waiting list, but otherwise it cancels. The California Fair Plan isn't available right now for people in a fire area. There's a waiting moratorium, and so I'm on a waiting list to even get fire insurance, if I can even afford it.
How do you feel the response has been so far with crews here? It seems like there's a large presence up here now. Has that been the case throughout?
No. Tuesday night was very frightening. There was hardly anybody up here, and we were at the whim of Mother Nature.
And now do you feel like you've seen that presence pick up?
Oh, yeah. The last few days, there's been people here from all over the state and all over the country, and having them here is a little bit of confidence, but the fire moving around into new positions have put us all in jeopardy in this neighborhood.
You've been down into that canyon there and down into Mandeville Canyon. Can you tell me sort of what your concerns are right now as you see this wind shift? What's it like down there?
It's steep, it's rugged, and people can get trapped down there in a fire or a flood. And so if it flares up again, I'm concerned for the people and the residents that live down here, but also concerned for our neighborhood up here too, with some fresh fuel still left.
So you're monitoring it right now. What will it take for you to leave?
What it took for me to leave this morning was when this whole thing blew up into a firestorm and nearly engulfed my house. I got out of the area, but I stayed close so I could still see if my house burned, just far enough to be safe.
Mark, thank you so much for talking with us, and obviously we're keeping an eye on this. hoping this really they do continue to get a handle on this frightening situation. I'm going to send it back to you guys. Everyone just kind of on pins and needles right now.
Of course, and for multiple days now on pins and needles. Zach Sauce, thank you so much for your reporting there. Oh, you're having trouble? I can feel your pain since I've had lots of trouble with communication when you're out there reporting. So that is a look at what the firefighters are up against, the view from Skyfox there. And it always looks more fierce at night because the contrast between the dark and the light just makes it look way more dramatic. That is not to say, of course, that we are in a better place. We are in a slightly better place, but we are definitely not over the worst of it as yet.
Let's go upstairs to Justin O'Brien. I know you're going to have to refuel soon, so let's get your latest update from your most important vantage point up there.
Yeah, okay, Marla, this appears to be the major hotspot. If you were looking at a map, this is around about the 3700 block of Mandeville Canyon. There's large flames here. There are helicopters still dropping lots of water on it. This is a very, very steep hill here. So the fire is actually burning back on itself as it's going up. So it's slowly creeping its way down the hill here to houses. You can see, I hope there's a fire engine. So there's lots of structure protection. Firefighters here ready if any embers or anything drops down onto Mandeville Canyon. But this appears, as I said, to be the major hotspot at the moment. And as I pull out wider, you can see that the smoke, as Sylmar was saying, is making its way south. And there are a few hotspots here along this ridge. But the firefighters, as I said, doing a great job here. Structure protection ready just in case these fire embers do make their way down. There wasn't earlier today, I remember there was an area called Westridge. You can see there on the map. That area there also, there's a large fire break now that's being created. So no real threat. That area is still under threat, but no real crazy active flames that are threatening homes there. But again, we're sort of again at the 3600 block of Mandeville Canyon. That appears to be the area of major concern. But good news, the fire helicopters are still up in the air. Susan and Marlon.
That is great news. Again, I'm going to repeat what Susan just said. We'll take good news anywhere we can get it. So that. I know we have to let you go because you have to refuel, Justin, so we'll talk to you in a bit. Land safely, refuel, and we appreciate these live pictures because they are dramatic.
Indeed.
Yeah, they certainly are, Marla. Just see...
oh, Justin, keep going.
Yeah, just let you know, yeah, they certainly are, but they be rest assured they are burning away from the house at the moment, and there are a lot of firefighters there in Mandeville Canyon. So fingers crossed the weather continues to be the way it is, and the helicopters can get on top of it before anything else happens.
I mean, this does look a lot worse than what we were seeing, last hour. Have you seen the water drops over these flames in particular?
Yes, I just saw a Chinook come in and make a big drop. I think what makes it look worse is the fact that we're now into nightfall and you can see the flames more clearer through the smoke. And also they are heating up into some there is a large amount of brush in this area. If anybody knows, it's been up Mandeville Canyon. So that brush is burning, but I wouldn't say that the fire has actually gotten any worse. I think it's just actually just slowly making its way down into the canyon. And we'll refuel and hopefully be back up in 30 minutes.
Okay, Justin, because I just had one last question. You can even fly away because I was thinking that perhaps an even wider look at that fire area might give us a sense that there really are only a couple of other hot spots, as you say. That's the major one, but little bright, we call them cat eyes when you're, a step away or two. They're cat eyes because they will glow. It tells the firefighters, okay, there's still things that are smoldering. But the fact that, that it's just that one bigger piece there, and these are smaller ones that presumably they can control better. They don't have to worry about them as long as there's no major ember cast that would come with winds. But Justin, of course, we start worrying about how long you can fly safely. So please feel free to pull off whenever it's necessary.
Yeah, certainly we're making our way back to Van Nuys to refuel now and descent. But just quickly, just a great technology here with that map really gives you an indication of the road, Mandeville below us, and the flames. So we'll head off, refuel, and be back as soon as we can.
The flashing lights of a fire truck down there as well, so you know that they have hand crews down there. They have firefighters down there on the ground as well, in order to make sure that, we were talking about ember cast, if there is a flying ember that can start another fire, they're going to make sure that that gets tamped down too.
All right, we want to get to a new statement that the Sheriff Robert Luna posted. We want to get this to you. It's sort of an inspirational, we're here for you take on what we're dealing with right now.
I just took a drive here through the city of Altadena, and I was shocked. There's no words to describe what our residents and community have gone through here. Please know that we are working very hard to make this area safe with our partners at the fire department. We want to make sure that you can get back into your area, but there's a lot of work to do. We have search and rescue teams going through, trying to identify, and we're hoping not that we find the remains of people who may have unfortunately passed away. We have had several that already have, but as soon as we can, we will hopefully get you back in here, and then let's continue to communicate and work together so we can get you the support that you need. Coming up here to Altadena on multiple occasions for community events, I remember many of you. I consider many of you friends and almost family. We are here to support you in any which way that we can. God bless each and every one of you, and please, please, under these very difficult circumstances, stay strong.
The Sheriff of LA County, Robert Luna, issuing that statement not long ago, within the last hour. Okay, so we're looking at the flames in Mandeville Canyon. Let's bring into the conversation Samana Khan with the latest on those winds and that red flag. The red flag conditions, the warning was reinstated much earlier than expected on this Saturday.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's due to the fact that the winds are expected to increase. And as Justin had brought us earlier, saying that the conditions out there looks worse due to the fact that really it's just because the sun has set and everything is in more detail and we can pick up the flames a little better. But right now, we are dealing with the wind speeds, a range of 15 to up to 25 miles an hour, with those offshore gusts that are stronger, a range of up to even 40+ miles an hour in and near the Palisades Fire. So unfortunately, we are going to be dealing with winds very gradually increasing into tonight. Through the overnight hours, we definitely have to be on our toes, and into the early part of tomorrow. Now, tomorrow afternoon, we'll see winds relax just a little bit, a very small window of opportunity to get a better handle on the fires, and then another round of Santa Ana's going into Monday, really Tuesday and the early part of Wednesday. Hence, the red flag conditions have now been extended all the way through the middle of the week. So we are a far cry from being out of the woods. But I do want to say that the latest rounds of Santa Ana's, we are not anticipating it to be as strong as what we had experienced record-breaking last Tuesday and into Wednesday, where we had hurricane force conditions where gusts were up to 70, 80, and even 90+ miles an hour. In one area, Marshall Peak in the San Bernardino County mountains reached wind speeds of 103 miles an hour. That was just incredible speeds. But this time around, we're looking at wind ranges of up to 65+ miles an hour. Now, that is still significantly strong. It's the classic Santa Ana winds, but unfortunately, because they're still that strong, that level, that it leads to active fire danger. So critical to extreme fire conditions. If a new spark were to occur, unfortunately, it could rapidly spread and erratic fire behavior, and it could become a new separate problem. Hence, the fire department has worked so hard, so tirelessly to put out any active embers, any new hot spots. They've been doing that all day long since early this morning, taking advantage of the calmer wind conditions. And thank goodness we had the aerial assets that really helped to get a stronghold on this latest fire, especially in and around the Palisades Fire, which currently has in containment. It originally was 0%. Now we've moved up the dial to 11%. So that is definitely good news. Breaking it down, so expect all the way through at least Sunday and then another round going into the middle of the week. Moderate to strong winds, which continue to be very drying. We have a lot of dry fuels out there. So even though we're not seeing the really strong winds at this hour, the vegetation, the dry beds of fresh fuel will continue to ignite and excite this fire. And that, unfortunately, could send embers in all different directions, and that is unpredictable in terms of which direction those embers could fly on the more surface winds. But the prevailing wind, it is coming out of the northeast, and those are the Santa Anas. As I mentioned, red flag conditions. We have critical to extreme fire weather. Here are the areas. High wind warnings continue to remain in place, and I mentioned 65 miles an hour plus, still a big concern across our local mountains. Those are the vulnerable areas highlighted in the darker tan there. The wind advisories are still in effect for the Palisades Fire, the Kenneth Fire, and stronger winds potentially for the Hurst Fire and out towards the Eaton Fire area. So we've got tabs on all those local fires actively burning. Unfortunately, that is also creating additional smoke, and a smoke advisory currently is in place for much of Southern California due to all the soot and ash. Earlier today, as I was driving to work, or at least getting into my car to drive to work, there was nothing but spots of ash on my car, and a lot of people are experiencing the same thing. Well, if you look at the visuals of that, those are the type of stuff you're actually breathing in. So critical. Maybe if you go outside, make sure you wear a mask, shut those windows, limit your outdoor activity. Red flag conditions, gusty winds, coupled with low relative humidity, the perfect conditions for active fire weather. Here's a look at our wind futurecast. Winds are king in terms of what drives the strength of a wildfire in any direction. And this time around, we are looking at this hour. Here are the highlighted contours, but look how they quickly increase, the glow. Wind speeds around 30 plus to 40 plus miles an hour are the areas shaded in that purple and red. Areas in the basin, look at the stark contrast. This is what we call the wind protected areas. With winds coming out of the northeast, the Santa Anas, those descending winds, they typically go through the canyons and passes and get stronger. They can't go through our mountain ranges. They have to go in and around. And just to give you an example, it's like if you took a fire hose and you put your thumb over it, and the more your thumb is over the circumference of the fire hose, it becomes stronger as the water pushes out. Same with air. It acts the same way as fluids and water. Santa Ana winds will also impact Orange County and the Inland Empire community. So this is a widespread event in terms of where the wind activity is. Sunday, so going into tomorrow afternoon, this is actually some pretty good news. The winds are going to back down just a tad. This is the time frame that our local officials and firefighters are going to take high advantage to get a better handle and more favorable weather conditions. But it's a short window of opportunity because going into overnight Monday, and it will strengthen. The offshore winds continue across the same areas, so not a whole lot of relief. We're going to go a little back and forth in terms of strength. Winds will be highly variable. Tuesday overnight, we see those winds increasing once again. And by Tuesday, look, it's sustained, if not getting stronger by Tuesday afternoon. It's really after tonight, the next strongest rounds will be that Tuesday into early Wednesday time frame. Here's what's going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere. This is what we've been dealing with. We've got a ridge of high pressure. This continues to bring in the offshore descending winds. We have this trough right here. This is an area of low pressure situated just to the east of us. You can see how it's pushing southward. This offers some upper level dynamics to help increase the wind speeds with that cooler air in place. But eventually that area of low pressure is going to weaken and shift a little bit to the east, and that's what's going to help relax the winds eventually. So we have today, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and into early Wednesday. Lock that in as fire weather and dry conditions. But look what happens late Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Here's the good news that we have been advertising. We are hoping that this plays out because this is something that we absolutely have been looking forward to and crossing our fingers that it happens. A chance of some rain. Now, mind you, it is a very small percentage. The models are showing us a 10 to 20% range of seeing any of that moisture, and that could actively change. But the fact that right now it is in the forecast, and we'll take any precipitation as we can get. The onshore flow associated with this little weather system is going to create winds from the ocean to land. That's what we call the onshore flow. The humidity level is going to pick up. The moisture content's going to help. So this is a longer range couple of days where the firefighters will get a much better handle on the fire activity. Current wind conditions, not just for LA County and Ventura County. Winds right now in Malibu Hills now pushing to 29 miles an hour. Compton into Long Beach, still very light winds, but the smoke is going to really affect you folks out there. And out towards the Cajon Pass, so downwind of the 15 freeway and out towards areas of Ontario International Airport, we'll see winds increasing as well. And if you are having travel plans through and into the Palm Springs area, the Coachella Valley, things will get a little gusty there as well. A reminder, perhaps rearrange your travel plans, especially if you are driving campers or trailers or big rigs, those high-profile vehicles. Those crosswinds can be incredibly dangerous, and we've been reporting since last week that with those really strong winds, it could topple some of those high-profile, again, trucks and campers. Palisades Fire, earlier we had a range of 10 to 18 miles an hour. We are still seeing some of that activity, but it is increasing, at least the gusts. Those occasional bursts of winds, they can reach up to 45 miles an hour. We're seeing some of that unfold. Temperatures are quickly cooling off. Humidity levels are still very dry, and there is a lot of dry vegetation out there. We have addressed last year, we had atmospheric river storms upon atmospheric river storms, and we had incredible rain totals because it was an El Nino year where sea surface temperatures are warmer than normal. That's why we did get all that rain, and that was something that we were so excited to see, and it was beautiful going into the spring. And then we get into the summer months, incredibly dry, some of the hottest weather we've seen for this past summer period. Going into the water year, which begins October 1st to now, we still have not seen the type of rain that we should be getting. And all that growth from the excessive rain has now dried out, and it is now fire fuel for the fires that are out there. There's a lot of dry shrubbery. We also know that Southern California, we are in a Mediterranean climate. That translates to hot and dry summers and mild to slightly wet winters. So these conditions are expected, but the strength of this last one is something unprecedented. We also wanted to cover evacuation conditions. So far, we have not seen, this is good news, that the evacuation warnings orders have not expanded. This one right here is still in place, northward of Montana Avenue. San Vicente, still looking at areas northward. And this is Sunset Boulevard as it curves out towards Bellagio. This is still part of the evacuation warning, but it has not extended beyond this point. So these are the areas that we'll continue to watch very closely. As I mentioned, because we have been very dry, not only just dry, but according to the National Weather Service San Diego, since 1850, nearly 175 years ago, we are now experiencing the driest start on record to our water year. This is incredible due to the dry winds and dry conditions. Red flag warnings, again, in place. Critical fire weather usually is in place. This is how we know, and the National Weather Service should be issuing these conditions, is if we have these critical issues for 12 to 24 hours, and we have seen that. Beyond that, rather, relative humidity less than 15%. We are seeing that as well. And these red flag conditions will stay in place through Wednesday. High wind warnings. The strong winds, of course, are expected to be dangerous. And that applies to any time from now to within the next 36 hours. And we are seeing those high wind warnings in place for some of our local mountain areas and wind advisories for the Palisades. So we've got a lot of these unfortunate fire-making conditions. If you see something so critical, that just say something. Back to you, too.
Great information, Samantha. Thank you so much. Let's check in with Chelsea Edwards now. She was just at the federal building she just talked to the FBI about the drone issue with the Super Scooper. She just went down the block, and that's where the Westwood Recreation Center, that is an evacuation center for the Palisades Fire. Chelsea, what's it like there now?
That's right. And right around the corner from where we were before at the federal building on Sepulveda, the Westwood Recreation Center. Now, we've been getting reports online, and I want to dispel those right now. This center is not at capacity. It is not closed, despite some information that was being spread on social media and some various channels. This center is still open. Organizers here say it's at about 70% capacity, so it is still getting up there, but they have an active plan in place to open more facilities as the capacity becomes limited at shelters like this one. So they had a couple things they actually really wanted us to share with the public. One of the things, no Red Cross location at any shelter anywhere in the Southland is accepting any kind of donations that aren't monetary right now. So they say they've had a lot of very well-intentioned people coming to this location, to all the locations that the Red Cross has set up, trying to donate things like food and clothing and items, all different kinds of things. And again, their intentions they're so well-intentioned, but they cannot accept anything else. They wanted to reiterate to everybody that they do have, the Red Cross has corporate partners who are ready to go in cases like this. So big companies that come in with pallets of food, they know exactly what's in that food. That food has been FDA approved. So you don't have any issues with things like, allergies. The last thing they want is a crisis within a crisis at a crisis center. They don't want anything bad happening to the people who have come here to get refuge, to escape from the flames. So they need to make sure that everything that comes in here is approved and has been, thoroughly vetted. And so that's essentially what they do. The first step of this crisis response is to partner with those corporate partners, those big companies that can donate things like water and dog food and human food and snacks. And they work with those to start setting these up. They also have people that donate clothing. So they have all the basics already ready. Now, for a while there, they were accepting donations from people. You could come and give emergency supplies if you had them, clothes. There were things like that. But now they're saying they are at capacity. Please don't try. They've got their hands full with all the people coming into these evacuation shelters, and they do not need more donations. However, they do need monetary donations, and that you can find on the Red Cross's website on how to do that. That is what they need the most. That is where they can do the most good. That's where they can really help people out, are with those monetary donations. They also wanted me to let everybody know, people come here, again, with the best intentions, but they're coming to try to volunteer their time, which is wonderful. They appreciate it so much. But you cannot volunteer at these shelters, at any of these Red Cross shelters, unless you've been verified by the Red Cross. So you have to fill out an application online, which is very easy to do. You have to go through a background check, and then you need to be approved, and then you can come and volunteer at these emergency shelters. So you cannot just walk in and expect to help. And again, they say they appreciate everyone doing this. They really appreciate the thought behind it, and they appreciate that people want to help. They know people want to help, but they need to make sure that these are contained spaces that are as controlled as possible. Again, they don't want anything bad to happen. They don't want anyone with ill intentions coming into these places, which is why they're keeping it so strict. So if you want to volunteer, you can certainly start that process now. You can go to the Red Cross's website. You can sign up to become a volunteer, go through those steps, go through the background check, and then volunteer, because again, this crisis is going to continue for some time. There are so many steps after this one that they will need volunteers for. So they said they really will need volunteers down the road to help with all of the next steps that these people are going to be facing. But everybody here, they say, is doing well. They accept dogs, cats, other small animals here at this location. The large animal shelter, which is on Riverside Drive, that one has been closed. So that information, if you've seen that on social media, that is correct. But none of these shelters here in the Los Angeles area have been closed because of capacity. This one is still open. They are accepting anybody who needs any kind of resources to come here. So, and again, they have a contingency plan in place. They are actively trying to identify new places. The minute that this is filled to capacity, they will open another shelter somewhere nearby to help these people. And then they're also assessing areas in need as well. So, for instance, if the Valley becomes a place where they really, there is a need for shelters, they've already identified locations in that area that they will open up to help make it easier for people to access them. So they are working around the clock behind the scenes, making sure that there is food, that there are clothes, there's a warm place to stay, there are showers for anybody who's been affected by these fires. They just want to let people know you can't just walk in. They don't need donations right now. What they really, really need are volunteers to go through the process and money donated via their website. guys.
All great information, Chelsea. And while you were talking, we actually had up the American Red Cross way to donate, because we know that Fox donated $1 million. Our parent company donated $1 million. And you can find out, here it is, the QR code. You can scan it right now with your cell phone, and that is a simple way to make your donation. Or you can go to go.fox/Red Cross. This information is on our website, foxla.com. So really simple if you'd like to make a monetary donation. Chelsea, we appreciate you clarifying that the Westwood Rec Center is not at capacity and they are accepting evacuees.